Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 3347 to Chapter 3433. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and sparks flew everywhere. It was like purgatory in the mortal world. The mountains and valleys were all surrounded by lightning bolts. Boasting shamelessly. Do you really think that you can bargain with me here? Do you still want to compete with me after entering this place? You're just a half-step divine emperor. You must be dreaming. The voice of the heavenly thunder spirit was extremely cold, without a shred of emotion. It was domineering and majestic. Xianxia squinted his eyes and said faintly, "You should know better than anyone else how strong you are, right? Even two mid-divine emperors could severely injure you. I think your strength is just so. You're probably an arrow at the end of its flight now. How big of a wave can you make?" Hee. Xianxia's words caused the surrounding heavenly lightning to roar even more violently. The dreadful heavenly lightning began to descend around Xianxia. Are you provoking me? Ha ha ha. Arrogant fool. A half-step divine emperor. I can crush someone like you with just a finger. Do you think you can talk to me? Then why don't you just kill me? A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. You don't have the confidence either, do you? That's why you're afraid of my existence. Xianxia smiled. Those two mid-divine emperors are dead. I killed them. Xianxia said confidently. At this moment, the heavenly thunder spirit became silent. You killed them? Do you think I'll believe you? You can choose not to believe me. But you'll realize how stupid you are. Going against me will only result in death. I only have one goal today, to devour you. Xianxia was extremely confident and proud. You're dreaming. Even if you were the one who killed those two old fellows, it's simply impossible for you to devour me. Do you really think you can devour me and make me yours? That's no different from courting death. The heavenly thunder spirit laughed loudly. Xianxia's shameless boasting made him even more disdainful. However, the spirit of heavenly thunder was also quite shocked. The fact that Xianxia could enter the Sky Thunder Canyon meant that the outside world had calmed down. Although he did not know what had happened outside, he knew that those people were trying to rob Lei Chen and his mother. The two mid-divine emperor experts were both heavily injured by him. Even he himself had suffered a great loss. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak state in a short period of time. How do you know if you don't try? Haha. Xianxia was in high spirits. His eyes were filled with pride. At this moment, he was ready to face death with equanimity. Xianxia was like an arrow on a bowstring. He would not return until he destroyed Lulan. You're courting death. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Mid-stage divine emperors are trash in my eyes. It's their good fortune that those two old farts were able to escape, but it's impossible for you to leave this place. The heavenly thunder spirit's deep voice resounded in Xianxia's ears again. The atmosphere became extremely tense. The lightning around Xianxia was getting more and more intense. Accept the judgment of the heavenly thunder. A voice that came from the 9 heavens resounded in the canyon. Xianxia knew that this fellow was going to attack him. 5 lightning break of lightning punishment. The heavenly thunder spirit turned into 5 terrifying lightning bolts, piercing through the void. Xianxia held his saber and rushed to the peak of the heavens. The 5 lightning bolts landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's face was solemn and fearless. As the lightning bolts passed through his body, Xianxia's lips curved into a faint smile. The heavenly thunder spirit was extremely shocked. If it was an ordinary person, even a mid-divine emperor would not dare to take the 5 lightning break head-on. However, this half-step divine emperor was able to take it head-on. Moreover, the lightning bolts passed through his body without any sense of danger. What's going on? The heavenly thunder spirit was shocked and confused at the same time. In the middle of the canyon, an incomparably huge fiery red lightning shadow turned into a human face. It gathered in the void and almost filled the entire canyon. Lightning flashed in the eyes of the giant eyes. Motherf ****, this feels great. Xianxia flexed his muscles and bones, a smile creasing his face. Your heavenly thunder seems to be useless against me. If this is all you've got, I guess you're going to die here today. Ha ha ha. Arrogant fella, let's see how long you can last. Heavenly Thunderbringer. The huge face of the Heavenly Thunder Spirit spat out incomparably fiery red thunderbolts. They were like huge pillars of magma, but also like a volcanic eruption. They poured down in torrents, and the entire canyon turned into a fiery red sky. It was incomparably dazzling. The crazy fiery red lightning crushed down. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. Compared to the Heavenly Thunder just now, this was the real terror. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit had just started to use its own origin energy. It was completely different. The fiery red lightning poured down, the sky darkened, the magma burst, the lightning flashed, the brilliance overflowed. Xianxia was directly hit by the lightning. That terrifying pressure made Xianxia's body feel extreme pain and difficulty. If it was an ordinary early Divine Emperor expert, just the terrifying power of the lightning would be enough to make them collapse. Divine Golden Bell, God-sealing prohibition. Xianxia held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand. The terrifying Divine Bell went up and protected Xianxia in the Divine Bell, no matter how hard the wind and rain blew. The Heavenly Thunder fell on the Eastern Emperor Bell. The might of the Divine Bell was overflowing with colorful radiance, complementing the dazzling light of the Heavenly Thunder. This is the Eastern Emperor Bell. The giant face's pupils shrunk, its expression was extremely solemn. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art activated the Eastern Emperor Bell, rising up and withstanding the 9 Heavenly Thunder. At that moment, the brilliance flowed, the Eastern Emperor Bell almost withstood all the attacks of the Heavenly Thunder. Xianxia's eyes were also extremely solemn. Under the Eastern Emperor Bell, layers of Heavenly Thunder struck down, but he was not hurt at all. However, the huge consumption of energy from activating the Eastern Emperor Bell made Xianxia feel helpless. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell only has half of its soul, it's already so terrifying. Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. The soul of the Eastern Emperor Bell was a great boost to him, it was a great reward for him after entering the door of the Divine Palace. However, the suppression power of the Eastern Emperor Bell couldn't be exerted at this moment. Xianxia was already quite satisfied as long as he could stabilize the situation. Why does this fellow have the Eastern Emperor Bell? Isn't Eastern Emperor Tai already dead? The Eastern Emperor Bell is broken into pieces, but that's clearly the Eastern Emperor Bell. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit murmured. His lightning attack was not weak at all. If the Eastern Emperor Tai was here, he would definitely not be his opponent. Right now, his heart was beating like a drum. What was the relationship between this guy and the Eastern Emperor Tai? Why does he have the Eastern Emperor Bell? And he even knows the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Could he be the successor of Eastern Emperor Tai? Xianxia wielded the Eastern Emperor Bell and had already used the dragon transformation. His combat strength was terrifying, but under the attack of the 1,000 flame lightning, he still couldn't break free. Who are you? Why is the Eastern Emperor Bell in your hands? Who is Eastern Emperor Tai to you? The Heavenly Thunder Spirit said in a low voice. A formless pressure enveloped Xianxia. The power of the Heavenly Thunder dissipated. Xianxia's mouth was dripping with blood. If it wasn't for the Eastern Emperor Bell, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to block this supreme Heavenly Thunder. You actually know Eastern Emperor Tai? Could you be the Heavenly Thunder that has existed since ancient times? Xianxia said. There are some things that you shouldn't know. Although you have the Eastern Emperor Bell in your hands, you are too weak. Also, the Eastern Emperor Bell isn't a complete divine weapon. It's impossible for you to do anything to me. Even if you are the successor of Eastern Emperor Tai, don't even think about flaunting your might in front of me. A Eastern Emperor Bell isn't enough to suppress me. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit shouted. Once again, the Heavenly Thunder Spirit attacked Xianxia. A Eastern Emperor Bell isn't enough? Let's have another one. Xianxia sneered. The flag in his hand fluttered and the black submerged flag was tightly grasped in his hand. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. The black wind wreaked havoc and continuously intertwined with the heavenly lightning. The power of the wind and lightning formed a chaotic storm and started to overturn the entire canyon. Rocks and sand flew everywhere, raging waves beat against the shore and bursts of heavenly lightning rolled, forcing Xianxia back once again. It was definitely not that easy for Xianxia to break through the defense of the heavenly lightning spirit. Xianxia fought and retreated at the same time. With both of his hands, the formation changed again. With one hand, he set up the dark submerged whirlwind formation while the other set up the Ashura sword formation. As he fought and retreated, the formation continued to form. The black submerged flag and the heavenly dragon sword split into two sides of the formation. This time, Xianxia decided to give it his all and followed the heavenly thunder spirit. They would fight to the death. This sword, it feels so familiar. I seem to have been injured by it before. This black submerged flag seems to belong to a peerless demon lord. The eyes of the heavenly thunder spirit became solemn again. Xianxia had more than one or two divine weapons. The Eastern Emperor Bell, the heavenly dragon sword, and the black submerged flag instantly attracted the attention of the heavenly thunder spirit. He felt that this fella in front of him was somewhat difficult to deal with. He was only a half-step divine emperor, but he had so many divine weapons in his hands. Even a divine emperor would be invincible if he had one of them. However, he actually had so many of them. It was really enviable. Even if you have these treasures, I will still tear you into pieces. I would like to see what kind of background you have. The heavenly thunder spirit knew that Xianxia had a lot of treasures in his hands. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. When Xianxia transformed into his human form and the heavenly lightning turned into rain, he would return to being an Emperor realm expert. At that time, the divine weapons in Xianxia's hands would all be rare treasures. If he could kill Xianxia and obtain these three treasures, his future achievements would definitely be greater than before. The Eastern Emperor Bell, the heavenly dragon sword, and the black submerged flag. These three divine weapons, especially the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was known as the #1 divine weapon in the ancient times, suppressing the 10 heavenly weapons. Otherwise, the heavenly thunder spirit would not be so afraid of it. However, it seemed that the Eastern Emperor Bell was not complete and his strength was too weak. Hence, the heavenly thunder spirit coveted the Eastern Emperor Bell even more. In that case, break through my two formations first, then we'll talk. Xianxia controlled the black submerged whirlwind formation with one hand. The wind blew across the sky, the hurricanes fell, the mountains and rivers were swallowed, the clouds were flying, the black submerged whirlwind formation had been formed. To Xianxia, what he needed to do was to resist and consume the power of the heavenly thunder spirit. It was almost impossible to wear him down directly. Hence, Xianxia could only use a roundabout strategy to consume the power of the heavenly thunder spirit. Xianxia had the body of the myriad qi, he was not afraid at all. As long as the heavenly thunder spirit was worn down, Xianxia would have the chance to devour it. Xianxia moved his right hand and the Ashura sword formation was laid out. It was the first time for Xianxia to control two great sword formations at the same time. The consumption of power was extremely shocking. Even the heavenly thunder spirit was shocked. The two great formations could not break through Xianxia's defense at all. This half-step divine emperor human looked weak, but he was much more difficult to deal with than the two mid-divine emperor old men. Two great formations. Interesting. But you have underestimated my power of heavenly thunder. The giant human face above the canyon began to change gradually. Its smile became more and more charming. The chubby face seemed to have a plan. Lightning strike of 1,000 flames. Terrifying origin of lightning flashed along with the sparks. Xianxia's two great formations faced it head-on without any fear. At this time, the attack of the heavenly thunder spirit became sharper. However, Xianxia's formation was still defending. Even if the lightning and the origin of lightning exploded, it could not destroy the two great formations in an instant. Damn it! The heavenly thunder spirit roared. His origin of lightning was getting more and more exhausted. However, Xianxia's formation was still as stable as Mount Tai. There were no signs of it being broken. However, only Xianxia could get rid of his own pain. The pressure of the 1,000 flame destruction lightning was not simple. It was not simple to force two mid-divine emperors back. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It was not the right time for him to fight the 1,000 flame destruction lightning to the death. Break! The heavenly thunder spirit roared. Lightning spurted out from his mouth. The origin of lightning wreaked havoc in the void. Xianxia's two formations finally could not withstand the origin of heavenly thunder spirit's origin of lightning. The destructive attack directly made Xianxia retreat. His body was heavily injured. The two formations were torn apart. Xianxia was still a step behind and was heavily pushed back. "Do you still want to fight me now?" the heavenly thunder spirit said faintly. "Why not? Let's see who will have the last laugh. Please start your performance." Ha ha ha. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with determination. "Good, good, good. Let's see how long you can last. You're a real man, even if you're on your last breath." The heavenly thunder spirit sneered. His left eye flashed and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Fire surged and lightning flickered in his eyes. Xianxia held the Eastern Emperor bell in one hand, the Cold River sword in the other, the Heavenly Dragon sword in the other, and the Black Submerged flag in the other. The four divine weapons were unleashed at the same time. The four divine weapons formed a line, wanting to suppress the heavenly lightning. The spirit of the heavenly lightning became more and more solemn. The divine weapons in Xianxia's hands were endless. The lightning of the spirit of the heavenly lightning clashed against the four divine weapons, but Xianxia managed to block it. Cold River Stone. This is the destructive ice god's item. Where did you come from? The spirit of the heavenly lightning was a little greedy. Was there a destructive ice god behind Xianxia? Or was there Eastern Emperor Tai behind him? Why did he dare to be so unbridled? Why did he dare to devour it? Looks like there's no smoke without fire. This kid's background was worth the attention of the spirit of the heavenly lightning. There are still many things that you don't know. Now, I'll let you see my heavenly lightning. With the four divine weapons protecting him, Xianxia held three heavenly lightning in his hands, intertwining with each other. Dawn Sky Golden Lightning, 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning, Severing Drought Heavenly Lightning and the Terrifying Heavenly Lightning Pearl. For heavenly lightning converged in an instant. At that moment, even the spirit of the heavenly lightning could not remain calm. "Bastard, how can you control so many heavenly lightning at the same time?" The spirit of the heavenly lightning was incomparably shocked. It was a spirit of the heavenly lightning that had survived since the ancient times, yet it was weaker than a half-step divine emperor brat. 4 divine weapons, and 4 heavenly lightning. How did he do it? Such a monstrous genius, even in the ancient times, he was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Now, the spirit of the heavenly lightning was even more curious about his identity. To be able to have so many divine weapons and treasures, he must be someone with great luck. Who knows, maybe his terrifying background could allow him to gain even more. That's why I want to devour you too. At that time I will be able to fuse more heavenly lightning. At that time you will become a part of my heavenly lightning. Xianxia smiled brightly. The 4 heavenly lightning had already converged in his hands. The huge face of the spirit of the heavenly lightning was also filled with shock. For heavenly lightning converged together, that terrifying explosive power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. This entire canyon might even cease to exist. "I'm not that easy to deal with," said the spirit of heavenly thunder coldly. Lightning flashed in its eyes, and electricity shot out from its mouth. Strand after strand of origin energy transformed into lightning dragons that appeared in the sky. They intertwined with the death lightning lotus in Xianxia's hand. Splendor of youth. The entire space turned deathly silent. For the first time, Xianxia felt the threat of death. The terror of the 1,000-flame annihilation lightning had even exceeded his imagination, especially now. That terrifying fiery lightning dragon shuttled through space. Although it was heavily injured by the death lightning lotus, it did not fall. However, this attack made both Xianxia and the heavenly lightning spirit feel incomparably uncomfortable. Both of them had suffered a great deal of damage. Exactly who would be able to have the last laugh was something that everyone was incomparably puzzled about. The heavenly lightning dispersed, the death lightning lotus turned into the void, and the origin energy of the heavenly lightning spirit was also exhausted. Xianxia's body trembled, and he knelt on one knee. At that moment, he was already completely exhausted. The divine origin energy in his body was almost completely exhausted. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the terrifying giant face. It had already shrunk by more than 10 times, and the figure was also becoming weaker and weaker. Xianxia knew that the heavenly lightning spirit was probably in great pain as well. Its condition might not be any better than his. Old thing, you're not dead yet, right? If the heavenly lightning spirit is extinguished just like that, it'll be really embarrassing. Xianxia laughed out loud. He constantly recovered his divine origin energy. At this moment, he believed that he would definitely recover faster than the heavenly lightning spirit. Brat, I have to admit that you're harder to deal with than those two mid-divine emperors. But do you think that you have nothing to worry about now? Do you think that I'll be defeated just like that? The heavenly lightning spirit was still as cold as ever. It seemed that it wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of it. It didn't feel that Yi Futian was in any difficulty. Don't pretend. Your current situation might not be any better than mine. You've already suffered heavy injuries before, and you've also fought with me. If you still have the strength to kill me now, will you stop? Xianxia snorted. You're smart. I might not be able to kill you, but can you kill me? If you want to devour me, even if I'm at my last breath, even if you're at your peak, you might not have the chance to devour me. Not to mention that you've already lost all your fighting strength. The heavenly lightning spirit said disdainfully. Both of them seemed to be forcing each other to take action. However, whether it was Xianxia or the heavenly lightning spirit, neither of them took action forcefully. First of all, they didn't have the ability to do so. If it was the last attack, it was very likely that they would fail completely. Xianxia was probing. Wasn't the heavenly lightning spirit the same as well? If you tell me where you came from, maybe I can spare your life. The heavenly lightning spirit said. Do you think I need you to spare me? I think that the one who should be begging for mercy should be you. Heavenly lightning spirit, hee. You're just SOSO. Xianxia's arrogance and overbearing made the heavenly lightning spirit even more furious. It was still 100 feet tall, floating in the void. Its eyes were almost spitting fire. It had never met a guy as arrogant as Xianxia. Later, you'll know how stupid you are. The heavenly lightning spirit said coldly. Really? I'll wait and see. Xianxia stood up with his sword in hand. He stood proudly and looked straight at the heavenly lightning spirit in the void. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. My soul power isn't something that you can reach. Therefore, from this moment on, your soul is under my control. The heavenly lightning spirit said. Really? Then you can try first. Let's see who's stronger between my Emperor Realm soul and yours. Soul-stealing divine technique, soul-killing soul. In an instant, Xianxia's terrifying Emperor Realm soul began to sweep across the sky. The entire canyon was filled with Xianxia's soul power. With a strange attack, it stirred up the 9 heavens with lightning speed. No, this is impossible. Bastard, who the hell are you? An angry roar came from the heavenly lightning spirit's mouth. Its face was gloomy and frightening. Everything has a spirit. Everything has a soul. Even the heavenly lightning spirit was no exception. It originally thought that with the power of its soul, it could easily suppress Xianxia. However, it didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Its soul actually suffered a soul-destroying attack and suffered great damage. The soul of the heavenly thunder spirit suffered a fatal injury. At this time, it was finally terrified because it knew that its soul power had become extremely weak. This guy who came out of nowhere actually had the soul of an Emperor Realm expert. This was too inconceivable. The spirit of the heavenly soul was strong, but the devil grew stronger. Xianxia's strength became even more terrifying. Under such a strong attack, the spirit of the heavenly lightning finally became dispirited. At this moment, Xianxia's physical strength was completely exhausted. His whole body was in extreme pain. If it wasn't for the strength of his soul, Xianxia would have been killed by the heavenly lightning. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you've lost. From now on, you're no longer a threat to me. I'm going to devour you and achieve the strength of a divine emperor to merge with the 4th heavenly lightning. Xianxia stood up slowly with a proud expression. Hard work pays off. He finally defeated the heavenly thunder spirit. The golden hoop narrowly escaped death. However, the final result was very gratifying. To think that I would lose to a half-step divine emperor kid. It's fate. However, you won't be able to devour me with your current strength. My soul energy will never yield to you. Even if I'm on the verge of death, even if I don't resist, you won't be able to do it. Because you're too weak. Too weak. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit said. Then, let me try today. Let's see if I can suppress you. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He didn't believe it. The more the Heavenly Thunder Spirit said that he couldn't suppress him, the angrier Xianxia got. He didn't believe that he couldn't suppress the Heavenly Thunder Spirit. I'm the Heavenly Thunder Divine Dragon from the ancient Divine Palace. Even the Eastern Emperor Bell can't trap me. Moreover, the Eastern Emperor Bell in your hand is incomplete. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit said coldly. Divine Palace? Divine Palace again? Xianxia frowned. What was the origin of this Divine Palace? Where was this place? He was already curious about the gate of the Divine Palace. Now, he was even more curious. Then you can give it a try. Sword. Xianxia held the Heavenly Dragon's sword, the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Cold River Dagger, and the Black Submerged Flag. These 4 divine weapons suppressed the Heavenly Thunder Spirit, but the unyielding will of the Heavenly Thunder Spirit still shocked Xianxia. These 4 divine weapons might be incomplete, but they were unable to suppress the soul of the Heavenly Thunder Spirit. He still stood there with his head held high. That was a kind of unyielding will that had nothing to do with strength. It was like a supreme expert from the 9 heavens. Their aura was something that ordinary people could not compare to. Zulong Tower. Xianxia once again took out the Zulong Tower. At this time, the Heavenly Thunder Spirit cried out in shock. It's him, why is it him? But I can't remember anymore. The Heavenly Lightning Spirit slowly turned into a middle-aged man dressed in white. He was majestic and had a powerful aura. He stood in the air, surrounded by lightning for a long time. You know the Zulong Tower? Xianxia slightly squinted his eyes. So what if I know it? So what if I don't know it? Ha ha ha, I've already forgotten everything. Even that sword, I've already forgotten about it. It's just that the memory in my mind is too deep. I can't forget it even if I want to. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit said faintly. His face was cold as he looked at Xianxia. When their eyes met, Xianxia could feel the domineering and ferocious aura of the Heavenly Thunder Spirit. It was like a sharp killing weapon that made people not dare to get close to it. Even with this broken Zulong Tower, it's still impossible for you to suppress me. What kind of power can a few remnant divine weapons have? Ha ha ha. The Heavenly Spirit stood with his hands folded and said in a deep voice. Again, Myriad Chi Cauldron. Suppress it for me. Xianxia took out the Myriad Chi Cauldron again. At this moment, the Heavenly Thunder Spirit's face turned ugly. His soul also appeared a little sluggish. Xianxia knew that his chance had come. There's more? This is Shenong Cauldron. You even have the Shenong Cauldron. This time, the Heavenly Thunder Spirit was completely speechless. This half-step Divine Emperor fellow was too abnormal. This was simply asking for his life. As soon as the Shenong Cauldron was taken out, the Heavenly Thunder Spirit completely lost his arrogance. At this moment, his soul power was finally suppressed by Xianxia. Now, you should understand who the real boss is. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. If I don't suppress you, how am I going to devour the lightning? Hee hee. Xianxia sneered. No matter how strong the Heavenly Thunder Spirit was, he could still suppress him. Now that Xianxia had a lot of divine weapons in his hands, he was not afraid of this fella at all. Shenong Cauldron, Eastern Emperor Bell, Zulong Tower, Heavenly Dragon Sword, Black Submerged Flag, Cold River Stone. Kid, are you really from the immemorial era? How did you get your hands on these legendary divine weapons? The Heavenly Thunder Spirit said with a sigh. He knew that he would not be able to escape death today, but he did not want to die without knowing the reason. It's the will of the heavens. The one chosen by the heavens is so capricious. So what? Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest, a cold smile on his lips. Don't you want to know the origin of the divine weapons in your hands? Are you willing to just kill me? I don't think you will. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit said. Are you bargaining with me? Xianxia said. Just taking what we need. The heavenly thunder spirit said. Tell me about it. Xianxia looked at the heavenly thunder spirit with interest. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this fella could play. You want to devour me? Sure, but leave a trace of heavenly thunder origin in me. After 10,000 years, I can still be revived. I was born from the heaven and earth. If you completely devour me, you will be going against the will of the heaven and earth. You will not have a good ending. As for me, I can tell you about the origin of your divine weapons. Because I saw a trace of curiosity in your eyes, it means that you are not very familiar with the divine weapons in your hands. Although I have forgotten most of my memories, I still know the origin of the divine weapons in your hands. This deal is not a loss for you. Leaving a trace of heavenly thunder origin in me will not hinder you from devouring my heavenly thunder origin and obtaining the power of heavenly thunder. We can talk about this. It's not impossible for me to leave you with a strand of origin energy. However, if I find out that you're lying or trying to fool me, you won't be able to imagine how miserable you'll be. You know all these divine weapons. You should be familiar with this one as well, right? Xianxia knew that the great Yu soul-forming light had a great origin. The moment he took out the great Yu soul-forming light, the expression of the heavenly lightning spirit became extremely unsightly. You're truly making me more and more unable to see through you. If you can successfully break through to the immortal emperor realm, you'll become the strongest immortal emperor in the history of the divine world. These divine weapons aren't something you can fully unleash right now. How sad. However, I have a word of advice for you. If you want to reach the immortal emperor realm, it won't be so easy. Ever since the primordial war, the ancient civilization has been destroyed. If you want to reach the immortal emperor realm, it's no longer the same as before. It's not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. Without great luck, without great fortune, it's basically impossible. The heavenly lightning spirit seemed to be giving Xianxia a piece of advice. Xianxia knew that the heavenly lightning spirit was right. There hadn't been an emperor realm expert for tens of millions of years. It was enough to show that the divine world was no longer the same as before. The immemorial war had already passed for millions of years. Xianxia didn't know what kind of pressure or barriers there were in the divine world now. Alright, I promise you. I'll leave a strand of your soul behind. I won't devour you completely. With a strand of origin energy, you should be able to cultivate again after 10,000 years. Xianxia nodded. Fuxi had already disappeared. Even if he wanted to know more about the immemorial era, no one would be able to tell him. Although the heavenly lightning spirit was someone he wanted to devour, it wasn't a bad idea to leave a strand of origin energy behind. It was something that was nurtured by the heavens and earth. It was unreasonable to kill the heavenly lightning spirit. What Xianxia wanted was the origin energy of the thousand flame destruction lightning. He didn't want to kill the heavenly lightning spirit. A gentleman keeps his word. I like people like you who are frank and straightforward. The heavenly thunder spirit's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. You're about to be devoured by me, yet you're still so happy? Xianxia smiled. Isn't it worth a laugh to escape from death? I believe you won't lie to me. Devouring 99% of my origin energy is already enough for you. Leaving a strand of my origin energy isn't a big deal to you, so there's no need for you to lie to me. Leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. Ha ha ha, said the spirit of heavenly thunder with a smile. At this moment, the eyes of the two of them converged once again, filled with complicated emotions. What do you want to know? Say it. What kind of place is the divine court? Is it an organization or a sect? Xianxia said. AI, speaking of the divine court, even if it's me, I'm not willing to talk too much about it. My memories are incomplete and the things I know are limited. I can only tell you that the divine court was once an alliance of deities. But now, the divine court no longer exists. Back then, I was one of the experts in the divine court. After so many years, the heavenly dipper sovereigns were thrown into chaos during the Great War of the Supreme Ancient Era. The divine court could be considered as the ruler of the divine world during the Supreme Ancient Era. However, it has already been reduced to ashes. Not long ago, the divine world was so glorious. Heroes fought for hegemony. Countless experts stood in great numbers. Emperors were as many as the hairs on a cow. Hundreds of races contended for supremacy. But now, the divine court is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. As for the fall of the divine court, I can't remember it anymore. I only remember that the sky was dark and the earth was collapsing. More than half of the experts in the supreme ancient era died. No one could hide in the world. That was like the end of an era. The glorious supreme ancient era was instantly reduced to ashes. As for what happened in the end, I have no memory at all. My strength was greatly damaged and my memory is also incomplete. It's already a lot for me to remember these. Although the heavenly thunder spirit's explanation did not satisfy Xianxia, it at least gave him some understanding of the divine court. It seemed like the prosperity of the immemorial era was incomparable to the present era. Some things had already passed, vanished into thin air, and vanished into the dust of history. Why is the myriad chi cauldron in my hand called the farmer god cauldron? What kind of background did it have? Back then, Fuxi also said the same thing to me. Was this myriad chi cauldron called Xianxia cauldron in the past? Xianxia continued to ask. This was what he was most concerned about. It seemed that this myriad chi cauldron was not just a cauldron for concocting medicine. Things were far from as simple as he thought. Since it could breed myriad chi, it must be something extraordinary. You've seen Fuxi ancestor god? The spirit of heavenly thunder's pupils shrank and his face became extremely solemn. Yes, it's just a remnant soul. He is already dead. Even if it's a remnant soul, it didn't stay for long before it dissipated. Xianxia said. I see. It seems that you really don't know about Fuxi ancestor god and the others. These 5 ancestor gods were the most powerful ancestor gods since the creation of the divine world. However, ancestor gods were not necessarily the most powerful existences. These 5 ancestor gods were the symbols of the divine world. But for some reason, all 5 ancestor gods were sacrificed in the primitive ancient war. Even Emperor Donghua of the divine court couldn't preserve their bloodline. That was the beginning of the divine world's nightmare. I seem to have digressed. I only know a rough outline of those things. I only know that this Xianxia cauldron is the life divine weapon of ancestor god Xianxia. As for how you got it, I don't know. Ancestor god Xianxia. It seems that this myriad chi cauldron has a great origin. I know that this Eastern Emperor Bel belongs to Eastern Emperor Tai. But do you know what is a 9th reincarnation, Venerable? Xianxia had another doubt. Eastern Emperor Tai left him a message to find a 9th reincarnation, Venerable. However, Xianxia had no idea whether a 9th reincarnation venerable was a person or something. A 9th reincarnation venerable? I've never heard of him either. However, the Eastern monarch Tai's power is comparable to the 5 elder gods, and he was also a major figure of the primordial era. It seems that you've encountered quite a good fortune. Not only were you able to obtain so many divine weapons and treasures, you were even able to meet the Fuxi elder god and the Eastern monarch Tai. Your Eastern Emperor Bel should only have half of its soul left. That's why you can't unleash its full power. If you had the power of a divine emperor and the Eastern Emperor Bel was complete, just this divine weapon alone would be enough to seal me. The spirit of heavenly spirit laughed at himself. However, almost all the magical weapons like the Eastern Emperor Bel were incomplete. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. With a raise of his hand, a bronze throne suddenly appeared in his hand. At that moment, the heavenly thunder spirit's face suddenly changed. He staggered a few steps back, his face extremely pale. His eyes also changed a few times. At that moment, even his breathing became heavy. Xianxia wanted to ask, but he realized that the heavenly thunder spirit was already stunned. There was an indescribable fear in his eyes. You. Where did you get this thing? The heavenly thunder spirit even stuttered. Why? Is this thing very scary? Xianxia's smile became even brighter. It seemed that he had asked the right person. This guy really knew what this thing was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a frightened expression. If you used this thing to suppress me from the beginning, my soul would probably have dispersed. The heavenly thunder spirit's words stunned Xianxia. This bronze throne was actually so powerful? Compared to the Eastern Emperor Bel and the myriad chi cauldron, it was even more monstrous? Tell me about it. I don't know what this thing is. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit shook his head. His face was filled with fear and he kept his mouth shut. Xianxia frowned. This guy seemed to want to go against him. If you don't say it, you should be able to imagine the ending. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, I can only say that one of the 5 great ancestral gods in the immemorial era, the ancestral god of the Yuchao clan, was suppressed to death by this bronze throne. As for who this bronze throne belonged to, I don't know. I really don't know. Even if I knew, it might have been erased from the depths of my memory. My memory is not complete. I don't need to lie to you about this. It's because in my memory, there is such a memory. When this bronze throne appeared, it suppressed the ancestral god of the Yuchao clan to death. That's why I'm so afraid. Is that true? Xianxia was skeptical. It seemed that the Heavenly Thunder Spirit wasn't lying. Since it could directly suppress the ancestral god of the Yuchao clan to death, how terrifying was this bronze throne? What kind of background did he have? Xianxia wanted to ask about the origin of the man in the ice, but he found out that he had no idea what the man's name was or how he looked like. It was as if the man's existence was just a shadow that came and went without a trace. Xianxia couldn't fathom him at all. This bronze throne further deepened Xianxia's curiosity towards the man in ice and this ghastly thing. It seemed like there were too many things that had happened in the primordial era, and it was impossible to explain them clearly in a short period of time. Even this fellow who had lived in the primordial era couldn't explain it clearly. His soul had been erased, which was an extremely strange matter. Could it be that someone didn't want him to know what had happened? Xianxia didn't continue asking because he could sense that the Heavenly Thunder Spirit seemed to be extremely fearful of him. There were some things that the Heavenly Thunder Spirit didn't want to say. Even if the Heavenly Thunder Spirit wanted to lie to him, Xianxia wouldn't know. Although knowing these things wouldn't be of much help to Xianxia, at the very least, it allowed the Heavenly Thunder Spirit to know some secrets and characters of the primordial era. There was no harm in leaving a strand of origin energy in the Heavenly Thunder Spirit. Now, are you finally prepared to be devoured by me? Remember, don't resist. I've said that I won't regret leaving a strand of origin energy in you. If not, I can make you unable to reincarnate for eternity. Xianxia calmly spoke. Using several divine weapons to suppress the Heavenly Thunder Spirit, he no longer had any way to retaliate. Right now, he could only wait on the ground like a lamb. I hope you can keep your promise. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit spoke. I, Xianxia, have always been true to my words. You are born from the heavens and earth, there's no benefit to me if I sever your path of retreat. A strand of origin energy of the Heavenly Thunder Spirit isn't of any harm to me. As he spoke, Xianxia began to frantically devour the Heavenly Thunder Spirit. The origin energy contained within the Heavenly Thunder Spirit was extremely vast. If it wasn't for the suppression of several divine weapons, it would be impossible for him to devour the Heavenly Thunder Spirit in one go. The eyes of the Heavenly Thunder Spirit were tightly shut. He knew that there was no turning back. The best outcome was that he would be able to leave a strand of origin energy behind. Only then would he be able to cultivate again in the future. Due to the suppression of several divine weapons, it wasn't too difficult for Xianxia to devour the origin energy of the 1,000 flame destruction lightning. Not only that, he didn't resist at all. Hence, when Xianxia devoured the 1,000 flame destruction lightning, he was like a fish in water. Compared to the time when he devoured the Zhiyu drought lightning, it was much easier. Time passed by quickly and 3 years had passed. The heavenly lightning in Xianxia's eyes became more and more pure and terrifying. Dragon marks covered his entire body. Tens of thousands of dragon marks gradually gathered into terrifying divine origin qi, filling every part of Xianxia's body, meridians, and every cell in his body. As time flowed, Xianxia completely devoured the 1,000 flame destruction lightning. The pain and suffering he experienced naturally wasn't something that others could understand. He could only endure it alone. However, Xianxia still left a strand of origin energy behind. This was what he promised the Heavenly Thunder Spirit. He wouldn't go back on his words. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had reached a terrifying 5 million, almost reaching the peak. The dragon marks in his body surged and the 92nd floor of the ancestral dragon pagoda gradually opened. Xianxia's strength had also reached the divine emperor realm at this moment. Xianxia couldn't help but roar. The roar of a dragon resounded through the heavens. Xianxia could feel that his strength had become stronger. At this moment, he had broken through to the divine emperor realm. It could be considered as a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. At this moment, Xianxia didn't need to worry anymore. With his current strength, Xianxia was confident that he could defeat a mid-divine emperor. Even a late divine emperor would be able to put up a fight against him if his opponent wasn't too strong. I've finally reached the divine emperor realm. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a loud laugh. The radiance in his eyes turned into sharp swords that soared into the sky. With a flip of Xianxia's palm, the 4 heavenly lightnings converged together. The terrifying energy ripples made people's hearts palpitate. Even Xianxia himself was curious about the 1,000 flame destruction lightning. If he could fuse all 4 heavenly lightnings together in the future, he wouldn't dare to imagine how terrifying his combat strength would be. Looks like it's time to see what's on the 92nd floor of the Zulong Tower. Xianxia murmured. Xianxia stretched out his hand and the ancestral dragon pagoda appeared out of nowhere. Golden light shone everywhere. At this moment, he could feel a strong aura. Looks like the ancestral dragon emperor is going to wake up soon. Another bluestone jade strip, Xianxia's eyes became solemn and his breathing became rapid. Back then, Xianxia obtained a bluestone jade strip on the 91st floor. It was the first seal of the expansive sky seal. Could it be that the second bluestone jade strip was the second seal? If Xianxia wanted to cast the first seal now, it would be extremely difficult, and he would need to take a great risk. If this was really the second seal, it would undoubtedly be a great help to Xianxia. However, the current him might not be able to use it, or it could be said that he didn't have the ability to cast it yet. Xianxia held the bluestone jade strip in his hand. At that moment, his soul power entered the bluestone jade strip. Xianxia's body trembled and his expression became solemn. The smile on his face became more and more mellow. If it's true, the expansive sky seal should be an extremely terrifying cultivation technique. The first seal, the expansive sky seal, is already capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The second seal, the expansive sky seal, should be even more terrifying. If I open the last 9 floors of the Zulong Tower, I should be able to obtain the 9 great seals. Xianxia looked at the bluestone jade strip in his hand and memorized the expansive sky seal in his mind. Shortly after, he destroyed the bluestone jade strip in his hand. At this moment, the vibration of the ancestral dragon pagoda became more and more intense. Dragon roars reverberated in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia sighed and murmured with a helpless expression on his face, "Senior ancestral dragon emperor, are you finally going to wake up?" As expected, not long after Xianxia finished his sentence, a golden shadow slowly appeared in the sky from the ancestral dragon pagoda. The dragon's mightiness was peerless. At this moment, the power of the ancestral dragon pagoda became extremely terrifying. The ancestral dragon emperor had finally awakened. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor's strength had reached the early divine emperor realm. He was much stronger than before. The current ancestral dragon emperor gave Xianxia a great pressure. Even Xianxia would not be able to defeat the ancestral dragon emperor easily. This was the unparalleled might of the ancestral dragon emperor. The terror of the king of beasts. Thinking back to the past, the ancestral dragon emperor's strength was not much stronger than Xianxia's at that time. Xianxia had been supporting the ancestral dragon emperor step by step, allowing the ancestral dragon emperor to recover to his current realm. Time flew by. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions in his heart. "Senior ancestral dragon emperor, you're finally awake," Xianxia said with a smile. The golden dragon in front of him eventually turned into a golden-robed man. His eyes were filled with brilliance and radiance. Compared to his previous senile look, his image had completely changed. He stood with his hands clasped together, looking high-spirited, like a domineering war god. His chi was peerless. "Little guy, I didn't expect your strength to improve so much faster than I imagined. You've actually reached the same realm as me, the Divine Emperor realm. That's unbelievable." Ha ha ha. Back in the 9 regions Immortal World and Saint Origin World, you were so weak that you couldn't even withstand a gust of wind. Now, it seems like I didn't misjudge you. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said with a laugh. His eyes were filled with gratification. The two of them relied on each other and supported each other. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was filled with respect and gratitude towards Xianxia for being able to reach where he was today. Of course, Xianxia felt the same way too. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor allowed him to be successful in his cultivation. Both of them were indispensable. In the end, they stood at the peak of the Saint Origin World, the peak of the 9 region Immortal World and the peak of the Divine World. Although it was still too early to say this, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was confident in himself and Xianxia. Everyone needs to grow. Time is the best weapon. Xianxia said with a smile. Good. Well said. Time is the best weapon. I, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, have been in seclusion for hundreds of millions of years. Today, I'm finally going to return to the Divine World. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. Xianxia could not understand the complicated look in his eyes. I'll take back what I've lost with my own hands. I'll kill my enemies with my own hands. I, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, am finally back. The passion in the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes was something that Xianxia could not understand. It was a kind of anger and sorrow that had been suppressed for hundreds of millions of years. It was the joy of being reborn. From this moment onwards, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor no longer needed to stay in the Zulong Tower. From this moment onwards, his journey back to the Divine World officially began. Senior Ancestral Dragon Emperor, you should be able to leave the Zulong Tower now, right? Xianxia asked. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, it's not time yet. Although I've reached the Divine Emperor realm, there are still people who can kill me. I can feel that although the Divine World is not as glorious as it was in the past, there are still many Emperor Realm experts. What? There are still many Emperor Realm experts? Didn't they say that there hasn't been any Emperor Realm experts in the Divine World for millions of years? Xianxia's heart sank. He was shocked and confused. That's just what some experts said. The number of Emperor Realm experts now is much lesser compared to the immemorial era. It might even be less than 10%. Due to the lack of spiritual qi, the Divine World is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Many Emperor Realm experts do not have great perseverance and talent. However, there are still some who manage to become Emperor Realm experts. Emperor Realm experts are considered to be extremely powerful. However, to the true rulers, Emperor Realm experts are considered to have just stepped into a realm of cultivation. Because only those who have reached the Emperor realm can cultivate their own Tao. However, you don't know how deep those guys are hiding. Many Emperor realm experts have gone into seclusion to cultivate in seclusion, or for some reason, they no longer appear in the world. At the very least, the current Divine World looks calm, but it's not to the extent that there are no Emperor realm experts emerging. Therefore, under the calm surface, there might be undercurrents surging, it's just that we don't know. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor's words gave Xianxia a better understanding of the Divine World. At first, he thought that he would be able to find a worthy opponent after reaching the Divine Emperor realm. However, it seemed that many experts had gone into seclusion. That's why the Divine World looked so peaceful and harmonious. If I were to appear, I would likely stir up a storm in all directions. All of my enemies from back then would likely swarm toward me. Most importantly, the current Dragon Clan is likely to be in a turbulent situation. Back then, my death was greatly related to the appearance of a spy in the Dragon Clan. Even if I were to return to the Dragon Clan now, I might not necessarily be able to wield great authority again. Therefore, before that, you must make a trip to the Dragon Clan. Consider it as opening up a path and finding out where the danger lies. Xianxia nodded. Not to mention the Divine World, even the Dragon Clan was divided. Even the Ancestral Dragon Emperor did not dare to return to the Dragon Clan. One could imagine how powerful the Dragon Clan was. In another 20 years or so, it should be the Rising Dragon Banquet of the Dragon Clan. It is held once every 3,000 years, and the experts of the 8 demon clans will participate. The Dragon Clan is the lord of all beasts and is worshipped by all. At that time, the Rising Dragon Banquet will be a gathering of heroes. Whoever can come out on top will be able to enter the ancient land of the dragon clan to cultivate. At that time, I need to go to the ancient land to find someone. Only he can help me return to the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon emperor and Xianxia looked at each other. Xianxia had never seen such determination in his life. Billions of years had passed, but Xianxia could see the impatience in the ancestral dragon emperor's eyes. He did not want to return to the ancient land of the dragon clan at all times. That was his hometown. He could not get rid of his homesickness in his life. But the dragon clan had been split apart. Even if he did not go back, he knew that the dragon clan had changed a lot. The Rising Dragon Banquet of the Dragon Clan will be held in more than 20 years. At that time, we must definitely make a trip there. The ancestral dragon emperor said. All right. I will try my best to help you return to the dragon clan. Xianxia said solemnly. Returning to the dragon clan is inevitable. However, what I am most worried about is still the general trend of the world. Another era has arrived. I wonder what the great tribulation of the world will be like this time. I wonder how many people will appear. The waters of the dragon clan are still quite deep. It won't be easy for me to complete my transformation and return to the dragon clan. I hope that day will come later. The ancestral dragon emperor said faintly. World's calamity? What's that? Xianxia frowned. Maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. I am just guessing. Hee, don't take it to heart. The ancestral dragon emperor smiled. However, Xianxia knew that the ancestral dragon emperor did not want Xianxia to know too much. Looks like there are some things that the ancestral dragon emperor is hiding from Xianxia. To the ancestral dragon emperor, Xianxia's strength was still far from enough. To the ancestral dragon emperor, the strength of a divine emperor was just trash. Now, it's time to leave. Xianxia said quietly. Xianxia only had one goal, which was to go to the peak of Xianxia Mountain, the Lingyan Cave, where Yingayao was. Xianxia would only be at ease if he could get there. This time, he must save his loved one. Qingqing, wait for me. I won't let you wait for too long. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He was full of confidence and his lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. He wanted to kill everyone in the divine pagoda. He wanted to rush to the divine land of the middle region. With the might of a divine emperor, Xianxia wanted to flatten Xianxia Mountain, although he still didn't have the strength to challenge the Buddha pagoda and perhaps there was still a long way to go. Xianxia had to do this at this moment. Yan Qingqing must be suffering a fate worse than death. She must be eagerly waiting for him to save her. One more thing. Senior Dragon Emperor, how much do you know about the divine pagoda? Xianxia looked at the ancestral dragon emperor and asked. The ancestral dragon emperor frowned and his expression became complicated. The divine pagoda is very complicated and the forces are very complicated. I can only tell you that even I, who was in the immemorial era, was not willing to go against them. The ancestral dragon emperor's words made Xianxia gasp. He had already overestimated the divine pagoda. However, he never expected that even the ancestral dragon emperor was not willing to go against the divine pagoda. This meant that the divine pagoda was extremely powerful. The era of my death was almost the same as the Gautama Buddha's death. The death of the Gautama Buddha was inextricably linked to the pagoda, and the decline of the Eastern Emperor sect was also closely related to the pagoda. Back then, the second-generation sect master of the Eastern Emperor sect, Donhuan Tianyi, who was also the son of the ancient great god Donhuan Tai, was killed by the pagoda, and the Eastern Emperor sect was also chased out of the central region divine land. At that time, the pagoda had enemies everywhere, but no one could compete with it. The divine pagoda could be said to be the incarnation of the Buddha world. However, the Buddha world was split apart and the Western Buddhist land was probably destroyed. As for the relationship between the Western Buddhist land and the Buddha world, I have no idea. But if you want to go against the Buddha's pagoda, you still have to consider it properly. You must not underestimate your enemy. All those years ago, countless sects either submitted or were directly annihilated under the iron fist of the Buddha's pagoda. That sort of horrifying could be said to be the most horrifying war in the immortal dimension after the primeval war. Xianxia nodded his head silently. He did not dare to underestimate the divine pagoda anymore. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to stand on the same side as the divine pagoda. Otherwise, how could he save Qingqing? Xianxia knew that he had too many things on his shoulders. At this moment, he wanted to go to the Jade Mountain and save Yan Qingqing in the Lingyun cave. After that, he would forcefully enter the Central Region Divine Land. At the very least, he had to choose a sect. At that time, his path of vengeance would start. The hatred of the craftsman god had always been engraved in Jiangchen's heart. He would never forget that the craftsman god was the reason why he was able to reach where he was today. Jiangchen would never forget the kindness of the craftsman god. The inheritance of the craftsman god was what he relied on to enter the divine world. Now that he had achieved success in his cultivation and stepped into the Central Region Divine Land, his first goal was to avenge the craftsman god. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Dragon Emperor. Jiangchen nodded his head heavily. Although I have reached the Divine Emperor realm now, I cannot act recklessly. Otherwise, my enemies will definitely sense my aura. The strength of an Emperor realm expert is not something you can imagine now. Therefore, I need to go into seclusion as soon as possible. I will enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan 20 years later. At that time, I will have the chance to step out of the Central Region Divine Land. You don't have to wake me up unless it's absolutely necessary. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. Then, he turned into a golden light and disappeared from the Zulong Tower. Jiangchen could not help but sigh. Seems like I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Becoming a Divine Emperor realm expert was not enough for him to be complacent. However, reaching the peak of the Jade Mountain, the Lingyun cave, and fighting against Yun Guiyao was a must. Above the Central Region Divine Land, at the border between the Forbidden Land and the Divine Land, the All-Life Pagoda Hall, an ancient hall that reached the clouds. It was grand and magnificent. Spiritual qi lingered around it. The hall was about 100 zhang tall. The walls stood tall, symbolizing the supreme authority. On top of the hall, there was a huge gold-stamped stone board. The word pagoda was carved on it. What a bunch of trash. They can't even handle such a small matter. I have to do it myself. The middle-aged man had a murderous look on his face. Not far behind him stood a skinny old man. His body was as thin as a match and he looked extremely weak. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Dongfang Lianxua, it's time for you to take action. You're the only mainstay in the Buddha Hall. Your great senior brother has been in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. I don't know what realm he's at now. I'm the only one left to take charge of the Buddha Hall. The old man shook his head and sighed. His haggard face was filled with coldness and killing intent. First Elder, it seems that Lu Changtian and his fellows are not making any progress in your hands these years. He. Dongfang Lianxua sneered. As the second disciple of the all-living Buddha sect, his strength was naturally incomparably strong. Even the great elder had to give him some face. However, apart from him, Lu Changtian and the others were much weaker. Some people are as stupid as pigs. What can I do? I'm old and useless. However, someone dares to kill the people of the Buddha Tower. I won't let him continue to be free. The great elder smiled and said. He was not angry at all. His eyes were calm. He was neither arrogant nor humble when facing Dongfang Lianxua's question. I'd like to see who dares to kill the people of the Buddha Hall. Dongfang Lianxua waved his long sleeves and his cloak fluttered. He turned around and stepped on a dark cloud, disappearing from the Buddha Hall. When Jiangchen walked out of the canyon, the dark clouds were rolling. It had been more than a few years. However, no one left at this moment. Both Han Yan and Yu Jingxian were waiting for Jiangchen silently. At this moment, Han Yan seemed to have comprehended something. It seemed like he was about to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Recently, I've always been able to enter a mysterious realm. That realm seems illusory. I feel that I'm about to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, Han Yan said. Han Yan said in a low voice. Even though his expression was still icy cold, there was a wisp of joy that couldn't be concealed. That's great, Ah Yan, you're finally going to break through. It seems like we didn't neglect our cultivation here. Sister Jingxian, the two of us have to work hard too, he. Leng Qianqian smiled. Han Yan's breakthrough was imminent and she was even happier than Han Yan himself. Yeah, congratulations, Ah Yan. I don't know when Jiangchen will be able to walk out of the Sky Thunder Canyon. Yu Jingxian forced a faint smile, but she was extremely worried in her heart. Don't worry, I can feel that little Chenzi is still alive. As long as he's still alive, he should be out soon. Han Yan said in a low voice. He was trying to comfort himself. As a matter of fact, he had no idea when Jiangchen would come out. He just didn't want everyone to worry about Jiangchen's safety. Thunder Rush Canyon, land of heavenly lightning, it is indeed here. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the valley. Han Yan and the others' expressions changed slightly as they sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching them from the east. Quick, hide. Han Yan said in a low voice. His breathing was extremely heavy. He could feel that the aura was extremely terrifying and it was hard for him to withstand it. There's no need to hide anymore. Today, all of you will die. A black figure flashed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared above Han Yan and the rest. Who are you? Han Yan asked in a deep voice. You dare to ask me who I am after killing my people from the slaughter tower? Hee, interesting. The few of you should be waiting for someone. There's indeed another aura in the land of heavenly lightning. I'll kill the three of you first before going to look for that guy. Dongfang Lianxua said faintly. He didn't put Han Yan and the others in his eyes at all. He didn't even bother to look at them. That kind of disdain was innate. It's the people from the slaughter tower. Yu Jingxian and Ling Qianqian looked at each other and gasped. This person's strength was too powerful. He completely blocked their way and there was nowhere for them to hide. So what? You want to kill us? Let's see if you have the capability to do so. Han Yan said coldly. Even though he knew that he was not a match for the other party, he did not retreat. Because he wanted to buy time for Jiangchen, even though he had no idea how long Jiangchen would need to get out of the land of heavenly lightning. Stubborn little fella. Hee. The few of you are too weak. I'm not interested in dealing with you guys at all. Dongfang Lianxua said disapprovingly. He shook his head and sighed. A half-step divine emperor. Is this the group that defeated Lu Changtian? What a disappointment. That Lu Changtian deserved to die. However, he was still a member of the slaughter tower and his junior brother. Dongfang Lianxua still wanted to kill these people to avenge Lu Changtian. After all, the reputation of the slaughter tower was inviolable. You have to get past me first. Han Yan shouted. He took a step forward and charged towards Dongfang Lianxua. Dongfang Lianxua sneered and struck out with his palm. Thunderbolts surged and wind and thunder roared. The heavens and earth seemed to have changed because of his existence. Han Yan's fist could not land on his target no matter how hard he tried. Dongfang Lianxua's palm moved slightly and covered Han Yan's fist. With a slight movement, Han Yan's entire arm was shattered. Han Yan's face turned pale and he was sent flying. He was defeated by the black-cloaked man in front of him in just one move. Ah Yan! Ling Qianqian exclaimed and her expression changed. She quickly caught Han Yan. However, Han Yan's arm was already crippled. Dongfang Lianxua's attack was as powerful as a thunderbolt, causing Han Yan to lose his ability to fight. Han Yan's face turned pale. He was filled with emotions. I'm not his match. Where did this fella come from? Is the slaughter tower really that powerful? The three of you must die. Dongfang Lianxua did not say anything but he had already sentenced the three of them to death. Han Yan was forced to retreat and lost his ability to fight. Yu Jingxian and Ling Qianqian did not even have the strength to fight back. All of you, go to hell. Dongfang Lianxua struck out with his palm. An invisible palm fell from the sky and shrouded the three of them. Han Yan, Ling Qianqian, and Yu Jingxian could feel the threat of death. At that moment, they were really in despair. You're not qualified to kill my people. Little Chenzi. Jiangchen. Han Yan and Yu Jingxian shouted at the same time. Instantly, their faces were filled with joy. Jiangchen's appearance had not only saved their lives, but it had also rekindled the hope in their hearts that had already been extinguished. The man from the slaughter tower was too powerful. Han Yan, Yu Jingxian, and the others did not even have the strength to fight back. They were like children in front of him. It was a one-sided suppression. The moment Xianxia appeared, their hearts had calmed down. He was like the savior of the world. From him, Han Yan could feel a domineering aura. At this moment, Xianxia was like a sharp sword that no one could stop. His aura was so strong that it could pierce through the 9 heavens, causing people to tremble in fear. He has become stronger, Han Yan said in a low voice. Han Yan said in a low voice, but the corner of his mouth showed a hint of a smile. Xianxia had become stronger, and he was happy for Xianxia. At this moment, facing the expert from the slaughter tower, Xianxia did not show any fear. Instead, he welcomed the challenge. When their eyes met, the confrontation between their eyes was even more shocking. Dongfang Lianxua looked at Xianxia with sharp eyes and said, "You're the one who killed that trash, Lu Changtian, right? A few trash have died, and now you're here to die? A few trash have died, and now you're here to die?" Xianxia said faintly. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Dongfang Lianxua. This guy was too pretentious. Xianxia thought that he was low-key enough, but his high profile made Xianxia despise him. He never had a good impression of the people from the slaughter tower. "Looks like you're very confident. I'm still doubtful that you can defeat Lu Changtian. You're just an early divine emperor, how can you be so arrogant? Do you really think that you're invincible?" "Ha ha ha." Dongfang Lianxua snorted disdainfully. His smile was full of sarcasm and disdain. Xianxia was just a petty thief in front of him. If it wasn't for the reputation of the Buddhist pagoda, Dongfang Lianxua would definitely not take action. He felt that he would dirty his hands by dealing with a few half-step divine emperors and divine emperors. Experts naturally had their own pride. Dongfang Lianxua was the second disciple of the all-living Buddha Hall. There was no need to doubt his strength. Even the great elder of the all-living Buddha Hall was not given any face by Dongfang Lianxua. However, for the sake of the all-living Buddha pagoda, he had to participate in this battle. "Lu Changtian, you only have yourself to blame. If you want to die, I can send you on your way." Xianxia smiled and faced it calmly. "Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. To think that someone wants to send me, Dongfang Lianxua, to die. You must be tired of living." Dongfang Lianxua waved his hand and a series of ripples spread out from his black robe. The surrounding rocks and trees were all turned into dust at this moment. Yu Jingxian and Han Yan's facial expression changed. Just the aura alone was enough to make one's scalp numb. "This fella is ridiculously strong. Just a small trick. You're a mid-divine emperor. Do you think you can bluff with such a small trick? If you want to fight, I, Xianxia, will accompany you to the end. I can only tell you that Lu Changtian deserved to die. If you want to take revenge for him, then come at me. Let me see how many people the Buddhist pagoda will send to their deaths." Xianxia stood proudly and made an inviting gesture with one of his hands. This made Dongfang Lianxua's face darken. This bastard dared to provoke him. This was intolerable. In this battle, Dongfang Lianxua must destroy all of them and make their souls vanish. What a bunch of ungrateful fellas. Perhaps I could leave your corpses intact if you kneel down and beg for mercy. But now, you don't have any chance. Those who dare to go against the Buddhist pagoda will be killed without mercy. Dongfang Lianxua pointed at Xianxia and said in a deep voice. "Come at me. Let me see the difference between you, a big trash, and that little trash." Xianxia smiled coldly and looked at Dongfang Lianxua. Dongfang Lianxua's anger was completely aroused by Xianxia. This fella really doesn't know what's good for him. Dongfang Lianxua has already listed Xianxia as a target to be killed. Get lost. Dongfang Lianxua punched out. Terrifying chi waves swept away the surrounding boulders. The might of this punch was like the pressure of Mount Tai. It was extremely powerful. Xianxia's countenance was as calm as usual. He punched out. At this moment, Dongfang Lianxua's eyes were filled with solemnity. Xianxia actually dared to receive his punch with his bare hands. This was simply unbelievable. However, Xianxia did indeed receive it. Moreover, the might of this punch was completely neutralized by Xianxia. Both of them retreated 3 steps. Dongfang Lianchua's gaze became more and more intense. This was something he didn't expect. Xianxia was actually able to receive his punch. This punch could even heavily injure an ordinary mid-divine emperor. Dongfang Lianchua had such confidence, but Xianxia actually received it. Dongfang Lianchua had used at least 70% of his strength in this punch, but the result made him somewhat unhappy. You're very strong. Now it's interesting. If you're so weak, then it'll be disappointing. As soon as Dongfang Lianchua finished speaking, he took a step forward. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he shot towards Xianxia. A storm of thunderous attacks came crashing down. Xianxia could feel that the surrounding void was shattered. This kind of attack was something that Xianxia had never seen before. Good. Xianxia's eyes gradually turned cold. The corner of his lips curled up. This fella's terror had exceeded his expectation. A mid-divine emperor. Originally, Xianxia was confident that he could crush him with his bare hands. But who was Dongfang Lianchua? Dongfang Lianchua was a mid-divine emperor expert, an expert of the All-Life Pagoda Palace. He was the direct disciple of the All-Life Pagoda Palace. That kind of domineering aura was naturally not something that an ordinary mid-divine emperor could withstand. Dongfang Lianchua's strength could be seen. One punch after another, the void was shattered. Xianxia and Dongfang Lianchua exchanged dozens of punches. Both of them were incomparably shocked by each other's strength. Xianxia's strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants in addition to the dragon transformation was actually on par with Dongfang Lianchua. Both of them were exchanging blows, but none of them could do anything to the other. It should be known that Dongfang Lianchua was an expert from the Futa Hall who could sweep away all living beings. Other than the great senior brother, even the great elder might not be his match. His strength was extremely terrifying even in the entire central region divine land. But now, a nameless brat was able to exchange blows with him. Naturally, Dongfang Lianchua was infuriated beyond words. He could feel his strength being suppressed to an extreme degree. This fella must definitely teach him a lesson. Lin Fan was going to teach him a lesson. Little Chenzi's strength is getting more and more terrifying. I'm afraid that if I don't break through to the Divine Emperor realm, I won't be his match anymore. Han Yan said with a bitter smile. Xianxia's terrifying strength was shocking. Han Yan knew that the gap between him and Xianxia was getting bigger and bigger. He must not be left behind by Xianxia. Although they were brothers, if he was left behind by Xianxia, Han Yan's heart would be filled with sorrow. Little Chenzi, wait for me. I will break through to the Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible. Han Yan clenched his fists. At this moment, he could feel the barrier of the Divine Emperor realm. As long as he cultivated more, he would be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm very soon. Dongfang Lianchua stared at Xianxia. At this moment, the battle between the two of them had entered a white-hot stage. However, none of them could do anything to the other. He was very strong, but so was Xianxia. Under the battle of the two of them fell into a stalemate. You're very strong, but you can only blame your bad luck for meeting me. Dongfang Lianchua retreated in order to advance. The palm of his hand was like a thunderbolt, changing continuously. In an instant, a giant palm of willpower appeared in the sky, blocking the sun in the sky, almost covering Xianxia and the others. Great Sun Divine Palm. An incomparably huge palm print fell from the sky, almost crushing everyone. Xianxia's expression was incomparably pale. This fella was indeed quite capable. Compared to Lu Changtian, he was not just a little bit stronger. At this moment, Han Yan and the others felt as if they were about to suffocate. That invisible pressure had cast a haze over everyone's hearts. Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Restriction. Xianxia activated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, enveloping everyone within the Divine Golden Bell. At the instant when the incomparably huge palm collided with the Eastern Emperor Bell, it completely vanished into thin air. However, Xianxia was also forced to take 2 steps back. His expression was grave. The invisible huge palm that blotted out the sky had disappeared in an instant. What a terrifying divine weapon. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Is it the Eastern Emperor sect? Dongfang Lianxua murmured with a solemn expression. He had already condensed 90% of his strength in this palm strike, but Jiang Chen was still able to walk leisurely. This was something that Dongfang Lianxua had never expected. "Brat, take another palm strike from me." Dongfang Lianxua's expression was cold as he formed another seal with his hands. The unpredictable palm wind shot out like a rainbow. 5 Elemental Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's seal was extremely terrifying. Now that Jiang Chen's strength had broken through consecutively, the 5 Elemental Divine Dragon Seal had become even more terrifying. As it collided with Dongfang Lianxua's, the aura of both of them became extremely cold. After the wind and lightning, neither of them was able to completely suppress the other. On the contrary, both of them were evenly matched. "Jiang Chen, you've completely angered me. Today, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes, and destroy your soul." The veins on Dongfang Lianxua's face bulged. This fellow was actually able to fight with him to such an extent. How could he not feel depressed? He was an expert from the All-Beings Photo Hall. Even the strongest pagoda in the entire divine world couldn't suppress him. How could he put his face? "You want to kill me? Dream on. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as flipping my palm." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Actually, it was quite difficult for him to kill Dongfang Lianxua. Neither of them dared to be certain that they could defeat the other. Even until now, they were just testing each other and had yet to unleash their true killing moves. Jiang Chen knew that Dongfang Lianxua was also aware of this. However, Jiang Chen's words angered Dongfang Lianxua so much that his face turned ashen. Because Dongfang Lianxua was too arrogant, too domineering. He wouldn't allow anyone to be stronger than him. Especially this Jiang Chen, who he should have killed with a single palm strike, was actually standing on the same level as him. "Today, I'll definitely kill you." Dongfang Lianxua took a step forward. His killing intent towards Jiang Chen became even more intense. "That might not be so." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said. "What if I'm included? Don't tell me you won't die today?" A cold voice rang in the ears of Jiang Chen and the others. Han Yan and Ling Qianqian looked at each other. Both of their expressions changed drastically. Demon Lord Louis, Jiang Chen frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man in purple robes. The middle-aged man stepped on the void and walked towards them. The pressure he emitted was getting stronger and stronger. "Demon Lord Louis?" Jiang Chen murmured. Could this person be the Demon Lord of the Forbidden Area's God clan? His strength was stronger than Dongfang Lianxua's. "Looks like you've made a lot of enemies." Dongfang Lianxua crossed his arms and said with a smile. The Demon Lord of the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan was the leader of a clan. Even Dongfang Lianxua wasn't confident that he could defeat him. "The two of you really disappoint me." Louis XVII looked at Han Yan and Ling Qianqian and sighed. "Leng Mo, you're the person I value the most in my clan. I even favor you more than some of the princes. However, you've betrayed me. It really makes me sad. Qianqian, even you have betrayed me." Louis XVII's words made Ling Qianqian and Han Yan feel a little uncomfortable. Their expressions became even more complicated. Both Han Yan and Ling Qianqian were indebted to Louis XVII for saving their lives. Louis XVII's appearance was a great pressure to the two of them. Han Yan's expression was extremely pained. Jiang Chen could see that Han Yan was struggling. He wasn't a person who liked to owe others. Moreover, he had been living in the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan for all these years. It had to be said that Louis XVII had treated him very well. Han Yan couldn't go against his conscience to say this. However, Han Yan had made countless contributions to the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan. Jiang Chen could see that Han Yan was still filled with guilt towards Louis XVII. Especially now that Han Yan had joined hands with Jiang Chen to kill Louis XVII's son. Han Yan couldn't overcome the guilt in his heart. Ling Qianqian's pretty face was extremely pale. They wanted to leave and never return to the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan. However, they didn't expect to face Louis XVII at this moment. They were filled with guilt towards Louis XVII. "You killed my son and you want to leave just like that? Tell me, Leng Mo, what did I do wrong to you?" Louis XVII said faintly. "I'm sorry, Supremacy." I'm guilty to the devil race of the forbidden ground. I can't betray my brother. Han Yan said in a low voice. So, you can betray me, right? Ha ha ha, I was wrong about you. Both of you, leave. I won't kill you, but this guy has to die today. Louis XVII said. Xianxia could tell that Louis XVII was deliberately putting on a front for Han Yan and Xianxia so that they would feel guilty and blame themselves. Mo, were we really wrong? Xianxia lowered her head and murmured. She was speechless for a moment. Her supremacy still couldn't bear to kill them, yet they had betrayed her. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It's my own choice. What I owe you and Xianxia owe you, I'll repay you today. Han Yan's pupils constricted. He moved his palm and hit the top of his head. Fool. Xianxia appeared in a flash and grabbed Han Yan's wrist. Why are you so stupid? Is there anything that can only be solved with death? Xianxia said in a low voice. Han Yan glanced at Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia could see the guilt and self-blame in Han Yan's heart. He could also see the endless struggle in Han Yan's eyes. The one who should die should be me, Mo. I don't want you to owe him anything. I don't want to see you suffer. From today onwards, Honorable Lord, I will bear all the sins alone. Although we didn't do Prince Louis's death, we are responsible for it. Let's return this life to Prince Louis. From now on, Mo will not owe you anything. I will repay you in my next life. Xianxia said in a low voice. At this moment, the dagger in her hand had already pierced into her chest silently. Even Xianxia did not notice the slightest movement. However, her qi was already dying. Moreover, Xianxia wanted to die because she did not have the face to face Louis XVII and she could not bear to see Mo feeling guilty. That's why she did this. No. 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 Han Yan's pupils constricted, his face was deathly pale, his entire body was trembling uncontrollably as he hugged Xianxia tightly. Their gazes met, the smile on Xianxia's face was so calm, so relieved. At this moment, she had already fantasized about it, but she didn't expect the ending to be like this. Initially, she thought that she would be able to spend the rest of her life with Han Yan, but now, it seemed that it was impossible. I don't want you to die. I don't want you to pay for me. Why are you so stupid? Han Yan muttered as a wisp of icy cold tears flickered in his eyes. All of this was too sudden, and it caught him off guard. He had committed a crime, yet Xianxia had to pay for it on his behalf. At that moment, Han Yan, who had always placed great importance on relationships, felt as if his heart had died. What a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Hee hee. How can you return my favor just because you say so? How can you pay for my son's death? Louis XVII's eyes were cold. He struck out with his palm, wanting to shatter Xianxia's soul. If that happened, Xianxia would completely disappear. Get lost. Xianxia shouted angrily as he dragged Xianxia's soul into the great soul-forming light. At that moment, the coldness in Louis XVII's eyes became even colder. Han Yan looked at Louis XVII with a complicated expression. He did not expect Louis XVII to destroy Xianxia's soul. He did not even want to give her a chance to be reincarnated. Louis XVII, I hate you. I hate you. Han Yan shouted with all his might, but he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Louis XVII, even though he was not a match for him. Han Yan turned around and roared like a madman. His heart-wrenching voice made Xianxia's heart ache, because Han Yan was his brother. I did not kill him, but he died because of me. Louis Xini's death was definitely related to him, and Xianxia's death was also related to Louis Xini. No matter what, Xianxia felt a trace of guilt in his heart. Yan had never been in such pain before. That kind of feeling was worse than death, it was even more painful than Xianxia. I'm sorry, Yan, Xianxia murmured. He felt a little sad because of Han Yan's pain, because his heart seemed to have died at this moment. Han Yan disappeared into the void. At this moment, Xianxia held Xianxia's hand tightly. She knew that Xianxia was also full of self-blame. This matter is not your fault. Xianxia was afraid that Xianxia would not be able to get over it. However, Xianxia was still clear-headed and nodded. At this moment, they were not out of danger yet. Han Yan had left, but his life was uncertain. One was the demon king of the devil race, the other was a peerless expert of the Buddha temple. At this moment, Xianxia was surrounded by enemies. It was getting more and more difficult for him to survive. This is the result I want. Sometimes, living is more painful than death. The faint smile on the corner of Louis XVII's mouth made Xianxia's eyes filled with killing intent. However, he knew how difficult it was for him to fight against two mid-divine emperors. Even if he could fight with his life on the line, Xianxia would most likely become an innocent victim. You will definitely get what you deserve. Xianxia clenched his fist tightly. This battle would decide his life and death. Demon Lord Louis, we are on the same side now. Hee, why don't we join hands and kill him? Dongfang Lianxua smiled faintly. It's my pleasure to have the help of the experts of the Buddha temple. Louis XVII glanced at Dongfang Lianxua. At this moment, the two of them hit it off. They only had one goal, to kill Xianxia. At this moment, two divine emperor experts. Xianxia's face was incomparably pale. This battle was a matter of life and death. It was very likely that they would not be able to move a single step. Then let's fight. I want to see if you can kill me, Xianxia. Xianxia stood with his sword, his eyes were cold. These two fellas were exerting absolute pressure on him. Following the death of Ling Qianqian and the departure of Han Yan, Xianxia's heart was as calm as still water. Since you want to die so much, I'll grant you your wish. Death is the end of all your troubles. However, I want you to never be reincarnated. You'll have to experience eternal torture. Death is not so easy. Louis XVII rose with a flick of his sleeves. He and Dongfang Lianxua closed in on Xianxia almost immediately. It was easy to imagine how fierce this battle would be. Xianxia knew that this battle was unavoidable. He had to persevere to the end no matter if he lived or died. The two mid-divine emperors were extremely powerful. Whether it was the demon sovereign of the Forbidden Land or the peerless experts of the Buddha temple, none of them were weaker than Xianxia. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to break out of the encirclement. Xianxia didn't have the absolute confidence to defeat these two fellows. A man's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Being able to rule the devil race for countless years, this devil sovereign was the scariest one. Xianxia couldn't even figure out his background. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, then you can win 100 battles. However, at this moment, Xianxia was completely suppressed by these two. Although Xianxia was fearless, he had to admit that he would definitely lose this battle. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pointed it at Louis XVII and Dongfang Lianxua. Both of them were incomparably arrogant and conceited. As the dignified reverend of the devil race, he was naturally arrogant and conceited, but he did have the right to be so. Xianxia slashed down with his sword. Louis XVII caught the sword with one hand and pushed Xianxia back. Xianxia became solemn. Although the demon sovereign had not reached the late divine emperor realm, he was still extremely terrifying. At least, Xianxia felt that the demon sovereign was much stronger than Dongfang Lianxua. Louis XVI's palm turned into a fist and rushed towards Xianxia. A terrifying aura was emitted from his fist. Xianxia used his sword to block the attack, but was forced back 100 meters. His face looked incomparably solemn. Me too. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Lianxua's imposing aura shot into the sky like a rainbow and was unstoppable. He held the Overlord's spear in his hand as it pierced through the sky and overturned the heavens and the earth. As he soared through the sky, a single spear strike shattered a myriad of lights. Xianxia retreated step by step. A terrifying qi was rolling towards him. Under the joint attack of these two men, Xianxia was forced to retreat again and again. Louis XVII flicked his sleeves and his dragon robe swept across. Xianxia was hit by the dragon robe and staggered backwards. Dongfang Lianxua's qi was at its peak. His long spear swept across the void, almost blocking all of Xianxia's escape routes. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in one hand and the cold river sword in the other. He struck out one strike after another, producing deafening rumbling sounds. The heavens and earth seemed to be trembling. The birds and beasts in the entire Thunder Rush mountain range were frightened and retreated thousands of miles away. Yu Jingxian's face turned pale. Jiang Chen was in a declining state and it was getting more and more difficult. It seemed like the two of them were too terrifying and she couldn't do anything to help them at all. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen casted the Soaring Dragon Technique and instantly raised his strength to the mid-Divine Emperor realm. However, he was still in a passive position as the two of them were too powerful. Although Jiang Chen was able to withstand their attacks, it was still extremely difficult for him to launch a counterattack. The two of them were extremely powerful. The Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique made Jiang Chen constantly overdraft his life force. Especially in this realm, forcibly increasing his strength was tantamount to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Therefore, Jiang Chen must cherish every moment and would not leave any chance for his opponents. The mightiness of the Dragon Soaring Technique had allowed Jiang Chen to turn the situation around. Even though he was fighting against two enemies at the same time, he was still able to fight back and forth. This had shocked Louis XVII and Dongfang Lianxua. This guy was just too abnormal. One should know that the two of them were already famous figures in the Divine Land. They were respected existences in the Divine Land, but Jiang Chen was able to fight against two enemies at the same time. Even Dongfang Lianxua's eyes were filled with ferocity. If he were to fight against Jiang Chen to the end, it would be hard to tell who would be the winner. However, the arrival of Louis XVII made it easier for him. Now that the two of them had completely suppressed Jiang Chen, he was neither servile nor overbearing. He was still fighting to the end. The terror of the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique made the two of them even more serious. They dared not give any chance to Jiang Chen. "Boy, I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeves. It seems that I have underestimated you." Dongfang Lianxua sneered and said. The divine spear-setting sun and the soaring rainbow once again suppressed Jiang Chen. Rays of piercing cold light pierced through the void. Jiang Chen retreated again and was completely suppressed by Dongfang Lianxua. Jiang Chen's situation became more and more difficult. Louis XVII was even more terrifying than Dongfang Lianxua. Every move of his seemed to be quite hesitant, but the seemingly slow moves made it impossible for Jiang Chen to avoid them. That kind of chasing after the deer was truly terrifying. One punch after another hit on Jiang Chen's shoulder and the heavenly dragon sword. The impact almost caused great damage to Jiang Chen's internal organs. "Bastards, these two damn guys," Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. The pressure in his heart was at its peak. At this time, he understood that his crisis had finally arrived. Limitless Sword, 17th Blade. Jiang Chen's sword once again displayed its dreadful mightiness. The Limitless Sword, Limitless Sword. The current Jiang Chen had also improved the Limitless Sword through step-by-step deduction, deducing the 17th sword. The dreadful Qi was much stronger than the 16th sword, it was even several times stronger than before. The sword technique was cunning and unstoppable. Countless sword shadows wreaked havoc, almost piercing through the void. What a troublesome little guy. Louis XVII's eyes gradually turned cold, and the coldness at the corner of his mouth became more obvious. At this time, he was finally going to display his true strength. This early Divine Emperor brat had indeed surprised and shocked him, but it would not be easy for him to survive from his hands. Black Demon Saint Yuan Qi. Louis XVII formed a seal with both hands and a terrifying thunderbolt Yuan Qi constantly expanded from his hands, almost sweeping across the sky. "Go to hell." Louis XVII raised his hands in the air and stood there calmly, but Jiang Chen acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He retreated step by step with a solemn expression. The 17th blade collided with Louis XVII Black Demon Saint Yuan Qi. The terrifying power completely pushed Jiang Chen back, but it did not injure Jiang Chen. On the other hand, Louis XVII remained calm, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was even more frightening. "Good boy, you can actually block my Black Demon Saint Yuan Qi. It seems that you have made me more and more curious." Louis XVII and Dongfang Lianxua approached each other again. Two destructive auras made it impossible for Jiang Chen to hide. At this moment, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and used his sword to flatten the 4 seas and 9 provinces. However, he was still unable to block the attacks of the two. Under the impact of the two attacks, Jiang Chen was sent flying and his injuries were quite severe. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Go to hell. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes were as cold as ice. At this moment, Jiang Chen also slowly gathered the 4 heavenly lightnings together. However, at this moment, a black-cloaked figure rushed out and stood in front of the two of them. He said calmly, "Let's go." A deep voice shocked Jiang Chen. He couldn't see who the black-cloaked man was, but his qi was much stronger than Louis XVII. Jiang Chen could feel a great pressure coming from the black-cloaked man, but this pressure wasn't directed at him, it was directed at the other 2 people. Jiang Chen couldn't see the man's face clearly, and he couldn't see his appearance. A deep voice sent Jiang Chen away, but Jiang Chen knew that this person was at least a friend and not an enemy. "You are?" Jiang Chen asked in confusion. "You don't need to know who I am. Just leave them to me, and you can leave," the black-clothed man said faintly. Jiang Chen frowned. He really wanted to know who this person was. However, the current situation did not allow him to stay any longer. Jiang Chen nodded his head heavily and pulled Yu Jingxian with a serious expression. He then quickly ran away from the scene. "Want to leave? Not so easy." Dongfang Lianshua sneered. He wanted to chase after Jiang Chen, but he was blocked by the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man pushed him back, causing him to stagger. Dongfang Lianshua was stunned. "You're courting death. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Buddha pagoda?" Dongfang Lianshua roared and said angrily. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that it's impossible for you to kill him." The black-cloaked man blocked Jiang Chen's way. Louis XVII and Dongfang Lianshua couldn't do anything about it. "Do you really want to go against us? I'm the lord of the devil clan in the milk-forbidden land." "Who are you?" Louis XVII said in a deep voice. "I've already said that it doesn't matter who I am. If you want to deal with him, you'll have to go through me first." The black-cloaked man stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the two with disdain. Dongfang Lianshua and Louis XVII looked at each other and nodded silently. It seemed that if they didn't get rid of this reckless guy, it would be impossible for them to chase after Jiang Chen. "Stubborn fellow," the black-cloaked man said calmly. When he attacked, he fought 1 against 2. Even when Louis XVII and Lianshua of the East joined forces, they were unable to shake him at all. The black-clothed man seemed to have taken root in the ground, and he could easily retreat with his blade. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian ran for tens of thousands of miles before they stopped. Jiang Chen looked back and felt very complicated. Although he was not completely defeated in this battle, both of them would suffer great losses in the end. The appearance of the black-robed man had helped him solve this problem perfectly. Jiang Chen knew that it was not a good place to stay, so he had to leave quickly. As for who the black-clothed man was, Jiang Chen really wanted to know, but the result was not something he could imagine. The black-clothed man's strength was comparable to Louis XVII. If he let him go first, then he must be very confident in himself. Although he did not know who it was, Jiang Chen was still grateful. "We finally escaped." Yu Jingxian's face was full of smiles. Although it was full of bitterness and they were separated, they were still alive after all. However, Jiang Chen's expression was not good. Yu Jingxian knew that it must be because of Han Yan's departure that Jiang Chen felt guilty. Now that Han Yan was nowhere to be found, Jiang Chen's heart was naturally filled with sorrow. "Let's take a good rest tonight. We will set off tomorrow." Jiang Chen looked at Yu Jingxian and forced a smile. He did not want Yu Jingxian to worry about him. "What happened to Han Yan was not your fault. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. I don't want to see you in so much pain." Yu Jingxian held Jiang Chen's hand, her eyes were filled with concern. Jiang Chen nodded. The two of them found a cave to hide from the wind and rain and finally took a rest. However, when Yu Jingxian woke up the next day, she found that Jiang Chen was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Yu Jingxian's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have a bad premonition. Beside her hand, there was a piece of sound transmission jade slip. It was also a message that the entire Green Feather clan wanted her to bring back, Mother Lei and son. Yu Jingxian trembled as she slowly picked up the piece of sound transmission jade slip. "When you woke up, I was already gone." I'm sorry, second mother, I still like to call you that. The current me is not that strong, I don't have that much time, and I don't have that many thoughts to think about those things that I shouldn't think about. Since I love you, I will admit it. From the moment we met in the Chilean region, I have already fallen deeply in love with you. Sometimes, it's not difficult to love someone, but it's more difficult to admit it. Because since I have admitted it, I will give you more responsibility and protection. But the current me can't do it. I hope that one day, I will be able to do it. If you follow me, you will face too much pressure, too many dangers. There are many things that you don't know about me. There are the expectations of my family, the entrustment of my friends, and the waiting of my lover. When I rise to the top, I will definitely come back to marry you. Don't miss me, Xianxia. The moment Xianxia left, he had already decided that he still had a tough road ahead of him. Even he didn't know if he could persevere to the end. Little Yu and Sister Ning were missing, Qingqing was in danger, Xianxia was burdened with hatred and lost his lover. How could Jiangchen's heart be at peace? If he kept Yu Jingxian by his side, it would only make him feel more pain and unbearable. Jiangchen knew that from this moment onwards, he would be a fearless person. He would step onto the stage of the Central Region Divine Land to find the one he loved. The only promise he could give Yu Jingxian was to let her wait silently and confess her love to him. Why? Why didn't you even say goodbye to me? Why? Yu Jingxian clutched her chest tightly. Incomparable pain and heart-wrenching pain. Her cries reverberated in the valley. She thought that she had made peace with Jianchen and finally had the chance to be with him. But the ending was still beyond her imagination. Looking at the mother and son, Yu Jingxian didn't have any thoughts. Because even if there were 10 or 100 of them, they couldn't be compared to Jiangchen. Jiangchen was the love that she had been chasing for her whole life. Yu Jingxian didn't know how many things Jiangchen had to do. She didn't know how much love and hatred he had to bear. But she was willing to bear it with him. She wouldn't regret it even if she died. But Jiangchen wasn't willing to do that. Because if he did that, it would put Yu Jingxian in danger. Soul Rejection, Chapter 3360, Soul Rejection. Jiangchen looked back. At this moment, his heart was filled with more pain than anyone else. However, the road ahead was still filled with difficulties and obstacles. It was still a bottomless abyss. He could only endure the pain alone and move forward. This was something that no one could help him with. Only by relying on his own hands and his own efforts, Jiangchen would be able to step onto the peak and save the woman he loved. How could he put Yu Jingxian in such a situation? He had no idea how to predict the current crisis, and there were dangers everywhere. What he wanted more was to find the girl who had once moved his heart with his most sincere love when he became the ruler of the 9 heavens. Jiangchen took a step forward and did not look back. As he turned around, the wind howled and the cranes screamed. The road ahead was full of unknowns and dangers. 3 years later, in the Xianxia mountain range, dark clouds surged, wind and thunder gathered. A luxurious palace stood high up in the sky. A clear spring flowed down from the top of the mountain. Birds and beasts were roaring in the forest. Bamboo was everywhere. The night was long and windy. A white-clothed woman with a composed expression sat upright on a piece of white jadeite stone above the clear spring. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and she was as beautiful as a goddess. Her jade-like fingers were peerlessly agile, and in her palm was a white jade zither. Faint sounds of the zither filled the sky, and it caused one's heart to feel relaxed and happy. The lady in white looked calm. Many white shadows were holding long swords in their hands. They stepped on the clear spring and danced like dragonflies touching the water. It's lonely at the top, dancing with the shadows. The long sword pierced through the air, turning into a dragonfly. With a sweep of the sword, the water rippled and the spirit spring surged, turning into ripples of water that intertwined with the 9 figures in white. In the end, the sword curtain was broken, and the clear spring flowed, turning into a rain of ice flower swords that traversed the void. I'm still a little bit off, the lady in white said as she finished playing the guqin. She slowly opened her eyes with a hint of helplessness on her face. Her beautiful eyes flickered with green light. Her eyes were filled with arrogance. The lady in white looked up at the Lingyun cave. She squinted her eyes and murmured, "Emperor Realm." I don't know when I'll be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Don't tell me it's hopeless in this life? Haha, Lord Futu, what should I do to be as powerful as you? Extending her hand, the white-clothed lady pressed towards the space above. However, no matter what she did, she couldn't break open the lady's spiritual sea. She wanted to seize the initiative of the lady's spiritual sea, but in the end, she failed. In the depths of the lady's spiritual sea, there was an incomparably stubborn soul. Furthermore, as time passed, the strength of the lady's spiritual sea grew stronger and stronger. It was already extremely difficult for her to trap the lady, but fortunately, she was still able to do it. She pushed the lady's soul into her spiritual sea and firmly trapped it. Her 9 attempts had all ended in failure, so her soul force was unable to make any further breakthroughs. As the disciple of the Buddha dragon and elephant, she had to be stronger than anyone else, more terrifying than anyone else, and more determined than anyone else. I don't believe that my 9 revolutions zither melody still won't be able to break through the barrier of your spiritual soul. Even if you have that stubborn old fogey protecting you, I won't let you have your way. The white-clothed lady smiled with a hint of confidence on her face. She was the disciple of the Buddha dragon and the lady who had kidnapped Xianxia back then, Yun Gayao. Let's see how long you can last under the 9 revolutions zither melody. Yun Gayao charged forward. At this moment, Xianxia's spiritual soul had already been forced into a corner. Even with the last trace of Princess Duan's spiritual soul barrier protecting Xianxia's spiritual platform, Yun Gayao still had a way to make Xianxia her own. However, it would take far too long to do so. But this time, Yun Gayao had to give it a try. This was one of the few chances that she had. Not long ago, her master had already sent a message to her, telling her to report to the sacred mountain as soon as possible. Therefore, she didn't have much time left. The 9 revolutions zither melody was one of Yun Gayao's most proficient techniques. It was also the most terrifying spiritual attack. Using the zither melody to break through Xianxia's spiritual soul barrier was her best chance. Yun Gayao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If she still couldn't completely fuse with Xianxia's spiritual soul, then it would basically be impossible for her to break through to the Emperor realm. Yun Gayao soared into the sky. Xianxia was sitting in the Lingyun cave. Her complexion was rosy and her face was thin, but she didn't feel any sense of danger. However, at this moment, her spiritual soul was guarding the perimeter, repelling all the spiritual soul force outside. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Yun Gayao to fuse with Xianxia's spiritual soul. I'd like to see how long you can last. If it wasn't for that man, perhaps your soul force would have already sunk to the bottom and collapsed. Men are really annoying things. Yun Gayao said coldly. She shifted her gaze, and the 9 white-clothed figures turned into streaks of white light and entered Xianxia's mind. In an instant, Xianxia opened her eyes, which were as cold as frost. That kind of coldness was extremely terrifying. She treated everything without any feelings, as if she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. You've actually become stronger again. Yun Gayao frowned as she murmured. Her cultivation had already reached the early divine emperor realm, but the most terrifying thing about her was her soul. It was filled with a cold murderous aura. Yun Gayao's 9 revolutions zither melody and the 9 strands of soul energy were unable to penetrate her soul barrier at all, even if they were able to penetrate through it. Damned fella. Yun Gayao said in a deep voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered. Xianxia's spiritual soul force had actually grown to the same realm as her. However, her spiritual soul force seemed to be frozen together. Even Yun Gayao found it hard to believe. Her spiritual soul force was constantly growing, but the rejection towards the outside world was also extremely strong. Yun Gayao knew that it must be because she had tried to fuse with Xianxia's spiritual soul force several times, which caused her spiritual soul force to reject Xianxia. Yun Gayao still didn't give up. The 9 streaks of spiritual soul force kept attacking Xianxia, but the response she got was the same. The rejection of Xianxia's spiritual soul force was something that even Yun Gayao's late divine emperor realm soul force couldn't do anything about. It must be that old hag Duan. Otherwise, her spiritual soul force wouldn't be so strong. At this moment, Yun Gayao frowned. At this moment, she felt an unusual aura, which seemed to be approaching Mount Xianghua at an extremely terrifying speed. Who has such a big deal to come to my Mount Xianxia and cause trouble? I won't let you wait for too long. Yun squinted her eyes. Her 9 revolution zither melody had already lost its effect on Yan Qingqing. However, she was able to invade the surroundings of Yan Qingqing's soul and force her into a deep slumber. Yan Qingqing had not woken up for a very long time now, but her strength and soul power were continuously growing. This was the most terrifying thing. This should be the inheritance of Princess Duan, which was gradually fusing into Yan Qingqing's body. Although Yun Gaiyao wasn't able to control Yan Qingqing's soul power, she could still control her. This was also one of Yun Gaiyao's strengths. The 9 revolution zither melody's control over Yan Qingqing was still real. However, the invisible soul rejection caused Yan Qingqing's condition to be in an extremely mysterious state. At this moment, even if Yun Gaiyao wanted to continue invading Yan Qingqing's soul, she did not have the time to do so, because the aura that she had sensed previously had already arrived at Mount Xianxia. It's him. Yun Gaiyao's heart moved. She had already sensed who that fella was. It was Yan Qingqing's man, Jiang Chen, that reckless fella. At this moment, Yan Qingqing still did not move at all, like a beauty that had been in a deep slumber for thousands of years. Are you trying to snatch me away? You're really too full of yourself. You're just an early divine emperor, and yet you dare to come here to seek your own death. Love is indeed magical. He, but it's a pity that you're too weak. Yun Gaiyao murmured with a hint of coldness at the corner of her mouth. But suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Where is my love? I've finally found you. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a cold smile. He stood on the white jade ice rock with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the Lingyun cave above the void with a cold and disdainful gaze. A white-cloaked figure appeared above Jiang Chen's head, and a white silk appeared in the void. Yun Gaiyao stepped on the white silk as if she was walking on flat ground. The white silk swept downwards, stirring up waves and ripples on the water curtain. Ice arrows shot out, piercing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand and struck out a seal. The force of a thunderbolt was like a gushing spring, causing the entire void to freeze. The 5 elemental divine dragon seal turned into a terrifying fire dragon and rushed out, melting all the ice arrows. As the ice melted and snow melted, the void became silent, as if it was still in chaos. You finally appeared. Jiang Chen faintly spoke, coldly staring at Yun Gaiyao. This person's strength gave him an extremely great pressure. But since Jiang Chen was here today, he planned to fight to the death with Yun Gaiyao. He would definitely not hesitate. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't hesitate. He absolutely couldn't allow Qingqing to always be under her control. To Qingqing, this was simply too much. He didn't dare to guarantee that Qingqing would be worry-free for the rest of her life, but at the very least, he wanted her to be happy. Seems like you're really unwilling to give up until you reach the Yellow River. Do you think that with your current strength, you're strong enough to challenge me? You're truly naive and adorable. Back then, I didn't kill you, but now, you still dare to court death. I really can't help but admire your courage. Yun Gaiyao laughed, a playful expression on her face. She seemed to be teasing Jiang Chen. If you could kill me back then, would you have shown mercy? Don't make yourself sound so noble. Since I'm standing here today, it means that you're not far from death. Jiang Chen's countenance was calm as he spoke. Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat her in this battle. At the very least, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Qingqing was currently in danger, and she was the only person he knew about. Hence, Jiang Chen would definitely not let Yan Qingqing suffer any more grievances. I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. Do you think that it's so easy to get to Mount Jasper Mountain? Do you think that you can escape from my palm with just your strength? What an arrogant fellow. I really don't know where you got the courage to challenge me. Even if I'm alone, how can you be my opponent? Do you know who your enemy is now? Not only me, but also the entire Central Region Divine Lands Buddha Pagoda. I have to say that your strength has indeed risen very quickly, even I am filled with shock. However, you're still too weak. You want to show off too much. You're just an early divine emperor, what qualifications do you have to fight me? If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as blowing off dust. Yun Guyao sneered. Don't be so full of yourself. Perhaps you'll kneel down and beg for mercy in front of me after this battle? Hee hee. Jiangchen stared at Yun Guyao. He was already prepared to fight. If he didn't kill this fellow, he definitely wouldn't be able to save Yan Qingqing. Don't you want to know what happened to your woman? Yun Guyao said in an extremely feminine tone. If you've already killed her, then you wouldn't be here talking nonsense with me. So, you still can't do anything to her, right? I believe that with Qingqing's soul power, she won't yield so easily. More importantly, she still has the inheritance of Princess Duan in her body. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to make her yield obediently. Although Jiangchen still didn't know Yan Qingqing's situation, he guessed that Yun Guyao wouldn't make Qingqing yield so easily. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wasting time here with him. Yun Guyao narrowed her eyes and her expression gradually turned cold. This fellow was really very smart. However, the more he was smart, the heavier her killing intent towards Jiangchen became. If it wasn't for him, that damned girl wouldn't have guarded her soul sea so firmly and wouldn't let anyone enter it even if it meant her death. It seems like you have a card up your sleeve. Not bad, as you said, it seems like you're quite smart. However, since you're already here today, then stay here. Her soul sea might collapse completely only if you're dead. At that time, it shouldn't be a problem for me to completely fuse with her. Even if you didn't come, I was planning to look for you. Yun Guyao's eyes became even colder. Her current goal was to kill Jiangchen. Once Jiangchen was killed, she firmly believed that Yan Qingqing would completely give up her soul sea. At that time, all the problems would be easily solved. Yun Guyao's eyes were filled with coldness. Today, it's either you or I who dies. Jiangchen said coldly as he clenched his fists. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. The power of the dragon elephant, it was easy to imagine how much Jiangchen had suffered over the years. He didn't say anything, but it didn't mean that his heart was still as water. He just didn't have anyone to talk to. He could only move forward step by step and grow steadily. Only in this way could he have the chance to take revenge and save his loved ones. Let me see how much you've grown over the years. Yun Guyao's beautiful eyes flashed. The 9-foot white silk in her hand flew across the sky and directly landed on the clear spring jade. Jiangchen clenched his fists and punched out again and again, blocking Yun Guyao's attacks. The terrifying momentum was unbelievable. Jiangchen was already incomparably terrifying in his dragon transformation. It was extremely difficult for Yun Guyao to kill Jiangchen barehanded. Jiangchen didn't retreat, but advanced instead. His fists were like a rainbow, shaking the heavens and the earth. The white silk flew unhindered, but it couldn't repel Jiangchen. Jiangchen's overbearing counterattack had already made the white silk in Yun Guyao's hand lose its use. Flames swirled around Jiangchen's hands, and the azure lotus starfire raged out. His fists were like fire, and the 9 feet of white silk was instantly engulfed in flames. As it burned, Yun Guyao furrowed her brows and took a step back. The 9 feet of white silk in her hand turned into a 3 feet long cyan steel sword. It shone with a cold light and once again attacked. Her sword technique was exquisite, like flowing water. She advanced and retreated steadily without the slightest bit of chaos. Jiangchen's fists landed on the sword. His attacks were incomparably murderous. His body of flesh and blood was as tough as steel and as hard as metal. Yun Guyao's momentum was also strong. After all, this was her territory. Mount Xianxia was where her training ground was located, and not just anyone could behave atrociously here. 9 Revolution Starlight Sword. Yun Guyao slashed out with her sword, and cold stars flickered. Jiangchen's body shook, and the divine golden bell covered his body, completely blocking Yun Guyao's attack. Jiangchen's defense was strong, and he was not afraid of Yun Guyao's attacks. Jiangchen raised his sword. At this moment, his sword aura became extremely fierce. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a dragon and the dragon's shadow filled the sky, intertwining with the endless cold stars. Yun Guyao did not retreat at all. Sword 17. The limitless sword slashed through all illusions. Yun Guyao furrowed her brows. At this moment, she finally felt how extraordinary this fellow was. He was just too powerful. He was only an early divine emperor, but he already possessed such battle prowess. It was no wonder that he dared to step onto Mount Xianxia and have a life-and-death battle with her. The power of Sword 17 shocked Yungaiyao. Although she had blocked the attack with an extremely powerful technique, she had relied entirely on her own strength. If they were at the same level, she would have already been killed by Jiang Chen. However, the power of Sword 17 was still extraordinary. Yungaiyao was the disciple of the Buddha dragon and elephant, so her strength was naturally terrifying. Compared to the mediocre divine emperors of the Central Province Divine Land, she was countless times stronger. But in front of Jiang Chen, the power of Sword 17's sword had filled her heart with shock, and she retreated again and again. Although Yungaiyao managed to block Sword 17, the sword in her hand was already riddled with holes. It had completely lost its previous sharpness. Whether it was the sword aura or the divine weapon itself, Yungaiyao was at a disadvantage in front of Jiang Chen. Good. 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 Looks like I've really underestimated you. Jiang Chen, remember, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. I, Yungaiyao, will never let you off. Yungaiyao's body trembled. Her white clothes fluttered as she soared into the sky. Her jade-like fingers constantly changed, causing Jiang Chen's expression to turn solemn. A terrifying aura rippled out from Yungaiyao's body, causing him to feel nervous. As Yungaiyao stretched out her hand, clear spring water turned into a curtain of rain that blotted out the sky. Jiang Chen raised his blade horizontally, and the heavenly dragon sword slashed through the mortal world. Endless icy rain was swept away by Jiang Chen. The clear spring water dried up, and 10,000 swords flew out of her body. This time, it was Yungaiyao who was in grave danger. Dragon and Elephant Buddha Art. 9 dragons and 10 mammoths, unstoppable through the ages. Yungaiyao's palm could split the heavens and earth, and her eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon and elephant pagoda art had given her strength a huge boost. The 9 dragons and 10 elephants could transform into living beings, but it was different from Jiang Chen's 9 dragons and 10 elephants. Numerous terrifying phantoms appeared in the sky. The 9 dragons roared, and the 10 elephants galloped. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Jiang Chen's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. 10 years of living beings, 30 years of Buddhas, dragons, and elephants. 60 years of living beings, and less than 100 years of being Buddhas. Dragon and elephant Buddha art, suppress. Yungaiyao's body shone brightly. She held the 9 dragons and 10 elephants in her hand and descended from the sky, transforming into an unparalleled Buddha venerable with a dragon and elephant. The Buddha venerable came crashing down towards Jiang Chen with boundless Buddhist energy. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen defended himself. The Eastern Emperor bell buzzed, and cracks appeared on it. The golden light was piercingly cold. In the end, the Buddha art formed by the 9 dragons and 10 mammoths suppressed Jiang Chen. Its terrifying aura made it hard for Jiang Chen to breathe. Is this the strength of the dragon and elephant? Be careful, this fella is the disciple of the dragon and elephant Buddha art. The terror of the dragon and elephant Buddha art is beyond your imagination. Although it's just a figure of the dragon and elephant Buddha art, it's enough to make your mind collapse. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. His words were filled with shock. However, he couldn't make a move. Once he did, he would definitely attract strong enemies from all directions, which was tantamount to sending Jiang Chen to his death. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Jiang Chen activated the Soaring Dragon technique, causing his strength to skyrocket in an instant. With absolute strength, he was able to resist the suppression of the dragon elephant's strength. However, the terrifying strength still made Jiang Chen suck in a cold breath. It seemed like Yungaiyao was not as simple as he thought. It's useless. No one can break through my dragon and elephant force. Die. Yungaiyao's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably solemn. Between life and death, he no longer had any hesitation. It's either you die or I die. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled up coldly. His eyes flickered with a cold light. As he turned around, a terrifying force emerged. Sky Drain Seal, First Seal, Sky Drain Seal. At this moment, Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation. He executed the sky drain seal. In an instant, an invisible giant palm was formed in the void. The seal was formed and turned into an extremely powerful suppression force, resisting the dragon and elephant force. It didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. This is Sky Drain Seal. Kid, you're really lucky. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice was filled with shock and excitement. Xianxia was able to use a trace of Tao essence to execute the Sky Drain Seal. It was extremely terrifying. At least, it was stronger than the dragon and elephant force. This is impossible. A terrifying aura permeated the entire peak of Xianxia Mountain. The might of the Howling Heaven Seal destroyed the power of the dragon and elephant. In the end, it turned into a terrifying palm print and pushed Yungaiyao back. Yungaiyao was almost instantly thrown away. Her face was extremely gloomy and her body was trembling. She squinted her eyes and stared at Xianxia. Not to mention Yungaiyao, even the ancestral dragon emperor was shocked. Xianxia had unleashed the terrifying Howling Heaven Seal and he had almost won the battle. After unleashing the Howling Heaven Seal, Xianxia's strength had greatly decreased. To him, it was extremely exhausting. The surrounding heaven and earth were almost completely sealed. Even Xianxia himself was shocked when he unleashed the overbearing Howling Heaven Seal again. After breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm, although he was still unable to control the towering Heaven Dao accumulation, his strength had already improved by leaps and bounds. This time, Yungaiyao was almost unable to fight back. She was suppressed by Xianxia's Howling Heaven Seal. The entire peak of Xianxia Mountain was razed to the ground. The mountain water flowed backwards and the blue stones were turned into powder. Above the void, dust was rising everywhere. At this moment, Yan Qingqing, who was sitting cross-legged in the Lingyun cave with her eyes closed, suddenly shivered. Her brows twitched and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. Yungaiyao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her body was already heavily injured. At this moment, she never thought that she would be defeated by an early Divine Emperor realm fella. It was truly unbelievable. Yungaiyao would never forget that seal. It had almost destroyed all of her beliefs. Even the power of the dragon and elephant could not fight back and was instantly crushed. That seal was earth-shattering and shook the world. Damned fella. Yungaiyao's pretty face was filled with gloominess. She never thought that she would be defeated by a little bastard like Xianxia. Now, what else do you have to say? Xianxia's eyes were like torches as he looked at Yungaiyao indifferently. He stood proudly and his eyes were filled with dominance. Since I've already fallen into your hands and lost to you, I have nothing to say. Yungaiyao said coldly. Even though she had become Xianxia's prisoner, she was still in high spirits and had a lofty and unyielding character. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Xianxia sneered. This woman was simply too self-righteous. Things have already reached such a stage, yet she was still so arrogant. He would definitely get back at her for every single bit of love she had for Qingqing. If you kill me, you'll surely suffer the life and death pursuit of the Buddha's pagoda. My master will surely take revenge for me. Kill me if you have the ability. Yungaiyao Lingling said. Buddhist pagoda? Ha ha ha, the people I killed were from the Buddhist tower. Lu Changtian, do you recognize them? He is dead. Otherwise, how do you think I know that you are at the top of Xianxia Mountain, under the Lingyun cave? Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he spoke in a deep voice. You killed Lu Changtian? Yungaiyao narrowed her eyes. Although Lu Changtian's strength was inferior to hers, he was still extremely domineering. He was a disciple of the All Lives Pagoda and was the junior brother of Dongfang Lianxua. So what? If it wasn't for Dongfang Lianxua's speed, he would have already died in my hands. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape today. Xianxia's words caused Yungaiyao to sink into silence. This fellow was truly fearless. He even dared to kill people from the Buddha's pagoda. Lu Changtian's death would definitely incur the wrath of the entire All Lives Pagoda. At that time, once the entire Buddha's pagoda was enraged, Xianxia would definitely die a tragic death. But at least he had only offended the All Lives Pagoda. Next, it should be the Dragon Elephant Pagoda. If you kill me, you might never see your wife again. Yungaiyao coldly laughed. Where is she? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he shouted in a deep voice. The anger in his heart was once again aroused by Yun Gayao. Yan Qingqing's fate was currently unknown. Although Jiang Chen believed that she was definitely still alive, Jiang Chen had no idea where exactly she was. Hence, this was the thing that he was struggling with the most at the moment. The Lingyun Cave's 9-layered soul confusion formation. If you kill me, I'm afraid you might never see her again. Yun Gayao swore solemnly. Then I'll kill you first. Then, I'll see if this formation can trap me. Jiang Chen roared and pointed his sword at Yun Gayao. Then, he charged towards her again. His murderous intent was firm and filled with supreme dominance. Brat, how dare you? As Jiang Chen rapidly approached, his sword's shadows blurred. When he was only 0.01 centimeters away from Yun Gayao, a whirlwind swept over and forced Jiang Chen to retreat. Terrifying airwaves rolled out. A black-cloaked figure came close to Jiang Chen and used a series of palm strikes. His chi was overwhelming, and he directly forced Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen's expression was cold and pale. The sudden appearance of the black-cloaked figure almost caught Jiang Chen by surprise. Under the storm-like attack, if it wasn't for the might of the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's attack would have been crushed. What a terrifying aura. This guy, he's another Divine Emperor expert. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and stared at the black-cloaked figure in front of him. The black-cloaked figure's robe fluttered as he stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair covered half of his face, and his cold face was covered with frost. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Jiang Chen, and his battle intent surged. Hao Yunhang, you're finally here. Yun Gayao said faintly, as if she already knew that this guy would appear. Someone dares to touch you, how can I just stand by and watch? Hao Yunhang said with a faint smile. His expression was calm and incomparably domineering. Then kill him, Yun Gayao said coldly. As long as Jiang Chen didn't die, Yan Qingqing wouldn't collapse. She wanted Yan Qingqing's soul to collapse completely. Only then would she have a chance to take advantage of the situation. All right. Hao Yunhang didn't say anything else. He turned around slowly and looked at Jiang Chen with a calm expression. He clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, "Make your move. Make your move. Otherwise, you won't have many chances left." Hao Yunhang's domineering side made Jiang Chen frown. This guy's strength was stronger than Yun Gayao's. It seemed like he had really encountered two jinxes this time. This battle was getting more and more difficult for him, and it was full of danger. No matter who it is, I'll flatten Mount Xianxia today. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both. Jiang Chen said lung. Interesting, but it's a pity that your strength is far from enough. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight, so what qualifications do you have to challenge me? Do you think that you still have the ability to show off in front of me? Since you've killed the people of the Buddha Pagoda, then I have the obligation to kill you again. Remember, the dignity of the Buddha Pagoda is inviolable. Come on, let's see how insufferably arrogant the people of the Buddhist pagoda are. Jiang Chen roared in anger. His battle intent was unparalleled. In his heart, he had an incomparably firm belief. Qingqing was his courage. In this battle, Jiang Chen would face death with equanimity. Even if he were to injure the enemy by 1,000 and himself by 800, he would not hesitate. Hao Yunhang was even more terrifying than Yun Gayao. His fists were filled with explosive power. The power of the dragon elephant was fully displayed. Even Jiang Chen did not dare to say that he was stronger than Hao Yunhang in terms of strength. Under the incomparably fierce collision, Jiang Chen became extremely passive in Hao Yunhang's hands. Previously, when he fought with Yun Gayao, he had forcefully displayed the heavenly destruction seal. His strength had been greatly reduced, leaving only 30 to 40% of it. It was too difficult to fight against Hao Yunhang in his peak state. However, Jiang Chen had no other choice. If he retreated now, it would be difficult for him to find traces of Qingqing. Therefore, in this battle, even if he had to grit his teeth, he had to persevere and fight to the end. Limitless Sword. 17th Sword. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and began the battle once again. Although he was in an extremely passive situation, Jiang Chen had to take the initiative to attack. At this time, if he was suppressed again, it would be even more difficult for him to raise his head. Xianxia did not dare to be negligent. Hao Yunheng's fists were like rainbows, each of them fatal. When he punched out, the entire jade flower mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Your sword is my sword. Hao Yunheng turned his hand and punched out. The heavens and earth changed color, overlapping with Xianxia's toughness. The incomparably sharp heavenly dragon sword, with its terrifying momentum, finally forced Hao Yunheng to take a step back. Blood dripped from Hao Yunheng's palm as it tore apart Hao Yunheng's attack. However, Xianxia's injuries were getting more and more serious. That punch had shaken the mountains and rivers. His entire body, including his internal organs, were shaking violently. That powerful pressure had sent Xianxia flying. His face was pale and he spurted out blood. Xianxia laughed bitterly. This wasn't a case of harming the enemy by 1,000 but harming the enemy by 800. His injuries were even more severe than Hao Yunheng's. At this moment, Hao Yunheng furrowed his brows as his eyes turned cold. Even though that punch of his was filled with great power, it did not manage to crush Xianxia entirely. This caused Hao Yunheng to be extremely enraged. Seemed like this Xianxia was truly a tough nut to crack. To think that he would have such a strong defense. Let's see how long you can laugh, humph. Hao Yunheng snorted coldly as he charged forward ferociously. At this moment, his target was to kill Xianxia and make him disappear from this world. He had pursued Yun Guiyao for hundreds of thousands of years, but he did not receive any response. In order to protect Yun Guiyao, he had guarded this Jasper mountain for 30,000 years. At this moment, he could finally display his skills in front of the person he loved. For Yun Guiyao, Hao Yunheng would definitely not show any mercy. Even though he was not a disciple of Buddha Long Xiang, Hao Yunheng's strength and status were not inferior to Yun Guiyao's. In the Buddha Pagoda, Hao Yunheng's strength was also ranked in the top. Let's see if you have the ability to kill me. Xianxia grinned. His blood carried a hint of bloodlust. Facing Hao Yunheng, Xianxia was not afraid at all. At most, he would just fight to the death. 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Xianxia struck out with the seal. The 5 dragons roared furiously. Flaming dragons wreaked havoc in the sky, covering Hao Yunheng completely. Soaring Strike. Shadowless Fist. Hao Yunheng roared. A fist and a seal intertwined with each other. Hao Yunheng still had one move. At this moment, Xianxia was forced back once again. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and knelt on one knee, looking rather pathetic. I've said it before. You can't do it. Hao Yunheng shook his head. He had already lost his patience with Xianxia. Xianxia stood up slowly. His eyes were filled with determination. You've forced me to do this. Now, all of you can die. Xianxia clenched his fist. 2 heavenly lightning spirits gathered in his hands. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning intertwined with each other. Heavenly lightning? Even though it's strong, it's a fool's dream to kill me with just 2 heavenly lightning. Hao Yunheng said disapprovingly. Is that so? In that case, what about this? Xianxia smiled and spat out a heavenly lightning spirit. It was the Zhiyu Drought heavenly lightning. At this moment, Hao Yunheng's face turned solemn. 3 types of heavenly lightning were actually fusing in Xianxia's hands. The terrifying might indeed gave Hao Yunheng quite a bit of pressure. Let's see how long you can laugh. You can fuse heavenly lightning too? Hee, you're just seeking your own death. Before Hao Yunheng could say anything, Xianxia spat out the 4th heavenly lightning spirit from his mouth, the 1,000 flame destruction thunder. What? That's impossible. Such a terrifying power of thunder pierced through the void in an instant. The 4 bolts of thunder gradually fused together at this moment. Hao Yunheng's initial disdain turned to solemn, and now, his expression changed drastically. His expression was rather complicated. For heavenly lightning. He actually fused all 4 heavenly lightning together. How is this possible? Yun Guiyao murmured, her eyes filled with shock. She had originally thought that Xianxia was dead for sure, but now it seemed that the battle was far from over. Each of these 4 bolts of heavenly lightning was stronger than the last. Moreover, they were gradually fusing together. In their eyes, this was simply a fantasy. It was self-evident how violent the heavenly lightning spirit was. Fusing the power of 4 bolts of heavenly lightning was simply courting death. However, Xianxia had done it. Moreover, he seemed to be doing it with ease. The fusion of the heavenly lightning spirit made him look even more confident. This, Yun Gayao and Hao Yunheng exchanged glances. Both of them felt an extremely terrifying pressure. That invisible deterrence made them feel the threat of death. It was a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning. A black death lotus gradually condensed in Jiang Chen's hand. Both of them took a step back subconsciously. However, Jiang Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he stared at the two of them. The death lightning lotus in his hand was already aimed at the two of them and blasted down. Yun Gayao and Hao Yunheng didn't have any way to deal with it. They could only defend passively. However, this attack was simply too terrifying. The death lightning lotus started to move faster and faster when Jiang Chen tossed it into the void. Both Hao Yunheng and Yun Gayao's faces turned pale. The aura of death permeated the surroundings of the two of them. At this moment, the death lightning lotus formed by the fusion of 4 heavenly lightning finally bloomed completely. Despair was written all over their faces. At this moment, the entire Jade Flower Mountain shook. The terrifying energy fluctuations almost caused the entire sky to fall into a deathly silence. Run! Hao Yunheng's expression was incomparably hideous. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to run as far as he could. The terrifying might had already engulfed them, almost sealing off the entire sky. Yun Gayao felt the same way. She could sense that Jiang Chen's attack seemed to be unstoppable. Such a terrifying death lotus bloomed quietly at that moment, and they had nowhere to hide. The fusion of 4 heavenly lightnings was Jiang Chen's most terrifying technique. It was almost on par with the Howling Sky Seal, and it might even be stronger. Currently, Jiang Chen was still unable to completely control the Tao essence, so the might of the Howling Sky Seal was probably a little weaker than the fusion of 4 heavenly lightnings. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to kill them. If he didn't kill these two, he would definitely not be able to find Qingqing with peace of mind. Even if there was a formation obstructing him, Jiang Chen had no scruples. Go to hell! Jiang Chen bellowed angrily. At this moment, the death lotus bloomed completely, and a terrifying explosion seemed to have blasted a hole in the void. With the entire Jasper Mountain as the center, mountains and ravines were formed tens of thousands of miles away. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were Yun Yao and Hao Yunheng. The two of them were almost instantly blasted away. The explosive force completely sealed the two of them within, and they had nowhere to hide. Double Sky Fist. Hao Yunheng knew that he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He threw out a punch, which was his strongest technique. However, the punch was instantly turned into nothingness by the strange death lotus. Hao Yunheng was forced to retreat, and he was completely dumbfounded. 9 Revolution Zither Music. Yun Gayao also burst out with the last of her strength. If she just sat and waited for death, then the two of them would die even more thoroughly. The zither music turned into sharp blades, shooting up to the sky. However, the fusion of Jiang Chen's heavenly lightnings was too terrifying, so terrifying that it made the two of them lose their will to fight. Countless heavenly lightning bolts descended from the sky, lighting up the entire sky in the blink of an eye. Ripples spread out, and Yun Gayao and Hao Yunheng bore the brunt of it. They were completely engulfed by the terrifying death lotus, and they were completely powerless to fight back. After a long time, Yun Gayao held a primordial origin treasure-level windriding bell in her hand. The windriding bell had already been torn to pieces. As the wind blew past, it turned into stone powder in an instant. Yun Gayao and Hao Yunheng had just barely survived the ordeal. However, the two of them had completely lost the ability to fight, and they were almost out of energy. This guy is a devil. Hao Yunheng's complexion was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. After surviving a calamity, the two of them were already restless and extremely shocked. Trash. They will always be trash. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. He coldly looked at Hao Yunheng and Yun Gayao. At this moment, he had also completely lost the ability to fight. It was already impossible for him to fight the two of them. However, his myriad chi body was rapidly recovering, and at least it allowed him to maintain his composure. The fusion of the 4 heavenly lightnings had consumed an unprecedented amount of energy for Xianxia. It had almost completely drained Xianxia's body. He was already very relieved that he hadn't fainted. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Let's wait and see. Yungayao's eyes were wide open, and her beautiful eyes flickered. At this moment, her beautiful figure had already disappeared, but it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Yungayao and Hao Yunheng quickly retreated, and in an instant they disappeared into the sky. Jiangchen didn't chase after them, because he was almost at his limit. Puff, after Yungayao and Hao Yunheng left, Jiangchen finally couldn't bear it anymore. He spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood, and sat on the ground. He no longer had the heroic appearance from before. F***CKU. Even though I have fused with the 4 heavenly lightning spirits, it's still hard for me to continue. Looks like I can't easily use the 4 heavenly lightning spirits in the future. Jiangchen wiped the sweat off his face as he murmured. Shortly after, he also almost fell down. However, he knew that he couldn't stop. Yan Qingqing must be here. He could sense that the woman he loved was on Mount Xianghua. Qingqing, wait for me. Qingqing, Jiangchen followed her step by step, and used his spiritual energy to search the peak of Mount Xianghua. Finally, he found a strange place. It was above the Lingyun cave. Just as Yun Beiyao had said, there were 9 great formations here, and they were all bewildering formations. It was extremely difficult to break through them. However, that was only for others. For Jiangchen, this formation might not exist in name, but he could at least break it in the blink of an eye. Jiangchen's expression was grave as he started to break the formation. In just a short moment, he had broken through the so-called 9 bewildering formations. In the Lingyun cave, Jiangchen took a step into it. At that moment, he was completely stunned. Yan Qingqing was sitting on the stone platform, but her eyes were tightly shut. However, she was still alive, and her life was not in danger. For Jiangchen, this was already enough. At the very least, all the effort he had put in today was incomparably worth it. Qingqing, Jiangchen called out, and went straight for Yan Qingqing. However, at this moment, Yan Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were brimming with vigor, and she quickly retreated, avoiding Jiangchen's embrace. Yan Qingqing frowned slightly, and her gaze gradually turned cold as she stared at Jiangchen. Who are you? Who am I? Don't you recognize me again? Jiangchen's brows were tightly knitted together. Yun Gaiyao had already been forced to retreat by him, and she had almost died here. She should no longer be able to control Qingqing's soul. Then, was the current Yan Qingqing still herself? Jiangchen could see that the gaze didn't seem to belong to Yan Qingqing. Jiangchen's heart suddenly ached. Where did Yan Qingqing, whom he loved the most, go? Why was her gaze so unfamiliar, yet so familiar? Jiangchen could see that the gaze indeed belonged to Yan Qingqing, but the vigor was no longer there. Moreover, it seemed to be 1,000 miles away from him, which made Jiangchen feel even more pain. Jiangchen wanted to take a step closer, but she was filled with vigilance against him. That ice-cold gaze pierced into Jiangchen's heart, and he was at a loss for what to do for a moment. Have you really forgotten about me? Or is it that your soul no longer belongs to you? Jiangchen murmured. At this moment, when they reunited again, he felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Why must the heavens always tease me like this? Jiangchen stared at Yan Qingqing for a long time. However, her unfamiliar gaze made Jiangchen's heart filled with sorrow. It was as if she was a stranger to him. That kind of cold-blooded gaze that had never been in contact with him deeply pierced Jiangchen. He didn't know why everything turned out like this. The perfect ending that he was looking forward to made him sink deeper into the abyss. What exactly did that venomous Yun Gaiyao do to her? Jiangchen didn't know, but he was filled with sorrow. Everything seemed to have returned to how it was in the beginning. However, Jiangchen knew that as long as she was still alive, there would be a chance to turn things around. Jiangchen felt that he had gone through too many trials and tribulations. Up until now, he had only found Yan Qingqing. Sister Ning and Xiaoyu's whereabouts were still unknown. Jiangchen suddenly felt that he was a failure, but there was nothing he could do. He could only choose to forge ahead in silence. Xianxia was still here. No matter what she became, Xianxia would never choose to leave her. This time, he would never let go of her hand and let her suffer the pain alone. I don't understand what you're talking about. Do we know each other? Xianxia's cold voice made Xianxia feel incomparably uncomfortable. He forced a smile and nodded. We used to be very good friends. Our friendship is as deep as the ocean. Don't make it sound so mushy. I don't even know who you are, and I don't know if we know each other. I don't trust anyone. Xianxia stared at Xianxia. Their gazes became more and more complicated. One was incomparably cold, while the other was incomparably passionate. Xianxia finally understood what was the furthest distance in the world. It was when he was standing in front of you, but you didn't know that he loved you. They clearly loved each other, but they couldn't be together. No one could understand that kind of pain. Then, do you know why you're here? Xianxia continued to ask. It seemed like it would be extremely difficult for him to wake Xianxia up. What are you trying to say? Even if I forget everything in the past, I will not trust anyone, because there is no one in this world that is worthy of trust. I don't need you to remind me why I'm here. There's someone here who wants to harm me. She captured me here and wants to seal me, but she doesn't have the ability to do so. Xianxia's persistent and firm voice was filled with coldness. That Xianxia who was as tender as honey and passionate as fire had already disappeared without a trace. What replaced her was an icy queen. Xianxia really didn't know how long this day would last. If he didn't find Xianxia, she might be like this for the rest of her life. Forget? So you know you've forgotten a lot of things? Xianxia's eyes lit up, and his lips curled into a smile. I know, but I'm not willing to remember those sad memories. I don't care who you are, but don't think about getting close to me. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. Xianxia stretched out her hand, and an azure spiritual sword appeared in her hand. She thrust the sword straight into Xianxia's chest. Xianxia didn't dodge, and the sword hit his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At that moment, Xianxia frowned, and her charming face became increasingly gloomy. Why didn't you dodge? With your strength, it shouldn't be to the extent where you can't even dodge this sword, right? Xianxia's gaze was fiery. She didn't know why this man was like this, standing here and pestering her, and saying some baffling words. However, she actually couldn't bear to stab the sword into Xianxia's body. This sword should be a stab. It should make me understand that you are in more pain than me. As long as you let me follow you, it's fine. Xianxia smiled and said. He didn't care about the pain. What he cared about was that Xianxia would change her mind. He knew that the current Xianxia, her body, consciousness, and soul all belonged to her. However, why did it become like this? It was unimaginable. Baffling. Xianxia said coldly. She pulled out the azure spiritual sword from Xianxia's chest, and turned around to leave. Xianxia followed Xianxia without any hesitation. Her actions were like a thread in his heart, pulling him along. Everything that happened on this mountain was caused by you? That woman who wanted to kill me was also chased away by you? Xianxia frowned, and looked at Xianxia, as if she was waiting for his answer. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. However, Xianxia's eyes were still as cold as ice, as if she had no feelings for anyone or anything. If you like it, then follow me. Xianxia turned around and walked towards the foot of Mount Jasper. Xianxia also revealed a happy expression. It seemed like she didn't reject him anymore. At least she knew that he was caught by a bad woman. As for what happened after that, Xianxia didn't know. Therefore, Xianxia also didn't know what happened after that. However, he could only choose to follow Xianxia now. Xianxia traveled for 3 years. She slept in the open and ate in the wind. Xianxia followed behind her without saying a word, silently protecting her. Xianxia also knew about Xianxia's existence, but she didn't know what this man wanted to do. Why did he follow her? Did he really go to Mount Jasper to save her? Or did he have other intentions? Xianxia pondered in her heart. However, she didn't trust anyone because it was in her nature to keep people at a distance. Yan Qingqing was very strong. Even Jiang Chen was surprised by her strength. Both of them were early divine emperors. However, Jiang Chen could not see through Yan Qingqing's spiritual energy. Could it be that she had already broken through to the sovereign realm in terms of soul power? Yan Qingqing was no longer as cold to the man who followed her in the past 3 years. No matter what reason he had for following her, Yan Qingqing felt a sense of security. She should hate Jiang Chen, but when he appeared beside her again and again, their invisible existence had formed an indescribable tacit understanding. Why are you following me? Yan Qingqing sat on the peak of the mountain and murmured. The wind whispered into Jiang Chen's ears. Because of love. Yan Qingqing was slightly stunned by Jiang Chen's words. She didn't even know what love was. Then what are you going to do? Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing from afar and asked. I'm going to find someone. Someone who can make me feel at ease. Then, do you think I can do it? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Yan Qingqing. His eyes were filled with sincerity and passion. The person I'm looking for is a woman, not a man. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen even more depressed. Woman? You're looking for a woman? I want to find both of them. In my memory, I have 2 sisters. One is called Wu Ningzhu and the other is Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingqing's voice was indifferent. However, Jiang Chen's expression became solemn at this moment. His pupils shrunk as he looked at Yan Qingqing. His heart was filled with bitterness. She still remembered Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu, but why did she forget about me? Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He felt extremely distressed, but he had no other choice. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and a silhouette was formed. It was Yan Qingyu. At this moment, Yan Qingqing's pretty face turned slightly cold. She stared at Jiang Chen silently. She couldn't understand why a person who had nothing to do with her would know the appearance of the sister she was looking for. Is it her? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. How did you know? What else do you know? Tell me, otherwise, I'll kill you. Yan Qingqing waved the azure spiritual sword in her hand again and pointed it at Jiang Chen. I can bring you to her. Jiang Chen smiled and said. If you lie to me, I'll make you die a graveless death. Other than my 2 sisters, I don't trust anyone. Yan Qingqing's words finally comforted Jiang Chen. At least she wasn't a cold-blooded person. At least she still remembered her sister in her heart. I hope I won't disappoint you one day. Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing pondered for a moment. She did not know where her 2 sisters were. However, she could only choose to follow Jiang Chen for now. As long as she could find her sisters, everything would be worth it. Although Yan Qingqing didn't trust Jiang Chen, she knew that he wouldn't harm her. Instead of searching aimlessly, it was better to follow Jiang Chen. At least he knew of her existence, so he must know where she was. I'll give you 10 years. If you can't find my sister, I'll kill you and leave alone. Yan Qingqing and Jiang Chen made a gentleman's agreement. Alright, 10 years it is. Believe me, she must be in the Central Plains divine land. Jiang Chen said firmly. At that moment, Jiang Chen quietly turned around. He was not only saying this to Yan Qingqing, but also to himself. 10 years, he would definitely find Xiaoyu in 10 years. No one missed Xiaoyu more than him. No one could understand how much Jiang Chen missed her. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with tears. He had mixed feelings in his heart. It was Xiaoyu who connected the 2 of them. Jiang Chen cherished this moment even more. He hoped that Yan Qingqing could recover as soon as possible. Until now, Jiang Chen did not know why Yan Qingqing became like this. If he wanted to find out the reason, he would be treated as an enemy by Yan Qingqing. Moreover, she did not trust anyone. It seemed that no one was worthy of her trust. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen extremely excited. He was like a child who received a reward from his mother. Jiang Chen smiled brightly. After waiting for 3 years, she finally got rid of her grudge against him. Although they did not trust each other, at least they were no longer enemies. Yan Qingqing knew that Jiang Chen saved her. At least he would not harm her. However, she did not know what Jiang Chen's intention was. Jiang was in a good mood. He brought Yan Qingqing to walk in Kunshan County. His goal was to go to the core of the Central Plains divine land to find the enemy of the craftsman god, who was his own senior brother who betrayed the sect. However, Jiang heard the news about Shui Liang when he was resting in a city along the way. I heard that the sword-drawing sect is recruiting a young sword master this time. It's very likely that they are looking forward to the birth of a new unparalleled divine sword. That's right. I heard that countless sects in the Kunshan prefecture will be heading to the city of 10,000 swords this time. The birth of a new sword master will definitely bring the sword-drawing sect's strength to new heights. There are countless divine swords in the sword-drawing sect. I wonder what outstanding talents will be showing off in the sword sacrifice on Mount Li this time. There's no need to talk about the affiliated sects of the sword-drawing sect under the Kunshan County. I heard that the two strongest people in the periphery this time are Li Wuhui and Shui Liang. Shui Liang, who was dressed in a white robe as white as snow, and Li Wuhui, who was dressed in a black robe as cold as light. The brilliance of these two people is probably better than the experts of the affiliated sects under the sword-drawing sect. However, only 7 people will be selected. It's really a gathering of heroes. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li this time will probably be the most exciting in millions of years. I heard that even the young experts of the barbarian divine land have come. Their goal is also to become the sword master this time. It will definitely be a sumptuous feast. Jiang was resting in an old building in the city when he happened to hear these words. Could it be that Shui Liang has the same name? Jiang did not think so. It seemed that he would have to make a trip to the sword-drawing sect this time. Regardless of whether that person was Shui Liang or not, Jiang had to find out because he wanted to find the true meaning of the sword. The sword-drawing sect was the largest sword sect in the Central Region Divine Land. It was able to stand tall in the Central Region Divine Land for so many years. Even the old sects like the Eastern Emperor sect avoided them. Jiang had always wanted to go to the sword-drawing sect to see if his sword could become the most terrifying sword. He needed proof. The limitless sword was already extremely terrifying in the hands of Jiang. However, Jiang knew that his state of the sword still needed to be improved and evolved bit by bit. The limitless sword was endless. Jiang sword could make the sword a part of his body. The state of the sword was what he had been pursuing all his life. Therefore, he must not miss such a terrifying sword sect event. Let's go to the Kunshan County, the city of 1,000 swords first. Jiang glanced at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's expression was cold and unmoving like a mountain. She did not seem to object, but she did not agree either. Jiang took it as her tacit agreement. After resting, the two of them set off again. Yan Qingqing did not speak along the way. Even after she agreed to follow Jiang to look for Yan Xinyu, the two of them did not exchange more than 10 sentences. Jiang knew that as long as her heart was still here, he would give her an explanation. Every time when Jiang tried to envelop her with his soul power, she would show a terrifying resistance. Fortunately, Jiang was very cautious every time. After a few experiments, Jiang knew that her soul defense was too strong. She did not allow anyone to enter her world, not to mention her inner world. No one could violate the thoughts in the depths of her soul. As time went by, Jiang stopped testing Yan Qingqing. He was afraid that if he was discovered by her, he would not be able to explain himself. In the Kunshan prefecture, the biggest place was the 1,000 Swords City. There were mountains in the city, there was a sect in the mountain, and there were thousands of sword principles in the sect. Jiang had heard about how terrifying the sword-drawing sect was. Previously, Tantai Jingzong had told him that the fossil sect was just a subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect. One could imagine how powerful the sword-drawing sect was. The 1,000 Swords City, as the name suggested, was named after the sword-drawing sect. This terrifying sword-drawing sect stood on the top of the Central Region Divine Land for thousands of years. No one knew how terrifying the sword-drawing sect was. Jiang even wondered if there were Emperor Realm experts in the sword-drawing sect. Just like what the ancestral Dragon Emperor had said, there were still Emperor Realm experts in the divine world. They just did not want to show their faces. Most of the time, they would cultivate in silence. After breaking through the Emperor Realm, their pursuit would become more elusive, or more uncertain. It would be extremely difficult to break through the Emperor realm and achieve something. It was better to believe than not. Therefore, Xianxia was still in awe of the sword-drawing sect. After all, the sword-drawing sect was a great sect in the central region Divine Land. A pagoda and a palace occupied the two sides, the silver ocean 8 extremes mountain in front, the witch clouds covering the sun, the sword-drawing star river, the drunken beacon smoke. Xianxia hoped that he could experience the terror of the sword-drawing sect this time. Shueliang, where are you now? Is this you or not? Looking at the huge city of 10,000 swords, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Xianxia was amazed that the sword-drawing sect was in the middle of the city. Outside the city of thousand swords, numerous experts had gathered. However, Xianxia had already reached the Divine Emperor realm. Even for the people of the central region Divine Land, Xianxia could be regarded as a grandmaster. Those who would participate in the sword sacrifice of Mount Li this time should also be in the Divine Emperor realm. Shueliang should have already reached the Divine Emperor realm. Therefore, the sword sacrifice of Mount Li must not be easy for Xianxia. Standing on the top of the mountain, Xianxia looked at the peak of the void. A faintly discernible sacred mountain appeared in the sky. It was boundless. Xianxia seemed to see endless radiance shining in his eyes. The illusory sacred mountain was like a broken sword, lying horizontally there. The terrifying sword might shocked the heavens. Under the heavens, no one dared to disobey it. It's really magnificent. There seems to be something in the city of 10,000 swords that attracts me. Xianxia murmured, but his eyes were bursting with a strong radiance. Xianxia, it's you, Xianxia. A deafening shout sounded in Xianxia's ears. At that moment, Xianxia also frowned. This voice was extremely familiar, but it also filled Xianxia with hatred. Ha 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 ha, it's really you. I didn't expect you to appear here. I really didn't expect it. A domineering shout lingered in Xianxia's ears. As Xianxia turned around, his eyes gradually narrowed. Jun Tianqiu. Xianxia would never forget this person. However, he would never forget Xianxia even more. When he was reincarnated, he was killed by Xianxia. He had never thought that he would meet Xianxia again today. Xianxia was the one who killed Xianxia. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. As the strongest genius of the Jun family, Jun Tianqiu's strength was beyond doubt. The current Jun Tianqiu was no longer the Jun Tianqiu of the past. Jun Tianqiu had been waiting for this day for too long. Once upon a time, he wanted to break the void to find Xianxia. He hated that he didn't have the strength to do so, so he had been waiting silently. As the saying goes, the heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. Finally, he found Xianxia. This time, he definitely won't let this guy go. Jun Tianqiu had never thought that he would meet his destined rival in this competition. It was truly a coincidence, but even so, Jun Tianqiu's eyes were firmly locked on Xianxia. The hatred between them couldn't be explained in a few words. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on Jun Tianqiu. The hatred between them couldn't be explained in a few words. Jun Tianqiu's strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. His appearance had undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on Xianxia. To Jun Tianqiu, Xianxia was the first person who destroyed his faith. It was precisely because of the battle in Saint Origin World that he became stronger and stronger. His current strength of the mid-divine emperor realm had made him invincible. At least in the Jun family, and even in the entire Kunshan prefecture, there weren't many people who could reach his level. Those who could compete with him were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Jun Tianqiu stared at Xianxia. Xianxia also stared at Jun Tianqiu. Both of them knew that this battle was inevitable. Jun Tianqiu had been waiting for this battle for too long. He was even impatient. He believed that his destined rival was Xianxia. He had to defeat him and kill him in order to untie the knot in his heart. To Jun Tianqiu, this battle wasn't just a battle of life and death, but also the key to whether he could break through to the emperor realm in the future. Therefore, Jun Tianqiu was determined to win. You've made me wait for so long, I've been looking for you for so long. Jun Tianqiu said indifferently. Yeah. So, you're here to die again? Xianxia said coldly with a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. Your words are still as arrogant as ever. However, I don't dare to compliment your strength. He he he. Jun Tianqiu shook his head. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. If I can kill you a second time, I can kill you a third time. Who do you think will die today? Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest, staring at Jun Tianqiu. The confrontation between the two of them was already frightening enough. You're very confident, but today, you're doomed to die here. Jun Tianqiu said with incomparable confidence. I always believe in an old saying, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs the best. Jiang Chen said. Alright, let's begin then. Only by killing you can I get rid of my inner demons. Jiang Chen, die. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. To Jiang Chen, Jun Tianqiu's existence wasn't important. Jun Tianqiu was just a stepping stone for him to become a true expert. However, the significance was completely different for Jun Tianqiu. It was Jiang Chen who gave him a fatal blow. It was Jiang Chen who made him feel the terror of geniuses. It was Jiang Chen who destroyed his reincarnation body. He was the most terrifying genius of the Jun family. He was the most overbearing and terrifying genius that emerged in the Jun family after the immemorial era. However, he still fell in the end. That was why the Jun family didn't hesitate to pay a huge price to give Jun Tianqiu 9 reincarnations to regain his golden body. However, one of his reincarnations turned him into the target of Jiang Chen's wanton slaughter. In Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen's strength had completely destroyed him. Therefore, he had to fight Jiang Chen to the death. Without the reincarnation golden body, Jun Tianqiu's strength was only at the mid-stage Divine Emperor realm. Otherwise, he would have been at least a late-stage Divine Emperor after merging his 9 reincarnations. He might even have the ability to reach the Sovereign realm. However, that was just an if. There was no if in this world. He was still no match for Jiang Chen. But it was different now. Jun Tianqiu's strength had already reached the mid-Divine Emperor realm. He was confident that he could tear Jiang Chen to pieces if he were to face Jiang Chen again. He would take revenge for the fact that he was killed by Jiang Chen in the past. The hatred of life and death was absolutely irreconcilable. It was something that no one could understand. Therefore, Jun Tianqiu had always had a mental barrier in his heart. If he didn't get rid of Jiang Chen, he would never be able to reach the peak. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen looked at each other. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Jiang Chen with his current strength. But now, he could finally take revenge for the sword strike he suffered in the past. If an expert wanted to ascend to the peak, he must have no resentment in his heart. Only in this way could he become a supreme existence. Therefore, Jiang Chen was too important to Jun Tianqiu. Jun Tianqiu must kill Jiang Chen with his own hands. Only in this way could he dispel the hatred in his heart and eradicate the devil in his heart. I'm afraid that you don't have the strength to do so. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. It was undeniable that Jun Tianqiu was very strong and extremely terrifying, but he wasn't someone that could be provoked easily. Jun Tianqiu must be dreaming if he wanted to kill him here. To Jiang Chen, the fated battle between the two was finally coming to an end. Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to kill Jun Tianqiu and the Jun family. Only in this way could he get rid of future troubles. Jun Tianqiu deserved to die because he had committed countless crimes. The Jun family had given him a chance to bring chaos to the secular world and start a massacre. How could Jiang Chen let him live? At this moment, their eyes gradually intertwined with each other. Their auras were rising constantly. This battle was bound to be earth-shattering. Early Divine Emperor realm? Hee hee. You want to fight me? I'm afraid you don't know that I have already reached the minor connecting heaven realm. You are only an early Divine Emperor, yet you haven't reached the minor connecting heaven realm. How can you fight me? I've even killed a mid-stage Divine Emperor or a grand connecting heaven realm expert, let alone you. Your confidence in yourself is really touching. Hee hee hee. This isn't Saint Origin World anymore. Do you still think you can change your fate and kill me? Once upon a time, the sea couldn't be water, and Mount Wu couldn't be clouds. Once upon a time, you were the chopping block and I was the meat on the chopping block. But now, I am the chopping block. You are destined to die without a burial place. Jun Tianqiu held a green divine sword in his hand, pointing it at Jiang Chen. He was incomparably domineering, ready to erupt with terrifying battle intent at any time. How can a loser be courageous? No matter what happened in the past, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. I will completely destroy your confidence, and I will also completely obliterate the Jun family. I will strangle the danger in the cradle. After I kill you, I will set foot on the Jun family and erase the Jun family from the divine world. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He slowly drew out the heavenly dragon sword. His face was incomparably solemn. This battle wasn't going to be easy. The current Jun Tianqiu was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the Jun Tianqiu that Jiang Chen killed in one strike in Saint Origin World. The truth will let you know who is the weakling, said Jun Tianqiu indifferently. Jun Tianqiu said faintly. At this moment, the sparks in their eyes had already burst out. This battle was imminent. It's useless to say more. Make your move. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. As you wish. Jun Tianqiu harumphed coldly. He took a step forward, shattering the void. His face was gloomy. This time, he was going to destroy Jiang Chen's soul and make him unable to reincarnate. This sword is called the Gentleman's Sword, but it only slays gentlemen. Jun Tianqiu's sword slashed across the four seas. Above the horizon, a 10,000 zhang sword light rose from the sky. It was incomparably terrifying, as though a crack had appeared in the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and incomparably cold. He raised his sword and swung the heavenly dragon sword horizontally. Two incomparably magnificent sword chi and sword light intertwined. The heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds rose one after another, the myriad of phenomena went berserk, and the heavens and earth were overshadowed. The battle between divine emperor experts was absolutely earth-shattering. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen were constantly intertwining in the void. The gentleman's sword and the heavenly dragon sword collided with each other. Sparks soared into the sky and splashed in all directions. The winds and clouds changed. Everyone's eyes outside the City of Thousand Swords were focused on the void, watching Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu. The battle between the two was too shocking. A battle between divine emperor experts might not be unprecedented, but it was extremely rare. Those divine kings and hierarch experts were looking forward to it, hoping to gain some experience from the battle. So strong. I'm afraid that the strength of these two people is beyond the early divine emperor realm. Such a terrifying battle broke out outside the City of Thousand Swords. It seems that the two of them have a deep grudge against each other. Otherwise, why would they start fighting here? That's right. But the battle between divine emperor experts is really wonderful. Ha ha ha, I believe that one day, I will also become a divine emperor expert. It's easy to say. It's not like you don't know how terrifying a divine emperor expert is. Even in the central region divine land, there are only a few divine emperor experts. Which one of them isn't a powerhouse in the world? But then again, who are these two people? One of them seems to be the peerless genius of the Jun family, Jun Tianqiu. Countless people looked at the void. Jun Tianqiu was a famous mid-divine emperor expert. He was the strongest existence in the world. This battle had attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, a few true experts did not show themselves. Instead, they were observing in the dark. The Sword Festival of Mount Li had attracted far too many people this time. Countless god kings and god kings had come to watch the battle, hoping that it would be of help to them and allow them to make breakthroughs in their cultivation. That person can't be a nobody. Otherwise, how could he be on a draw with the prodigy of the Jun family? However, this person has never appeared before. There are no traces of him. Even if we want to know who he is, we have no way of finding out. Looks like the experts of the world are indeed not something we can know. Countless experts have been living in seclusion for thousands of years. Suddenly, they appear and shock the world. Everyone was trying to guess Jiang Chen's identity because his strength was too powerful, causing people to be afraid of him. There were no divine emperors in the world who were unknown to the world. Because they didn't know that Jiang Chen's rise was just too fast. No one could believe it, let alone know about it. Even the countless disciples in the city of 10,000 swords were watching the battle silently. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li was looking for a new sword master. There were a total of 9 sword masters in the city of 10,000 swords and the sword-drawing sect. When a sword master died, a new sword master would be chosen to replace him. The previous sword master had died many years ago and there was no chance to find a new sword master. Hence, they were looking for a new sword master during the sword sacrifice of Mount Li. Above the 9 sword masters was the sword-drawing sect master. The 9 sword masters must be in the Divine Emperor realm. Moreover, the strength of the 9 sword masters was closely related to the entire sword-drawing sect. If the 9 sword masters joined forces, they could even overrule the sword-drawing sect master. It was enough to show how terrifying the sword master of the sword-drawing sect was. The disciples of the sword-drawing sect were extremely solemn. It was possible that one of these 2 people would become the most powerful sword master in the entire sword-drawing sect. Anything was possible. No one knew who the person who was fighting against the peerless genius of the Jun family was. However, a cold and elegant woman stood amidst the sea of people. She was silently looking at the figure in the void. At that moment, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She didn't even know how to face his existence. "Why are we reunited here?" Tantai Jingzong murmured. She was the representative of the stone sect and one of the few divine emperors in the sect. If she could become the sword-drawing sect sword master, the entire stone sect would rise to become a great sect. It was equivalent to clinging on to the sword-drawing sect and becoming a family. By then, who would dare to offend them? Tantai Jingzong had completely awakened and had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. She was the most promising candidate for the sect. However, when Tantai Jingzong saw Jiang Chen appear, she knew that it was difficult for her and him to avoid the fate of engendering and restraining each other. Jiang Chen had a lot to do with Tantai Jingzong being able to come out of the divine tomb at the bottom of the sea. It could be said that without Jiang Chen, she would not have survived. She really did not want to face Jiang Chen, but she had to fight for the position of the sword master in the sword sacrifice of Mount Li. Although she was not Jiang Chen's opponent in the past, she was no longer the same as before. Everyone was changing, getting stronger, and advancing silently. "I hope we won't be the final opponent." Tantai Jingzong's heart was filled with incomparable bitterness. Now that she had completely awakened, she was no longer the Tantai Jingzong of the past. There were many things that even the fossil sect didn't know. In her inherited memories, she was destined to become someone who could change the world. At this time, the battle between Jiang Chen and Jun Tianzhou had also reached a white-hot stage. Both of their strengths were similar. Even though Jiang Chen was an early divine emperor, he was no weaker than Jun Tianzhou. This made Jun Tianzhou extremely angry. At this time, he was determined to kill Jiang Chen and establish his prestige in this battle. After entering the City of Thousand Swords, his reputation would rise along with it. Most importantly, Jun Tianzhou knew that if he killed Jiang Chen, his strength would have a qualitative leap. He would definitely be 10 times or even 100 times stronger than he was now. "Jiang Chen, go to hell. Gentleman's sword, falling petals have intentions." Jun Tianzhou roared. He rose to the sky with his sword. The sword light oppressed the void, causing it to crack inch by inch. At this time, Jiang Chen was not to be outdone. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. 17th sword. Jiang Chen and Jun Tianzhou both slashed through the sky. 2 figures rose from the endless dust. Terrifying airwaves pushed back countless onlookers, but Jiang Chen and Jun Tianzhou still stood in the middle. When the dust settled, the eyes of the 2 of them shone with incomparable coldness. They both wanted to kill each other without leaving any leeway. However, in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. It's really terrifying. The peerless genius of the Jun family is really terrifying. That unknown expert is really terrifying. He's fighting Jun Tianzhou with the strength of an early divine emperor. You should know that Jun Tianzhou is a mid-divine emperor. He's a terrifying existence even in the central region divine land. Let's see who's stronger now. The City of 10,000 Swords hasn't even opened yet, but we've already witnessed such a terrifying battle. Looks like I didn't come in vain today. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Jun Tianzhou didn't stop. The two of them intertwined and collided like two meteorites colliding. A fiery red tornado swept across the sky and wreaked havoc on the mountain peak. If I don't kill you today, I, Jun Tianqiu, am not a human. Jun Tianqiu took a step into the sky. His silhouette constantly enlarged and the noble sword in his hand became unparalleled. Xianxia used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and rose into the sky. Their clash constantly changed the weather outside the city of 10,000 swords. The walls of the city of 10,000 swords seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It's against the rules for the two of you to fight outside my city of 10,000 swords. An incomparably indifferent voice resounded in the void. A white-robed elder stepped on a green cloud and separated Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen with a raise of his hand. That kind of terrifying pressure was something that Jiang Chen had never felt before. Jun Tianqiu was no exception, staggering 2 steps back. The white-robed elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a faint smile on his face, as if he could change the color of the heavens and earth and turn them into ashes in an instant. I'm Jian Wu, the great elder of the sword-drawing sect. I wonder if the two of you can stop for my sake. You'll have a chance to fight after entering the city of 10,000 swords. What do you think? Jian Wu said with a smile. At this moment, even Jun Tianqiu knew that he couldn't win this battle. As long as Jian Wu was here, he wouldn't be able to win. Jian Wu separated the two with just one palm. Who could be his enemy? At least, Jun Tianqiu knew that he didn't have the ability to do so. Conservatively speaking, Jian Wu's current strength had reached the great connecting realm of the mid-stage Divine Emperor realm. One should know that the gap between the Divine Emperor realm and the God Emperor realm was huge not only because of the difficulty of the Emperor realm and the lack of spiritual energy, but also because there were very few experts who could reach the Emperor realm. More importantly, in the Divine Emperor realm, each realm was divided into the Minor Connecting Realm, Great Connecting Realm, and Great Perfection. Currently, Jiang Chen was at most equivalent to the Minor Connecting Realm of the early Divine Emperor realm. It was extremely difficult for him to cross the mid-stage Divine Emperor realm. The God Emperor realm had the Great Connecting Realm, but no one knew who could reach the Great Connecting Realm. This step was an insurmountable gap for many people. Jiang Chen also looked indifferent. Even the great elder of the city of 10,000 swords had come out. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't be participating in the sword sacrifice of Mount Li for the selection of the sword master, but to cause trouble. The great elder of the sword-drawing sect. Oh my god, even the great elder of the sword-drawing sect has come out. It seems that the battle between the two is really intense. Yeah, it seems that Jun Tianqiu of the Jun family is quite influential. Ha ha ha. The great elder of the sword-drawing sect, a mid-stage Divine Emperor realm and an early-stage Divine Emperor realm, were separated by just one palm. How strong is he? I can only describe him with one word, unfathomable. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. It seemed that their trip this time was not in vain. Even the great elder of the sword-drawing sect had appeared and even intervened to stop the fight between the two. Jun Tianqiu was famous for his incomparably domineering style, while Jiang Chen was a nobody. This battle would push Jiang Chen to the pinnacle of the Central Plains divine land. At the very least, he would be able to establish a firm foothold and let everyone know of his existence. This was Jiang Chen's goal. He used this opportunity to display his might to let the entire world know of his existence. He also let Xiaoyu know that he was already in the Central Region divine land, silently waiting for her to appear and searching for traces of her. Jiang Chen's mind raced. He knew very well that today's battle would be very difficult. It wasn't just Jun Tianqiu was just one of his opponents. The truly terrifying ones were those who hadn't appeared yet, including those super experts who had been famous for a long time, who wanted to become the sword master of drawing sword sect for the sword sacrifice of Mount Li. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen's back from afar. She always felt that this person's figure was constantly jumping and overlapping in her mind. However, she still kept him at arm's length. It was a kind of resistance from the bottom of her heart. It was the same for everyone, not just Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing even wondered why there was no one else in her memory except for her 2 sisters. Jiang Chen obeyed her and swore to her, but she didn't know how to face him. What did this person like about her? Was it because he loved women, or because he really missed her? Yan Qingqing didn't know. No one could get close to her, and no one could gain her trust. She was like a cold-blooded animal, without feelings or trust. Yan Qingqing's heart was as still as water. She was like a bystander, unmoved by the outside world. There was only one belief in her heart, and that was to follow Jiang Chen and find her sister. Consider yourself lucky, Jiang Chen. Don't let me see you again. I, Jun Tianqiu, swear that this time, you will die without a doubt. Jun Tianqiu stared at Jiang Chen. If it weren't for the great elder of the sword-drawing sect, he would have killed Jiang Chen here. In that case, I'll let you live for a few more days. Great elder, this should be in line with the rules of the sword-drawing sect, right? Jun Tianqiu looked at Jian Wu and said. Jun Tianqiu had the strong backing of the Jun family, so he was naturally not afraid of Jian Wu. However, the strength of the Jun family was still inferior to the sword-drawing sect, but the difference wasn't big. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu wouldn't have been so blunt in front of Jian Wu. Ha ha ha, good, good. Young Master Jun worries too much. This is very good. This old man can't thank you enough. Haha, the two of you, there will be a battle in the city of 10,000 swords. Let's go. After saying that, Jian Wu folded his hands and left. There was a touch of indifference in his eyes because he didn't think that Jiang Chen could defeat Jun Tianqiu. This guy was just lucky. He just happened to appear here, so he naturally couldn't ignore it. Wouldn't letting the battle outside the city of 10,000 swords be a slap to the face of the sword-drawing sect? I hope you're not baseless. If you want to kill me, your current ability is completely insufficient. Jiang Chen said lightly. You'll pay for your arrogance today. I'll settle old and new grudges together. You'll know how to die when the time comes. Jun Tianqiu's face was cold. Countless spectators were a little disappointed. They originally thought that they would witness a battle between mid-divine emperor experts, but who would have thought that it would be cancelled out by an elder of the sword-drawing sect? The battle of the city of 10,000 swords was not something that everyone could see. If one wanted to see the glory of a divine emperor, one's strength must at least reach the hierarch realm to be invited. The sword-drawing sect was located inside the city of 10,000 swords. At that moment, Jiang Chen looked at the boundless mountains and mist of the sword-drawing sect. He was quite shocked. The city of 10,000 swords was actually an unparalleled sect protection formation. There was a formation within a formation, and the sword-drawing sect was also a formation. Even Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. There might be an expert in the sword-drawing sect. This formation was so terrifying that even Jiang Chen didn't dare to say that he could break it. It seemed that the sword-drawing sect had a profound foundation. No one dared to underestimate them. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. Although they couldn't enter the sword-drawing sect to watch the battle, they couldn't hide their excitement. Including Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu, there were a total of 8 people who had reached the Divine Emperor realm outside the city of 10,000 swords. They followed the great elder of the sword-drawing sect and entered the sword-drawing sect. Only these people were their final opponents. 5 of them were early divine emperors, and one of them was also a mid-divine emperor, similar to Jun Tianqiu. However, Jiang Chen did not notice anything strange about this person. He had silver hair and a silver robe. His silver eyes were cold and indifferent. He was more low-key than anyone else. He did not say a word and just followed behind the great elder of the sword-drawing sect. The group entered the city of 10,000 swords quietly. It was only after entering the city of 1,000 swords that Jiang Chen could see the true face of the majestic mountain range. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the enclosed mountain range. Every part of the mountain range was connected by a formation. It was simply an unparalleled formation that connected the heavens. The mountain gate was mighty and majestic. It was about 100 zhang tall. Green dragons and cranes were hovering around it. Flowers were raining down from the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably solemn. There were 9 unreachable peaks that were filled with majesty and danger. On the peak of the most central peak, there was an incomparably magnificent palace. The palace was shrouded with immortal mist, looming in the clouds. Everyone, in front of us is the sword court of the sword-drawing sect. Please take a seat. The great elder of the sword-drawing sect said with a smile and took the lead to step into the sword court above the 9 heavens. Below the sword court, the mountain gate of the sword-drawing sect was magnificent. There were countless disciples. It was incomparably magnificent. Xianxia looked at these high-spirited youths and couldn't help but think of himself in the past. The current him was filled with endless emotions and couldn't help but sigh. To be able to reach this stage today, Xianxia's strength and luck were indispensable. Xianxia's strength and luck couldn't be lacking. Yan Qingqing following beside Xianxia had attracted a lot of attention, especially Jun Tianqiu, who was extremely envious of Yan Qingqing. Everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, because Yan Qingqing was just too beautiful, especially her frosty face. She was like a high and mighty empress that could only be seen from afar, but not be touched by others. Furthermore, her strength was also extremely overwhelming. No one dared to look down on her. We meet again. Xianxia looked at Tantai Jingzong calmly. However, the corners of Tantai Jingzong's lips curled up somewhat bitterly. He was momentarily at a loss for words. I have a whole new level of respect for your strength. Xianxia looked coldly at Tantai Jingzong. Are you here to humiliate me? Tantai Jingzong took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Hee, you're thinking too much. You're not worthy of my humiliation. After we leave that place, we're even. Xianxia shook his head and said. Even? Can we really be even? Tantai Jingzong asked herself. She knew that she owed Xianxia, and it might be difficult for her to repay him in this lifetime. Xianxia had saved her several times. Although Tantai Jingzong would never forget that kind of kindness, it was impossible for her to repay him. Perhaps she would have such a chance one day. I, Tantai Jingzong, will never forget what I owe you. This time, if I can fight with you, I will spare your life. After Tantai Jingzong finished speaking, she turned around and left with a calm expression. She and Yan Qingqing could be said to be the two peerless geniuses of the sword-drawing sect. They were both cold and serious. Tantai Jingzong didn't know what was going on in Xianxia's mind, but she couldn't kill Xianxia. She wasn't a heartless person, but she was forced to do so. Not everyone could laugh at the world without scruples. Only those who stood at the peak of deities would have the dignity to look down on all living beings. The moment she turned around, Tantai Jingzong and Yan Qingqing's eyes met. Yan Qingqing was also quite surprised. She actually could not tell that the woman beside Xianxia was actually this powerful. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. It seemed that Tantai Jingzong was very confident in herself. She was able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and had such great determination and faith. This time, Tantai Jingzong might really become his opponent. This woman had never revealed herself, even when they left the divine tomb at the bottom of the sea. She feels a little guilty and helpless towards you, and even, a little sentimental. Yan Qingqing said faintly. Sentimental? Don't joke around. He. Xianxia looked at Yan Qingqing in disbelief. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. After Yan Qingqing finished speaking, she closed her eyes and did not speak anymore. However, it made Xianxia smile bitterly. That ice-cold woman would be sentimental about him? Wasn't that a fantasy? Xianxia did not believe Yan Qingqing's words. A woman's words could never be trusted, let alone the current Yan Qingqing. She was only able to say that based on her own thoughts. I am the sect master of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Tang. My friends, welcome to my sword-drawing sect. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Ha. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes. He had an imposing appearance and a domineering aura. He slowly stood up and said with a faint smile. An invisible deterrence emanated from him. The domineering aura in his eyes made everyone afraid to face him head-on. The sect master of the sword-drawing sect was a top-notch expert with an extremely high status in the entire central divine land. Xianxia could not help but sigh. In front of a true expert, his strength was obviously not enough. At least, the sect master of the sword-drawing sect made Xianxia realize that his strength was far from the sect master's. Even if he fought with his life on the line, it might not end well. Although Jian Tang, the sect master of the sword-drawing sect, did not exert any pressure on everyone, his pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. This was the power of a powerhouse. It was all-pervasive and impossible to guard against. Even Jun Tianchou and Tantai Jingzong did not dare to act rashly at this moment. After all, they were nothing in front of Jian Tang. There were 8 mid-divine emperor experts beside Jian Tang. These people were also extremely powerful. Needless to say, these 8 people must be the 8 sword masters. As the mainstay of the sword-drawing sect, the selection of the sword master was of utmost importance. No one dared to look down on them. Bang! 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 Neither of the 2 figures was willing to be outdone. They were fighting fiercely and neither could do anything to the other. However, even when they reached the sword court of the sword-drawing sect, there was no clear winner. One of them was Shui Liang, whom Jiang Chen had not seen for a long time. He was the white-robed sword god, the successor of the immortal execution emperor. "You're finally here." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It seemed that he had gained a lot this time. Not only did he see Shui Liang, but he also met Jun Tianchou. The enmity between the 2 of them was destined to be resolved here. The 2 of them only stopped fighting when they reached the main hall. "Sorry, I'm late. Please forgive me, sect master." Shui Liang and the white-haired man said faintly. "Yes, it's good that you're here. The sword-drawing sect has always been unrestrained, not to mention that we're looking for a sword master this time. You don't have to be so polite." Jian Tang was elegant and very magnanimous. Even when facing the battle between Shui Liang and the white-haired man, he was still calm. At this moment, Jun Tianchou also looked at the white-haired man with sharp eyes and a touch of incomparable coldness. "Jiang Chen. You're here too." Shui Liang's eyes narrowed. When he saw Jiang Chen, he was overjoyed. With Jiang Chen here, the 2 of them were destined to become everyone's nightmare. "Why are you alone? Where's Bingyun?" Jiang Chen looked at Shui Liang and saw the worry in his eyes. "She was taken away. This time, I must obtain the position of sword master of the sword-drawing sect. Only then can I have a chance to compete with that place." Shui Liang transmitted his voice, but his face was extremely ugly. "With me around, I will definitely help you obtain the position of sword master." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. This time, he wanted to be famous all over the world. He did not care about the position of sword master of sword-drawing sect. As long as he achieved this, he would have no regrets. Moreover, killing Jun Tianchou was one of the reasons. Jiang Chen would be satisfied if Shui Liang could become the sword master of sword-drawing sect. Furthermore, the crisis of Bingyun was too difficult for Shui Liang. Otherwise, with his current strength of the Divine Emperor realm, it would be impossible for him to be helpless. "Thank you, Jiang Chen." Shui Liang's eyes were filled with incomparable solemnity. He was determined to get Jiang Chen's help. He was not greedy for power, but the position of the sword master of the sword-drawing sect was too important to him. Jiang Chen patted Shui Liang on the shoulder with a smile and said, "There's no need to thank me between us." Shui Liang no longer stood on ceremony. He looked at Jian Tang, the sect master of sword-drawing sect, and said loudly, "Shui Liang pays his respects to the sect master. Li Wuhui pays his respects to the sect master." "Good. Good. Good. Everyone, I will not say anything more about today's matter. The 8 sword masters and I will send you to the sword tomb of Mount Li. In the sword tomb of Mount Li, there is a master refiner who has worked hard for thousands of years to refine a supreme divine sword. It is definitely an extremely powerful primordial treasure. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li is a sacrifice for this sword. The supreme divine sword is about to be born. The master refiner has been in seclusion in the sword tomb of Mount Li for thousands of years and is about to succeed. Whoever can obtain the supreme divine sword in the sword tomb of Mount Li will be the 9th sword master of sword-drawing sect. Jian Tang stopped smiling and his expression became extremely solemn. The sword sacrifice on Mount Li this time was no small matter to the sword-drawing sect. This was because the weapon refining grandmaster had said that the peerless divine sword would definitely search for its own sword master. The primordial origin treasure had already gained intelligence and was fully qualified to search for its own master. In the sword tomb of Mount Li, the unparalleled weapon refining grandmaster had said so. The sword tomb of Mount Li is the sacred land of the sword-drawing sect. Everyone who enters the sword tomb of Mount Li is a candidate for the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. Whoever is chosen by heaven will be the sword master. We only recognize the sword and not the person. Whoever can cover the sky with one hand and obtain the supreme divine sword that is about to be born will command the 9 mountains of the sword-drawing sect and become the true sword master of the sword-drawing sect. After Jian Tang finished speaking, everyone's expression turned solemn. It seemed that this battle for the position of sword master was not only about the sword master, but also an unparalleled battle. Whoever had the last laugh would become the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. It might seem like a journey to seize the sword, but it was definitely unavoidable that there would be killing involved. This battle was rather dangerous, because they might not be facing just one enemy at a time. When Shui Liang saw that Jiang Chen was also present, he was extremely excited. With one more helper, he was determined to win the sword master battle this time. Although it was called the sword sacrifice, it might be a sword sacrifice battle because only a small portion of people would be able to walk out alive. It might even be only 1 or 2 people. The sword master battle is not a selfish selection of the sword-drawing sect. Experts from all over the world can participate in it. The peerless genius of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu, and everyone else will participate in the sword master battle together. The 12 of you are destined to have a fierce battle. I wish you all good luck. Jian Tang smiled faintly. Outside the door, a grey-clothed swordsman stood with his arms crossed and a sword in front of him. He looked calm as he looked at everyone present. He was Jian Donglu, the genius of the sword-drawing sect. His strength was only at the early Divine Emperor realm, but sometimes, the battle between experts was not determined by the strength of their realms. Jiang Chen was the best example. He was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Only those who were stronger could fight him. The sword mound of Mount Li was located in a col in the northern mountains of the sword-drawing sect. In the col stood an extremely majestic stone tablet that was about 100 feet tall. 2 huge words were carved on the stone tablet, Sword Mound. The stone tablet of the sword tomb gave people a great shock. The sword tomb of Mount Li was also the most special existence in the entire sword-drawing sect. The person leading the way was still the great elder Jian Wu. In front of Mount Li, the great elder said with a solemn expression, "Success or failure depends on this. Who will have the last laugh will depend on your own abilities. Life and death are up to fate. Success or failure is up to the heavens. It's not too late to regret now." However, no one paid attention to Jian Wu's words. That was because the purpose of their trip was here. For the position of sword master and the peerless divine sword, they no longer had any scruples. "Thank you, great elder. However, the sword tomb of Mount Li is not our goal. The position of sword master is what we really want. If we become the sword master of the sword-drawing sect, wouldn't we have a meteoric rise and a noble status in the future? Dare I ask in all directions, who can compete with him?" "Ha ha ha," someone said with a smile, full of confidence. "In that case, all of you can go. The sword tomb of Mount Li will close in 10 days. At that time, the one who can walk out with the peerless divine sword will be the true sword master." After saying that, the great elder left, leaving behind Jiang Chen, Jun Tianqiu, and the rest of the 12 people. They finally entered the underground sword tomb. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li was just around the corner. The most mysterious place in the sword-drawing sect was the sword tomb of Mount Li. At this moment, the atmosphere in the sword tomb of Mount Li had become extremely cold and austere. The group of 12 people had a solemn expression on their faces. They did not dare to be careless. "If we enter from here, we will reach the sword tomb of Mount Li. I have never been here before, so this trip will depend on your luck," Jian Donglu said faintly. This was the sacred place of the sword-drawing sect. Even he, the number 1 genius disciple of the sword-drawing sect, did not have the opportunity to enter. From this, it could be seen that the sword tomb of Mount Li was indeed an important place for the sword-drawing sect. "Jiang Chen, do you think that there will really be a peerless divine sword in the sword tomb of Mount Li? Why do I feel a little uneasy?" Shui Liang said faintly. He did not usually speak much, but every word he uttered was like a gem. He looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of doubt in his eyes. It was extremely complicated. Let's take one step at a time. Even the genius disciples of the sword-drawing sect are entering the sword tomb of Mount Li for the first time, let alone me. What can we do? Hee hee. Xianxia shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Now, he could only open up a path and slowly look for an opportunity. After entering the underground palace of the Sword Tomb of Mount Li, it was illuminated by pearls everywhere. The entire foot of the mountain was empty. In the underground palace, there were countless broken swords that piled up into a mountain and pierced into the underground palace. There were all kinds of divine weapons, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and everything else. Although it was not the Sword Tomb of Mount Li, it was also filled with the remains of other weapons. Some were cold, some were dull, some were ferocious, and some were plain. There was no spirituality to speak of. In short, the Sword Tomb of Mount Li was filled with the radiance of weapons. As far as the eye could see, the belly of the mountain in front of them stretched all the way down. The space in the Sword Tomb of Mount Li was terrifyingly huge. It was like a palace of weapons. Every single divine weapon seemed to have a life of its own. It was as though they were a part of this place, and in this kingdom of weapons, they emitted their own brilliance. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu, Li Wuhui, and the others did not cause trouble for Jiangchen and Shui Liang, because the first thing they needed to find was the peerless divine sword, or the equipment refining Grand Master mentioned by the master of the sword-drawing sect. Only then could they find the peerless divine sword. This ghastly place is so real. The killing aura is extremely heavy. These weapons are all stained with blood. The killing aura seems to have permeated the entire Sword Tomb of Mount Li. After countless years, it seems to have formed an extremely overbearing killing aura. The killing aura is extremely terrifying. That's right, let's hope that the baleful aura won't attack us. It was unknown who said this, but at this moment, all the weapons in the Sword Tomb of Mount Li seemed to tremble in an instant. At the very least, the divine weapons that were 1,000 meters away exploded with blade and sword shadows. They crisscrossed and soared wantonly in the Sword Tomb of Mount Li. Baleful aura soared into the sky. Who the F***ck said that? Why is his mouth so smelly? Someone couldn't help but curse. Before he could finish his words, the ominous aura had already begun its frenzied attack. Fortunately, they were all divine emperors, so it wasn't too difficult for them to resist the ominous aura. However, the ominous aura continued to attack them, penetrating through every nook and cranny. It was like a group of fearless ants, biting and tearing at them. The baleful aura permeated the entire Sword Tomb of Mount Li, forcing the 12 divine emperor experts into a rather embarrassing situation. Although the divine emperor experts were strong, the baleful aura of the divine weapons in the Sword Tomb was too much. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to resist it when it was gathered together. Buddha's radiance. Jiangchen held his blade horizontally and changed his hand seals. A Buddha's radiance was cast out. There was no baleful aura at all. Jiangchen's body was almost enveloped by a layer of unparalleled Buddha's radiance. The baleful aura could not enter his body at all. The baleful aura finally retreated in front of Jiangchen. However, the others were not so lucky. There were even 2 of them who were suffering from the baleful aura. They were extremely embarrassed and did not have the demeanor of a divine emperor expert at all. Immortal Execution Sword Qi. The celestial slaying sword Qi also forced the evil Qi back, as though it had cut through the mortal world. At this time, they gradually realized that the evil Qi could be dispersed to satisfy one's hunger. In the end, more than 10 people all attacked strongly, each displaying their divine might, and finally broke the invisible pressure. The evil Qi gradually returned to nothingness, but it still wandered around the entire Sword Tomb of Mount Li. The evil Qi retreated, but that invisible thing was still confusing. It could only be said that in a short period of time, the situation was temporarily stabilized, and there was no danger. There's light over there. Li Wuhui squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Looking at a red dot in the distance, it was gradually enlarging. Everyone was looking forward to it. They even felt an unparalleled power exploding. That terrifying aura wreaked havoc in the Sword Tomb of Mount Li. Streaks of fiery red sword Qi spread out from the depths of the Sword Tomb of Mount Li and finally dispersed in front of the Divine Emperor realm experts. Is it a peerless divine sword? Shui Liang murmured. Everyone felt a trace of joy. They raised their heads and looked at the blood-red sword Qi in the depths. They began to hesitate. Maybe it's a master of refining. Jun Tianqiu said coldly. Everyone was cautious in front of the scene. After all, although the baleful aura did not hurt their foundation, the baleful aura that had been formed underground for a long time was indeed quite terrifying. How do we know what it is if we don't take a look? The silver-haired young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His footsteps were swift and he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Let's go and have a look. Xianxia glanced at Shui Liang and then at Yan Qingqing behind him, as if he was afraid that she would be in danger. If there's any problem that you can't solve, please call me. Xianxia urged. You'd better worry about yourself first. I'm not as weak as you think. Yan Qingqing said coldly. Shui Liang, who was standing beside her, was also stunned. Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stopped thinking about it and quickly caught up with the group. At this time, he must not be left behind. He seemed to be protecting Yan Qingqing too much. Little did he know that she had reached the early Divine Emperor realm and even he could not see through her soul power. Xianxia suddenly felt that his worries were unfounded. Fiery red sword Qi. Is it really a peerless divine sword? Get out of my way. An incomparable roar rang out beside everyone's ears. It was earth-shattering. That kind of ghostly wail and wolf-like howl made everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone's faces turned extremely grave. The source of the voice came from behind the streaks of fiery red sword Qi. A fiery red figure stood in front of the sword Qi. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at the huge cauldron in front of him. There seemed to be a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. His fiery red long hair stood on end, and he gave off a cold and bloodthirsty aura. His feminine aura caused Xianxia and the others to silently stare at the fiery red figure. No one dared to act rashly. Just from the streaks of fiery red sword Qi, they knew that this fellow was not simple. Could he be the legendary weapon refining Grandmaster? It's him. Jian Donglu said in a deep voice. His eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this person. It was the guest elder of the sword-drawing sect, the old monster that had not appeared for 10,000 years in the sword tomb of Mount Li. Who is this? The silver-haired man frowned, and his expression became more solemn. This person was too strange. The streaks of fiery red sword Qi shot out from his cauldron, but he did not feel any pressure at all. His hands were constantly trembling, as if he was controlling the cauldron in front of him. I've seen him once when I was very young. As a guest elder of the sword-drawing sect, Tuoba Longyu's strength was already at the mid-divine emperor realm. Now, his strength can only be stronger. Moreover, he's a true weapon refining grandmaster. No one knows how strong he is, and no one knows what kind of divine weapons he can refine. Ever since I knew of his existence, I've never seen him refine a single divine weapon for the sword-drawing sect. However, he received the courtesy of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu said in a low voice. Jian Donglu said in a low voice. At this moment, only he knew who this fiery red figure was. Weapon refining grandmaster? Xianxia frowned. It seemed like this guy did have some skills. Even he might not be able to control the cauldron so well. However, Xianxia had not refined a weapon for a long time. But with his current strength, it should not be a problem for him to refine a low-grade primal origin treasure. Xianxia looked at the primal origin treasure. As for a mid-grade primal origin treasure, Xianxia could not guarantee it. However, what he was refining now was indeed a mid-grade primal origin treasure. Although Xianxia hadn't seen it yet, he could already feel it. The primal origin treasure was like a rampaging dragon, struggling endlessly. Because every primal origin treasure had its own soul, a weapon spirit would be born when a primal origin treasure was refined. It was extremely difficult to completely fuse the weapon spirit with the primal origin treasure and tame the weapon spirit. This Tuoba Longyu seemed to be taming the weapon spirit. Putting his strength aside, he was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to refine a mid-grade primal origin treasure. What he's refining now should be the divine sword that the sect master has mentioned. After Jian Donglu finished speaking, no one dared to act rashly. Tuoba Longyu didn't seem to be in the mood to pay attention to them. Only Xianxia knew that this was the most important moment of weapon refining. He could not afford to be the slightest bit careless, or all his previous efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, Tuoba Longyu wielded a heavy hammer and smashed it towards the fiery red cauldron. This scene left everyone at a loss. Only Xianxia's expression slightly changed. This weapon refining technique was exactly the same as the hammer technique that the craftsman god had taught him. No, he's not Shangguan Hongyan, but it's very likely that he has an extremely important relationship with Shangguan Hongyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this hammer technique. It's actually very similar to the methods in the craftsman god's chart. Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted together. However, he knew that this wasn't the time for him to act. Everyone was silently waiting. If he were to act now, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. However, at this moment, Xianxia's greatest interest wasn't just the divine sword in the fiery red cauldron. He was also interested in Tuoba Longyu's background. Who exactly was he? Why did he know the hammer technique in the craftsman god's chart? Although it was just a simple elementary hammering technique, it had already reached the point of perfection. However, Xianxia was sure that this guy had only learned a little bit of the craftsman god's chart. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult. If it was Xianxia, this peerless divine sword would have already been completed. Don't let me know who you are. Xianxia murmured to himself. He would never let this man go. Perhaps, he could find out more about Shangguan Hongyan through him. Xianxia didn't know what to do. At that moment, Tuoba Longyu's expression grew even more solemn. However, he was unable to change the situation before him. In order to refine this primordial origin treasure, he had already experienced countless hardships and obstacles. He had also gathered countless treasures and was on the verge of success. However, this artifact spirit was too unruly. He was simply unable to completely tame it. The artifact spirit was constantly attacking the cauldron, causing Tuoba Longyu to be in an extremely difficult situation. Xianxia knew that this guy had already fallen into a bottleneck. He was in a dilemma. It was impossible for him to continue maintaining this divine sword. Moreover, it was very likely that he would fall short of success. Looks like it's time for me to help you. Xianxia revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He had to take action now, otherwise, this peerless divine sword would crumble completely. Under the impact of the weapon spirit, this peerless divine sword would become extremely difficult to forge. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to forge it again. Xianxia's pupils shrunk. He held the hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the fiery red cauldron fiercely. In an instant, the fiery red sword chi gradually converged. The weapon spirit was completely formed and sealed within the peerless divine sword. This scene shocked everyone. Even Tuoba Longyu never thought that the divine sword that he had been struggling with for so long would be settled by an outsider with a single hammer. However, Tuoba Longyu didn't have time to think too much about it. The primal origin treasure that he had been yearning for had finally been forged. A mid-grade primal origin treasure. Even divine emperor experts would view it as a treasure. The fiery red longsword drew a streak of light. Light and shadow crisscrossed as it cut through the cauldron. Tuoba Longyu was wild with joy. He had worked hard for countless years, and there was finally an outcome. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on Tuoba Longyu, preparing to snatch the crimson longsword from his hand. What are you waiting for? Ha ha ha. Jun Tianchou burst into laughter as he soared into the sky and charged towards Tuoba Longyu. Tuoba Longyu coldly swept his gaze across everyone as a sneer slowly rose on the corner of his lips. Get lost. Tuoba Longyu roared with a sinister expression. Jun Tianchou, who bore the brunt of the attack, was blown away by the sword. The terrifying sword aura made Jun Tianchou not dare to face it head-on, and he was forced to retreat. The remaining people also pounced forth, but Tuoba Longyu wasn't afraid at all. He slashed out with his sword. Tens of thousands of swords crisscrossed as fiery red sword aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone's eyes narrowed. The crimson longsword was no longer in Tuoba Longyu's hand. Instead, the fiery red sword aura was wreaking havoc in the sword tomb. Tens of thousands of swords were trembling at this moment. One sword, tens of thousands of swords were broken. This was the might of the crimson longsword. Even the heavenly dragon sword was buzzing as if it was filled with battle intent. Ha ha ha. If you guys have the ability, then go ahead and look for it. The sword spirit of this sword has already turned into sword images and returned to the sword tomb. Whoever can find the sword spirit will be able to obtain this peerless divine sword. Tuoba Longyu laughed heartily. You dare to fool us? Jun Tianzhou's expression did not change as he furiously said, staring at Tuoba Longyu. So what if I fool you? What can you do to me? Even the sect master of the sword-drawing sect has to be polite before me, not to mention a nobody like you. Tuoba Longyu said with an arrogant expression. Everyone was furious at Tuoba Longyu. This fellow had actually lost the sword. The sword chi dissipated, turning into 10,000 rays of sword light that scattered in the void. Within the sword mound, no one knew where the sword was now. However, Jun Tianzhou could only suffer in silence. Now wasn't the time to fall out with this Grand Master. Even if he wanted to, he would have to wait until he found the sword. Tuoba Longyu sneered. How could it be so easy for these fellows to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? I've worked so hard for thousands of years, and in the end, it's all for you? Aren't you all too naive? Do you think it's that easy to get the peerless godly sword? Do you think I'll give away the product that I've worked so hard for countless years so easily? Ha ha ha, this is simply wishful thinking. What I want is the supreme killing intent in the sword tomb of Mount Li. With the help of this supreme killing intent, I can create a peerless sacred weapon. At that time, once the sword is unsheathed, the killing intent will sweep across the world. It will become the most terrifying weapon in history, an existence that can even rival the 10 great divine weapons. Tuoba Longyu was full of confidence. His eyes flickered. His ambition wasn't limited to this. Jiangchen also suddenly came to his senses. It seemed that Tuoba Longyu wanted to use the supreme killing intent here to create a peerless demonic weapon. This was indeed a rather crazy thing. Even Jiangchen hadn't thought of it before. This Tuoba Longyu was indeed a genius in refining weapons. That sword is called the Torch Dragon. I've already given it a name. Once the Torch Dragon sword is unsheathed, all the killing intent in the sword tomb of Mount Li will be gathered into one sword. What I want is the most tyrannical divine sword in the world, an unstoppable divine sword. You want to find the Torch Dragon? Dream on. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Longyu was full of confidence. The countless Torch Dragon sword chi were scattered in all directions. Moreover, there were as many divine weapons in the sword tomb of Mount Li as there were hairs on a cow. Even if they were to be checked one by one, it would be difficult to finish checking all of them even after 10,000 years. Kid, I have to thank you for that hammer strike just now. Otherwise, I might need a long time to completely refine the Torch Dragon. Tuoba Longyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiangchen. He seemed to be very interested in him, but there was no gratitude in his eyes. You should also be a master of refining weapons. It seems that I've misjudged you. Kid, can you find my Torch Dragon sword? Haha. Tuoba Longyu looked proud. At this moment, Jun Tianzhou, Li Wuhui, and even Shui Liang and the others had already begun their journey to search for the sword. They only had one goal, and that was to find the Torch Dragon sword. Only by finding the Torch Dragon sword could they become the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. We'll only know if we can find it after trying. However, the ominous chi in the sword tomb of Mount Li is all condensed on the Torch Dragon sword. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to control the Torch Dragon sword? It will become a demon by itself. The ominous chi in the sword tomb of Mount Li is enough to kill a divine emperor realm expert easily. The final result is probably something that you can't predict. Jiangchen said faintly. Tuoba Longyu also narrowed his eyes. He had naturally thought about this before. However, if he wanted to refine a peerless divine weapon, he had to make a choice. From the moment he let go of the Torch Dragon sword, he already knew that the ominous chi in the sword could possibly devour the entire sword tomb of Mount Li. The ominous chi would form into a sword and gather in one's body. That would be the true supreme power. If Tuoba Longyu wanted to turn this middle-grade primal origin treasure into a high-grade primal origin treasure, it would be a demonic weapon that could cause the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. Timing, location, and people. Once the sword was formed and the murderous aura entered the body, Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword might not be able to suppress the Torch Dragon sword. This Tuoba Longyu's madness was obviously more abnormal than what Jiangchen had imagined. You're right. However, one has to struggle to live, right? It's hard for me to make a breakthrough in the art of refining weapons. Therefore, I can only borrow the power of the heavens and earth to make my peerless divine weapon more mysterious. You will see it sooner or later. However, the torch dragon sword is still devouring the ominous chi now. That moment won't be too long. When the time comes, the torch dragon sword will be able to kill any existence. Tuoba Longyu stared at Xianxia and said ferociously. For this moment, for the torch dragon sword, he had waited for too long and sacrificed too much. Therefore, he had to complete the magnificent feat of the torch dragon sword. If it wasn't for the supreme ominous chi in the sword tomb of Mount Li, he wouldn't have chosen to stay in the sword-drawing sect for such a long time. Everyone was incomparably solemn because the torch dragon sword was no longer in Tuoba Longyu's hands. If they wanted to obtain it, they could only search for it in the vast sword tomb of Mount Li. There were so many divine weapons, spears, swords, and halberds. To find the torch dragon sword among these countless divine weapons was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, no one would give up even though they knew it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. This was their only goal and an unchangeable fact. Only the torch dragon sword was the symbol of the sword master. Whoever obtained the torch dragon sword would be the next sword master and would be able to stand on equal footing with the other 8 sword masters. Although they were extremely angry with Tuoba Longyu, there was nothing they could do now because Tuoba Longyu had already released the torch dragon sword. Therefore, they could only rely on themselves to search for it. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Everyone cared about the torch dragon sword, but he was the only one who cared about Tuoba Longyu's identity. He was likely to be related to the craftsman god, but the craftsman god had existed for too long. Therefore, Tuoba Longyu was most likely related to Shangguan Hongyan. Xianxia couldn't help but want to find out more about him. Bastard, you damned guy. I'll settle the score with you after I find the torch dragon sword. Jun Tianzhou's face darkened and he snorted coldly. However, he also knew that it was completely meaningless to make things difficult for Tuoba Longyu. Shuai Liang, Tantai Jingzong, and the others had already begun to search for the torch dragon sword. If he was half a beat slower, it was likely that he wouldn't even see the shadow of the torch dragon sword. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and the one who strikes last suffers a calamity. Although they were all feeling the stones to cross the river, it all depended on who was luckier. At this moment, except for Xianxia, everyone had begun to search frantically. As long as they found the torch dragon sword, they would be the spokesperson of the sword master. Why don't you look for the torch dragon sword? Tuoba Longyu looked at Xianxia and narrowed his eyes. He felt that this guy seemed to be staring at him all the time. I don't have the torch dragon sword with me. You may have chosen the wrong person. Tuoba Longyu sneered as he looked at Xianxia in disdain. This fellow couldn't possibly be so conceited as to think that the torch dragon sword was still on him, right? I know you don't have the torch dragon sword because it's constantly devouring the evil aura in the sword tomb. That's why I want to know how you refined this peerless weapon. Xianxia said with a smile. I naturally relied on my own peerless means and the power of a refining grandmaster to refine such a terrifying peerless divine weapon. Don't think that I will tell you the whereabouts of the torch dragon sword just because you helped me complete the forging of the torch dragon sword. You think too much. Tuoba Longyu said disdainfully. That hammer strike was probably just a coincidence. Xianxia wanted to suppress the attack of the torch dragon sword. He didn't expect that there would be such a turn of events. However, this Xianxia wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. The reason why he came here was to seize the torch dragon sword. Oh, really? Then where did Grandmaster Tuoba learn his craftsmanship? Xianxia continued. Tuoba Longyu's face was gloomy as he stared at Xianxia Lung. What do you mean by that? What does it have to do with you where I learned my skills? Tuoba Longyu was filled with hostility towards Xianxia. Compared to before, his eyes were even more feminine. I'm also quite interested in refining, so I also want to learn from a master. Xianxia said. Then why don't you take me as your master? Ha ha ha, count out to me 3 times first. Tuoba Longyu laughed maniacally in an extremely savage manner. You're not qualified. However, I think there's only one person in this world who can teach me. Xianxia's words caused Tuoba Longyu's expression to change slightly. Only one person? This made his imagination run wild. Tuoba Longyu seemed to have already guessed who that person was. The reason for that was because in this world, there was only a single person who could surpass him in terms of crafting weapons. As for that person, it was his master. What are you trying to say? Tuoba Longyu stared at Jiang Chen. There was definitely a hidden meaning in Jiang Chen's words. Ha ha ha, it seems that you're indeed not the strongest grandmaster refiner in this world. Jiang Chen shook his head, trying to get information out of Tuoba Longyu. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. If it doesn't have anything to do with me, does it have anything to do with you? Do I need to tell you who the strongest grandmaster refiner in this world is? Isn't Shangguan Hongyan your master? Jiang Chen said indifferently. No. Tuoba Longyu spoke without any hesitation. There was even a hint of panic in his eyes. No? Senior brother, it seems like you're getting more and more disappointing. You don't even dare to acknowledge your master. What should I say about you? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tuoba Longyu stared at Jiang Chen with an ugly expression and staggered 2 steps back. Impossible. That's impossible. Master said that she would never accept another disciple in her life. Who exactly are you? Tuoba Longyu stared at Jiang Chen almost crazily. He was extremely nervous and anxious, which made Jiang Chen even more certain that this guy was Shangguan Hongyan's disciple, and that he was inextricably linked to Shangguan Hongyan. However, Jiang Chen was extremely curious as to why he didn't admit that he was Shangguan Hongyan's disciple. Who am I? Am I not your junior brother? The smile on Jiang Chen's face became even brighter. That's impossible. Master would never go back on her word. Tuoba Longyu acted like he didn't believe Jiang Chen at all. However, the expression on his face was getting uglier, which indicated that his heart was still trembling. You don't believe me? Then do you really think that I swung the hammer randomly and coincidentally helped you complete the Torch Dragon Sword? And why would I waste my time talking to you when I don't even care about the Torch Dragon Sword? Do you really think you're that important? In my eyes, you're just a coward. Jiang Chen sneered. Tuoba Longyu's expression turned even darker as his body trembled. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so rude and overbearing. Jiang Chen actually knew his master and referred to him as his junior brother. What a joke. Ha ha ha, do you really think I'll believe you? Master once swore that he would never accept another disciple. I don't care who you are, but I'll fight you to the death today. How dare you humiliate my master? Go to hell. Tuoba Longyu's body shuddered. He was stronger than Jiang Chen, so it wouldn't take much effort to kill this guy. Have you forgotten about the Divine Craftsman chart? The Divine Craftsman chart. These words were so familiar, but it was impossible for Tuoba Longyu to recall them at all. If it wasn't for the Divine Craftsman chart, he would never have been expelled by his master. His master was already being merciful by not killing him. He did not want to cripple his cultivation and skills, so his master expelled him from the sect. Moreover, he could never say that he was his own disciple. For Tuoba Longyu, it was simply a form of torture between life and death. He could not imagine that he had suffered all these years because of the Divine Craftsman chart. If he hadn't made a mistake back then, he wouldn't have suffered such punishment and retribution. However, everything was too late. He had only learned a small part of the Divine Craftsman chart, but it had already benefited him immensely. If he hadn't learned a little bit of the Divine Craftsman chart, it would have been impossible for him to refine a medium-grade primal origin treasure. Now that the years were endless and the circumstances had changed, he was already full of regret. He hoped that one day, he could kneel in front of his master and kowtow to apologize for his sins. However, that moment would never come true, because he had already been expelled from the sect. He was already a sinner of the sect. How could his master allow him to return to the sect? That was why he had spent so many years in the sword-drawing sect. There was a reason for all this. Tuoba Longyu had no face to face his master. He had become a sinner of history, a despicable and shameless villain, and a thief. The Divine Craftsman chart was his master's inheritance. He had stolen it without permission, which had already angered his master. Although he was once his master's proud disciple, he had also suffered a crushing defeat because of this. Jiang Chen's mention of the divine craftsman chart had completely brought Tuoba Longyu back to the scene thousands of years ago. His master had almost killed him with a palm strike. Although he was at his last gasp, his master had still let him live. If he had been killed at that time, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many things that had happened. All these years, Tuoba Longyu had been living in pain and struggle. The illumination dragon sword had intertwined with his life, becoming his symbol. It could be said that his success was due to the craftsman's chart, and his failure was also due to the craftsman's chart. That feeling of despair made Tuoba Longyu wish he was dead. However, everything was already in the past. The fact that Jiang Chen was able to mention the divine craftsmanship chart meant that he was truly his master's disciple. Otherwise, there would be no one in this world who knew about the divine craftsmanship chart. It was just that his master's craftsman's divine chart was not complete, so he had only learned a little. "Are you really my junior brother?" Although Tuoba Longyu had basically believed Jiang Chen's words, he was still filled with disbelief. "It's the real deal. As for the last hammer strike, I'll give you the hammer technique from the divine craftsman chart," Jiang Chen said proudly. At that moment, Tuoba Longyu's expression turned incomparably serious. He nodded his head heavily as he came to a sudden realization. If he wasn't his master's disciple, how could he be so powerful? Without the inheritance of the divine craftsman chart, how could he so easily accomplish such a magnificent feat? However, Tuoba Longyu soon shook his head lightly. "I'm not worthy to be your senior brother." "I'm sorry, I'm not worthy." Tuoba Longyu's face was filled with bitterness as all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Jiang Chen knew that his chance had come. Tuoba Longyu had already completely believed in him. It seemed like the divine craftsman chart was indeed an inheritance of the divine craftsman sect that no one knew about. "Master said that he's missed you a lot these years," Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Tuoba Longyu's hands trembled slightly as tears streamed down his face. He never thought that Jiang Chen would say such a thing, or that his master would miss him. This was the best sentence he had ever heard in a million years. "Little junior brother, master." Did master really say that? Tuoba Longyu looked at Jiang Chen with an incomparably longing expression as his breathing quickened. "That's right. Master said that he wants to see you." Jiang Chen struck Tuoba Longyu again, almost knocking him down. Is this true?" Tuoba Longyu simply couldn't believe his ears. Did master really miss him? Was master really still thinking about him? "No, I can't go back. I'm too ashamed to see master." Tuoba Longyu cried his heart out. Jiang Chen sighed. Tuoba Longyu was a man who valued friendship and loyalty, but that Shangguan Hongyan, Jiang Chen would never let him go. It seemed like this Tuoba Longyu was expelled by Shangguan Hongyan because he had stolen the craftsman's manual. Crying so much? Where's your sense of propriety? If master knew that you're so weak and vulnerable now, he would be even more distressed. After this trip to the sword-drawing sect, you should go back to the sect. When master sees you, he will definitely be very happy. Could it be that you want to disobey master's orders? Jiang Chen said Lung Lung while glaring at Tuoba Longyu. This guy was really troublesome. No, how would I dare to disobey master's orders? It's just that I'm a sinner. Tuoba Longyu's body trembled as tears of joy flickered in his eyes. Had his master finally forgiven him? It seemed like his return to the sect this time would be his second rebirth. I must obtain the torch dragon sword. Therefore, help me obtain the torch dragon sword and then make a trip back to the sect. Jiang Chen said in a deadpan manner, scaring Tuoba Longyu into a daze. If he wanted to find Shangguan Hongyan, this was the best opportunity. However, Jiang Chen had no idea how strong Shangguan Hongyan was. Therefore, he just so happened to meet Tuoba Longyu. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to lure Shangguan Hongyan out with his lies. This was the best opportunity. As long as Tuoba Longyu left the sword-drawing sect and Jiang Chen followed him to find Shangguan Hongyan's sect, everything would be resolved. Jiang Chen only had one goal, and that was to kill Shangguan Hongyan. As for Tuoba Longyu, he was merely a stepping stone. Aren't you going back with me? Little junior brother. Tuoba Longyu was surprised. I have more important things to do. After I complete the task that master gave me, I will go back. Don't worry, Master already told me that Tuoba's punishment back then was really too severe. Xianxia spoke in a tone that sounded like a senior disciple. Tuoba Longyu couldn't control himself. Little junior brother, thank you. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have stayed in this Yin deficiency land forever and never left it for the rest of my life. From the looks of it now, I haven't been forgotten by Master. I, Tuoba Longyu, can finally go back and ask for forgiveness from Master. We're a family, so there's no need to be so polite. But how can I get the Torch Dragon Sword? Xianxia said with a smile. It's not the time for the Torch Dragon Sword yet, because it's frantically devouring the ominous aura, so it can't be obtained yet. As for where it is, I really don't know. I can only slowly sense its existence after it absorbs all the ominous aura here. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to find the Torch Dragon Sword. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, unless they're the chosen one. But that's just a guess. Even I can't find it, so how can they find it? Tuoba Longyu sneered. In his opinion, these guys were all idiots. The idea of finding a sword in the sword tomb of Mount Li was extremely childish in his opinion. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This guy was indeed a sly old fox. It seemed that it wasn't easy for him to deceive him. How long will it take? Xianxia continued to ask. 3 days. In just 3 days, all the ominous aura in the sword tomb of Mount Li will be completely absorbed. That will be the moment when the Torch Dragon Sword truly rises. Tuoba Longyu said in a deep voice. The Torch Dragon Sword was no longer important to him, because the regret of his life was about to be fulfilled. He had never imagined that his master would want to see him. But now that he had met his junior brother, it could be said that fate made a fool out of him. He had already unconditionally believed in his junior brother. Whether it was the craftsman's divine manual or his refining methods, it was enough to prove everything. Alright, then I'll wait for another 3 days. At that time, you must lend me a hand. I must obtain the Torch Dragon Sword. I must become the Sword Master. Xianxia said solemnly. Alright. Leave it to me. Tuoba Longyu patted his chest and said. Keep your distance from me first. After I find the Torch Dragon Sword, I will definitely become the target of everyone. At that time, you can help me eliminate many opponents. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. Haha, that's right. Junior brother is indeed very smart. The fact that Master has a disciple like you is the fortune of our sect. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you know that in this sword tomb of Mount Li, I'm the heavens. No one can escape from my palm, especially in front of the Candle Dragon Sword. As long as the Candle Dragon Sword absorbs all the evil chi, even a mid-divine emperor would only need 1 strike. Tuoba Longyu was extremely confident. Alright, I'll wait for 3 days. I hope you won't disappoint me, senior brother. Xianxia said. As for Tuoba Longyu, he was calm and unperturbed, as if he was sitting on a fishing platform. Xianxia knew that he must have a well-thought-out plan, and even calculated that these people would not be able to find the Torch Dragon Sword, which was why he was so fearless. At this time, both Shuai Liang and Jun Tianqiu were badly battered. During these 2 days, they had searched countless magic weapons, precious weapons, sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, but to no avail. They couldn't find any clues at all, as if the Candle Dragon Sword had completely disappeared at this moment. Bullsh *T, when I find the Torch Dragon Sword, the first person I'll kill will be you. Jun Tianqiu said with a gloomy expression. He was trembling with anger. He had already broken millions of divine weapons, but there was no trace of the Torch Dragon Sword. Just as Tuoba Longyu had said, the ominous aura in the sword tomb was getting lesser and lesser. It seemed like the Torch Dragon Sword had absorbed more than half of the ominous aura. Where the hell is this thing? We've searched everywhere, but no one has found it. It's really a headache. Shuai Liang bitterly smiled as he scratched his head. His face was extremely unsightly. Where exactly did Tuoba Longyu throw the Torch Dragon Sword to? He couldn't even find its origin. Even Tuoba Longyu probably had no clue where it was. Li Wuhui's expression was also gloomy. Everyone's patience was about to run out. They kept searching for the Torch Dragon Sword, but there was no clue at all. If they continued to search like this, they would only be played like monkeys. Where exactly is this torch dragon sword? Tantai Jingzong's beautiful eyes flashed as she swept her gaze over the area. There were also thousands of broken divine weapons, but she didn't find anything in the end. Everyone was filled with anticipation, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Their luck didn't seem to be too good. Even the genius disciple of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu, couldn't help but smile bitterly. As the host, he was also confused. The sect master did not give him the slightest hint, so he was also at a loss. The sword tomb of Mount Li was the biggest sacred place of the sword-drawing sect. It could be said that the divine weapons of all directions were gathered here, strong and weak, but he couldn't find the location of the torch dragon sword at all. As time passed, Tuoba Longyu's expression also became solemn. At this moment, he already felt that the torch dragon sword seemed to have absorbed 80 to 90% of the evil qi in the sword tomb of Mount Li. It was very likely that it would be upgraded and become a peerless weapon of the upper-grade primal origin treasure level. Until the very last moment, anything was possible. It's finally done. Tuoba Longyu's words made Jiang Chen's body tremble. After all, Tuoba Longyu was the one who created the torch dragon sword. He could feel the existence of the torch dragon sword after absorbing the endless evil qi. 9 miles to the northwest, that black jade sword is the torch dragon sword. Tuoba Longyu glanced at Jiang Chen, his pupils constricted, and he transmitted his voice. If he made a move at this moment, then they would definitely know that he had found the location of the torch dragon sword. However, if Jiang Chen made a move, the significance would be different. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He instantly turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. In the sword tomb of Mount Li, he was unscrupulous, rushing towards the place that Tuoba Longyu had mentioned. At this moment, Jiang Chen could feel a great power rippling out from the sword. It was a kind of ominous aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was an unbelievable majesty, as if the sword was a supreme king, time, place, and people. Finally, the torch dragon sword was completed. Jiang Chen also felt that the torch dragon sword seemed to have become abnormally powerful at this moment, as if its quality had been greatly improved. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky as a storm surged above Mount Li. Jiang Chen grasped the torch dragon sword. Immediately, rays of pitch-black sword qi accompanied by incomparably scarlet light shot out in all directions. There! Jiang Chen! It's that guy again! Even Jiang Chen was shocked by the appearance of the torch dragon sword. The terror of the torch dragon sword seemed to be on par with his heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, the baleful aura within it was also extremely terrifying, as if it was about to break out of the sword. That kind of power made people's hearts palpitate. Everyone could feel the terror of the torch dragon sword. The sword aura in Jiang Chen's hand was oppressive and terrifying. Jiang Chen clenched the torch dragon sword in his hand, but it was already very difficult for him to do so. There seemed to be an incomparably powerful soul in the torch dragon sword that wanted to break through his restraints and soar upwards. This artifact spirit is really terrifying. Jiang Chen's face slightly changed. But at this moment, he had already become the target of public criticism. Moreover, the torch dragon sword was constantly shaking, as if it was about to break out of his body. This torch dragon sword is so powerful. Tantai Jingsong knitted her brows and said in a low voice. Although the torch dragon sword was in Jiang Chen's hand and everyone wanted it for themselves, everyone could see that the torch dragon sword seemed to be extremely difficult to control. Jiang Chen had to exert a lot of effort to control it. If they obtained the torch dragon sword, it was likely that their hands and feet would be tied. The torch dragon sword was more like a hot potato than a peerless divine weapon. Jiang Chen's face was extremely unsightly. He exerted all his strength in order to subdue the torch dragon sword. At this moment, Jun Tianzhou and the others seemed to want to attack Jiang Chen. The entire sword tomb of Mount Li was in a state of mutual hostility. Kid, it seems that you don't deserve the torch dragon sword. Ha ha ha. Someone sneered and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jun Tianzhou and the others made up a total of 4 people. All of them rushed towards the torch dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen knew that it was too difficult for him to control the torch dragon sword. Given his current strength, it was indeed difficult for him to fight against Jun Tianzhou and the other 3 Divine Emperor realm experts. However, if he let go of the torch dragon's sword, it would be extremely difficult for him to get it again. Xianxia, let me help you. Shuiliang shouted in a deep voice. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and stood in front of Xianxia. Both of them exchanged a glance. The killing intent in Shuiliang's eyes intensified in the face of Jun Tianzhou's group. With the addition of Shuiliang, Xianxia's situation became much easier. Shuiliang fought against 3 early Divine Emperor realm experts at once. He held the immortal killing sword in his hand and looked domineering. As soon as the immortal killing sword appeared, everyone was quite surprised. This immortal killing sword was comparable to the torch dragon sword. However, Shuiliang was not in a hurry. He fought against the 3 early Divine Emperor realm experts with unhurried immortal killing sword essences. Shuiliang was having a good time fighting against the 3 without any pressure. On the contrary, Shuiliang's strength was strong enough. With the immortal killing sword essence, the 3 experts almost couldn't move an inch. Shuiliang blocked the 3 experts, but Xianxia's opponent was Jun Tianzhou. When 2 enemies met, their eyes turned red. The feeling of life and death entanglement made Xianxia even more solemn. Xianxia, you will definitely die in my hands this time. Jun Tianzhou said in a deep voice. He stared at Xianxia with his eyes wide open. Even if Xianxia didn't have the torch dragon sword, he would never give up. At this time, he wanted to fight with Xianxia to the death. He wanted the torch dragon sword and Xianxia's life. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Xianxia said coldly. The torch dragon sword in his hand was trembling constantly. Xianxia looked up. He could feel that there seemed to be endless heavenly lightning gathering above Mount Li. It was drawn by the torch dragon sword. Gentleman's sword, sword shatters the starry sky. Jun Tianzhou's eyes were cold. His sword momentum was like a flying swan. Xianxia also swung the torch dragon sword in his hand. Although Xianxia couldn't fully control it, the terrible evil qi directly forced Jun Tianzhou to retreat. Jun Tianzhou's face was extremely unsightly. Killing intent soared up to the sky and the sword qi buzzed incessantly. Although Xianxia was holding the candle dragon sword in his hand, he was already invincible. The killing intent and sword qi fused together, sending chills down everyone's spine. Jun Tianzhou wasn't weak, but his strength was completely suppressed at this moment, because his opponent, Xianxia, was just too strong. With the torch dragon sword in his hand, Xianxia was unstoppable. His sword shattered the starry sky and tore the void of thousands of miles apart. Break for me! Xianxia slashed out with his sword, breaking thousands of swords. No one could stop this sword. Xianxia's sword was filled with endless power and unparalleled pressure. Jun Tianzhou was once again forced back by Xianxia. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his figure. The unparalleled pressure made him feel extremely uncomfortable. As soon as the evil qi emerged, the heaven and earth changed color. The entire sword tomb of Mount Li was in turmoil. The hundreds of millions of divine weapons also trembled. Xianxia's strength wasn't that strong, but the torch dragon sword was too terrifying. The evil qi made everyone's expression turn grave. Jun Tianzhou wanted to be the first to stand out, but he failed. The torch dragon sword that he yearned for day and night was forced back by Xianxia again and again. If not for the torch dragon sword, what are you? Jun Tianzhou was furious and unwilling, but the torch dragon sword was so strong that it made his hair stand on end. Without the torch dragon sword, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Xianxia said coldly. But at this time, Jian Donglu and Li Wuhui seemed to be ready to make a move. They wanted to seize the torch dragon sword, but it couldn't be done overnight. Therefore, they had to defeat Xianxia quickly. Only by defeating Xianxia could they have a chance to seize the torch dragon sword. Your situation seems to be a little too comfortable. Li Wuhui's target was Shuiliang. From the beginning, the two of them had been fighting. At this time, Shuiliang was fighting 1 against 3. Naturally, he couldn't give up such a good opportunity, so he was able to force Shuiliang into a desperate situation. He had a close relationship with Xianxia. If he defeated Shuiliang, it wouldn't take long for Xianxia to give in. If you have the ability, then kill me. What kind of hero are you to try to win with your words? Do you think I, Shui Liang, am afraid of you? Ha ha ha. Shui Liang said with a laugh. At this time, Li Wuhui quickly joined the battle and directly forced Shui Liang to retreat. He looked extremely embarrassed. Jian Donglu also targeted Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen was defeated, he would have a chance to get the Torch Dragon Sword. As a genius disciple of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu had a long way to go. He had to get the Torch Dragon Sword to prove the power of the sword-drawing sect. The sect master and the 8 sword masters also hoped that he could get the Torch Dragon Sword and become the 9th sword master of the sword-drawing sect. Young Master Jun, why don't we join forces? Let's see how long this guy can last. Jian Donglu narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chen had already become the target of public criticism. Behind Jian Donglu, the other 2 Divine Emperor realm experts were also ready to take action. Their target was Jiang Chen alone. Among the people present, only Tantai Jingzong, Yan Qingqing, and the unidentified silver-haired man didn't make a move. Jiang Chen brandished his blade. At this time, he was no longer afraid of anyone. The Torch Dragon Sword in his hand was unparalleled. Who could compete with it? This terrifying evil chi seemed to have just revealed the tip of the iceberg. The terror of an upper-grade primordial origin treasure was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Brother Donglu is right. Let's kill the scoundrel first. Who gets the Torch Dragon Sword will depend on our own abilities. Jun Tianqiu had fought with Jiang Chen several times now, but he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Jun Tianqiu wasn't that stupid to reveal all his strength at this time. Whoever revealed all his trump cards first was likely to be the first to die. Jun Tianqiu's face was incomparably gloomy. Now that Jiang Chen had become everyone's enemy, it was tantamount to courting death. Originally, he and Jiang Chen had a 50-50 chance, but who asked him to get the Torch Dragon Sword first? Although he had the initiative in seizing the sword first, Jiang Chen's chances of winning were minimal. Whoever held the Torch Dragon Sword would have the absolute initiative, but it wasn't so easy to hold it until the end. Because no one was a fool. The Torch Dragon Sword was a hot potato, and no one was sure to get it in the end. Whoever moved first would be in a disadvantageous position. I no longer have any patience. If you want to fight, let's fight. Let's see what my limit is. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and stroked the peerless divine sword in his hand. The Torch Dragon Sword gave him the feeling that it was a peerless ghost weapon. His unparalleled domineering aura seemed to be stirring in the Torch Dragon Sword, wanting to drink blood and kill the enemy. However, Jiang Chen also knew that these people were not easy to deal with. Who could make him drink blood was also an extremely difficult problem. With the help of the Torch Dragon Sword, Jiang Chen's only goal was to kill Jun Tianqiu to vent the hatred in his heart. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu would pester him all the time. That feeling made Jiang Chen extremely uncomfortable. It was better to kill Jun Tianqiu directly. That way, he could solve the problem once and for all. Arrogant and conceited, I'll send you to heaven. Jun Tianqiu brandished his longsword and wreaked havoc in the vast sky. This time, he had exerted 99% of his strength. He was determined to kill Jiang Chen. On the other side, with the addition of Jian Donglu, Jiang Chen's situation was extremely awkward. However, Jiang Chen was bold and courageous. With the Torch Dragon Sword in hand, his indomitable and domineering aura accompanied Jiang Chen. The 3 of them were experts who had evolved the sword to the extreme. Jiang Chen was fighting 1 against 2. Jian Donglu and Jun Tianqiu couldn't shake Jiang Chen in the slightest. Limitless Sword, 17th Sword. Jiang Chen displayed the 17th sword with the Torch Dragon Sword. That supreme sword realm made Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu feel inferior. At this time, Jiang Chen's sword chi was already unparalleled in the world. It turned into a dark dragon and broke out of his body. The terrifying supreme tyrant body made Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu's expressions change drastically. His sword technique was unstoppable. The sword chi of the Torch Dragon Sword was completely the baleful chi from the sword tomb of Mount Li. The sword chi was like a shadow and the baleful chi soared into the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and unruffled. He was fighting 1 against 2 with ease. Damnable bastard. Jun Tianqiu was incomparably furious. Even such an attack couldn't take down Jiang Chen. Was this guy really that strong? In the end, it was all because of the torch dragon sword. He had to admit that Jiang Chen's means were heaven-defying, but without the torch dragon sword, he wouldn't be so powerful. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to deliver the torch dragon sword to you? Jun Tianqiu roared. The two early Divine Emperor realm experts behind him exchanged a glance. They originally wanted to reap the benefits, but it was obvious that Jiang Chen was like the sun in the midday sky. He wasn't someone they could defeat. It was even more difficult to kill Jiang Chen and seize the torch dragon sword. Who among the people present wasn't a shrewd person? Do you think it will give you a chance to reap the benefits? If they didn't take action, they were likely to be affected. At that time, the situation would be even more difficult. Although Jiang Chen blocked the attack of Jun Tianqiu and the others, Shui Liang wasn't so lucky. Because Shui Liang's strength was almost the same as Li Wuhui's, but Li Wuhui and 3 early Divine Emperor realm experts had joined hands to attack Shui Liang. Although the Immortal Execution sword in his hand constantly slashed out beams of Immortal Execution sword essence, he still felt like he was outnumbered. But at least he managed to stabilize the situation. Shui Liang clenched his teeth and looked gloomy. If he was defeated so quickly, it would undoubtedly disrupt Jiang Chen's battle. At that time, it was likely that he would be trapped in a quagmire and unable to extricate himself. Shui Liang looked at Yan Qingqing. Why was she watching the show without moving? Was she Jiang Chen's trump card? But when Shui Liang looked at Jiang Chen again, his situation had become difficult. 4 Divine Emperor realm experts had joined hands to suppress him. Jun Wuhui and Jiandong Lu were both extremely powerful experts with peerless talent. They would not give Jiang Chen any chance at all. Even if the Candle Dragon sword was in his hand, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was not something that the Candle Dragon sword could display. Little junior brother, activate your divine origin Qi, spiritual core, Qi control profound gate, and stimulate the evil Qi of the Candle Dragon sword. Only then can you exert the power of the Candle Dragon sword to its strongest state. Be careful of the evil Qi's backlash. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, Tuoba Longyu's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was delighted. It seemed like this guy was really a timely help. Jiang Chen wasn't able to fully control the torch dragon sword, but Tuoba Longyu was able to control it like the back of his hand. Jiang Chen acted according to Tuoba Longyu's method. Sure enough, the evil Qi rampaged and wreaked havoc in an instant. That majestic aura covered the sky. The evil Yin sword Qi that appeared instantly pierced through 2 early Divine Emperor realm experts. Those 2 guys became the scapegoats of Jun Tianqiu and Jiandong Lu. The 2 of them exchanged a glance with each other and retreated backwards in extreme fear. Jiang Chen was a complete mad dog. With the help of the torch dragon sword, he had no scruples at all. He could kill anything that stood in his way. Could they really get their hands on Jiang Chen or the Candle Dragon sword? Jian Donglio's heart was in turmoil, but he knew that things were far from over. It seems like it's time to act. Tantai Jingzong squinted her eyes. She was confident that her strength was on par with Jun Tianqiu, but after seeing Jiang Chen's performance, she realized that Jiang Chen could never be judged by common sense. No matter what the reason was, he was able to turn danger into safety and be so powerful. It was really unexpected. Initially, she had thought highly of Jiang Chen, but she had still underestimated him. Whether it was his personal strength or the scariness of the torch dragon sword, it was something that couldn't be changed. Tantai Jingzong could only do her best not to kill Jiang Chen, but she still wanted the Candle Dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. You finally can't stand it anymore? Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong and smiled faintly. The 2 of them had clashed once again. Although Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't show any mercy to Tantai Jingzong, otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Even if he was confident in himself, it would be extremely difficult for him to stand firm in the face of so many peerless experts. Tantai Jingzong knew that she had consumed a lot of her strength, so she chose to act now to understand more about Jiang Chen's means. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. That was why Tantai Jingzong, who knew Jiang Chen very well, was full of confidence. She was no longer a half-step Divine Emperor who could be bullied by others. Why do we need to talk about this between us? You know that I can't just stand by and watch. Really? Then I would like to see Miss Tantai's means. Jiangchen smiled faintly. If you hand over the torch dragon sword to me now, I will definitely protect you. Tantai Jingzong said calmly. She wasn't disturbed by Jiangchen's words. Although she felt guilty to Jiangchen, she wouldn't go easy on him. After all, these people were watching. What she wanted was what everyone else wanted. No need. If you can take the sword in my hand, then I won't have to stay here anymore. Jiangchen said with a smile. He had nothing else to say at this moment. Since Tantai Jingzong had chosen to stand on the opposite side of him, the two of them were no longer on speaking terms. All right. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. Only she could understand the bitterness at the corner of her mouth. She didn't want to go tit for tat with Jiangchen, but she had no other choice at this time. Jiangchen was still so stubborn. His opponent was far stronger than him. If it wasn't for the torch dragon sword, it was still unknown whether Jiangchen could achieve such strength. Let's get rid of him first. I don't believe that this guy really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He doesn't deserve the torch dragon sword at all. Jing Tianzhou rushed forward again. He was almost the one who had a life-and-death battle with Jiangchen. No matter when it would always be a life-and-death battle with Jiangchen. Jing Tianzhou also knew how to judge the situation and advance and retreat in an orderly manner. Jiangchen's torch dragon sword was strong, but he didn't dare to confront Jiangchen head-on. Whether it was the 2 scapegoats or the current battle, he didn't hesitate at all. Little junior brother, be careful. These people are not easy to deal with. There's a mid-Divine Emperor Minor Heavenly Connection Realm and 2 early Divine Emperor Minor Heavenly Connection Realm experts. Don't drag it out. Tuoba Longyu's worry made Jiangchen speechless. It seemed that this guy really regarded Jiangchen as his little junior brother. It could be seen that he quite agreed with Jiangchen. If you need help, just let me know. I don't care about these guys. Tuoba Longyu said with a cold smile. Jiangchen couldn't help but look at Tuoba Longyu in a new light. Was he really that strong? However, Jiangchen hadn't reached the final moment yet. He couldn't use Tuoba Longyu, or else he would lose everything. What he needed to be wary of the most right now was Li Wuhui and the silver-haired man. He had absolutely no idea about these 2 guys. Jiangchen didn't know much about them. At least, when facing Tantai Jingzong and Jun Tianzhou, Jiangchen wouldn't be obliterated even if he couldn't defeat them. Although Jiandong Lu was also very strong, he couldn't threaten Jiangchen in a short period of time. At this moment, Shuai Liang was in a very difficult situation. He was seriously injured, but he still didn't make a sound. He wanted to create an opportunity for Jiangchen. He didn't want Jiangchen to fall into a passive position. That was why he fought so hard. But even so, Shuai Liang didn't get nothing. He killed 3 early Divine Emperor Realm experts with his seriously injured body, but he was already exhausted. At this moment, Li Wuhui's combat strength was still extremely strong. Shuai Liang couldn't compete with him anymore. Shuai Liang. When Jiangchen looked at Shuai Liang, his face was extremely solemn. He didn't expect that Shuai Liang would fight so hard. Shuai Liang was already in danger when he was not paying attention. Shuai Liang was not a talkative person, but he had nothing to say to Jiangchen. Heroes cherished heroes. Both of them cherished each other very much. Jiangchen understood the pain in Shuai Liang's heart. Since Bingyun was taken away, it must be a very painful thing for Shuai Liang. But whether he could complete his redemption depended on himself. Now that he had Jiangchen's help, Shuai Liang naturally didn't dare to say a word, for fear that he would put Jiangchen in an irrecoverable situation. You're such a fool. Jiangchen smiled bitterly and rushed over quickly. At this moment, Li Wuhui was already aiming at Shuai Liang. Jiangchen stepped on the void and turned around in the air. He blocked Li Wuhui with his sword, which directly made Li Wuhui lose his target and protected Shuai Liang behind him. Jiangchen squinted his eyes slightly. Now, he was fighting against everyone. Tantai Jingzong and Jun Tianzhou sneakily attacked Jiangchen from behind and finally gave Jiangchen a blow, which made the situation become difficult for Jiangchen. There were fierce tigers in front of him and pursuers behind him. Li Wuhui, Jun Tianzhou, Jiandong Lu, and Tantai Jingzong all surrounded Jiangchen. At this moment, Xianxia had nowhere to hide. Any one of these people was a peerless expert. Now that Xianxia was fighting against 4 of them, he also felt that his crisis was getting bigger and bigger. Kacha, accompanied by a deafening sound, the entire top of the sword tomb of Mount Li completely collapsed, revealing a dark thundercloud that circled in the void. It's the heavenly thunder born from the primordial origin treasure. Ha ha ha, God is helping me. Let's see where Xianxia can run to with the candle dragon sword in his hand. Now that the heavenly thunder has descended, the candle dragon sword in his hand will definitely turn him into ashes. The rumbling of the heavenly thunder was already imminent. Everyone knew that the heavenly thunder attracted by the torch dragon sword was already close at hand and was about to descend. That incomparably terrifying might was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even Tuoba Longyu's expression was extremely solemn. Whenever a peerless divine weapon descends, it would attract supreme heavenly lightning, and this high-grade primal origin treasure was no exception. The current situation was already very difficult for Xianxia. Tuoba Longyu knew that he had to take action, otherwise his junior brother would definitely be trapped. With so many Divine Emperor experts targeting him, it was basically impossible for him to escape. At this moment, the happiest ones were none other than Jun Tianzhou and Jian Donglu. They couldn't wait for Xianxia to be obliterated. Once the heavenly lightning killed Xianxia, they would have one less powerful opponent. As long as Xianxia was here, it would be extremely difficult for them to seize the torch dragon sword. Looks like this guy is really angry. Humph, humph. Even the heavenly lightning can't tolerate him. He's dreaming if he wants to control the torch dragon sword. Jun Tianzhou sneered. Xianxia's current situation was the most difficult. Let's strike him while he's down. Let's see how capable he is to withstand the attacks of so many people and the heavenly lightning. Jian Donglu narrowed his eyes and shouted. Everyone rushed towards Xianxia at this moment, wanting to give him a fatal blow. After all, the heavenly sound attracted by the torch dragon sword must be extremely terrifying for Xianxia. The might of an upper-grade primal origin treasure was absolutely extraordinary. Tantai Jingzong was the only one who felt a sense of foreboding when she looked at the heavenly lightning. She knew that it wouldn't be too difficult for Xianxia to neutralize it with the lightning in hand. The heavenly lightning might not be a crisis for Xianxia, but an opportunity. Tantai Jingzong didn't dare to be negligent because this was the best opportunity. Regardless of whether the heavenly lightning was strong or weak, Xianxia was currently being attacked from all sides. This was the time when he was most vulnerable to defeat. Everyone was ready to take action at this moment. Their only target was Xianxia. Only by killing Xianxia would they have the opportunity to seize the torch dragon sword. Therefore, Xianxia must die. Jun Tianzhou and Jian Donglu rushed forward together. The two of them didn't give Xianxia the slightest chance because Xianxia was no longer fighting alone. His opponent had added an incomparably ferocious heavenly lightning. Tantai Jingzong also joined forces with Jun Tianzhou and Jian Donglu. Together with Li Wuhui, they quickly rushed forward. Xianxia's situation was very difficult. Everyone was silently looking at Xianxia, hoping that he would be defeated at this moment. Shui Liang's eyes were like torches. His white robe was stained with blood. He absolutely couldn't let Xianxia block all of this alone. Holding the execution immortal sword in his hand, Shui Liang's anger soared to the sky. Although he couldn't turn the tide like Xianxia, he could at least help Xianxia to reduce the pressure. Yan Qingqing remained calm and watched the scene in silence. Xianxia's life wasn't in danger, so there was no need for her to take action. In her point of view, there wasn't much relationship between her and Xianxia. He had once saved her life. As long as she took action when his life was in danger, she would return the favor. The silver-haired man was the same. His gaze fell on Yan Qingqing, but he couldn't see anything in front of Yan Qingqing. From the beginning to the end, he had been standing there silently. No one knew where he was going to go. Xianxia held the torch dragon sword in his hand and looked at the void. At this moment, he needed to teach these guys a lesson. Isn't this the heavens helping me? Xianxia sighed. Seeing that Tuoba Longyu was ready to take action at any time, he waved his hand at him, indicating that Tuoba Longyu didn't need to act rashly. Heavenly lightning? Shouldn't you be afraid of me? The moment Xianxia raised his head, the heavenly lightning seemed to have become even more violent. However, it was a rootless thing after all. There was no spirit of heavenly lightning in it. It was just the punishment of heavenly lightning. Xianxia squinted his eyes. At this moment, it was time for him to give these people a pleasant surprise. However, Xianxia didn't intend to fuse the 5 types of heavenly lightning because they were too terrifying. Xianxia might not be able to control them completely. Moreover, it was very likely that his body would be completely drained by this one strike. If that was the case, if he couldn't kill all of them, he would fall into an extremely passive situation. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Therefore, at this moment, Xianxia only fused 4 types of heavenly lightning. Excluding the most terrifying 1000 flame destruction lightning, the dawn sky golden lightning, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, severing drought heavenly lightning, and the heavenly lightning above Xianxia's head were enough to make them suffer. The heavenly lightning fell from the sky. The lightning surged and went into Xianxia's body in an instant. Streaks of heavenly lightning struck his body, and streaks of golden light shone brilliantly. Xianxia stood proudly in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Jun Tianqiu and the others arrived. Xianxia kept retreating. Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Restriction. Xianxia took out the Eastern Emperor Bell to seal the surrounding aura in order to buy time for himself to fuse with the 4 types of heavenly lightning. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong had already sensed Xianxia's intention. Therefore, she was the first one to act. 1000 cloud overlapping palms. Tantai Yunin struck out with her palm. The wind and lightning changed the color of the sky. Her palm landed heavily on Xianxia's divine golden bell. The invisible pressure made Xianxia frown. The current Tantai Yunin was no longer the same as before. The terrifying pressure almost made Xianxia take a step back. She wasn't any weaker than Jun Tianqiu and the others. Vedra Poison Dragon Sword. Jian Donglu rushed forward like a whirlwind, turning into a golden diamond, tearing the void apart. Bursts of explosions rang out as he collided with Xianxia's divine golden bell. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu wasn't to be outdone. The tip of his sword spun and crossed the void. Gentleman's Sword, Sword of Salvation. The 3 powerful impacts made the divine golden bell in Xianxia's hand shatter inch by inch in less than 10 breaths of time. Xianxia was also sent flying with a hideous expression. Shui Liang's face changed. The battle with Li Wuhui was getting more and more difficult, but he knew that he could only do so much. He couldn't allow Xianxia to be distracted. Xianxia, you have to hold on. Shui Liang murmured. However, at this moment, when the divine golden bell shattered, the 4 heavenly lightning in Xianxia's hand had completely fused. Now, it's time for you all to have a taste of my death under lotus. Not everyone has the chance to fight me. Except the trial of death. This guy isn't afraid of the heavenly lightning? Jun Tianqiu couldn't believe it. His eyes were filled with shock, especially when he saw the 4-colored lightning lotus in Xianxia's hand. His heart instantly sank to the bottom. How is this possible? Jian Donglio's face drastically changed as he exclaimed. He didn't expect that Xianxia could not only block their attacks, but also condense such a terrifying attack. Only Tantai Jingzong was prepared, but the death lightning lotus was gradually expanding in their eyes. There wasn't any chance for them to escape. Interesting. The silver-haired youth murmured in the distance. His eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but feel some lingering fear in his heart. But at this moment, the 3 people in front of Xianxia were the biggest victims. Get lost. Along with Xianxia's roar, everyone's facial expression changed. The terrifying death lightning lotus bloomed. Thousands of weapons in the sword tomb of Mount Li were broken and buzzed. Jun Tianqiu and the other 2 didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, but they were still drowned in the death lightning lotus. Drawing the sword, looking around. Unparalleled absolute seal. Gentleman Amosia sword. The 3's expression changed drastically. Along with 3 terrifying attacks, they still couldn't resist Xianxia's death lightning lotus. It was actually invincible. Xianxia's eyes were cold. The moment the death lightning lotus bloomed, everything between the heavens and earth dimmed. The 3 of them were gravely injured. Jun Tianqiu's sword was broken, and Jian Donglio's sword was shattered. Tantai Jingzong's face was pale. The three of them were almost killed by Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for their trump cards, they would have been killed by Jiang Chen if they were three mid-divine emperors. The Death Lightning Lotus was so powerful. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably cold. That domineering might caused everyone's breathing to turn heavy. At this moment, even though it was only the fusion of 4 types of lightning, it had already drained 70% of Jiang Chen's strength. If it had been 5 types of lightning, Jiang Chen's attack might have been able to destroy them easily, but he would have instantly become an arrow at the end of its flight. What a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning. How can this guy be so strong? Cough cough, Jian Donglio's facial expression changed dramatically. At this moment, he had completely lost his combat strength. He drew his sword and looked around blankly. He no longer had the will to compete. If it wasn't for the three of them attacking at the same time, they would have been killed by Jiang Chen by now. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Jun Tianzhou's expression was also uncertain. The current Jiang Chen was countless times stronger than before. Even after 9 reincarnations, he still couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. His current situation was even more dangerous. Although Jun Tianzhou gnashed his teeth in anger, there was nothing he could do. Tantai Jingzong took a deep look at Yi Shiwen. Why is he always able to stand in front of me? Why can't I catch up to him? The fusion of 4 types of heavenly lightning could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. No one could block it. The methods of this fellow were always so domineering, causing people to tremble in fear. Although the three of them had escaped the calamity, they were almost at the end of their rope. I said that the heavenly lightning is here to help me, but you guys don't believe me? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tuoba Longyu's jaw dropped to the ground. He knew that he might not be able to withstand that strike. Even if he didn't die, he would be gravely injured. Little junior brother is indeed our little junior brother. He's really powerful. He's really impressive. The first person Jiang Chen targeted was Jun Tianzhou because Jian Donglu was the #1 genius of sword-drawing sect. No matter who it was, even if they defeated Jian Donglu, they wouldn't kill him. Otherwise, even if he obtained the Torch Dragon sword, how could he establish a foothold in sword-drawing sect in the future? Tantai Jingzong knew that Jiang Chen didn't want to kill her. He just looked at her and sighed silently. Tantai Jingzong felt that his heart was being torn apart. Jun Tianzhou was the only one who didn't deserve pity even if he died. Furthermore, the enmity between the two of them had to be settled at this time. Jun Tianzhou, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Jiang Chen raised his sword. Facing Jun Tianzhou, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, he broke out the most terrifying attack. At this time, Li Wuhui had also repelled Shueliang. His strength hadn't suffered any damage. Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked by Shueliang's fight with him. At least Shueliang didn't disgrace great sovereign immortal execution. He had killed 3 people in a row and was still fighting with Li Wuhui. Almost in an instant, Li Wuhui rushed to Jun Tianzhou and blocked Jiang Chen's sword, forcing him to retreat. Jiang Chen frowned. Was Li Wuhui related to Jun Tianzhou? How could he save him at this time? Thank you. Jun Tianzhou said in a low voice and glanced at Li Wuhui. Li Wuhui looked indifferent and didn't speak to Jun Tianzhou. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chen. It was time for him to end this battle. You've worked hard, Shueliang. Jiang Chen looked at Shueliang. Shueliang laughed and shook his head. Speaking of hard work, Jiang Chen was the one who suffered the most. Hand over the candle dragon sword, and maybe you can live. I don't want to kill anyone, Li Wuhui said. At this time, although Jiang Chen didn't fall, his strength was not as good as before. Even if it was 1 against 2, Li Wuhui didn't feel the slightest pressure. You seem to be too confident. Jiang Chen shook his head and said indifferently. You only have one choice. Otherwise, go to hell. Li Wuhui's indifferent expression was still without a trace of emotion. Then let's fight. I want to see who can laugh in the end. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was almost impossible for Li Wuhui to kill him, not to mention that Shueliang was here. Did he think that the successor of the immortal execution sword was just a decoration? Shueliang was far from reaching his limit. Do you think you can kill me in this way? You're too naive, Jiangchen. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to this point. Jun Tianchou also stood up slowly, staring at Jiangchen with frosty eyes. He must kill Jiangchen. Otherwise, if he didn't get rid of the demon in his heart, he always felt that he couldn't set foot on his former peak. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Jun Tianchou was indeed better than Jiandong Lu. If I'm right, you should be Jun Wuhui. Although your swordsmanship has changed greatly, it still can't escape my eyes. The gentleman's sword is a swordsmanship that you can't avoid in your life. Even though I've left, there's no Jun Wuhui. I'm Li Wuhui. Li Wuhui said faintly. Jun Tianchou was silent for a moment and said no more. If it weren't for Li Wuhui, he would have been attacked by Jiangchen again. Well, let's get rid of these two guys first. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. Today is the day you die. Although Jun Tianchou's strength had been greatly restricted, he was obviously stronger than Jiangchen. Brother Jiang, how long has it been since we fought side by side? Ha ha ha, we must show off our strength in this battle. Shueliang slowly stroked the immortal slaying sword in his hand. At that moment, he no longer had any worries. If the two of them were still no match for Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui, he would have no complaints even if he died here. No one can make me, Jiangchen, lower my head, not even the heavens. Jiangchen said proudly, his eyes bursting with a stronger battle intent. This will be your last song. Li Wuhui said faintly. Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui quickly attacked and directly approached Jiangchen and Shueliang. Jiangchen had become more and more familiar with the candle dragon sword, and the evil chi in it had become extremely restrained. Only when the sword was unsheathed would the evil chi be released. Jiangchen, Shueliang, Jun Tianchou, and Li Wuhui were fighting fiercely. Jiangchen was still undefeated, but Shueliang was already struggling. If they continued to fight, it would only become more and more difficult for them. Is that all you've got? Jun Tianchou said proudly. His entanglement with Jiangchen grew more and more intense. Jun Tianchou's sword intent was as cold as frost. He showed no fear in the face of Jiangchen's baleful aura. The noble sword chi of the noble sword technique had a certain degree of resistance against baleful aura. Even Jiangchen had never imagined that Jun Tianchou could be so powerful. Before this, he had clearly concealed a portion of his strength. He did not reveal his true strength until the very last moment. However, it was different now. If he could swiftly kill Jiangchen, then the selection of the sword master would come to an end. It's too early for you to be happy. Jiangchen smiled indifferently. Even if he was completely defeated, the person behind him wouldn't fall. Senior brother, it's time to act. Jiangchen transmitted his voice. At this moment, Tuoba Longyu squinted his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. As long as Jiangchen gave the order, he would definitely rush forward without any hesitation. Tuoba Longyu's strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm, the great heavenly connection realm. He was even stronger than Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui. His sneak attack directly dealt a heavy blow to Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui's confidence. They were not prepared at all and were repelled by Tuoba Longyu. Both of their faces were extremely pale. Tuoba Longyu's attack had seriously injured them. After all, they had never thought that it would be Tuoba Longyu. Therefore, they were not prepared at all. However, the result was incomparably shocking. Tuoba Longyu had made his move. Moreover, his target was the two of them. In their point of view, Tuoba Longyu was just an outsider. However, Jiandong Lu didn't expect that this crazy number one blacksmith of sword-drawing sect would be standing beside Jiangchen at this moment. It was truly inconceivable. Bastard! You son of a bitch! Jun Tianchou couldn't restrain his anger, but Tuoba Longyu's powerful attack had put the two of them into a passive position. Even Li Wuhui was having a hard time. Tuoba Longyu was the strongest among them. His attack had tipped the scales of victory to Jiangchen's side. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. You're not qualified to fight with me. Tuoba Longyu sneered, as if he was sitting on a fishing platform. Indeed, Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui had fallen into a deadlock due to the sneak attack just now. The two of them were in a dilemma. Jiangchen would not give them a chance to turn the tables. Jiang Chen and Shui Liang glanced at each other. They cooperated with Tuoba Longyu to put Jun Tianzhou and Li Wuhui in a desperate situation. Damn you! You old fart of the sword-drawing sect, the Jun family will never let you off if you kill me. Jun Tianzhou shouted angrily. The Jun family? Haha, they don't have the guts to come to my sword-drawing sect. Tuoba Longyu was disdainful. Although the Jun family was strong, it seemed that they could not suppress the sword-drawing sect. Jun Wuhui, save me! Jiang Chen rushed towards Jun Tianzhou, full of killing intent. At this moment, Jun Tianzhou had nowhere to retreat under the pincer attack of Tuoba Longyu and Jiang Chen. He had completely lost his chance to live. Li Wuhui's face changed. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Li Wuhui had actually blocked the attack for Jun Tianzhou. The sudden change surprised everyone. Li Wuhui was directly shot down by Tuoba Longyu and Jiang Chen. However, at this moment, Jun Tianzhou had already fled to the outside of the sword tomb of Mount Li and was nowhere to be found. You're a stubborn man. Jiang Chen looked at the dying Li Wuhui and said with a smile. Although I'm no longer a member of the Jun family, I have no regrets in this life. The Jun family has treated me coldly, but I can't abandon them. If I die, I live for the Jun family, and if I die for the Jun family. It's a worthy death, Li Wuhui said indifferently. Jiang Chen could see that he was the abandoned son of the Jun family. The desolation in his eyes was undisguised and unchanging. Jun Tianzhou had escaped, but Li Wuhui had become his scapegoat. Who doesn't want to be pitiful? Jiang Chen murmured. You can go. Jiang Chen did not kill him. At this moment, Li Wuhui was shocked. He never thought that Jiang Chen could have killed him with a single strike. Jiang Chen hated the Jun family to the core, but he still let him go. Li Wuhui smiled bitterly. Tuoba Longyu didn't take any further action. Li Wuhui gave Jiang Chen a deep bow, then he turned around and left. The silver-haired man, who had not made a move all along, was finally ready to make a move. It's time for me to make a move. The silver-haired man said with a faint smile. The silver-haired man took a step forward. At this moment, Yan Qingqing finally made a move. It's not fair for you to make a move. Yan Qingqing looked at the silver-haired man and said. You want to stop me? The silver-haired man was startled. He looked at Yan Qingqing and smiled helplessly. You're not a human at all. What right do you have to fight for the position of the sword master of the sword-drawing sect? Yan Qingqing's words made the silver-haired man's expression change slightly. He said in a deep voice, I'm not a human just because you say so. The winner is king and the loser is bandit. Whoever is stronger is worthy to stand on a bigger stage. You're from a barbaric land. You're not ashamed but proud. Since I can see through you, I can defeat you. The silver-haired man, Lung Lung, looked at Yan Qingqing indifferently. How strong could this woman be? She's dreaming if she wants to fight with me. You might be too confident in yourself. You don't have the qualifications. I want the torch dragon sword, and no one can stop me. The silver-haired man said indifferently. Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight in front of him. Even if Yan Qingqing and Tuoba Longyu joined hands, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Now that time had passed, he was finally going to make his move. One of the 4 great barbarian tribes of the desolate divine land, the Earthen Barbarian tribe. Do you think you can fool me? Yan Qingqing's voice was cold, but her words made the silver-haired man's expression turn gloomy. What's the origin of this woman? She even knows which tribe I belong to? Could it be that I've been seen through before I entered the sword-drawing sect? Earthen Barbarian tribe? Who's this guy? Jian Donglu said in shock. Obviously, he had a great guess about the identity of this silver-haired man. However, no matter who it was, it wouldn't be easy for this guy to seize the torch dragon sword. This was because Tuoba Longyu had already made his move. He had always been fair, but now, he actually helped Jiang Chen. This made Jian Donglu feel extremely strange. Even when he was seriously injured, Tuoba Longyu didn't make a move. What was this guy thinking? Earthen Barbarian tribe, could it be him? Tantai Jingzong frowned and murmured in a low voice. Not long ago, a peerless expert appeared in the Earthen Barbarian tribe. He was extremely talented and challenged the entire Earthen Barbarian tribe. No one could compete with him. This person's name is Bai Wenjun. Tantai Jingzong's words made the silver-haired man puff out his chest. He shook his head and said, "Since you already know who I am, there's no need for me to hide anymore." Bai Wenjun's face was full of pride. His strength had already reached the minor heavenly connecting realm of the mid-divine emperor realm, which was the same as Jun Tianqiu. However, in his eyes, Jun Tianqiu was just an idiot. It was impossible for Jun Tianqiu to snatch the torch dragon sword from Jiang Chen's hands in this gathering of heroes. However, he still didn't back down and fought with Jiang Chen to the death. The moment when both of them were injured would be the best time for him to take action. Rumor has it that the genius disciple of the Earth Barbarian tribe swept through the desolate divine continent's northern region for 300,000 miles, and no one was his match. He killed 100,000 ghost barbarians and became famous in one battle. It makes people tremble with fear. Tantai Jingzong's beautiful eyes flickered. Their rock sect was located at the border between the savage divine land and the Central Plains divine land, so they naturally had a good understanding of the savage divine land. This Earth Barbarian could be said to be invincible in the barbarian tribe. Since you know, why don't you hurry up and give way? Do you really have to wait for me to kill my way out? Bai Wenjun said with a smile. The Earth Barbarian tribe is one of the 4 great tribes of the savage divine land. You guys shouldn't have stepped into the Central Plains divine land. It seems like you guys have forgotten the promise you made in the past. Yan Qingqing said calmly. Everyone was confused. Even Jiang Chen didn't know what Yan Qingqing was talking about. Only Bai Wenjun's expression became more and more unsightly. Back then, the leaders of the 4 great barbarian tribes of the savage divine land, the 4 barbarian kings, were all defeated by the emperor realm experts of the Central Plains divine land. From then on, they swore to never step into the Central Plains divine land. If they violated this oath, they would die with thousands of swords piercing through their hearts. Yan Qingqing said word by word. Bai Wenjun's expression became more and more ferocious. Who are you? Why do you know so much about the Earth Barbarian tribe? Bai Wenjun was a little surprised. His heart was still filled with incomparable solemnity. He was very curious about this woman's identity. She actually knew so much about the savage divine land, but he knew nothing about her. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He had already lost the upper hand, which made him extremely curious about Yan Qingqing. You are not qualified to know who I am. Yan Qingqing said. Jiang Chen silently looked at Yan Qingqing. He seemed to have understood something. Who was Yan Qingqing? She was still herself, because she still remembered her 2 sisters, Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu. However, she seemed to have merged with the memories of Princess Du Wan of the barbarian land, which was why she was so familiar with the matters of the barbarian divine land. It's impossible for you to fight against so many people at once. If you're sensible, you'd better leave quickly. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Since Yan Qingqing knew Bai Wenjun like the back of her hand, she must know him very well. It was impossible for Bai Wenjun to stand on his head and act like a tyrant. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What qualifications do you have to speak? The candle dragon sword is mine today. Bai Wenjun pointed the sword at Jiang Chen and said domineeringly. He brandished the sword and a ghostly shadow appeared. Stubborn thing. Yan Qingqing said. She who hadn't made a move until now finally stood up and stood in front of Jiang Chen. It was time for Jiang Chen to return the favor of saving her life. Yan Qingqing's hand seals were linked together as she fought against Bai Wenjun. Yan Qingqing seemed to be able to see through each of his sword strikes. No matter how he attacked, Yan Qingqing would be able to see through all of his moves and tricks. It was as if Yan Qingqing had seen through all of his moves and tricks. It was like he was naked in front of Yan Qingqing. He had nowhere to hide. The barbarian tribe is getting more and more disappointing. Yan Qingqing's attacks were swift and decisive. She didn't look like a woman at all. The impact she brought to Bai Wenjun was incomparably strong and terrifying. Bai Wenjun retreated step by step. Although he was a mid-divine emperor, he couldn't exert his strength when facing Yan Qingqing, who was an early divine emperor. It was a very depressing feeling. No matter what kind of tricks he used, Xianxia would always be able to see through them and counter them. Gradually, Bai Wenjun's face became extremely gloomy. It was as if all of his secrets were known by his opponent. How could he fight against her? Although Bai Wenjun was furious, he couldn't change the current situation. Xianxia's methods were shocking, but he couldn't figure out what Xianxia's methods were. Even though he was strong, he couldn't do anything. Get lost. Xianxia shouted coldly. She made a hand seal and launched an attack. Bai Wenjun had nowhere to hide. Each of her attacks was fatal. Bai Wenjun staggered backward and looked extremely embarrassed. Damn it! Bai Wenjun's face turned pale. Xianxia had taken the initiative step by step. How could he fight now? Bai Wenjun was incomparably depressed. He had never been in such a depressing battle before. He had almost lost his temper in this battle, and he didn't even know who his opponent was. This kind of dejection was unbearable. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. I, Bai Wenjun, will remember this. I will definitely pay you back for today's humiliation. Xianxia, you won't achieve great things if you hide behind a woman. Ha ha ha. Bai Wenjun sneered and quickly fled. He didn't dare to continue fighting because he knew that he would definitely lose if he continued to fight. At this time, retreating was the best and only choice. What kind of hero can come from a barbarian land? Trash. Xianxia shook his head. At this time, he no longer had any worries. Tantai Jingzong and Jian Donglu were both seriously injured, leaving only Jiang Chen and Shui Liang. However, the torch dragon sword in his hand was extremely terrifying for Jiang Chen. The sword's evil aura was too strong, and Shui Liang might not be able to control it. This sword is of no use to me, but you may not be able to control it. When you become the sword master, return the torch dragon sword to me. Jiang Chen shook his head and directly threw the sword to Shui Liang. Shui Liang's face lit up and he nodded heavily. The moment he held the torch dragon sword, he knew that Jiang Chen was not lying. The evil aura in the torch dragon sword was too fierce, and he couldn't suppress it at all. It was indeed not easy for Jiang Chen to suppress the torch dragon sword. Although Jian Donglu and Tantai Jingzong were unwilling, now that Jiang Chen had become the center of attention, and even Tuoba Longyu, the great master of the sword-drawing sect, stood beside Jiang Chen, what else could Jian Donglu say? A biological son couldn't compare to a godson, but fortunately, he was a member of the sword-drawing sect. Otherwise, he might be dead now. I've spared you again. How will you thank me? Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong's expression was cold. At this moment, she had nothing to say. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have waited until now, right? Tantai Jingzong said. You're right. It's better for women to know their place. I've already saved you many times, but I don't know when I'll lose my patience. My patience is not limitless when it comes to people who want to kill me. Jiang Chen's words shocked Tantai Jingzong. She clearly sensed Jiang Chen's unprecedented coldness. Although she wasn't considered a close friend of Jiang Chen's, she felt that the distance between her and Jiang Chen was rather distant. Tantai Jingzong remained silent and turned to leave. Just as she brushed past Jiang Chen, she said in a low voice, I will remember what you said. After speaking, he disappeared from the sword tomb of Mount Li. Little junior brother, don't you want the position of sword-drawing sect sword master? Tuoba Longyu transmitted his voice over. Although the position of sword-drawing sect sword master is full of temptation, it doesn't mean much to me. As for the torch dragon sword, he still wants it because Shui Liang can't control such a powerful and peerless weapon now. Jiang Chen looked at Tuoba Longyu. Jiang Chen, Shui Liang looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of gratitude. Jiang Chen risked his life to obtain the torch dragon sword and even had the opportunity to become one of the 9 sword masters of sword-drawing sect. However, he gave it all to Shui Liang. Shui Liang didn't know what to say to express his gratitude for such a great kindness. There's no need to say more. I know you need it more than I do. Jiang Chen smiled. The group quickly left the sword tomb of Mount Li. At this moment, Sect Master Jian Tang, Great Elder Jian Wu, and the 8 sword masters of sword-drawing sect were all smiling and welcoming them. Shui Liang held the torch dragon sword in his hand and became the center of attention. However, at this moment, Jian Tang knew that the torch dragon sword should have belonged to Jiang Chen. Unknowingly, Jian Donglu should have told Jian Tang everything that happened in the sword tomb of Mount Li. I once said that whoever can obtain the peerless weapon of Tuoba Longyu will be the 9th sword master of sword drawing sect. Now that Shui Liang has the torch dragon sword in his hand, he will be the 9th sword master. Before Jian Tang could finish his words, everyone revealed a gratified smile. You've worked hard, brother Tuoba. Jian Tang smiled and exchanged glances with Tuoba Longyu. As a grandmaster of sword drawing sect, Tuoba Longyu was a distinguished guest of sword drawing sect. Naturally, they had to treat him with respect. However, today, I want to say that if I'm lucky, can I invite brother Jiang Chen to be one of the sword masters of sword drawing sect? The 10th honorary sword master. What do you think, brother Jiang Chen? Jian Tang's eyes turned and fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was stunned. He did not expect Jian Tang to want him to be the honorary sword master of sword drawing sect. Jiang Chen knew that Jian Tang wanted to rope him in. Jiang Chen and Shui Liang were brothers. Now that Shui Liang had become one of the sword masters of sword drawing sect, Jiang Chen would be the 10th honorary sword master. Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Jian Tang was quite certain about Jiang Chen. After all, Jian Tang knew about Jiang Chen's performance in the sword tomb of Mount Li. If sword drawing sect did not capture such an expert, it would definitely be a great loss. An early Divine Emperor realm expert had defeated several mid-Divine Emperor realm experts. Even the number 1 genius of sword drawing sect, Jian Donglu, could only be ruthless. Therefore, Jian Tang naturally had his own plans to retain the talents of sword drawing sect. Alright then, Jiang Chen will accept it. Thank you for your kindness, sect master Jian Tang. Jiang Chen said. Among the people of sword drawing sect, only the great elder Jian Wu and Jian Tang were very happy. However, the other sword masters were at a loss. Was the sect master trying to weaken their authority to balance the balance? Shui Liang looked at Jiang Chen. He did not expect that both of them would be promoted to sword master of sword drawing sect. Alright then. From now on, our sword drawing sect will have 10 sword masters. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, sword master Jiang Chen. Although sword master Jiang Chen is an honorary sword master, brother Jiang Chen will be a member of our sword drawing sect from now on. Jian Tang said with a hearty laugh. This time I have completed my mission. It's time for me to travel. Haha. He refined an upper rank origin treasure for the sword drawing sect. However, the sword's malevolent aura is too strong. I think only Sword Lord Jiang Chen can wield it. Tuoba Longyu said with a smile. Brother Jiang, take this. Shui Liang leaped and threw the torch dragon sword into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen held the torch dragon sword with ease. Compared to Shui Liang, it was incomparable. Jian Tang and the other sword lords nodded silently. Jiang Chen was the one who could truly wield the torch dragon sword. Although they were also envious of him, they did not have Jiang Chen's means after all. No one dared to look down on his strength. Jiang Chen's strength was not something that could be underestimated. It's really a young hero. Ha ha ha. Jian Tang laughed and turned to look at Tuoba Longyu. Brother Tuoba, are you leaving the sword drawing sect? I don't know when you will return. Jian Tang said very solemnly. Maybe a year and a half, maybe 100 or 1,000 years. I have an unfulfilled wish, so I have to get rid of the distractions in my heart before I can start again. Tuoba Longyu said faintly. If he did not go back to apologize to his master, he would never be able to forgive himself. Alright, then I won't force brother Tuoba to stay. The sword drawing sect will be waiting for brother Tuoba's return. Jian Tang said with a look of pity. It had to be said that Jian Tang had done everything he could to make Tuoba Longyu stay in the sword drawing sect. There were probably less than 5 people in the entire Central Province Divine Land who could refine a high-grade primal origin treasure. Even in the Martial Dan Hall, there might not be many people who could do that. Thank you, brother Jian Tang. Tuoba Longyu nodded slightly and turned to leave without any hesitation. Little junior brother, I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again. Tuoba Longyu transmitted his voice and instantly disappeared from the sky above the sword-drawing sect. Jian Tang felt a little regretful and even sighed. Tuoba Longyu's importance to the sword-drawing sect was simply too great. Tuoba Longyu's departure was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the sword-drawing sect. I'll take my leave too. Shuai Liang, Sect Master Jian Tang, I have something important to do and can't be delayed. I'll meet you again if there's a chance. Jiangchen smiled. In that case, I won't stay any longer. I hope that Brother Jiangchen will remember that from this moment on, you are a part of the sword-drawing sect. The position of Sword Master will accompany you for the rest of your life. Haha. After Jian Tang finished speaking, Jiangchen also left quickly. Yan Qingqing followed closely behind him. In an instant, the two of them disappeared in the void. Naturally, Jiangchen's goal was to follow Tuoba Longyu and find Shangguan Hongyan's location. Tuoba Longyu did not doubt Jiangchen's words and went straight to the location of Shangguan Hongyan's sect. Jiangchen was extremely happy. At this moment, he just wanted to find out where Shangguan Hongyan was and how strong she was. If her strength didn't exceed the late Divine Emperor realm, then Jiangchen was confident that he could kill her. If her strength exceeded the late Divine Emperor realm, then Jiangchen would have to think about it carefully. Princess Duan's memory should be in your memory, right? Jiangchen took a glance at Yan Qingqing. The two of them flew away in the sky, thousands and thousands of miles away. How do you know that I have Princess Duan's memory? Yan Qingqing said coldly. She squinted her eyes and stared at Jiangchen, as if she would attack him at any time. Don't get too excited. If it wasn't for Princess Duan's soul imprint, how could you know so much about the barbarian divine land? Moreover, you're full of disdain towards Bai Wenjun of the barbarian tribe. It's because you know him so well that you know your enemy. Am I right? Jiangchen said in a low voice. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiangchen coldly. Lung Lung. You shouldn't know this. Why shouldn't I know this? Do you still remember Zhuangzhouzi? Zhuang Xingxiao dreamt of a butterfly, looking at the emperor's heart in love with a cuckoo. The moon in the blue sea has tears of pearls, the sun in the Lantian is warm, the jade gives off smoke. This feeling can be remembered, but I was lost at that time. Each of Jiangchen's words was like a gem. He wanted to use this poem to change Princess Duan's memory, and at the same time, he wanted to find out why Yan Qingqing had become like this. Yan Qingqing's pretty face was covered with frost. Her eyes were filled with endless pain. It's over, everything is over. Why do you want to bring up this story again? Why do I feel heartache? Why? Isn't Zhuangzhouzi the man of Princess Duan? Why do you know everything? Who are you? Yan Qingqing stared at Jiangchen angrily. Who am I? Jiangchen smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say at the moment. Don't you know who I am? Who am I? I am your man. That year, when Zhuangzhouzi and Princess Duan bid farewell to each other, it was the time when we reunited. However, it also became the most difficult time for us. Jiangchen's heart was in extreme pain, but Yan Qingqing still showed an incomparably difficult expression. She seemed to be in great pain. Don't say any more. I have a terrible headache. If you continue, I will kill you. Yan Qingqing's palm fell on Jiangchen's neck. At that moment, she didn't stop at all. If she moved a little, Jiangchen would have no regrets. Jiangchen didn't move. If he could die in the hands of his beloved, it would be better than dying in the hands of others. All right, then I won't say any more. Jiangchen calmed his mind and took a deep breath. He knew that there was still a long way to go if he wanted Yan Qingqing to remember him. Moreover, she kept everyone at arm's length. This was what troubled Jiangchen the most. In her memory, there were only Yan Xinyu and Wu Ningzhu. Perhaps only by finding one of them would it be helpful to Yan Qingqing's soul. Along the way, Tuoba Longyu didn't stop. After 3 years, he finally arrived at the central region of the central continent Divine Land. It was a boundless sea of bamboo mountain range. How many years has it been? Master, I'm finally back. I can finally see you again. Master, above the bamboo sea mountain range, Tuoba Longyu's heart was as tranquil as still water. At this moment, his heart had already calmed down a lot. However, he was still worried that his master would blame him. That sort of nervousness was something that no one could understand. Tuo Bologna was extremely grateful to his junior brother. If it wasn't for him, he didn't know when he would be able to understand his master's thoughts and return to the Tsungling Bamboo Sea. Master, this unfilial disciple has returned. Are you all right? Tuo Bologna muttered to himself. After entering the sea of bamboos, he began to walk. He no longer flew in the air. Instead, he took one step at a time, walking up from the foot of the 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Although he had stolen the divine craftsman's chart back then, he still felt extremely guilty towards his master. He didn't know what to say. Even though he knew that his master had already forgiven him, he still didn't know what to do. For the past thousands of years, Tuo Bologna had felt even more nervous than when he was refining a divine weapon. The wind howled as snowflakes drifted down from the Bamboo Sea mountain range. Gradually, it became a snowstorm. The vast expanse of white above the Bamboo Sea seemed extremely cold and desolate. Master, I'm back. From now on, I will use the rest of my life to show filial respect to Master. Tuo Bologna said resolutely in his heart. Xianxia was silently paying attention to Tuo Bologna. To Shangguan Hongyan, he wasn't an unforgivable person, but he had driven Tuo Bologna out of the sect and almost killed him. Because of this, the relationship between the master and disciple had been severed. However, Tuo Bologna already knew his mistake. He wanted to admit it to his master, but he didn't know where to start. If it weren't for Xianxia's words, he might still be muddle-headed in the sword-drawing sect, forging weapons. Master, your unfilial disciple, Tuo Bologna, requests an audience with you. Tuo Bologna said in a loud voice. He knelt in front of the Bamboo Sea mountain range with boundless remorse, his voice echoing throughout the entire mountain range. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out. The Bamboo Sea mountain range was covered in ice and snow as snowflakes swirled in the air. A white-robed figure walked through the snow. His long hair was tied up behind his back, and his expression was ice-cold. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. The middle-aged man had a grave expression as he frowned. Lungling said, I harmed your life back then, but you don't know how to repent. Back then, I took your life, but you don't know how to repent. You still want to come back and steal my things? Humph. Do you want me to grant you death? The middle-aged man shouted angrily. His gaze was like a torch, causing Tuo Bologna to tremble in fear. At that moment, Tuo Bologna's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect his master to be so furious that he had no intention of forgiving him. Master, haven't you already forgiven me? Tuo Bologna's expression was extremely complicated, even filled with despair. He could clearly sense the boundless killing intent from his master. Shangguan Hongyan. He is Shangguan Hongyan. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The feeling of controlling the heavens made Xianxia feel a great pressure. With his current strength, he was not a match for him. Even if he fused with the lightning, he might not be able to kill him. Xianxia was not someone who would give up easily. However, he knew that if he were to face Shangguan Hongyan now, he would most likely die. Forgive you? Humph, you stole my treasure, and you expect me to forgive you? I'm already being merciful by not killing you. Now, you actually rushed back to see me. Do you really want me to split you in half? Shangguan Hongyan said domineeringly. She stood there with her hands clasped behind her back. Her aura seemed to devour mountains and rivers, as if she was one with the snowflakes in the sky. That kind of power that transcended nature caused even Xianxia to be speechless. Master, little junior brother said that you've already forgiven me. After so many years, I've always been worried about you all, and wanted to see you again. Could it be that little junior brother lied to me? Tuo Bologna's eyes were filled with bitterness. Little junior brother? Where did this little junior brother come from? Just who tricked you into coming here? Shangguan Hongyan roared furiously. He struck out with his palm, almost crippling Tuo Bologna's life. Even Xianxia frowned slightly. This Shangguan Hongyan was simply an executioner who killed people without blinking. His killing intent was too heavy, so heavy that it made people feel suffocated. Tuo Bologna was forced back by Shangguan Hongyan. His face was deathly pale, and he vomited blood. However, he didn't have any chance to retaliate. He had even completely given up on resisting, but Shangguan Hongyan was still ruthless and merciless. Master, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I'm already satisfied to be able to see you again. Little junior brother had important matters to attend to, so he didn't come back with me. Tuoba Longyu said in a low voice. A bunch of nonsense. There's no such thing as little junior brother. You've already been tricked into coming here. Do you still not understand? You're really stupid. Shangguan Hongyan said coldly. Only at that moment did Tuoba Longyu realize that it was very possible that he had been bewitched by someone. Could it be that his junior brother from before had all been lying? That everything he had said was also a lie. Tuoba Longyu's face was deathly pale. He didn't care whether his little junior brother was real or not. He only wanted to know if his master had already forgiven him. However, it was clear that the little junior brother he had mentioned was simply a fabrication. His master still hated him to the bone. His master hadn't killed him back then, and his hatred for him now made Tuoba Longyu feel even more despair. I'm sorry, master. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being too stupid to listen to slander. However, he clearly knew about the existence of the Divine Craftsman's chart. He was even able to help me complete the refinement of a mid-grade primal origin treasure. His artifact refining skills are definitely not inferior to mine. Tuoba Longyu slowly explained. At that moment, Shangguan Hongyan's expression was growing increasingly gloomy, and he was extremely furious at Tuoba Longyu. That was especially so when he heard the words Craftsman's Manual, which made him even more furious. Divine Craftsman's Chart, it's the Divine Craftsman's Chart again. It seems that you really want me to kill you today to vent my anger. Shangguan Hongyan shouted in a deep voice. His face was also extremely gloomy. He seemed to have recalled the past. The Divine Craftsman's Chart was a mark of anger and imprint that could never be erased from his heart. Master, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'll go find that guy right now and kill him to vent my anger. At that time I'll definitely commit suicide to thank Master. Tuoba Longyu said with incomparable determination. Shangguan Hongyan looked into the distance and said indifferently, there's no need. Since you're already here, why bother hiding? Didn't you just want to see me? Now that you've gotten what you wanted, what other secrets are you hiding? Shangguan Hongyan's gaze landed on the place where Jiang Chen was hiding. He did not expect to be discovered in an instant. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed, but he didn't hesitate and slowly walked out of the cave. As expected of Shangguan Hongyan, you actually discovered my existence. It seems that you already know who I am. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked into Shangguan Hongyan's eyes. Bastard! You're not my little junior brother. Who are you? Why did you lie to me and come find my master? Tuoba Longyu was unable to restrain his anger. He stared at Jiang Chen with murderous intent. Those who kill will always be killed. I'm only here to take revenge. Shangguan Hongyan's expression became increasingly solemn. Revenge? Hee, you don't have the qualifications to do so. There's no enmity between us. Why do you need to bargain with me? But since you've come here today, there's no need for you to leave. No matter who you are, there's only one ending for you since you dare to covet me, Shangguan Hongyan, and that's death. Shangguan Hongyan said coldly. He completely ignored Tuoba Longyu, and his gaze fell onto Jiang Chen. He had already locked onto him. You don't even know who I am? Are you pretending to be stupid, or are you pretending to be smart? Senior brother Shangguan? Jiang Chen said indifferently. At this moment, not only Tuoba Longyu, but even Shangguan Hongyan's expression became completely gloomy. Shangguan Hongyan's expression changed a few times. He never thought that this person would be his disciple. At this moment, Shangguan Hongyan's expression finally changed completely. He took a deep breath. How many years has it been? For millions of years, he has always been searching for that person. Because his Divine Craftsman's chart had always been missing. He would never be able to reach that person's level in his entire life. Shangguan Hongyan was constantly thinking about it. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Tao of smithing, but he still couldn't change anything, because he couldn't forge a primal Chaos Saint weapon. That was what he had been fighting for his entire life. Without the craftsman's divine list, everything would be in vain. And that old man had completely disappeared from this world with the divine craftsman's chart. At this moment, Shangguan Hongyan looked at Jiang Chen in front of him. This guy actually claimed to be his junior brother. Without a doubt, he knew where the divine craftsman's chart was, and also knew about that old man's inheritance. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes gradually became filled with color. Jiang Chen's appearance had given him a glimmer of hope. His Tao of craftsmanship could finally advance. His years of hard work had finally paid off. He never thought that this guy would actually come without an invitation. It was truly an indescribable joy. Shangguan Hongyan was already filled with despair, but Jiang Chen's appearance had given him hope. At this moment, he was already unable to contain his excitement. He no longer cared about the grudges in the past. What he wanted was Jiang Chen's divine craftsman's chart, the inheritance left behind by that old man. That's all. More accurately, you should call me Martial Uncle. When Jiang Chen looked at Tuoba Longyu again, Tuoba Longyu was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly and wanted to scold Jiang Chen for being shameless. Who would have thought that Shangguan Hongyan would actually speak at this moment? Looks like you're here to seek revenge for that old man. You're really naive. Did he ask you to come, or did you come on your own? Do you think that the gap between you and me is possible? Hee, an early divine emperor, even if there are 10 or 100 of him, he's just trash in my eyes. Didn't that old man tell you what it means to conceal one's strength and bide one's time? It's a pity that you've only learned his arrogance and conceit. Do you think that the Central Region Divine Land is still the Central Region Divine Land of the past? Do you think that you, a brat who appeared out of nowhere, can take revenge for that old man? You're dreaming. Shangguan Hongyan said indifferently. She was filled with disdain towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, if she wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. There was no need for her to waste any effort at all. However, Jiang Chen was actually trying to find her. Little did she know that if he revealed his identity, she would probably be able to find him faster than him. You keep calling him old man. Don't you remember the kindness of the craftsman god as your master? If it wasn't for him, perhaps you would have died countless times already. If it wasn't for him, would you be able to achieve what you have today? If it wasn't for him, do you think that you would be able to reach such a high position and look down upon the masses? All of this, in exchange for your betrayal, your merciless pursuit. In my opinion, you're an ingrate, worse than a beast. You're not worthy to be master's disciple. Jiang Chen shook his head. His eyes were filled with coldness. This Shangguan Hongyan was a heartless man. How could his master fall in love with a shameless guy like him? Now, he was even disrespectful to his master who had taught him the Tao. Jiang Chen shook his head. Ha, brat, you're too naive. Who do you think you are? My little junior brother? You're not worthy. No matter if it's strength or weapon forging techniques, you're not my match. What do you have to fight against me? Do you think that just being hot-blooded is enough? At that time, I painstakingly practiced the art of refining, wanting to let him see my efforts, but he turned a blind eye to it. He kept the most powerful craftsman's divine chart and refused to teach it to me. I think he was afraid that after teaching his disciple, the master would starve to death. He, is this the high and mighty master you spoke of? What qualifications does he have to be my master? You still want to take revenge for him? Today, you're destined to die here. As long as it's someone related to that old man, I'll kill them all. Shangguan Hongyan said crazily. His eyes were bloodshot. Just because master didn't teach you the craftsman god's list, you killed your own master? A master for a day is a father for life. You're a wolf with wild ambitions. Is this your excuse? Haha, what a joke. You killed your own master, and you're still saying it in such a dignified manner. I really admire you. Jiang Chen sneered. This Shangguan Hongyan didn't have a single bit of friendship. He was filled with hatred and resentment towards the craftsman god. Isn't that enough? Could it be that he wants to bring his weapon forging techniques into his coffin? Do you think he treated me sincerely? Ha, you won't understand. He only treated me as a boy that he could order around. In front of him, I have no dignity at all. That's why I hate him. He didn't want to teach me the things on the craftsman god's list because he was afraid that I would surpass him one day. However, in the end, he still died in my hands. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes were cold. He grinned evilly. He stretched out his palms and slowly clenched them together. His face made Jiangchen feel a chill in his heart. This person wasn't fit to be called a human. He was a beast through and through. Tuoba Longyu couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, he couldn't change the fact that his master was his teacher, the teacher who had immensely respected him. Yet, he was being so disrespectful to his master. That sort of feeling made Tuoba Longyu feel extremely uncomfortable. Ever since he was young, his master had taught him to remember his master no matter what. His kindness was greater than the heavens. Yet, he was treating his master with such disdain and disrespect, even calling him an old fart. This was something Tuoba Longyu couldn't understand. The master who had once loved him so much had already disappeared without a trace. Could it be that this moment was the real him? Do you know why he was so ruthless towards you? Do you know why he never forgave you? It's because he was afraid that he saw his own shadow in you. It's because he couldn't learn the divine craftsman's chart that he stole it. He was afraid that you would one day become him. That's why he expelled you from the sect and didn't kill you. You can be considered lucky. Jiangchen looked at Tuoba Longyu in silence. He had deep feelings for Shangguan Hongyan, but at this moment, Shangguan Hongyan was completely ignoring him. Master, is that really the case? Tuoba Longyu's eyes were filled with tears. As an old man who had lived for millions of years, he would forever be the obedient child before his master. However, in his master's eyes, he was no different from an ordinary person. There wasn't the slightest trace of a master-disciple relationship between them. Shangguan Hongyan looked at Tuoba Longyu coldly and said in a deep voice, "Bastard! Scoundrel, you shameless sinner! Not only did you bring people to my place, you even listened to slanderous rumors. I shouldn't have kept you alive in the first place. Killing you might be the best ending for you." Shangguan Hongyan completely ignored Tuoba Longyu. Tuoba Longyu's heart became extremely pained and disheartened. The master that he had missed day and night for so many years had already become a stranger. How could Tuoba Longyu not feel grief? He had taken Shangguan Hongyan as a senior who was like a father and a master, yet he was mercilessly ridiculed by Shangguan Hongyan, and was even heavily punished. How could Tuoba Longyu not feel bitterly disappointed? At this moment, it was as if he had finally seen Shangguan Hongyan's true face. That ferocious and terrifying appearance was perhaps his truest self. In order to pursue his own path of artifact forging, in order to become an even more powerful existence, he had used crafty schemes to kill his own master, and in the end, he had become a grandmaster artifact forging. To Tuoba Longyu, no matter what, he was not willing to believe it. However, Shangguan Hongyan had already admitted to it. There was no need for Jiangchen to force a confession out of him. He had already completely admitted to his crimes. He didn't even have the slightest hint of remorse. "Master, oh master, how could you be such a person?" Tuoba Longyu let out a long sigh towards the heavens, feeling inconsolable. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by a palm strike from Shangguan Hongyan. Heavily injured, he was on the verge of death. Trash like you will never have the qualifications to stand at the top. I painstakingly taught you the art of artifact forging, yet you colluded with outsiders to frame me. How could I spare you? Shangguan Hongyan's face was cold. He did not have any feelings for Tuoba Longyu. Killing him was no different from killing a dog. Tuoba Longyu's heart was as calm as still water. How laughable, extremely laughable. You can even say such words? Isn't this how you used to be? This is the truest portrayal. Could it be that you don't dare to admit it? What were you thinking when you colluded with others to deceive your master? What were you thinking when you tried to kill your master who had treated you like his own son? For your own selfish desires, you committed such a heartless act. Does your conscience not hurt? I was wrong. You simply do not know what conscience is, and what kindness is. Jiangchen shook his head. He had overestimated Shangguan Hongyan. Talking about the relationship between master and disciple was no different from playing the lute to a cow. You seem to be talking too much. If I want to kill him, I'll do it. What does it have to do with you? Does my disciple need you to tell me what to do? Today, you will definitely die. Since you came to seek revenge, you should be prepared to stay here. After killing you, I should be able to get what I want. That old fellow still taught you the craftsman god register. Otherwise, why would you work so hard for him? He must be the one who asked you to seek revenge. That old man can't die in peace. He, for the rest of his life, he will never forget how I looked when I killed him. Shangguan Hongyan clenched his teeth. He was filled with hatred for the craftsman god. At this moment, he no longer had any emotions. Xianxia knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. If he wanted his master to rest in peace, the only way was to clean up the sect for his master. Perhaps only then would he be able to rest in peace. You are a demon. You were born as a human, yet you willingly became a demon. Today, I will send you to the 18th level of hell. I will make you kneel in front of my master and repent for thousands of years. Jiangchen extended his hand and pointed the heavenly dragon sword at Shangguan Hongyan. Killing Qi surged out. What a good sword. Did that old man leave this for you? Shangguan Hongyan's eyes lit up as he sneered. You don't have the qualifications to know. Jiangchen took a step forward. His sword aura was like a rainbow. A strong wind suddenly rose. In the depths of the bamboo forest, snow fluttered in the air. The mountains and rivers were shattered. The wind blew and the water died. All right, I will let you see who is a true expert. Today, I will teach you how to be a man. Shangguan Hongyan shouted. He rose up against the wind. The willow-long blade in his hand was shining brightly. It intertwined with the heavenly dragon sword. Cold light flickered and the aura was like a dragon. The willow-long saber was straight as a dragon's sword, like a dragon playing with a phoenix. Shangguan Hongyan's saber technique was like a song of morning water, like a raging river, the water flowing across the sky. The saber was like a blood shadow flying in the sky, traveling across the bamboo sea. Little junior brother, you are quite capable. Your sword realm has reached such a high level. Shangguan Hongyan smiled indifferently. However, his willow-long blade still pierced through the air. It continued to interact with the heavenly dragon sword. The qi was like a flowing river. Such a strong guy. Jiangchen was shocked. This Shangguan Hongyan's strength had far exceeded his imagination. It would be extremely difficult for Jiangchen to kill him now, as difficult as ascending the heavens. Limitless sword, 17 blade. Jiangchen slashed down with his sword. Shangguan Hongyan didn't even try to dodge. Wherever the long blade went, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, causing the sky to be in chaos. Shadowless blood blade. This blade technique seems to be faster and sharper than my sword. My 17th sword couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance, Jiangchen murmured, but he was extremely shocked. However, in his blood shadow blade technique, Jiangchen had a new discovery. Coincidentally, he had a slight understanding of the 18th sword. Blade and sword, qi, and momentum, as they intertwined, the sword was sharper and the blade was more tactful. His shadowless blood blade, on the other hand, combined the tenacity of both the blade and the sword. While attacking and defending, there was an order of advance and retreat. The sword intent was the attack, while the blade intent was the leader. Limitless sword, 18th sword. Jiangchen moved forward, but he only managed to swing half of the sword. The remaining opportunity was directly erased by Shangguan Hongyan. Shangguan Hongyan's blade technique was far more mature than Jiangchen's 18th sword. Jiangchen was almost forced back 3,000 feet by Shangguan Hongyan's shadowless blood blade. Above the sea of bamboos, snowflakes fluttered down. Shangguan Hongyan stepped on the snow, not giving Jiangchen any chance to resist. He attacked again with lightning speed. The shadowless blood blade surrounded the heavens and earth, leaving Jiangchen nowhere to hide. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. Jiangchen activated the Eastern Emperor Bell again, but this time, even the Eastern Emperor Bell was shattered in Shangguan Hongyan's hands. In the end, it turned into broken rays of divine light and flew away. Eastern Emperor Bell. Boy, you've given me too many surprises. This Eastern Emperor Bell is mine. Shangguan Hongyan's spirit shone brightly. There were too many secrets waiting for him to uncover. The heavenly dragon sword, the Eastern Emperor bell, and the craftsman's chart that he had been longing for. The Eastern Emperor bell was a chaotic saint weapon, so Shangguan Hongyan naturally had a special liking for it. As the most powerful weapon-forging grandmaster in the Central Divine Land, he was very familiar with all the weapons in the world. Even though there were some weapons he had never seen before, they did not escape Shangguan Hongyan's eyes and ears. Let's see if you have the ability. Xianxia let out a low roar, swallowing several mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, he had already been seriously injured, but Shangguan Hongyan was still as relaxed as ever, as if she was taking a stroll in the park, without any pressure at all. Now, I will let you know how big the gap between a late Divine Emperor and an early Divine Emperor is. No matter how strong you are, you can't make up for it. Shangguan Hongyan's expression was calm. With a flip of her palm, 3,000 lightning strikes, 10,000 Li clouds return, as fast as lightning. Everlasting Wisdom Palm. As Shangguan Hongyan struck out with her palm, Xianxia was unable to dodge at all. It covered the entire sky, leaving him with no place to escape. Xianxia knew that he had to fight this palm with his life, otherwise, he would not be able to receive it. Xianxia's heavenly dragon battle armor, which he had not used for a long time, also turned into ashes at this moment. Under the divine golden bell, it was unable to resist at all. Xianxia held his blade horizontally, not knowing what to do. He could only meet the palm with his fist, forcefully taking on the palm. However, Xianxia's strength was still too far from Shangguan Hongyan's. Under the palm strike, Xianxia's figure was almost instantly engulfed by the everlasting wisdom palm. Even with Xianxia's strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants, and his iron-like bones, he was on the verge of collapsing at this moment. After retreating 100 meters, Xianxia was already heavily injured. Not bad. To be able to survive my palm strike, it means that you are indeed talented. However, it is a pity that you came to seek revenge against me today. You should have expected that you are not my match. Shangguan Hongyan stood there with her hands clasped behind her back. Shangguan Hongyan stood there with her hands clasped behind her back. She held the willow blade in her hand and struck out with it, causing the sky to change color. The sky was dyed red, half of it was white, and the other half was green. Between the green and white, Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and unleashed the ancient soaring dragon skill. The sword's soul came out of its scabbard and a dragon roar could be heard. The azure dragon rising out of the sea merged with the pure white blade. The sword's soul was still one step behind, and it was forced back by Shangguan Hongyan. The dragon soul cried out in pain, and the heavenly dragon sword chi was pushed back hundreds of meters. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I have said that you are not my match. Shangguan Hongyan shook her head. Xianxia was indeed an extraordinary man, but it was impossible for her to win against him. The gap between them was just too huge. Shangguan Hongyan shook her head. Then, why don't you try this move of mine? Xianxia's eyes were sharp. The 4 heavenly thunders in his hand had already slowly fused together. The 4 heavenly thunders, green and red, were intersecting, and there were traces of lightning snakes. This time around, the nameless heavenly lightning from last time had been replaced with the 1,000 flame annihilation lightning. Its frightening level had also increased by several times. A frightening death lotus gradually formed. Even Shangguan Hongyan's expression had become extremely gloomy at this moment. Such a terrifying heavenly thunder. This guy has actually fused 4 heavenly thunders. Shangguan Hongyan squinted her eyes and her heart was beating fast. Is this guy not afraid of playing with fire? However, while Shangguan Hongyan was in a daze, the death lightning lotus had finished fusing in an instant. Now, I will let you have a taste of my power. Xianxia sneered. His face was extremely pale. Under the fusion of the 4 heavenly thunders, he had almost used up all the divine yuan qi in his body. He threw out a palm, and the death lightning lotus flew across the sky. Lightning flashed and illuminated the sky. At this moment, Xianxia was completely exhausted. The terrifying death lightning lotus exploded in an instant. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes narrowed. He knew that the death lightning lotus was so terrifying that it could even threaten his existence. That damned guy. Shangguan Hongyan said through gritted teeth. However, at that moment, something that Jiang Chen and Shangguan Hongyan hadn't expected happened. Tuoba Longyu, who was originally on his last breath, actually charged forward and blocked Jiang Chen's Death Lightning Lotus. He exhausted all of his strength to fuse with the Death Lightning Lotus. Lightning pierced through the sky. With the 5 heavenly thunders on his body, Tuoba Longyu's body was almost burnt. In the instant that Jiang Chen's Death Lightning Lotus exploded, Tuoba Longyu ultimately failed to block that attack. He died completely in front of Shangguan Hongyan. All that was left was a strand of soul that was struggling at death's door. At this moment, even Shangguan Hongyan had suffered quite a bit of injury. That was because Jiang Chen's Death Lightning Lotus was extremely terrifying. If Tuoba Longyu hadn't blocked the majority of the attack, even Shangguan Hongyan didn't know if he would have been able to survive that attack from Jiang Chen. You shouldn't have come. Jiang Chen sighed with a hint of pity on the corner of his lips. However, things had already come to this. All that was left of Tuoba Longyu was a strand of his remnant soul. It was already on the verge of dissipating into thin air. If it wasn't for the fact that the obsession in his heart remained unextinguished, he would have already dissipated into thin air by now. Master, I know that you're still unwilling to forgive me. However, I, Tuoba, would like to give you a piece of advice. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent before it's too late. Regardless of whether you've betrayed your master or committed heinous crimes, you're still the master of me, Tuoba Longyu. A master for a day is a father for life. I have no complaints about you expelling me from your lineage for the sins I've committed back then. However, at this very moment, I would like to ask Master to reconsider your actions. I'm willing to use my death to wake Master up. I hope that Master can be compassionate and return to the right path, Tuoba Longyu said with a pale face. Tuoba Longyu said with a pale face. At this moment, his soul was also gradually dimming, as if it was going to dissipate at any moment. Tuoba Longyu's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He had a deep relationship with Shangguan Hongyan as his master. However, in Shangguan Hongyan's eyes, it wasn't even worth a mention. At this moment, Tuoba Longyu also hoped that his master would be able to turn over a new leaf. No matter how many sins he had committed, it wouldn't change the fact that he was his master. Tuoba Longyu knew that it was impossible for him to change the situation of the battle with his own strength. However, he hoped that his death would leave a trace of warning for his master. Who the hell do you think you are? You're not qualified to lecture me. Go to hell. Your soul dispersing is the best ending for you. Shangguan Hongyan raised her blade and slashed down with an unparalleled might. Tuoba Longyu was directly cleaved into two, completely dissipating into thin air. At the moment when he turned into ashes, his eyes were still filled with hope for Shangguan Hongyan. However, from the start to the end, his death had not been able to wake Shangguan Hongyan up. Tuoba Longyu was in despair. In fact, he was even disheartened. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. His love for his master was so deep, yet all he got in return was merciless indifference and ridicule. In fact, he even felt sorrowful. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This Shangguan Hongyan was even scarier than a devil. He was cold-blooded and emotionless, without a shred of emotion. Even though his disciple had risked his life to save him, trying to reform him, in the end he had still been turned into dust by a single slash of his saber. He was about to vanish into thin air, but he had not been able to escape his master's murderous hands. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. He knew that Shangguan Hongyan no longer had any humanity left in him. Only by killing him would he be able to rid the world of a scourge. Jiang Chen could only sigh at Tuoba Longyu's death. He was not a heartless person, but he had died in such a dubious manner before the inhumane Shangguan Hongyan. In the end, he did not even have the chance to close his eyes. Now, it's your turn. Only with your death will this world become clear again. My sea of bamboos will not allow anyone to tarnish it. Shangguan Hongyan said Lung Lung. Tuoba Longyu had died, but he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Tuoba Longyu was his disciple, a child who respected him like a father. You really make people feel disgusted. Even your own disciple's death was not enough to change your original intentions. It seems like the ambition of a wolf is really unchangeable. You are a beast through and through. Jiang Chen shook his head. So what if I'm a beast? What can you do to me? Ha ha ha, no one can change what I, Shangguan Hongyan, want to do. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. Those who block my path will not have a good ending. Shangguan Hongyan said proudly. After saying so much, you no longer have any chance to escape. Death is your only ending. Shangguan Hongyan's gaze was like a torch as he pointed at Jiang Chen. Currently, Jiang Chen was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Killing him would be as easy as pie. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Jiang Chen slowly took 2 steps back. At that moment, the ancestral dragon emperor could only smile bitterly. He had no choice but to act. Shangguan Hongyan was too powerful. Jiang Chen could not fight against her. Even without Tuoba Longyu, Jiang Chen could not kill Shangguan Hongyan with the fusion of 4 heavenly lightnings. He could at most injure Shangguan Hongyan. The ancestral dragon emperor transformed and hid his face. He did not know if Shangguan Hongyan knew about his existence. After all, the ancestral dragon emperor's name was known throughout the world. If Shangguan Hongyan knew about it, she would definitely spread the news. The moment Shangguan Hongyan attacked, the ancestral dragon emperor transformed into a white barrier and blocked in front of Shangguan Hongyan. Young man, don't be so angry. Killing someone or saving someone is only a matter of thought. You are not qualified to kill him, said the ancestral dragon emperor indifferently. His words caused Shangguan Hongyan's facial expression to change. He could sense how strong this man was. He wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Trying to stop me from killing someone? Who do you think you are? Shangguan Hongyan roared furiously. She drew out her blade once again and the shadow of the blade swept across the sky. The ancestral dragon emperor activated the ancestral dragon pagoda to protect Jiang Chen. Shangguan Hongyan had failed several times, but the ancestral dragon emperor had consumed a lot of his energy. However, he did not take any action because he knew that once he took action, he would definitely attract the attention of the enemies. Shangguan Hongyan's skills were terrifying. The ancestral dragon emperor could only defend passively. He didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. However, he still managed to block all of Jiang Chen's attacks. The more Shangguan Hongyan fought, the more frightened he became. He had no idea who his enemy was, and he had no idea what kind of existence was behind Jiang Chen. At this moment, Shangguan Hongyan was feeling nervous, and it was difficult for him to fight back. You still don't want to stop? He, I am stupid. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me to attack. I promise to spare his life. However, to kill you, although it will take some effort, it is not impossible. The ancestral dragon emperor said. Shangguan Hongyan did not believe him. At this moment, he had used up half of his energy. The ancestral dragon emperor activated the Zulong Tower and flew up. Damn it. This Shangguan Hongyan is too powerful. Senior ancestral dragon emperor, the world is dangerous. Let's retreat. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This Shangguan Hongyan could not break through the ancestral dragon emperor's defense. However, it was not a long-term plan. The ancestral dragon emperor could not attack. Shangguan Hongyan did not know that. If this dragged on, Shangguan Hongyan would realize that something was wrong. Looking at the disappearing shadow of the ancestral dragon pagoda, Shangguan Hongyan didn't chase after it. However, his heart was filled with unwillingness. He was tricked by someone in his own territory. He must take revenge for this. Jiang Chen, who had just escaped death, was now lying on the ground. Although the myriad chi body had recovered some of its power, the 4 heavenly lightnings fused together to form a terrifying lightning lotus. It had almost drained all of Jiang Chen's divine origin chi, causing him to be in a passive position. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into a desperate situation while being chased by Shangguan Hongyan. The ancestral dragon emperor was under attack. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize the situation, otherwise, Jiang Chen would have a hard time. Shangguan Hongyan was much stronger than he expected. A late divine emperor expert. She was the closest expert to the emperor realm that Jiang Chen had ever seen. Even the ancestral dragon emperor did not have such strength. However, Shangguan Hongyan did not dare to chase Jiang Chen out of the Bamboo Sea mountain range. He did not know who saved Jiang Chen. If it was someone he could not defeat, he would be in a much more dangerous situation. Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning's fusion had already caused him great damage. Nobody could guarantee if Jiang Chen had any other tricks up his sleeves or the background of this unknown person. I'm still too weak. I can't fight against a true expert. If it wasn't for the ancestral dragon emperor, that Shangguan Hongyan would have made my life worse than death. Even if I managed to escape, it would be very difficult. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He could not help but sigh. You're already very strong. If it weren't for that person blocking your attack with the fusion of sky lightning, he probably wouldn't have had it easy either. It would have been difficult for him to continue fighting. The ancestral dragon emperor said in a low voice. Jiang Chen was obviously not satisfied with his own strength. However, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that Jiang Chen was strong enough. He was strong enough to fight against a late divine emperor expert. The divine emperor realm was different from the hierarch realm. The divine emperor realm was the most difficult realm to enter the emperor realm. Many people would not be able to cross it in their lifetime. Every realm was divided into 3 minor realms, which showed how difficult it was for a divine emperor to break through. But, this is still not enough. I am still unable to avenge my beloved. Shangguan Hongyan's strength is likely not at its peak either. It would appear that I still have a long way to go. Jiang Chen knew very well that only by becoming stronger could he have more right to speak and gain a foothold in the central region divine land. To him, there was still a long way to go. As the ancestral dragon emperor had used up a lot of his soul energy, he went to rest. Jiang Chen looked at the sky, it was already dawn. Jiang Chen rested for 3 days. But when he woke up, he heard a heart-wrenching scream that came from the depths of his soul. Father, where are you, Father? Hong Lian's frail and sorrowful voice rang out in Jiang Chen's ears. His pained wails filled him with despair. What happened to you? Jiang Chen frowned and asked softly. I dreamt that my father was suffering from inhumane torture. I felt that he was going through the cycle of reincarnation. Hong Lian said in extreme pain. Those scenes seemed to be happening in front of my eyes. Although it was blurry, I could clearly feel his existence. He is my father, and he is currently in the depths of an abyss of suffering. The corner of Red Lotus's mouth was filled with incomparable bitterness. The despair in the depth of her eyes made Jiang Chen feel heartache. I have to go find my father. Although I don't know where he is, I can feel his existence. Red Lotus said resolutely. All right, I'll go with you. Jiang Chen said softly. You have more important things to do, I don't want to drag you down. I'll go alone. Hong Lian shook his head. I have already reached the early divine emperor realm. Although I might not be able to do anything, I still have a place in the central region divine land. It's impossible for others to catch me. Hong Lian did not want to distract Jiang Chen as he was already in a terrible situation. She did not know where her father was, so she could not let Jiang Chen run around with her. She could not be so selfish, although she also hoped that Jiang Chen could accompany her. It's all right, I'll go with you to find your father first. Jiang Chen said. You might not have the time. A deep voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen frowned and looked up, only to see a black-cloaked man. It was the man who had saved his life in the past. I haven't had the time to thank you for saving my life. Why do you say that? Jiang Chen asked. He did not know who this man was, but he did save his life. Jiang Chen would never forget it. A life-saving grace should be repaid. Although Jiang Chen did not know the name of the black-cloaked man, his appearance made Jiang Chen feel suspicious. He could not guess the identity of the black-cloaked man. Because you might have more important things to do. The black-cloaked man said faintly. You can speak your mind. Jiang Chen continued. Tongshan Mansion. You will find the woman you are looking for. As soon as the black-cloaked man finished speaking, he turned around and left. At that moment, Jiang Chen's pupil shrunk. He wanted to ask further, but the black-cloaked man's figure had already disappeared. It was like a ray of light, turning into a speck of light in the sky. Is it Sister Ning? Or Xiaoyu? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes slightly narrowed. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. The black-cloaked man's words made Jiang Chen doubtful. How did he know the whereabouts of his woman? How did he know who he was looking for? What if this was a trap? Xianxia did not suspect that the black-cloaked man would harm him. If the black-cloaked man wanted to harm him, he could have just joined hands with Louis XIII and Dongfeng Lianxua. Xianxia would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Moreover, the black-cloaked man had saved him. So, at least his trust in him would not change. However, did the Tongxian mansion really have news about his woman? For Xianxia, this was something he needed to think twice before he acted. Is it about them? Yan Qingqing asked in a low voice. The appearance of the black-cloaked man had made her curious. In the previous battle, Xianxia had lured Yan Qingqing to the Zulong Tower. That was why he did not let her participate in the battle. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict whether he would live or die. He would have no time to take care of Yan Qingqing. It's very likely. Xianxia nodded silently. His heart was incomparably anxious. After so many twists and turns, he wanted to find his beloved. However, the black-cloaked man's information was ambiguous. Xianxia could only choose to believe him. He had no other choice. The black-cloaked man seemed to be in a hurry. Although he didn't say anything, Xianxia could feel his anxiety. You better go and find them quickly. Red Lotus's voice resounded in his mind once again. She sounded cold and even disappointed. Xianxia could hear that she wanted him to go with her, but he couldn't change the current situation. Red Lotus knew that Xianxia wouldn't go with her because Xianxia had a more important person to save. That person was the most important woman in his life. I'm sorry, Red Lotus. Xianxia sighed. A red-cloaked figure appeared in front of Xianxia and Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing squinted her eyes and looked at the red-cloaked lady with a trace of hostility. Red Lotus also looked at Yan Qingqing with a calm and indifferent expression. I'm leaving. After saying that, Red Lotus disappeared in front of Xianxia and Yan Qingqing. You're really flirting with women. Your luck with women is not bad. Yan Qingqing sneered. Xianxia smiled bitterly. However, he knew that Yan Qingqing's sneer was directed at him. I have nothing to do with her. Xianxia said as if he was wronged. There's no good man. Yan Qingqing said Leng. Xianxia felt extremely embarrassed. He was ridiculed by a strange woman at this moment. It would be fine if it was Yan Qingqing, but now, he had become a real scumbag, a womanizer, and an ungrateful man. There's no time to lose. Let's go. I hope we can find some clues in Tongxian Mansion. Just like what your friend said, if he lied to us, I won't let him go. Yan Qingqing couldn't wait anymore. Xianxia was even more anxious than her. However, they still needed to go to Tongxian Mansion first. Looking at Red Lotus's departing figure, Xianxia sighed. It seemed like his life was full of twists and turns, especially with women. Just like what Yan Qingqing said, women were not bad, but they were all dissolute. Time flew. Xianxia and Yan Qingqing rushed to Tongxian Mansion without stopping. At this moment, the profound connection Divine Palace had regained its former glory. 30,000 li of mountains and rivers crisscrossed, the 800 li of Qinling Mountain was covered in snow. The entire profound connection Divine Palace was the same as it was in the past. Xianxia could not help but sigh. Each generation had its own talents. His appearance might not be a big deal to Tongxian Mansion. Although he had killed the second and third mansion masters, Tongxian Mansion was still operating normally. The moment Xianxia appeared at the entrance of Tongxian Mansion, he knew that Tongxian Mansion was no longer the same as before. An extremely strong aura spread out from Tongxian Mansion. Xianxia, you're finally here. A late hierarch realm expert appeared in the void above Tongxian Mansion. Xianxia immediately recognized the person. Lin Yukong, looks like your great mansion master has been waiting for me for a long time. Xianxia knew that the great mansion master of Tongxian Mansion must have returned. Otherwise, how could he be so fearless? Lin Yukong was just a passerby to Xianxia. Xianxia did not kill him. However, his appearance made Xianxia feel that they had someone backing them up. The detestable Tongxian Mansion had once again appeared in front of him. You've become so strong. Sigh. Lin Yukong sighed. When Xianxia left Tongxian Mansion and killed the two mansion masters, he was only in hierarch. How many years had it been? He had already become a divine emperor expert, but the great master's strength was even stronger. It seemed like it would be a battle between the strong this time. The great mansion master has been waiting for you for a long time. Looks like you're prepared for today's battle. Lin Yukong looked at Jiangchen with bright eyes. Jiangchen, it seems like I've underestimated you since you've come. A deep voice made Jiangchen's body tremble. A middle-aged man wearing a black cloak came from the void. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. He was extremely tall, 9 feet tall, and looked extremely ferocious. However, he did not look like a clumsy man. Instead, he had a domineering attitude that made people feel intimidated. Mid-Divine Emperor realm. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. This person's strength was stronger than Jun Tianzhou's. Moreover, the pressure that he brought to Jiangchen was completely different. The domineering aura that could crush everything gave Jiangchen a lingering fear. This fella seemed to be much more terrifying than Jun Tianzhou. Back then, you killed my second and third brothers. Have you ever thought that one day, you'll be executed by me? Great Mansion Master Ling Ling said. His cold eyes met with Jiangchen's. The aura of life and death constantly suppressed Jiangchen. Different situations call for different actions. You must have lured me here to capture me in one fell swoop, didn't you? Where is she? Jiangchen frowned. He really wanted to know whether the woman mentioned by the black-clothed man was Sister Ning or Little Yu. You're very smart and well-informed. I haven't even released the news, but you've already come. It seems that I've underestimated you. The great mansion master stood with his arms crossed and shrugged. There was a bright smile at the corner of his mouth, but that smile was even more terrifying because there was only endless killing intent surging at the corner of his mouth. Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. It seems that the black-cloaked man did not lie to me. But where did he get the news? Let him out. Jiangchen said faintly. Release him just because you said so? Won't I lose face then? Ha ha ha, when you killed my 2 younger brothers, were you also this arrogant and bossy? Today, I'll see how much you're capable of. I, Niu Tianlang, will scatter your bones and scatter your soul. Niu Tianlang said in an overbearing manner. He stretched out his palm and a series of explosions rang out. His fist was really the size of a casserole. It was incomparably domineering. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? Jiangchen said coldly. However, he couldn't help but consider the identity of the woman who caught him behind Niu Tianlong's back. It seems that you're very confident in yourself. You're the most talented disciple of my Tongxian mansion. It's a pity that you're rebellious. If you didn't betray my Tongxian mansion, perhaps you would have become one of the mansion masters of Tongxian mansion. You're such a disappointment. Niu Tianlang sighed, as if he felt sorry for Jiangchen. You only have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you can't defeat me when that incense stick is extinguished, then your beloved woman will be pushed into the Heaven Dragon prison. You should know how terrifying the Heaven Dragon prison is, the Inferno Purgatory, right? Even Divine Emperor experts will be turned into ashes. At this moment, Niu Tianlang moved his hand and an icy blue figure appeared at the entrance of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Jiangchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His expression became extremely ferocious. At this moment, he couldn't contain the anger and worry in his heart anymore. That person was none other than Wu Ningzhu, who had been taken away by someone. No matter who it was, Jiangchen didn't have any choice at this moment. He could only fight with his back against the wall. If he won, he might not be able to change the current chaotic situation. If he lost, then everything would vanish into thin air. Jiangchen clenched his fist tightly. He couldn't lose. He couldn't be defeated. Sister Ning would never be pushed into the Heaven Dragon prison. Jiangchen was clear about Niu Tianlong's thoughts. He wanted him to see the scene of Wu Ningzhu so that his mind would be disturbed. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was at her last gasp. Jiangchen's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife as she stood at the entrance of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Although Niu Tianlong's method was old-fashioned, it was very practical for Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was in a mess because of Niu Tianlang. This was a great taboo. At this moment, it was needless to say that Xianxia couldn't unleash his full strength. He couldn't even focus on fighting. Second sister. Yan Qingqing's pupils shrunk and her beautiful eyes flickered. That person was really her second sister, one of the only two sisters that she had an impression of. You only have the time it takes for an incense to burn. Let's see how much of your power you can unleash. If you can't, then you and your wife can only be together and die together. Niu Tianlong's words stunned Yan Qingqing. Are second sister and Xianxia really husband and wife? What about me? Yan Qingqing couldn't help being stunned and blushed. But why didn't she have any impression of Xianxia in her memory? Why did he keep everyone at arm's length? One jaw stick's worth of time. Xianxia pretended to be calm. He squinted his eyes and stared at Niu Tianlang, wishing he could skin Niu Tianlang alive. However, he had to maintain his composure at this moment. Otherwise, this battle would be even more difficult. It was impossible for Xianxia to remain calm and not be affected at all. You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Brat, make your move. This is the last time you can make your move. It won't be long before I reunite the two of you. In the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison, you will have a different surprise. In the midst of Niu Tianlong's laughter, there was a gust of cold wind. Xianxia raised the Sky Dragon sword in his hand and the wind whistled. In this battle, he must kill Niu Tianlang and not give him any chance to resist. Otherwise, Wu Ningzhu's situation would be even more dangerous. Xianxia didn't know how Wu Ningzhu was captured and he didn't want to know. He just wanted to save her as soon as possible and reunite with her family. That was his ultimate dream. You will die miserably. Niu Tianlang stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. At this moment, the two figures were getting closer to each other. Two comet-like lights collided with each other and exploded. Don't say it too early. It's still uncertain who will be the winner. Xianxia sneered. The two figures clashed several times. Niu Tianlang held the Gemini meteor hammer in his hand and waved it. His chi shook the universe and shook the earth. Niu Tianlang sneered. This guy doesn't know who is the king. He actually dared to challenge me. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to avenge his two brothers, Niu Tianlang only needed to use his wife to threaten him. However, Niu Tianlang enjoyed this process very much. He wanted to defeat Xianxia with his own hands and clear the name of his two brothers. This guy is actually naive enough to think that he can defeat me. I'm like a fish on the chopping block. He hasn't even thought about his own situation. I'm going to save my second sister. You stay here. Be careful. Yan Qingqing said to Xianxia through sound transmission. You too. Xianxia looked at Yan Qingqing with deep concern. Yan Qingqing didn't even turn her head back. She turned around and left. If Xianxia and Niu Tianlang were to fight, then she would go and save her second sister, Wu Ningzhu. This was the best decision. I hope you won't let me down. Yan Qingqing murmured in a low voice and quickly ran away. At this moment, the battle between Xianxia and Niu Tianlang was also quite shocking. A sword swept across the vast western sky. A piercingly cold light illuminated the sky. The sword slashed down vertically and struck on Niu Tianlang's Gemini meteor hammers. Niu Tianlang bellowed in rage. He held the twin hammers in his hands and rose into the air. He clashed with Xianxia again and again. The shadows of the sword overlapped and the gigantic hammers overturned the sky. Xianxia was pushed back by Niu Tianlang one after another. This guy really had the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. The Gemini meteor hammers in his hands were probably thousands of kilograms in weight. When he swung the hammers, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Xianxia had no choice but to evade. One of them retreated while the other advanced. Xianxia's footsteps became somewhat messy, because Niu Tianlang was just too powerful. Even after casting the dragon transformation, Xianxia was barely able to withstand Niu Tianlang's mighty hammer. Both of them exchanged blows. Xianxia gradually stabilized the situation. However, he was completely suppressed by Niu Tianlang. That kind of tremor was like 1,000 mountains leaping over. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. If he made a slight mistake, he would be smashed into a meat patty by the power of the gigantic hammers. Waves of tremendous strength crushed the void as the hammers danced in the air. The entire sky of the profound connection divine palace was crumbled by the two of them. Countless disciples looked at the sky with fear and respect in their eyes. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He struggled to move forward and retreated to deal with Niu Tianlang. The 17th sword was extremely sharp, but it couldn't break through the layers of encirclement. The gigantic hammers made it difficult for Xianxia to move forward and he almost died. It's impossible for you to fight me. You're too weak. I've already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. It's impossible for you to defeat me. I've lured you here today so that I can tear you into 1,000 pieces to vent my hatred. Niu Tianlang shouted in a deep and domineering voice. The Gemini meteor hammers once again pierced through the void and smashed down with an unstoppable momentum. Xianxia drew his sword. The 18th sword had already evolved into its embryonic form. However, he still couldn't defeat Niu Tianlang. Xianxia brandished his sword. It was like a thunderbolt. It was ferocious, both offensive and defensive. The gigantic hammers collided with Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He was struck by the hammers one after another. His body seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage. Undeniably, Niu Tianlang's strength was much stronger than what Xianxia had imagined. Being able to become the great mansion lord of Tongxian Mansion, Niu Tianlang's strength was unquestionable. Moreover, he had been wandering around the world all these years, he must have gone through a lot of hardships. Xianxia's situation was getting more and more difficult. The Gemini meteor hammers streaked across the sky, exerting heavy pressure on Xianxia. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Under the Soaring Dragon Technique, Xianxia fought fiercely against Niu Tianlang. His strength was getting stronger and stronger. Terrifying shadows of the warhammers filled the sky. The pressure coming from the depths of his soul made Xianxia extremely solemn. But at least he managed to stabilize the situation. The ancient Soaring Dragon Technique had increased his strength to the great perfection of the early Divine Emperor realm, it was even infinitely close to the mid-Divine Emperor realm. Stubborn resistance. Niu Tianlang sneered. The giant hammer swept across the sky and smashed down fiercely. Divine Golden Bell, suppress him. Xianxia held the Eastern Emperor Bell with one hand and cast it out. The Eastern Emperor Bell shone brightly and clashed with Niu Tianlang's Gemini meteor hammers. This time, Xianxia was as steady as Mount Tai. The mightiness of the Eastern Emperor Bell was fully unleashed. He was on par with Niu Tianlang and both of them retreated. Niu Tianlang was extremely shocked. Xianxia could actually fight against him with his divine weapon and treasure tool. To think that an early divine emperor could have such combat strength. No wonder he could sweep across the profound connection divine palace. This battle was very important to Niu Tianlang. He must kill Xianxia so that his two brothers could rest in peace in the underworld. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This guy was obviously much weaker than Shangguan Hongyan, but Xianxia didn't dare unleash the heavenly lightning fusion recklessly. The fusion of 4 heavenly lightning was extremely terrifying. Killing Niu Tianlang wouldn't be a problem, but Xianxia was afraid that Niu Tianlang might have other tricks up his sleeves, or that there might be someone else eyeing him covetously. If that happened, Xianxia would be defeated, or even put his life in danger. Therefore, Xianxia wouldn't unleash the heavenly lightning fusion until the last moment. He wanted to kill Niu Tianlang in one strike. At this moment, Xianxia retreated step by step. After using the ancient Soaring Dragon Technique, Xianxia's strength was getting weaker and weaker. After all, the most powerful attack had pushed Niu Tianlang back. However, Niu Tianlang would definitely not let this matter go easily. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Forcefully increasing your strength. Let's see how long you can last. The corner of Niu Tianlang's mouth turned cold. Just now, Xianxia's attack had already increased his strength to the extreme. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Niu Tianlang to resist a shocking hammer. At least, you don't have the ability to kill me. Xianxia sneered and kept retreating. His goal was to attract Niu Tianlong's attention and lure him out of the range of the formation in front of Tongxian Mansion. His 108 peak primordial divine tools were ready. With the heavenly dragon sword as a guide, at this moment, if Jiangchen wanted to fight against Niu Tianlang, he could only use the Ashura sword formation. Let's see how long you can last. Humph. Niu Tianlong's hammer was stronger than the previous one. Jiangchen kept dodging and using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each of his steps was shocking. He avoided Niu Tianlong's attack just to complete the Ashura sword formation. This time, the sword in Jiangchen's hand was not only the Heavenly Dragon Sword but also the Candle Dragon Sword. With the Heavenly Dragon Sword and the Candle Dragon Sword as the core of the formation, the Ashura sword formation would only be more powerful. Jiangchen pretended to be weak. His eyes flickered with cold light as he retreated step by step. In Niu Tianlong's eyes, Jiangchen was already a defeated general. It was impossible for him to last too long. Therefore, he had to speed up and defeat him quickly. Jiangchen's eyes kept changing. The Heavenly Dragon Sword in his hand became more and more terrifying. It lured Niu Tianlang into the formation that he had set. Flying swords of the peak primordial divine tool continuously shot out from Jiangchen's hand. They turned into rays of cold light and rushed towards Niu Tianlang. Niu Tianlang did not care about it. His giant hammer smashed down again and again, tearing the sky. The starlight was dazzling and Jiangchen's Heavenly Dragon Sword let out a buzzing sound. Flames were overflowing. I'd like to see how many swords you have. Niu Tianlang did not care and was extremely arrogant. He did not take Jiangchen seriously at all. Countless students of Tongxian Mansion were watching the scene in front of them. Their hearts were extremely shocked and they could not help but sigh. Is this our former senior brother? So powerful? He can actually compete with the Great Mansion Master. The Great Mansion Master is an expert of the Divine Emperor realm. Could it be that he too? What do you think? Back then, even the second and third Mansion Masters died in the hands of Jiangchen. He is an out-and-out executioner. Back then, many people were frightened and did not dare to compete with him. He should be considered as the most powerful genius disciple in the entire history of Tongxian Mansion. It's a pity that he is the opposite of Tongxian Mansion. He kills people like flies. He is simply like a devil. Although he's very strong and his talent is incomparably terrifying, he's still a step behind the Great Mansion Master. Look, he's on the verge of losing. He's about to be defeated by the Great Mansion Master. Jiangchen's reputation spread throughout the entire Tongxian Mansion. Countless people admired him. Although the current Jiangchen may not be able to defeat the Great Mansion Master, in their eyes, Jiangchen was a supreme existence. Moreover, he was the one who was closest to them. He was once a senior disciple and he was within their reach. I've talked to Jiangchen before. He's already a Divine Emperor expert now. Time flies, Jiangchen said with a frown. Someone said with a sigh, lamenting the passing of time. Jiangchen had already become a powerful existence while they were still disciples of Tongxian Mansion. The gap between them could not be mentioned in the same breath. Everyone regarded Jiangchen as their idol. Although he was a traitor of Tongxian Mansion, he was also the strongest traitor. The strong had the right to speak. Now, he was able to challenge Tongxian Mansion. This was his capital. Jiangchen, a divine emperor, could be regarded as a great crocodile even in the entire central province Divine Land. To them, Jiangchen was a supreme existence. Although Jiangchen seemed to be in a state of defeat, in fact, his Ashura sword formation had just been completed. Jiangchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were as cold as ice. At this moment, he must injure Niu Tianlang severely or even kill him. Is that all you've got? Niu Tianlang said faintly. His attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Now, you will know that my true strength is far more than this. While the two swords were moving, the flying swords crisscrossed and the terrifying sword chi made Niu Tianlang's eyes narrow gradually. Boy, you're quite capable to trap me with a formation. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. It's just a formation and you want to trap me, a mid-divine emperor realm expert. You must be dreaming. Niu Tianlang said disdainfully. He held the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it down as if it could smash a hole in the sky. His power was terrifying. "You're wrong. I'm not trying to trap you. You're not qualified to do so. I'm going to kill you," Xianxia sneered and said. His eyes were cold. He had endured hardships and pretended to be weak. Finally, it was his turn to attack. Ashura sword formation, 10,000 swords returned to origin. The two swords combined. The righteous spirit of the heavenly dragon sword and the evil spirit of the candle dragon sword almost filled the entire Ashura sword formation. Even Xianxia did not expect it to be so terrifying. The sword momentum was incomparably fierce. Each of the sword chi could tear the void apart. It was either full of holy light or evil spirit. The 108 sword chi were completely different, but their power was not the same. The sword chi penetrated the entire Ashura sword formation. Niao Tianlang smashed it with his hammer and sent a dozen sword chi flying, but the remaining sword shadows penetrated his body. The countless sword shadows had already dazzled Niao Tianlang. Although the shadows of the giant hammers filled the sky, they could not stop the sword chi that shot from all directions. The sword chi was everywhere. Even if Niao Tianlang was extremely strong and powerful, he could not stop the power of the Ashura sword formation. The holy light and evil spirit soared to the sky. The sword momentum changed and the chi dominated the universe. At that moment, Niao Tianlang's face was extremely pale. There was nowhere for him to hide. Sword shadows pierced through his body. His body was severely injured, and the Gemini meteor hammers were unable to fight back. Xianxia's Ashura sword formation was a great offensive skill. It was too terrifying, and it was impossible to defend against it. Not to mention Niao Tianlang, even if it was Shangguan Hongyan, if he had enough time to use the Ashura sword formation, he would definitely be unable to move an inch. Unfortunately, Shangguan Hongyan would not give him such a chance. But at this moment, Niao Tianlang was completely dumbfounded. Even though he had stabilized his body and managed to block off a portion of the hammer shadows after being struck by the 10,000 swords, he was still severely injured. The sword chi was so strong that Niao Tianlang was at a loss as to what to do. The sword chi was extremely ferocious, and it was the Tao of limitless infinity that could shatter the stars. As the holy light spread out, the shadows of dragons could be seen, and the heavenly dragons roared. The two completely different sword chis interweaved, becoming even more powerful than before. Even Xianxia did not expect that the Ashura sword formation would become even more powerful after the addition of the torch dragon sword. That scene almost made Niao Tianlang despair. Isn't this too terrifying? Look, the first mansion master is actually in such a sorry state in the hands of senior brother Xianxia. I really didn't expect this scene. It seems that the first mansion master is no longer a match for Xianxia. This battle is so fierce. Is the first mansion master going to lose? Is Tongxian mansion really going to be finished? Senior brother Xianxia is so terrifying. It makes people tremble. Everyone in Tongxian mansion was filled with shock. Xianxia's power was beyond their expectations. Although many people knew that Xianxia was the traitor of Tongxian mansion, their respect for Xianxia was still like a surging river, because he was the strongest person in Tongxian mansion since ancient times. He could even compete with the mansion master of Tongxian mansion. Who wouldn't want to become such a peerless expert? To them, the divine emperor realm was unattainable. Even Lin Yukong, who had cultivated for so long, was still unable to become a true divine emperor realm expert. The first and second mansion masters were only half-step divine emperor realm back then. At this moment, the name of Xianxia resounded through the sky, shaking the entire Tongxian mansion. If this goes on, the sword formation will kill me. Niao Tianlang was drenched in cold sweat. His face was deathly pale, and his entire body was trembling. Xianxia was too terrifying. No wonder second brother and third brother were defeated by Xianxia, and even Niao Tianlang was almost defeated. At this moment, Niao Tianlang could even feel the aura of death if he did not have a good plan. At this moment, Xianxia's physical strength was almost depleted. After all, the Ashura sword formation consumed too much energy. Even he had his own limit. Brother Fen, save me! Niao Tianlang's heart-wrenching voice resounded in the sky. A terrifying chi descended from the sky, and with a peerless force, it struck Xianxia's Ashura sword formation. Xianxia had already planned to withdraw the sword formation. At this moment, he swiftly withdrew his hand and withdrew the Ashura sword formation. However, he was still forced back by the terrifying qi, and his face turned ashen. Xianxia knew that his guess was right. If he had used the heavenly lightning fusion to kill Niu Tianlang right from the start, it might have been a trap, and he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. A man in red clothes descended from the sky. His face was like jade, and his eyebrows were cold. His eyes were sharp, but he looked like a teenager. His face was immature and full of arrogance. Pfft! Niu Tianlang vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He knelt on one knee and looked at the red-clothed young man with a bitter expression. The red-clothed young man glanced at Niu Tianlang and shook his head. Niu Tianlang, you've really disappointed me. Brother Fen, please forgive me. This guy is too strong. I'm not his match at all. Niu Tianlang let out a bitter laugh, feeling helpless. Hee, this is really interesting. Even you can't control the youngsters who came out of your academy. Interesting. The red-clothed young man's lips twitched as he sneered. All of a sudden, Niu Tianlang felt extremely awkward. He did not say another word, because he knew that with Brother Fen here, everything would be fine. This Xianxia is already at the end of his rope. With Brother Fen here, you can easily kill him. So you're Xianxia? It seems like you're stronger than I thought. The red-clothed young man said as he sized up Xianxia. You were the one who took my wife away, weren't you? The Tongxian mansion is just a cover. I'm afraid you didn't lure me here just to kill me. Xianxia stared at the red-clothed young man coldly. Even Niu Tianlang was so respectful to him. This guy's identity and strength must be something that even Niu Tianlang could not compare to. Not bad. You're smart. Killing you is not enough for me to waste so much effort. What I want is the myriad chi cauldron in your hand. If I'm not wrong, you're the successor of the craftsman god, right? The most powerful cauldron in the world is in your hand. Back then, we tried to take it from the craftsman god, but we failed. After millions of years, the myriad chi cauldron has finally reappeared. As the successor of the craftsman god, I'm afraid your appearance will definitely stir up a huge wave in the central region Divine Land. To them, the appearance of Xianxia was too important. Xianxia was the successor of the craftsman god. Just this news alone was enough to cause an incomparable storm in the central region Divine Land. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Even though he had hidden it very well, he was still discovered. The inheritance of the craftsman god. These 3 words were enough to set off a huge wave in the central region Divine Land. No matter where this guy got the news from, the paper could no longer hide the fire. The craftsman god's inheritance. This fellow is actually the successor of the craftsman god? At this moment, even Niu Tianlang's face was filled with astonishment. Obviously, Fen Gudong did not tell him about this. Only at this moment did he know that Xianxia was the successor of the craftsman god. Fen Gudong did not speak. He continued to look at Xianxia. The craftsman god was an all-powerful figure in the central region Divine Land in the past. He was known as the #1 expert below Emperor Realm experts. His heroic appearance caused the heavens and earth to be moved, causing Emperor Realm experts to flock to him like a flock of ducks. After the Emperor Realm, it was impossible to find an expert that could be compared to the craftsman god. His elegance could be said to be an influential figure in the post-ancient era. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he reigned supreme in both ancient and modern times. Looks like his eyesight is not bad. The disciple he chose is actually this outstanding. It's a pity that he will die young. If you're given another 100 years, I really don't know to what extent you will grow. The craftsman god is indeed a dragon among men. Fen Gudong looked at Xianxia. The more he looked at him, the more delighted he became. Because the existence of Xianxia meant the existence of the myriad chi cauldron. His plan was finally going to succeed. Looks like you've been planning this for a long time. Even my wife is within your calculations. You've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, you should let me know who you are, right? Xianxia said as he looked at Fen Gudong with a fiery gaze. There's no harm in telling you. I am the chief alchemist elder of the Ghost Pill sect, Fengudong. Back then, my Ghost Pill sect had once offered 10,000 gold just to obtain the myriad chi cauldron, but we were thrown out of the 9 heavens by that old thing, the craftsman god, and even chased out of the central region divine land. Only after his death did my Ghost Pill sect reappear in the central region. That myriad chi cauldron is a true treasured cauldron for concocting pills, but it was actually used by that stubborn old man, the craftsman god, to refine weapons. It's simply a reckless waste of natural resources. Today, as the successor of the craftsman god, hand over the myriad chi cauldron to me. Perhaps, I will leave your corpse intact and bury it together with your wife. That would be the best I can do. Fengudong chuckled as he looked at Jiang Chen, as if he had already made arrangements for Jiang Chen's funeral. There are many people who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? Do you really think that you can kill me? Jiang Chen sneered. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Fengudong. At that moment, Fengudong did not act blindly without thinking, because he had witnessed the true power of Jiang Chen's azure sword formation. Even if he was trapped in the sword formation, even if he didn't die, a layer of his skin would be torn off. This fellow's dreadfulness was truly frightening. However, right now, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and did not have any strength to fight against him. Why should he be afraid of him? You might be very confident, but blind confidence is equivalent to not knowing what's good for you. Today, you will die without a doubt. Where did you get the ability to defy the heavens and change your fate? Do you think that my Ghost Pill sect is so easy to provoke? Fengudong said to Leng Leng. The young man's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Ghost Pill sect, What a good Ghost Pill sect. Then, do you recognize what this is? Jiang Chen extended his hand, and a sword order appeared in his hand. This was the sword order that sect master Jian Tang gave him when he left the sword drawing sect. Seeing the sword order was like seeing the sword master. The sword order of the sword drawing sect? Fengudong's expression changed, and his eyes slightly narrowed. Jiang Chen did not have any background, which was why he dared to be so unbridled and fearless. At this moment, Jiang Chen took out the sword order of the sword drawing sect, causing Fengudong's heart to tremble. You are the sword drawing sect's honorary sword master that has been spreading like wildfire? So what if I am? It seems that your Ghost Pill sect wants to fight against the sword drawing sect to the end. As a great sect of the Central Region Divine Land, if your Ghost Pill sect dares to touch me, it is equivalent to declaring war against the sword drawing sect. Do you really dare to do that? Jiang Chen said as he looked at Fengudong with disdain. Fengudong's expression darkened, and his eyes flickered. Brat, don't try to scare me. No matter who you are, I will kill you today. So what if you are the sword drawing sect's sword master? How would I know? If I kill you, there will be no proof. Who will know that I killed you? Even if the sword drawing sect wants to investigate, I am afraid that they won't be able to find the Ghost Pill sect, right? Fengudong said indifferently. At this moment, he was like an arrow on a bowstring that had to be released. If he took a step back, it would be equivalent to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Even if he had to bite the bullet, he had to fight to the end with Jiang Chen. Moreover, this guy was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so why should he be afraid of him? It was just a sword order of the sword drawing sect's sword master. It was not like the sword drawing sect's sect master had come personally. Moreover, his Ghost Pill sect might not be afraid of the sword drawing sect. It was not the Slaughter Pagoda, so what was there to be afraid of? As long as he killed Jiang Chen without leaving a trace, who would know that he was the one who killed him, killing people and robbing them? Fengudong had done it more than once. It seems that you want to fight to the end with the sword drawing sect. This is not a good choice. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Is that so? However, I, Fengudong, like to do so. If we were evenly matched, I might be afraid of you. But now, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. Once I kill you, everything will be over. The myriad chi cauldron will belong to me, and you will just turn into ashes. No one will know that you were once the sword drawing sect's sword master. Fengudong said confidently. Jiang Chen was already severely injured, and it was difficult for him to turn the situation around. How could he release a tiger back into the mountains at this moment? The myriad chi cauldron that Fengudong had been yearning for was already in his hands. Once he completed his transformation and obtained the myriad chi cauldron, no one in the Ghost Pill sect would be his opponent. When he became the overlord of the Ghost Pill sect, he would lead the Ghost Pill sect to war. The first one he would attack would definitely be the sword-drawing sect. Since that's the case, there's no point in talking anymore. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, will accompany you to the end. Without the sword-drawing sect, I, Jiang Chen, will still be able to stand proudly in this world. Who can stop me? Reckless fool. If I, Fengudong, want you to die at midnight, you definitely won't live past midnight. Fengudong said proudly. He stood with his hands behind his back and slowly clenched his fists. In this battle, he would definitely make Jiang Chen die without a burial ground. He was determined to obtain the myriad chi cauldron. Make your move. Let me see how much weight you have. Jiang Chen coldly looked at Fengudong. The two of them were at each other's throats. This battle was already imminent. Fengudong threw out a punch that moved mountains and rivers. It directly hit the heavenly dragon's sword, and Jiang Chen was forced to retreat with incomparable difficulty. Your strength has already suffered a great injury, and you still want to compete with me? This is simply a fool's dream. Even if you are in your peak condition, it is impossible for you to be my opponent. Prepare to die. Fengudong's punches shattered the void, causing people to tremble in fear. His momentum was like a rainbow, and he was extremely powerful. Niao Tianlang, who was at the side, also sneered. No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, can you resist the elder of the Ghost Pill sect? So what if you are the sword master of the sword-drawing sect? Right now, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. This Tongxian mansion will be your burial ground. Fengudong's momentum was like a rainbow, and his punches were incomparably ferocious. One after another, the shadows of his punches overturned the earth and the sky, and almost messed up Jiang Chen's sword chi. Jiang Chen was already feeling extremely strained by retreating in order to advance. In this battle, it seemed that he would have to fight to the death. In Fengudong's hand, an incomparably gloomy sickle of death had already appeared at some point in time. The giant sickle was continuously waved and chopped down, causing Jiang Chen to have no choice but to use all his strength to block this attack. The sickle of death reaped up, and that kind of terrifying pressure almost made it difficult for Jiang Chen to move an inch. The sickle of death reaped the soul. A terrifying aura filled the void, and the soul pressure came crushing down. Fengudong's peak divine emperor realm soul had always been a method that he was proud of. This time, he would definitely kill in one strike. However, no matter how much Fengudong thought, he never expected that Jiang Chen's soul power was actually even more terrifying than his own. That terrifying soul power was like a tide that poured out from a nest, causing people's heart to tremble. At this moment, the sickle of death actually didn't have the slightest. Soul extinguish. Jiang Chen instantly unleashed a soul attack. The soul aura that covered the sky and earth filled the void. Not only did the attack of the sickle of death not gain the slightest advantage, but it also made Fengudong extremely difficult, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Being pursued by Jiang Chen's soul extinguish and soul extinguish, Fengudong was sent flying backwards. His complexion was pale, and he barely managed to stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. However, at the moment when Jiang Chen unleashed his soul attack, he also felt extremely uncomfortable. Because the difference between his soul power and Fengudong's soul power wasn't too big. However, the strength of an emperor realm soul lay in that. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't hold back and directly injured Fengudong's soul. However, to injure the enemy, he also suffered some injuries. Jiang Chen still couldn't completely control the soul power of an emperor realm soul. Your soul power is actually so frightening. Fengudong's complexion was pale as he held his head. His complexion was ashen. He had almost been hit by Jiang Chen's soul attack. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's control over the Emperor Realm soul wasn't as smooth as a fish in water. Damned guy. A centipede dies but doesn't stop moving. I'll make you regret being born into this world. Fengudong furiously roared as he once again closed in. The sickle of death moved through the void with boundless strength. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand as dragon roars rang out. However, he still couldn't gain the slightest advantage against Fen Gudong. He was even forced to retreat. Although he had also received heavy injuries from Fen Gudong's soul extinguish, it wasn't enough to kill him. After all, his strength was strong enough, and his soul power was strong enough as well. That was why he was able to survive the soul extinguish. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Xianxia's eyes were slightly cold. At this moment, sword rain after sword rain was unleashed. Xianxia's 18th sword finally had a trace of a perfect embryonic form. 18th sword. Flying swords crisscrossed with unparalleled momentum. Xianxia swung his sword and continuously clashed with Fen Gudong. The 18th sword's momentum was unrivaled as it gave Fen Gudong an incomparably huge pressure. That formless tyranny had already made Fen Gudong retreat. The moment the 18th sword was truly formed, Xianxia's limitless sword had already reached perfection. The sword moved according to the heart. Sword shadows and sword aura converged into a pair. It had both offensive and defensive capabilities, and there wasn't the slightest bit of stagnation. Compared to the 17th sword, its might was more than 10 times more ferocious. Battle sickle, burning fury. A formless fiery figure filled the void, wanting to repel Xianxia. However, Xianxia's sword aura was too ferocious. There wasn't the slightest bit of flaw. The fiery figure that filled the sky was chopped into ashes by Xianxia. Fen Gudong's face paled as he retreated once again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. Xianxia stood with his sword in hand. Blood unceasingly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, he still stared straight at Fen Gudong. Fen Gudong's state of mind was already incomparably heavy. This guy's methods had already made Fen Gudong incomparably heavy. It seemed like he already had no confidence in this battle. Fen Gudong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This sword-drawing sex sword master was truly terrifying. He definitely couldn't let him escape. Today's battle would definitely turn him into ashes. The myriad chi cauldron was something he had to obtain. Now, let's see what other methods you have. Xianxia approached Fen Gudong step by step. Fen Gudong's expression was ferocious. His entire body started to tremble. This Xianxia was truly not easy to deal with. Fortunately, he already had a plan. At this moment, although Xianxia had heavily injured him, he wasn't any better off. It's too early for you to be happy. Fellow elders, it's time for you to take action. Fen Gudong coldly harumphed. In an instant, 3 figures broke through the void and completely sealed Xianxia within. The strength of the 3 of them had all reached the complete initial Divine Emperor realm. Their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Xianxia slightly narrowed his eyes. His heart became heavy once again. For me, you've really schemed and planned every step carefully. Xianxia sneered. First, it was Niu Tianlang. Then, it was Fen Gudong. Now, there were 3 early Divine Emperor realm elders of the Ghost Pill sect. If Xianxia wasn't strong enough, he would have already been defeated in this battle. The 3 early Divine Emperor realm elders of the Ghost Pill sect stood on his left and right, firmly trapping Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia could only smile bitterly. This group of people was truly despicable. They were simply forcing him into a dead end. You're worthless, but the myriad chi cauldron is too valuable. There are too many people in the central region Divine Land who want it. He. The one who strikes first gains the advantage, the one who strikes last suffers. It won't be long before the news of you possessing the myriad chi cauldron spread throughout the central region Divine Land. This time, he had already shown his resourcefulness by luring Xianxia into the trap. Now that he had used all his tricks, even if Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely not be able to escape from his grasp. So, you want to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? You want to kill me first, then take the myriad chi cauldron. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. But at this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to face 3 early Divine Emperor realm experts. You can put it that way. Because in my eyes, you're worthless. It doesn't matter if I kill you or not. But in order to get rid of my worries, you should die after getting the myriad chi cauldron. Disappear from the central region Divine Land, as if you've never appeared. Fen Gudong smiled as he planned. I'm afraid that you'll suffer a double loss. Why don't we make a deal? I, Jiang Chen, am not someone who is afraid of death. But I don't want my woman to be tortured. We naturally have our own ways to solve our problems. I won't back down, but my woman is innocent. What do you think? At this moment, Jiang Chen moved his hand. Two miserable soul energies appeared in his hand. They were the souls of the second and third mansion masters of Tongxian Mansion. Second brother. Third brother. Niu Tianlan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His face was pale as he shouted. Brother Fen, you must save them. Niu Tianlang was extremely emotional. He didn't expect that second brother and third brother were still alive. Big brother, save us. Save us. The second palace master and the third palace master cried out. At this moment, their soul powers were getting weaker and weaker. Fortunately, their souls were still intact. To Niu Tianlang, this was a ray of hope. Fen Gudong's expression changed as his expression turned gloomy. At this very moment, this fellow held two souls in his hands and wanted to threaten him. Fen Gudong could have completely ignored him, but Niu Tianlang had no choice but to do so. Niu Tianlang was once his life and death brother, so how could he abandon him? To Fen Gudong, Niu Tianlang could be considered as a huge bargaining chip. At the very least, after he obtained the myriad chi cauldron, Niu Tianlang would definitely become a great help to him. If he were to completely break off relations with Niu Tianlang at this time, then he would not be able to borrow the strength of Tongxian Mansion. Therefore, Fen Gudong had no choice but to consider this. Brother Fen. Niu Tianlang continued to shout anxiously. Fen Gudong nodded and said, I can promise to release your woman, but you won't be so lucky. Good. Since I've said it, I won't go back on it. I'm not afraid of death, but you can't hurt my woman. Let her go, and I, Jiang Chen, will never resist. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. All right, I believe you. Anyway, you don't have the strength to fight anymore. Fen Gudong waved his hand at one of the Divine Emperor realm experts. With a flicker of his eyes, that Divine Emperor realm expert turned around and left. Not long after, he brought Wu Ningxu back. At this moment, it was obvious that Yan Qingqing had failed. However, she had already appeared beside Jiang Chen. I can't find Sister Ning at all. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She felt a little guilty in her heart. However, at this moment, the appearance of Wu Ningxu made Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing excited. Sister Ning. Jiang Chen called out softly. At this moment, Wu Ningxu's body trembled, and she woke up. Her beautiful eyes flickered with incomparable excitement, and tears couldn't help but flow out. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest thought. He just wanted to kill all of these people in one fell swoop. Little Chenzi, this call almost melted Jiang Chen's heart. Wu Ningxu bit her red lips and silently looked at Jiang Chen. Ever since they parted, she had never seen Jiang Chen again. Now that they've met again, there were thousands of things that they wanted to talk about. Sister Ning, leave with Qingqing first. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. At this moment, he must not let his two women be in danger again. Wu Ningxu ran towards Jiang Chen immediately. Yan Qingqing's eyes flickered with excitement when she saw this scene. However, she seemed to understand that the most important person in Sister Ning's eyes was Jiang Chen. Qingqing, long time no see. Wu Ningxu looked at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's eyes were also filled with excitement as she nodded her head heavily. I'm not leaving. If I leave, what about you? Wu Ningxu insisted. Don't worry. I have my own ways to escape. Right now, I just want Qingqing to bring you away. Otherwise, with the two of you here, my hands and feet will be tied. Sister Ning, believe me. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningxu with incomparable certainty and transmitted his voice. Wu Ningxu looked at Jiang Chen's eyes for a full 10 seconds before she finally nodded her head. Jiang Chen had never lied to her before. Therefore, she chose to believe in Jiang Chen. Even if she knew that this battle was a close shave for Jiang Chen, she must believe in her man. Your two palace lords, I'll return them to you. Jiang Chen kept to his words and released two streams of soul energy. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were sent away. Little Qinzi, you must be careful, Wu Ningzhu warned. We'll wait for you. Yan Qingqing's gaze was complicated as she looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen finally smiled and sent the two of them away. Now was the time for him to fight with his life on the line. Niu Tianlang kept the second and third mansion lord's soul energy that was lingering on their last breaths. But at this moment, he hated Jiangchen even more. He wished he could chop Jiangchen into 8 pieces and grind his bones into ashes. Now, what else do you have to say? Feng Gudong glanced at Niu Tianlang. Only by calming this guy down can his future plan be more stable. The myriad chi cauldron is in my hands. Come and take it if you have the ability. Jiangchen held his blade and his eyes were sharp. He had no intention of leaving. He wanted to fight this Feng Gudong to the end. He wanted Tongxian Mansion to be filled with blood. You don't know what's good for you. What else do you have? It's time to pay your debts. Feng Gudong snorted and waved his hand. 3 great perfection early divine emperor realm experts quickly approached Jiangchen. The situation was critical and unstoppable. Jiangchen's expression changed. He defended and attacked. The heavenly dragon sword swept out. The limitless sword shocked the birds and shook 1,000 mountains. Although Jiangchen was suppressed, the 3 divine emperor realm experts did not dare to take the risk. Jiangchen only had 30 to 40% of his strength left. Facing 3 great perfection early divine emperor realm experts, Jiangchen did not dare to be careless. Reckless fella. If it wasn't for Niu Tianlang, I would have killed you and your wife. Feng Gudong looked at Jiangchen with disdain. He wanted to obtain Niu Tianlang and Tongxian Mansion's help when he rises up in revolt in the future. Therefore, he must not fall out with Niu Tianlang. Although Tongxian Mansion was not considered as a big force in the central region divine land, with Niu Tianlang around, Tongxian Mansion still had some foundation. Therefore, Feng Gudong would naturally not offend Niu Tianlang. Currently, he urgently needed to accumulate his strength. Once he obtained the myriad chi cauldron, his strength would definitely soar in a short period of time. At that time, it would be the day of his rise. The 3 divine emperors were pressuring him step by step. Jiangchen's situation was incomparably worrying. At this moment, it was already difficult for him to move forward. In the distant void, Yan Qingqing had already flown thousands of miles away with Wu Ningzhu. Say, do you think our husband will be all right? Wu Ningzhu looked at Yan Qingqing and said in a low voice. Yan Qingqing was slightly stunned and her face turned red. She was even a little distressed and did not know how to tell Wu Ningzhu. Big sister. I forgot about him. Yan Qingqing said. Wu Ningzhu frowned and her beautiful eyes flickered. She looked at Yan Qingqing doubtfully and did not know what was going on. What do you mean? I don't know either, but I can only remember you and big sis Yan Qingyu. As for the rest, I can't remember anything else. It seems like I'm suffering from a strange disease. Anyone who approaches me, I want to keep them at a distance of 1,000 miles. I can't even remember who Jiangchen is. Yan Qingqing was incomparably solemn. Her beautiful face was filled with bitterness and worry. Even Wu Ningzhu could not believe it. She had even forgotten about Jiangchen. However, she only remembered her and Yan Qingyu. This was really shocking. However, why did she become like this? Wu Ningzhu could only sigh. After I was captured, it was Jiangchen who saved me. But at that moment, I had forgotten everything. Yan Qingqing also revealed a helpless expression. She herself also didn't know what was going on. If it wasn't for Jiangchen mentioning the 2 elder sisters, perhaps she wouldn't have believed him in the end. No matter what, I believe that little Qinzi will never give up on you. You've only lost part of your memory, not a completely different person. It's good that you still remember me and little you. Wu Ningzhu smiled faintly and held Yan Qingqing's hand tightly. You just have to remember that Jiangchen is our eternal husband. Without him, I would lose the meaning of my existence. Yes. Yan Qingqing nodded her head slightly, but she couldn't help but have some doubts in her heart. Sister Ning was so deeply in love with Jiangchen, could it be that she was also like that? In the blink of an eye, Jiangchen's situation became more and more dangerous. Every step he took was messy, and he had fallen into an abyss of suffering. Fen Gudong's face even revealed a gratified smile, because it wouldn't take long for Jiang Chen to be defeated. The blood on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth became colder and colder. The battle is still far from over. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Although he was heavily injured, he was still very confident. At this moment, Jiang Chen formed a seal with his palm and rotated it continuously. He struck out with his supreme Dao accumulation. Heavenly Dragon Seal. At that moment, the Heavenly Dragon Seal, which carried the supreme Heavenly Dragon Dao accumulation, instantly fell from the sky. It carried boundless majesty and covered the sky with its palm. 3 great perfection early divine emperors were annihilated in an instant. That seal could be said to be invincible. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. The 3 divine emperors didn't even let out a single wail as they disappeared into thin air. The terror of the heavenly crushing seal caused Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang to be completely dumbfounded. This is simply too terrifying? What kind of technique is this? Under that seal, there was nowhere to hide. All gods and Buddhas were annihilated. At that instant, Fen Gudong's face was filled with shock. He was already scared to the extreme. That seal was something that he had never seen or heard of before. That seal had practically destroyed all of his confidence, which he had never felt before. Niu Tianlang's throat was dry. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to escape from that seal. What kind of background does this fella have? To be able to execute such a terrifying supreme seal? That unparalleled aura made one's scalp go numb. Under the execution of the Heavenly Dragon Dao accumulation, Jiang Chen's aura weakened once again. However, Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang were already scared out of their wits. Now, you know who the true overlord is. Jiang Chen said coldly. Fen Gudong's expression changed. It was filled with unwillingness and his expression became even uglier. You have Zhang Liang's plan, I have a wall-climbing ladder. Brat, the one who has the last laugh will be the final victor. You haven't won yet. Fen Gudong waved his hand. A scene that caused Jiang Chen's pupils to contract appeared in front of him. This time, at the entrance of the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison, a figure that caused Jiang Chen's mind to be torn apart appeared. Red Lotus. You should recognize this woman, right? Even I can't imagine how terrifying the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison is. If she were to be pushed into the 18th level, the outcome would be something you can't imagine. Even the karmic fire of the Red Lotus can't withstand the karmic fire of the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison. Ha 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 ha. Fen Gudong's ferocious expression became extremely eerie. He laughed sinisterly and reached out his hand, wanting to toy with Jiang Chen. He didn't just have one backup plan. Wu Ningzhu, the 3 divine emperors, and finally, Red Lotus. It could be said that his schemes had finally caused Jiang Chen to be unable to hide. Hand over the myriad chi cauldron and I might let her live. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His face was dark and his veins were popping out. Don't come over, Jiang Chen. Leave now. Red Lotus yelled hysterically in the scene. Her beautiful eyes lost their luster and she was heavily injured. At this moment, her strength had been completely sealed, making it difficult for her to do anything. I won't let you bear this alone. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. A man should have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Go, you will find your true love. Fen Gudong's brows danced as he said with a sinister smile. At this moment, he had already calculated everything. I'm sorry, but your woman is about to fall. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, no. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets as he madly charged into the Heaven Dragon prison. At this moment, Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang didn't stop him, because this was his final plan. The hellfire should be able to burn him to ashes. I'll rest for a day. Tomorrow, I will refine the Heaven Dragon prison. The hellfire, after so many years, it's still exciting to think about it. Niu Tianlang felt a little helpless. However, the situation was worse than him. He needed to rely on Fen Gudong, the chief alchemist elder of the Ghost Pill sect, if he wanted to reach the peak step by step. Although he knew that he was asking a tiger for its skin, he had no choice but to give all the heavenly fire crystals that he had accumulated for thousands of years to Fen Gudong. That was because the heavenly fire crystals were the source of the hellfire. In the past thousands of years, he had almost used up 70 to 80% of the source of the hellfire. Therefore, it was not impossible for him to refine the hellfire. If one didn't take one step at a time, one wouldn't be able to travel 1,000 miles. Many a little makes a mickle. When the source of the hellfire was sucked dry, the hellfire would be the most painful. However, this was the only way to refine the hellfire. Once the hellfire was successfully refined and he obtained the myriad chi cauldron, Fengudong was confident that he could even fight against an emperor realm expert. Niu Tianlang was also unwilling in his heart. He had worked hard for thousands of years, but in the end, he had made a wedding dress for someone else. Furthermore, if he wanted to let his second and third brother recover their bodies, he would still need to rely on Fengudong. After all, the methods of the chief alchemist of the Ghost Dance sect were not something that he could compete with. Xianxia madly rushed towards the Heaven Dragon Pagoda. However, the moment he appeared, Red Lotus had already been pushed into the 18th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Xianxia instantly killed the two Hierarch realm experts. Xianxia, farewell. Red Lotus smiled faintly. Her eyes seemed to be filled with regret, but she could not do anything. Wait for me. Xianxia squinted his eyes and jumped into the 18th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison without hesitation. No. Red Lotus's beautiful eyes were filled with despair. However, Xianxia still jumped down without hesitation. The endless flames instantly devoured the two of them. The bottomless abyss made the two of them fall down rapidly. The distance between Red Lotus and Xianxia was getting closer and closer. At that moment, their hands were tightly held together. Why did you have to be so stupid? Hong Lian murmured. Her face was filled with bitterness, but she could not help but reveal the love in the depths of her heart. I have gone through fire and water for you. I, Xianxia, am not someone who is afraid of death. Along the way, you have already become an indispensable part of my life. Xianxia gently said. Hong Lian could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. The two of them embraced each other tightly. Although Hong Lian did not possess karmic fire, she still had her own feelings. However, she was not good at expressing them. If she liked someone, then she liked him. In the end, she could no longer hold back her emotions. Her tears poured out like a broken dam. Scene after scene appeared in Hong Lian's head. The two of them had stumbled along the way. They seemed to be extremely cold towards each other, but they had always been together through life and death. For her, Xianxia had jumped into the Heaven Dragon prison's 18 levels of purgatory. Red Lotus's heart had completely melted. But she knew that both of them were probably going to die. You're so stupid. I'm not the only woman in the world. How can you face them? Hong Lian sobbed, drenching Xianxia's clothes. But I can't live without you. Xianxia whispered. Hong Lian's heart trembled slightly. Even if she had to die, she was willing. Xianxia kissed her deeply on the forehead. At that moment, the two of them embraced each other tightly, as if they were cherishing their final moments together. Finally, the two of them fell into the bottomless abyss. Endless tongues of fire spewed with cold, evil flames, causing their expressions to change drastically. The space around them was filled with endless raging flames. Tongues of flames were like blazing fire dragons, wreaking havoc in the void from all directions, wrapping around the two of them. What terrifying flames! Xianxia shivered inside. At that moment, both Xianxia and Hong Lian held their ground and resisted the flames. The hellfire is even more terrifying than I imagined. Hong Lian whispered with a stern expression. She could already feel the intense heat in her heart. The fact that she could feel this way meant that the hellfire was extremely terrifying. Xianxia and Hong Lian jumped into the Zulong Tower. At that moment, even the Zulong Tower became extremely hot. Although the Zulong Tower did not melt, the intense flames still forced them into a desperate situation. I won't be able to hold on if this continues, Hong Lian said. Hong Lian spoke in a deep voice. Although she did not possess the Red Lotus hellfire, there was a great disparity between her flames and the hellfire. Did you find your father? Xianxia asked. Hong Lian shook her head in disappointment. His presence has disappeared. I was ambushed by Fengudong and Niu Tianlang in the northern mountain range and was brought here. Hong Lian murmured. Her heart was filled with sorrow and sorrow. Xianxia pondered for a moment and whispered, "What I said might seem absurd to you, and even I don't believe it. But I have to say, the hellfire? Could it be your father?" Hong Lian shook her head without hesitation. "That's impossible. I can't feel any sense of intimacy from the hellfire. It's impossible for it to be my father. Firstly, this is where you're looking for your father. Secondly, you possess the hellfire of the Red Lotus. How many flames are stronger than you in this world? Furthermore, the ancestral dragon emperor told me that the hellfire was a great ancient beast. He didn't say it clearly due to his identity. Coincidentally, the hellfire is about to be devoured by Fengudong and Niu Tianlang. The heavenly flame crystal that they have been accumulating for thousands of years is actually the source of the hellfire. Could the danger you felt from your father be related to it? Although it's just a guess, I feel that the hellfire might be related to you." Jiang Chen's words moved Hong Lian more, but she couldn't feel her father's presence. It wasn't him that she felt before. Hong Lian fell into a daze at that moment. She had no idea if it was her father. However, she couldn't feel anything. Furthermore, she and Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Huff tongues of flames covered the 18th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. The flames emitted a black radiance and burned. It was as if there was nothing in the world that couldn't be burned. Jiang Chen and Red Lotus's situation was getting worse and worse. Both of them were in the ancestral dragon pagoda, but the blazing heat almost made Jiang Chen collapse. Azure Lotus Starfire. As time passed, Jiang Chen's expression became uglier and uglier. The Azure Lotus Starfire was also gradually assimilated by the hellfire. Jiang Chen and Hong Lian felt as if their souls were being burned. "We can't continue like this." Jiang Chen's expression became uglier and uglier. However, even the hellfire of the Red Lotus could do nothing. The Azure Lotus Starfire was also assimilated by the hellfire, and this was when the hellfire didn't have a fire spirit. If a fire spirit had appeared to fight against Jiang Chen and Hong Lian, they would have been annihilated in an instant. "Are we really going to die?" Hong Lian looked at Jiang Chen silently and murmured. She wasn't afraid of death because she had Jiang Chen with her. However, she didn't even get to see her father, so she was rather unwilling. "As long as I'm here, I definitely won't let you die," Jiang Chen said sternly. However, the Zulong Tower had already become extremely hot. Even though they were in the Zulong Tower, their situation was becoming more and more difficult. This time, Jiang Chen put the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Myriad Qi Cauldron on him again. The terrifying hellfire began to recede. At the very least, the two of them could no longer feel the crazy heat from before. However, as time passed, Jiang Chen could still feel the invisible hellfire begin to devour them. Even the 3 layers of protection could not guarantee Jiang Chen and Hong Lian's safety. The hellfire was born from the heart. Jiang Chen and Hong Lian's lips were filled with bitterness. They knew just how terrifying the hellfire was. Even the 3 layers of protection could not withstand the attack of the hellfire. Jiang Chen could already feel that he was on the brink of death. At that moment, the two of them were also helpless. They could only endure, stand, and struggle. They swore that they would not give up on any hope of survival. However, the hellfire was slowly destroying their will to live. Outside the Heaven Dragon prison, Fengudong, who had rested for a day, was finally ready to start refining the hellfire. The billions of heavenly fire crystals have already taken up 70% to 80% of the hellfire. Devouring it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Fengudong said proudly. "Brother Fen will definitely succeed," Niu Tianlang whispered. Fengudong silently glanced at Niu Tianlang, and indifferently said, "I know you might not be satisfied, but don't worry, I won't take the hellfire for nothing. I'll help your brothers reconstruct their bodies. With my help, they'll definitely be able to live again. Don't worry, I won't take the hellfire for nothing. Moreover, joining the Ghost Pill sect in the future is just the beginning. Once the hellfire and the Myriad Qi Cauldron are in my hands, I won't put the entire Central Region Divine Land in my eyes. At that time, no matter if it's the Martial Pill Hall or the Buddhist Pagoda, I'll kill them without hesitation." Fengudong's words caused Niu Tianlang's body to tremble. He knew that Fengudong's ambition was to control the entire Central Region Divine Land. Even if he couldn't become unrivaled in the world, it wasn't a bad thing to be above tens of thousands of people. Tianlang thanks Brother Fen here. In the future, when Brother Fen rises in revolt, Tianlang will definitely follow by your side. I swear to be loyal to Brother Fen with my life. Niao Tianlan's face was filled with joy. When there's a gain, there's a loss. He believed that Fen Gudong would definitely not mistreat him, because Fen Gudong still needed his help to subdue the Ghost Pill sect. That's good. Fen Gudong nodded his head and slowly walked towards the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison. His eyes flickered with incomparable coldness. The current Jiangchen should have already turned into ashes. Under the hellfire, no one can hide. Even Emperor Realm experts can't escape. Under the hellfire, they'll probably lose a layer of skin. Fen Gudong sneered. Jiangchen was simply courting death by going against him. Brother Fen is wise. Haha, that Jiangchen should have already turned into ashes. As for the myriad chi cauldron, Niao Tianlang couldn't help but say. Don't worry. The strength of the myriad chi cauldron is definitely beyond your imagination. Even Emperor Realm experts can't destroy it. Since ancient times, it's one of the 10 strongest divine weapons. How could it be so weak? Fen Gudong said. Niao Tianlang inhaled a mouthful of cold air and his face turned solemn. One of the 10 greatest divine weapons. This name was too frightening. Even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't destroy it. Just how powerful was that person? Niao Tianlang didn't know, but it was obvious that Fen Gudong knew the myriad chi cauldron like the back of his hand. Protect me. I'm going to start devouring the hellfire. Nothing can go wrong. Fen Gudong said as he looked at the billions of heavenly fire crystals in his storage ring. All of them were hellfire origin. Once he devoured 70 to 80% of the hellfire origin, subduing the hellfire origin would be as easy as drinking water. Fen Gudong sat down cross-legged, the heavenly flames in his hand were unceasingly fusing together, unceasingly devouring them. The extremely berserk hellfire essence caused Fen Gudong to be incomparably solemn, not daring to show the slightest bit of negligence. After all, the terror of the hellfire essence was not to be underestimated. Fen Gudong was extremely clear that the heavenly fire crystal was an ownerless object, and it was completely unable to affect him in the slightest. Bit by bit, the heavenly fire crystal was continuously devoured and refined by Fen Gudong. In the end, the origin of the hellfire was also slowly absorbed into his body. Another day passed. Fen Gudong had finally absorbed all the hellfire origin into his body and refined it. At this moment, he could feel that his strength had become extremely powerful. With the boundless hellfire origin in his hand, he was even more confident in devouring the hellfire origin spirit. Although he had obtained 70 to 80% of the hellfire's origin energy, if he did not obtain the origin spirit, then everything would be for naught. Therefore, Fen Gudong had schemed and schemed to obtain the origin spirit. Once he obtained the origin spirit, he would be able to completely control the hellfire. If a god obstructed him, he would be able to kill a god. If a Buddha obstructed him, he would be able to kill a Buddha. Huff, Fen Gudong let out a long breath of turbid air. His expression was incomparably solemn, and the corner of his mouth curled into an undetectable smile. At this moment, the surging karmic flames in his body had already started to gush out. However, if he didn't obtain the source of the karmic flames, there would come a day when the karmic flames in his body would be exhausted. The spirit of the karmic flames would be able to provide him with an inexhaustible supply. Now, I want to see who can stop me? Ha ha ha. Fen Gudong hurriedly turned around and directly leapt into the 18 levels of purgatory. At that instant, he felt the terrifying and scorching tongues of fire spewing out unceasingly from his surroundings. Fen Gudong's expression was solemn as he struck out with his palm. Thunder rumbled and boundless flames surged. Standing within the flames, he wasn't affected in the slightest, and he even devoured the tongues of fire. Humph. You want to fight against me with just a few strands of fire? That's just a pipe dream. Fen Gudong furiously roared as he waved his sleeves, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding flames. He was like a flame giant that stood proudly in the sky. As he swept out, all the tongues of fire were forced back. Lowly human. You don't have the qualifications to devour me. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have designs on me? You're not the first, and you probably won't be the last. A cold roar resounded within the 18 purgatory. The voice was filled with a chill that came from the depths of one's soul and spread throughout the 18 purgatory. Is that so? I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape from me today. Your hellfire source has already been devoured by me. What qualifications do you have to fight against me? In terms of source energy, you're just a remnant of a fire spirit. Fengudong arrogantly looked at the sky as he swept his gaze across the endless tongues of fire. Within the fiery domain, 3,000 flaming figures spread out as if they were the sovereigns of the heavens. Do you really think that with your current hellfire source, you can devour me? Fengudong was extremely furious towards the hellfire. With his current strength, he didn't fear the hellfire at all. Because he controlled 70 to 80% of the hellfire, he didn't fear its attacks at all. If it wasn't for this formless formation restraining me, do you think that an ant like you would dare to fight against me in these hundreds of millions of years? It's like a fantasy. The deep and heavy voice of the hellfire echoed in Fengudong's ears. At that moment, Fengudong sneered without any fear. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. Do you think that you were very strong back then? If you were strong back then, why would you be trapped here? If you were a peerless talent, why would you become someone else's prisoner? Trapped in the 18 levels of purgatory, no matter how bright you were in the past, you're just a fellow struggling at death's door now. Do you still want to become a true expert and soar above the 9 heavens? Ha ha ha, stop dreaming. From today onwards, there will be no more hellfire. Your origin energy will be completely devoured by me. Fengudong laughed wildly. He was filled with confidence. With 70 to 80% of the karmic hellfire's origin energy, what did he have to be afraid of? Little rat, I'm the spirit of hellfire. Do you really think you can devour me just because you control 70 to 80% of my origin energy? Without my spirit of karmic fire, 70 to 80% of your essence would be nothing more than dead fire. The spirit of hellfire sneered. Even if the heavens and earth seal my 9 layers of reincarnation, it is still not something that you mortals can contend against. If you want to die, then come at me. Let me see where your so-called confidence comes from. Fengudong slightly narrowed his eyes. Looking at the tens of thousands of fiery shadows around him, he murmured, a centipede dies, but doesn't fall down. Today, I'll send you to the true Avici hell. Fengudong formed a seal with both of his hands, causing origin flames to spurt out from within his body. They started to merge with the surrounding flames. As they converged, the formless devouring power started to crazily devour them, causing the surrounding karmic flames to retreat in fear of being devoured by Fengudong. Layers of illusionary shadows appeared on Fengudong's body, forming an incomparably huge crocodile. Its bloody mouth opened and closed, as if it wanted to devour all the surrounding karmic fire and use it for itself. Your way of thinking is a little too simple. The spirit of hellfire sneered, completely ignoring Fengudong's attack. With a sneer, a huge flaming dragon roared and coiled around Fengudong's giant crocodile. They entangled and resisted each other. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Hong Lian were completely exhausted. Hong Lian's face was extremely pale. She was on the verge of death in the Zulong Tower, while Jiang Chen's situation was a little better than hers. A bitter smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Seeing the surrounding flames dim, he finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The karmic fire of hell was just too terrifying. With 3 layers of defense, Jiang Chen had to use everything he had in order to survive. Furthermore, he had to constantly pour divine origin energy into Hong Lian's body to completely stabilize the situation. You've poured all your divine origin energy into me. What are you going to do? Hong Lian said worriedly. Even though Jiang Chen's recovery abilities were extremely powerful, he still couldn't make ends meet. His current situation was rather difficult, and it was even a matter of life and death. However, as long as Jiang Chen still had a single breath left, he definitely wouldn't let anything happen to Hong Lian. It's fine. I can hold on, Jiang Chen said with a smile. But Red Lotus could clearly see the gloominess in his eyes. He was forcefully supporting his shaky body so that she wouldn't worry about him. That's why he was like this. Even if you die, you won't say a single word of discomfort. Hong Lian's eyes sparkled as she tightly hugged Jiang Chen. Only through life and death could one see one's true feelings. Jiang Chen's heart reignited Hong Lian's boundless desire for life. It was as if the sky would not collapse as long as he was there. Jiang Chen smiled, but he did not deny it. Fen Gudong has already entered the 18 levels of purgatory. All the Hellfire origin energy has been mobilized to resist Fen Gudong, so our current situation should be much better. Jiang Chen said as he gazed through the Zulong Tower. Right now, a shocking dragon and a sky-devouring crocodile were completely entangled above their heads. The frenzied devouring made even Jiang Chen feel extremely shocked. The terrifying origin energy from the two of them actually made him feel threatened. The Hellfire was truly terrifying. What should we do? Should we leave now? Hong Lian was a little hesitant. She was truly worried. If the Hellfire really was her father, then it was very likely that the Hellfire would be in deep trouble if she left. It might even be devoured by Fen Gudong. That Fen Gudong should have already gained control of the majority of the karmic flames of hell, which is why he dared to fight against them in the 18th level of purgatory. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to withstand the karmic flames of hell. If that Fen Gudong wasn't completely confident, he would definitely not take such a risk. Their previous thoughts were all guesses. They were unable to verify whether the Hellfire was Red Lotus's father or not. But now, it seemed that the two of them, who were outsiders, had finally escaped from danger. However, Jiang Chen did not plan to leave. His thoughts were the same as Red Lotus's. Even if the Hellfire wasn't formed from the origin energy of Red Lotus's father, he would definitely kill that bastard Fen Gudong before leaving. At this moment, Fen Gudong finally unleashed his full strength with the majority of the origin energy of the Hellfire. Old fogey, believe me. You will die a very, very miserable death. You've endured for billions of years, but today, you will become my, Fen Gudong's, exclusive property. From today onwards, I will control the Hellfire and dare to fight with you in the water. Ha ha ha. Fen Gudong's hands turned into huge chains as he opened his mouth. Strand after strand of the origin energy of the Hellfire violently surged and was rapidly devoured by Fen Gudong. I've lived for countless years. How can I be controlled by a brat like you? Back then, even Heavenly King experts had to lower their heads before me. Who do you think you are? Even your ancestor would have to bow in front of me. The Hellfire roared furiously. A huge dragon coiled and rose into the sky. Two incomparably huge figures continuously paced back and forth in the fiery purgatory as they struggled. Times have changed. Even if you've dominated the immemorial era, I'm the true ruler now. Fen Gudong was disdainful as he began to devour the origin energy of the Hellfire even more ferociously. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, there was still no victor. Although Fen Gudong had obtained 70 to 80% of the karmic flame's origin energy, it was just as the karmic flame had said. Without the spirit of the karmic flame, it didn't matter how much origin energy he had. It was like a pool of stagnant water, and the spirit of the Hellfire was the source of the spring. Half a month quietly passed as time flowed by. In the end, the two of them had managed to completely nullify the majority of the origin energy. In the end, Fen Gudong's skill was a level higher than Fen Gudong's, as he had occupied too much of the Hellfire's origin energy. Therefore, he was able to take the initiative as the Hellfire devoured the origin energy. Over the past tens of millions of years, the origin energy of the Hellfire had already been refined into heavenly flames by the students of Tongxian Mansion. Their strength had been greatly depleted, and they were even suppressed by the formation of the primordial era. Let's see how you're going to fight against me now. Ha ha ha. Fen Gudong and the Hellfire could be said to be fighting against each other. However, Fen Gudong had suffered a great loss in terms of origin energy. In the end, the Hellfire was still a step behind, and gradually, the majority of his origin energy had already been devoured by Fen Gudong. Why am I still living? Because I have something in my heart. My child. I don't know where my child is. I can't accept this. Because of that battle, because of the so-called light, I hate my child. The Hellfire murmured. At that moment, its figure gradually dimmed. Purify the ancient, flourishing red lotus, my child, the voice of the Hellfire reverberated in the sky. At that moment, Red Lotus felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Purify the ancient, flourishing Red Lotus. Was that his child? Was the hellfire of the Red Lotus really him? It's this call, it's this call. He really is my father, Xianxia. Red Lotus tightly grasped Xianxia's hand. Her eyes were blazing with indescribable passion. It was this call that forced her to leave Xianxia and travel thousands of miles to come here. It was a call that came from the depths of her heart. Although she had lost contact with her father for a period of time, she firmly believed that her father was still by her side. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Back then, Red Lotus had been summoned by her father's call. At this moment, the truth had finally been revealed. The hellfire before her was really her father. There's no time to lose. We can't let your father be devoured by Fengudong. You should be able to continue his life with your origin energy. Xianxia solemnly said as he looked at Red Lotus. Red Lotus was incomparably excited as she heavily nodded her head. Father, I'm coming. Red Lotus' call caused the hellfire to tremble. The gigantic flaming dragon trembled as it looked at the hellfire of the Red Lotus with confusion and excitement. Child, are you really my child? The proud dragon head of the hellfire flickered with a crystalline brilliance. It roared and struggled, trying to break free from Fengudong's restraints. However, it was to no avail. Father, I want to help you maintain your origin energy. Red Lotus solemnly said as she transferred her origin energy to the hellfire without any hesitation. Are you really my child? I've already forgotten. I've forgotten what you look like. I've even forgotten if you're still alive. The hellfire of the Red Lotus origin energy continued to flow into its body. At this moment, it completely understood that the fusion of origin energy and the gathering of bloodline energy meant that Red Lotus was really its child. My child, the proud dragon head looked at Red Lotus lovingly at this moment. However, the corner of its mouth was filled with endless bitterness. They, father and daughter, actually met at the moment when their lives were about to end like this. Ha ha ha, what a good reunion between father and daughter. It's a pity that both of you have to die. In addition to the origin energy of the hellfire of the Red Lotus, I've gained quite a lot today. Fengudong's brows danced as his eyes flickered. This time, it was truly a pleasant surprise. This woman was actually the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Fengudong had never expected this. Although the hellfire of the Red Lotus was not as powerful as the hellfire of the hellfire, it was still extremely terrifying. However, the hellfire of the hellfire was simply too powerful. Father, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll definitely not let anyone harm you. Red Lotus clenched her teeth as her face turned pale. Most of the origin energy in her body had been transferred to the hellfire of the hellfire. However, the terrifying absorption force was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Both of you will die. Neither of you will be able to escape from my palm. The hellfire of the hellfire and the hellfire of the Red Lotus will be used by me. The day I step into the Emperor realm will be the day I dominate the divine world. At that time, I'll make the entire heaven and earth bow down to my hellfire. Ha ha ha. Fengudong's eyes turned cold as his killing intent surged. These two hellfire of the hellfire were already his. It's a little too early for you to be happy. Xianxia squinted his eyes. The power of the 4 bolts of heavenly lightning in his hands gradually fused together, causing the death lightning lotus to grow bigger and bigger in Fengudong's eyes. This is, all heavenly lightning. You lunatic, you're still not dead? Fengudong furiously roared with an incomparably solemn expression. The death lightning lotus in Xianxia's hands had already turned into an extremely terrifying lotus, as if it could blossom at any moment. The moment it blossomed would be the moment of its explosion. Fengudong originally thought that Xianxia was already dead. The fact that he was still able to protect himself in the face of such terrifying hellfire showed that he definitely had many treasures on him. Even the myriad chi cauldron might not be able to help him hold on for so long. Brat, come at me if you want to die. Let me see how powerful a person like you, who's about to die, can be. Fengudong's eyes were like torches as he said in a deep voice. So what if he had fused his terrifying heavenly lightning? He had his own hellfire origin. At this moment, let's see if he could withstand it. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. So what if it's the hellfire? Do you think that I, Xianxia, am afraid of you? Today shall be the day of your death. Xianxia coldly smiled as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He wanted to kill Fen Gudong in a single strike. The fusion of the 4 bolts of heavenly lightning would definitely be able to kill Fen Gudong. Who is he? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? The Hellfire looked at Xianxia, then at Red Lotus in a daze. He's my master. He has my origin fire in his body. Perhaps that's why you feel a sense of familiarity from him. Red Lotus said. Is that so? Perhaps. The Hellfire looked at Xianxia and murmured. At this moment, Fen Gudong and Xianxia were entangled together. Xianxia showed no fear as the death lightning lotus in his hands poured out in torrents. Hellfire incineration. Giant crocodile devours the heavens. Fen Gudong didn't want to be outdone either. Thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth. Flames were like dragons that swallowed the heavens and earth. The flaming giant furnace and the flaming giant alligator intertwined with each other, crashing towards Xianxia, trying to kill him. At the same time, the death lightning lotus suddenly blossomed with a dazzling 5-colored light. The lightning was colorful, it was extremely beautiful, and it shook the void. The lightning stirred the wind and clouds, and the sun, moon, and stars couldn't be seen. Lightning snakes filled the air, causing the air to ripple with lightning snakes. The feeling of flowing through the void caused people to not dare to look directly at it. Xianxia slightly narrowed his eyes. This attack was stronger than the one he used in the Bambusi mountain range. This was because this was an attack that Xianxia used when he was at his peak. Lightning lingered around it, covering the 3,000 underworlds and traversing through the ancient times. The origin fire of the hellfire was instantly devoured by the death thunder lotus. The destructive feeling was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. There wasn't even the slightest pause. It even caused Fen Gudong's face to turn deathly pale as he retreated in defeat. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The lightning dragon devoured the giant alligator and wreaked havoc in the 18 purgatory. Fen Gudong never thought that Xianxia's strength would be so terrifying. That attack had completely shattered his belief. Under that attack, he no longer had the strength to fight back. Even if he used up all the hellfire in his body, it would still be difficult for him to fight against Xianxia. That was because there was a limit to his origin energy. Furthermore, a large portion of it had been cancelled out by the hellfire. Therefore, it was impossible for him to be Xianxia's opponent at this moment. The hellfire's origin energy was exhausted. Fen Gudong's strength instantly faded away and he returned to his original state. Why? I hate you. You bastard. If it wasn't for you, I would have already devoured the hellfire. I hate you. Fen Gudong kept struggling and roaring furiously. His face was pale and the divine light in his eyes was fading away. Because he knew that his remaining source of hellfire was about to disappear. At that time, Xianxia wouldn't even need to do anything. He would be completely devoured by the hellfire of the 18 levels of purgatory. You don't have the qualifications to possess the hellfire. You're just dreaming. Do you really think that you're invincible with just a mere ghost pill sect? Xianxia coldly laughed. At this moment, the remaining hellfire's origin energy in Fen Gudong's body had completely disappeared. His roaring figure also disappeared from the 18 purgatory. He was completely burnt by the hellfire and turned into ashes. He's finally dead. Hong Lian let out a long sigh of relief. However, when she turned around, the fiery dragon formed by the hellfire slowly dissipated at that moment. This is just an illusion that I've created. I'm trapped even deeper underground. No one can save me. Child, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, once you activate this formation from the primordial era, you won't be able to escape your fate either. The fiery dragon raised its head as its eyes sparkled. Xianxia's expression also changed slightly. Tears also flickered in Hong Lian's eyes. No, father, don't. Hong Lian extended her hand, but the image of the fiery dragon had already dissipated. Brat, take good care of my child, take good care of him. Don't come and save me, please don't. The moment the Hellfire's voice disappeared, Hong Lian completely collapsed. Her soul was devoured and her eyes were lifeless. Hong Lian. Jiangchen supported Hong Lian, but his heart skipped a beat. The Hellfire should have been sealed here by the primordial powerhouses and couldn't leave. Even he couldn't see anything wrong with the primordial formation here. Your father shouldn't be dead. He's just sealed here. Let's think of a way to save him. Jiangchen knew that at this moment, his father had once again returned to the place where he was sealed underground. If he wasn't sealed, he wouldn't have been bullied by dogs. His father must have been a peerless figure in the past. How could he have been controlled by Fengudong? Jiangchen was shocked. However, things had changed. The primordial formation still existed, and it could even trap the Hellfire. Jiangchen knew that it was almost impossible for them to save her father with their strength. I know you're very sad. You've only just reunited with your daughter, yet you're separated once again. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you save your father. Jiangchen held Hong Lian's hand tightly. Hong Lian's eyes became hazy with tears. She directly threw herself into Jiangchen's embrace and cried. Jiangchen, do you think I'll be able to see my father again? Hong Lian asked softly. Her heart was filled with pain and sorrow. You will. I promise you, you definitely will. Jiangchen couldn't bear to see Red Lotus crying so sadly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, she no longer had the demeanor of a strong woman. Perhaps, she was no longer as strong as she used to be. Let me try. Jiangchen's expression became solemn. At this moment, Jiangchen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and casted the 18th sword. He exerted all of his swordsmanship to break the formation of the 18th level of Purgatory Hell. However, he failed in the end. Jiangchen did not give up. Bolts of heavenly lightning rained down on the 18th level of Purgatory, but it did not affect the formation at all. For bolts of heavenly lightning continued to strike, but the formation was not affected at all. In the end, Jiangchen held the bronze throne and smashed it down fiercely. However, it was still useless. This time, the ancestral dragon emperor who was in the Zulong Tower could not bear to watch anymore. Give up. Without the strength of a heavenly king, it's impossible to break this formation. Even if you have multiple divine weapons, even if you're talented, it's still impossible. Because the formation is. Forget it, just give up. The Hellfire was a terrifying existence even in the immemorial era. There's a reason why it's suppressed here. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. Senior ancestral dragon emperor, do you know something? Red Lotus quickly asked as if she had found a life-saving straw. I don't know much and it's just some small figures. It's hard for me to get in touch with the big figures. So it's better if you don't know anything. I was only an expert in the immemorial era back then. The ancestral dragon emperor said softly and entered the Zulong Tower, disappearing again. Jiangchen smiled bitterly. This ancestral dragon emperor really knows how to keep people in suspense. However, Jiangchen guessed that he might not be able to do anything. Otherwise, the ancestral dragon emperor would not leave them to die. Moreover, the ancestral dragon emperor seemed to be very secretive about the formation and was not willing to talk about it. Let's go first. We'll come back here one day. Jiangchen said softly. Red Lotus silently stared at the 18 levels of purgatory where the Hellfire was rising. She was in a daze, but eventually nodded and left with Jiangchen. At this moment, outside of the Heaven Dragon prison, Niu Tianlang and the 3 early divine emperors were waiting respectfully. They were even filled with anticipation. As long as Fengudong appeared, he would definitely devour the karmic flames of hell. At that time, they would be able to use Fengudong's methods to soar. This was their fortune, and also their opportunity. Everyone, in the future, all of you must put in a good word for me in front of Brother Fen. Ha ha ha. Niu Tianlang said with a smile. After all, compared to the 3 direct subordinates of Fengudong from the Ghost Pill sect, Niu Tianlang's presence was definitely weaker. Although the 3 of them were weaker than him, they were from the same sect as Fengudong. This kind of friendship was something that Niu Tianlang was unable to compare to. Well said, well said. Great Hall Master is too serious. In the future, we will all serve Elder Fen, so we should be in the same boat. He. The three elders of the Ghost Pill sect also nodded with a smile. At this moment, there was finally a slight movement in the 18 layers of purgatory. It's Brother Fen. Brother Fen should be out by now, right? Niu Tianlong's eyes lit up and the smile on his face became even more radiant. But just as Niu Tianlang was feeling excited, an unparalleled sword chi shot out from the 18 levels of purgatory. At this moment, the four of them were not prepared at all, and all of them were heavily injured. What's going on? That's impossible. When Niu Tianlang and the others saw Jiang Chen and Hong Lian standing at the entrance of the 18 layers of purgatory, their faces became extremely ugly. They were pale and bloodless as fear and shock involuntarily rose in their hearts. Why you, how are you still alive? Jiang Chen. Niu Tianlang looked at Jiang Chen in shock and doubt as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Why can't I be alive? He wanted to kill me, but that Feng Gudong went to the 18 layers of purgatory first. Who can he blame for that? Jiang Chen smiled. The four of them were already arrows at the end of their flight. Caught off guard, they were heavily injured by his sword and no longer had any fighting strength left. They originally thought that the person who walked out of the 18 layers of purgatory would be Feng Gudong, but they never thought that it would be Jiang Chen. The four of them were all dumbfounded. They looked at Jiang Chen speechlessly. With Feng Gudong's death, they seemed to have lost their backbone and immediately became scattered soldiers. Jiang Chen took a step forward. Niu Tianlang said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, what are you trying to do? Don't you know what I'm trying to do? If I let you live, you will definitely become a huge problem in the future. Tell me, should I not kill you? Jiang Chen smiled. This is a sneak attack. You will be struck by lightning for such a despicable act. Niu Tianlang said angrily. The fear in his eyes was difficult to conceal. Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill us, you will definitely not have a good death. You will definitely be hunted down by the Ghost Pill sect. An elder of the Ghost Pill sect said fiercely. What? Say it again? Did I not hear you clearly? How can you be so shameless as to say such things? If I don't kill you, I'll be pursued endlessly. If I kill you, no one will know. Why didn't you think that you would be pursued by the sword-drawing sect when you wanted to kill me back then? Now you're warning me? Ha ha ha, a bunch of idiots. Jiang Chen sneered. He even felt that it was an insult to his intelligence to talk to this group of people. I hope that you will be a good person in your next life. No, you won't have a next life. All of you will be destroyed. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword. Instantly, Niu Tianlang and the other three's faces turned extremely pale. He raised his sword and the heavenly dragon sword was like a rainbow, piercing through the sky. The four of them were completely killed by Jiang Chen. Their souls were also completely devoured by the great soul-forming light. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. Because if he left these people alive, it would be difficult for him to move forward. At this moment, Tongxian Mansion had completely fallen. These few people from the Ghost Pill sect were also killed by Jiang Chen quietly. Only by killing them could he eliminate future troubles. Jiang Chen was like a hot knife through butter. He stood proudly on top of Tongxian Mansion. At that moment, everyone's attention was on Jiang Chen. Countless mentors and students looked at Jiang Chen in fear. Lin Yokong's face was pale. Jiang Chen's pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Lin Yukong smiled bitterly. He knew that the great mansion master was dead. Today, Tongxian Mansion would only exist in name. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, there would be no hindrance at all. From today onwards, you will be the second mansion master of Tongxian Mansion. Lin Yukong, are you willing? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Yukong and said with a smile. Me? Lin Yukong looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How is this possible? Isn't he going to kill me? Lin Yukong was extremely shocked and speechless. As the former mansion master's subordinate, how could Jiang Chen let him stay? This was simply a fantasy story. But in fact, Jiang Chen didn't care so much. He didn't have to kill all of them since he had no grudges with them. Tongxian Mansion also carried his memories. Now that he had reached the Divine Emperor realm, it was time for him to have his own force. This Tongxian Mansion was just what he wanted. So, you won't kill me? Lin Yukong took a deep breath. Who would want to be reincarnated forever if he could survive? Jiang Chen's decision to not kill him had allowed him to regain his confidence. You didn't really set me up. Why should I kill you? From now on, Tongxian Mansion will continue as before. However, your new mansion master will be me, Jiang Chen. Who agrees? Who objects? Jiang Chen stood proudly. A divine emperor realm expert was full of temptation and excitement for the students. Their former senior brother had become the mansion master of Tongxian Mansion. It was good news for Jiang Chen and all the students. Senior brother Jiang Chen has become our mansion master. Ha ha ha, awesome. Yeah, we'll be blessed in the future. I heard that senior brother Jiang Chen is very kind. He wouldn't have rebelled if the second mansion master and the third mansion master didn't force him to do so. Now it seems that senior brother Jiang Chen has successfully rebelled. Don't talk nonsense. Trouble comes from the mouth. I didn't say anything bad about senior brother Jiang Chen. I'm just stating the facts. Now, he should be called Mansion Master Jiang. Countless students cheered at this moment, celebrating the birth of the new prefecture master. Lin Yukong looked at the high and mighty Jiang Chen and sighed. He knew that he would never be able to reach Jiang Chen's strength in his entire life. In this era where talented people appeared in every generation, he was the epitome of the era and a representative of geniuses. Lin Yukong is willing to sacrifice his life for Manor Lord Jiang. Lin Yukong bowed towards Jiang Chen. A wise man submits to circumstances. Moreover, he wasn't on the same side as the first manor head and the others. Lin Yukong's goal was to teach more students. He wasn't wrong. The only ones who were at fault were the three manor heads with ulterior motives. There's one more thing. From now on, the Heaven Dragon prison will be sealed forever, and no one is allowed to enter it. Anyone who disobeys will be executed immediately. Jiang Chen said solemnly. If the Heaven Dragon prison wasn't sealed, the heavenly fire crystal would be controlled by more people in the future. That was the origin energy of Red Lotus Father. Even though it was insignificant, Jiang Chen didn't want to see it again. There's still hope for your strength to improve. I'll concoct pills for the tens of thousands of disciples in Tongxian Mansion. Everyone will have a share. Jiang Chen said. In an instant, the entire Tongxian Mansion burst into cheers again. To them, the change of dynasty wasn't important. What was important was that they could improve their strength and have a stronger mansion lord. Yes, Manor Lord Jiang. Lin Yukong said. The new generation would replace the old. To him, everything was just the beginning. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked back. It's time for me to go back to the Qilian boundary and Linhe boundary. I'll bring Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu to see my father. His father had suffered all these years. Jiang Chen had been wandering outside, he didn't have the time to accompany his father. After instructing Lin Yukong, Jiang Chen immediately chased after them. He guessed that Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing couldn't have gone too far. Jiang Chen's soul energy was constantly spreading out. At this moment, he could clearly sense the existence of the two silhouettes a few thousand li away. The soul of an Emperor Realm expert was incomparable to the soul of an ordinary Divine Emperor expert. Madams, I'm here. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed. Wu Ningzhu suddenly turned around. Both of them were in a hidden cave. Wu Ningzhu immediately ran into Jiang Chen's embrace without thinking. However, at this moment, Yan Qingqing's lips twitched slightly, her eyes were filled with hesitation. Who's your wife? Yan Qingqing said coldly. However, she felt a little upset in her heart. These days, Wu Ningzhu had told her a lot about their past. However, Yan Qingqing had lost her memory. She still wanted to get over the hurdle in her heart. I'm not your wife. Jiang Chen was defeated. Wu Ningzhu smiled through her tears. She broke away from Jiang Chen's embrace and blushed. She had completely forgotten about Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing had completely forgotten about her husband. This gave Wu Ningzhu a headache. Did you kill all of them? Wu Ningzhu said worriedly. Even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, how could they resist the wisdom of your little Qinzi? Sister Ning, am I right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Wu Ningzhu rolled her eyes, but her heart was filled with sweetness. You only know how to talk nonsense. Wu Ningzhu said with a frown. Nauseating. Yan Qingqing harumphed coldly. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. I'm going back to Linhe Boundary. My father is there. I haven't been there for a long time. I'm sure he will be happy to see you. Jiang Chen said. Really? Great, I miss him too. It's a pity that Xiaoyu isn't here. Wu Ningzhu was a little sad. She missed Yan Qingyu very much. So did Jiang Chen. However, Yan Qingyu's whereabouts were unknown at this moment. This was what Jiang Chen was most worried about. But now, Jiang Chen wanted to go back to Linhe Boundary to take a good look at his father. After all, he would be going to the Dragon Clan in the near future. At that time, it would be a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen did not know when he would be able to see his father again after going back to the Middle Region Divine Land. When the three of them returned to Tongxian Mansion, Honglian shook her head and said to Jiang Chen, I want to stay here and guard the Heaven Dragon prison. I want to stay and guard the Heaven Dragon prison. You don't need me now. You have the origin flame of the Red Lotus karmic fire. Let me stay here, okay? Jiang Chen. Looking at Red Lotus's sorrowful face, Jiang Chen could not bear to forcefully take her away. At that moment, Jiang Chen knew that she was doing this to fulfill her filial duty and to wait for her father's rebirth. Jiang Chen was speechless. He couldn't deny Honglian's filial piety. Wait for me. One day, I will definitely break through this restrictive formation. Qilian Boundary, Lingju City. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man with a stern expression frowned slightly. His face was gloomy and his mouth was filled with bitterness. The middle-aged man was pacing back and forth in the main hall. The guards of the city lord's mansion kept quiet out of fear. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the past 3 days, more than 10 sects in Linhe Boundary had been attacked, but there was no trace of it. They were killed without spilling blood. Not good, City Lord. 3 sects in Linhe Boundary have been attacked. The situation is critical now. We don't know what kind of monster is behind this. There is no trace of it at all. The deputy commander of the City Lord's mansion reported with a gloomy face. This was the 17th message in 3 days. Even he felt that the Linhe Boundary was in danger. The City Lord's face was getting more and more unsightly. I know. You can leave now. Zi Qingtian's expression changed and said coldly. He sighed. It was difficult for him to make a decision. This might be a great catastrophe. It wasn't that easy for the Qilian 9 boundaries to survive this calamity. In the void, a purple figure slowly appeared. She was graceful and beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting. The young woman's face was red and her eyes were firm. She looked at Zi Qingtian and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. Qingtian, don't forget about your promise with Jiang Chen. With my understanding of him, if you don't take any action, you'll be implicated. Now that the Profound Feng sect is in danger, the situation in Linhe Boundary is much more serious than what we have imagined. Even if we don't know who's behind this, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Qingtian, don't forget about the agreement between you and Jiang Chen. The lady's lips moved slightly and her eyes shone with radiance. Zi Qingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ah Qian, do you think I don't want to go? On the first day of the incident in Linhe Boundary, I went there once. But I found out that there was an extremely powerful expert behind all of this. It seemed like we couldn't resist him at all. Right now, the crisis is only limited to the Linhe Boundary. If I were to take action forcefully, it might cause the entire Qilian boundary to be implicated. I'm not being selfish. Even though I didn't see the other party's men, I'm still shocked by their strength. How can I not know Jiang Chen's means? I already knew that he's not an ordinary person. I wonder if he managed to escape from the Profound Connection Divine Palace's pursuit. If I take action, the whole Qilian boundary and you will be implicated. Moreover, you are pregnant now. How can I not worry? Zi Qingtian looked at the lady gently. That lady was Qianrenji. She was Qianrenji's mentor when they were in Tongxian Mansion. Qianrenji's countenance slightly changed. She pondered for a while and continued, I still think you should go there. The profound Feng sect is in a precarious situation and Jiang Chen had entrusted the entire sect to you. It's inexcusable for you to stand aside and do nothing now. I know that you're worried about me, our child and the people of the Chilean boundary. But I owe Jiang Chen a debt of life and death to Jiang Chen and Zixi. We're friends who have gone through thick and thin together. It's inexcusable for you to stand aside at this moment. Jiang Chen said. Xianxia was helpless. She was pregnant now. Otherwise, she would have gone to the Linhe boundary alone to protect the profound Feng sect. She would never be able to repay profound Feng sect's kindness for the rest of her life. He was alone and fearless, but Xianxia was different. He was the reverend of the 9 boundaries, he was the supreme of the Chilean Empire. If he were to take action now, it would bring an unimaginable disaster to the 9 boundaries. Xianxia did not take action because of his scruples. However, he was paying close attention to the situation in Linhe boundary. His heart was restless after all. As a high position, the reverend of the 9 boundaries could not be without a leader. Xianxia had too many things that he could not let go of. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid of letting down the people and all the sects in the Chilean boundary. He was afraid of becoming a sinner. Back then, the first thing he did was to go to the sect that suffered the disaster to investigate. However, the result was nothing. Furthermore, he felt that the expert was far more terrifying than him. Furthermore, it wasn't just one person. This was incomparably shocking. These people could have attacked without any hesitation, but they hid in the dark. This showed how terrifying they were. It would only cause people to tremble in fear upon hearing their names. If you don't do anything, what if Jiang Chen comes back? How are you going to explain it to him? He had personally handed the profound Feng sect to you, Xianxia. Xianxia said anxiously. She used to be a mentor of the Profound Connection Divine Palace and she was not a fool. It was not wrong for Xianxia to put the overall situation first. However, he should not have chosen to remain silent. This was the most puzzling thing. If Xianxia did not have the 6 armor Divine Palace, she would have already attacked. The Linhe boundary was in a precarious situation. Profound Feng sect would not be able to escape from the misfortune. However, Xianxia was still waiting in silence. This made Xianxia very anxious. However, she was already someone else's wife. When she left the Profound Connection Divine Palace, she had already decided to be an ordinary person. She wanted to be with him forever and follow his every whim. Xianxia frowned. At this moment, he felt troubled. He sighed and said, "Let me be alone and think about it. I understand what you're saying. However, I still need to put the overall situation first." Xianxia did not say anything more and left. Xianxia stood under the moonlight alone. He did not sleep for the whole night. On the 4th morning, the bad news of the Linhe boundary came. Xianxia's face was full of worry. He had no choice but to go. There was a reason for him to go. He had a good relationship with Jiang Chen and he had an agreement with him. However, if he went and brought the disaster to the Chilean boundary, the consequences would be unimaginable. This unknown crisis had almost changed the Linhe boundary. It was getting more and more worrying. Profound Feng sect was swaying in the wind. No one knew when it would get out of the danger. Perhaps, it would become a place that was blown by the crisis and be destroyed. Xianxia would not go. For the people of the Chilean boundary and the people of the 9 boundaries, he was responsible. However, he had betrayed Jiang Chen and betrayed his trust. He was in a dilemma. It was even harder to make a choice. Xianxia's heart was in a dilemma. However, his identity had decided what he should do in order to have a clear conscience and a clear conscience for his people. The Lord of the 9 boundaries should put the overall situation first. Linhe boundary, Profound Feng sect. A green-clothed middle-aged man stood proudly on the peak of a mountain. His heart was filled with worries as he looked into the distance. At this moment, Xianxing's expression was solemn. The Profound Feng sect was in a precarious situation. The surrounding sects had suffered heavy losses. Almost all of their orthodoxies were annihilated. No one knew when the calamity would come to them. The Profound Feng sect might not be able to escape from it. More and more sects were facing the threat of death. No one knew when they would be able to see the light of day again. Everyone in the Linha boundary was in danger. They did not know when the calamity would come to them. Many of them had started to look for a way to survive. Because they did not know when the calamity would come to them. It would only take away more and more lives. The Profound Feng sect was in the center of the calamity. More and more people in the sect started to panic. Some of them were prepared to leave the sect. The Profound Feng sect was the most dangerous place in the entire Linha boundary. Many people wanted to leave the sect to avoid the calamity. Xian Qingming looked at the scenery of the Profound Feng sect and couldn't help but sigh. With his strength, how could he fight against this disaster that came from nowhere? Even the sects that were more powerful than them had disappeared without leaving any trace. If this goes on, it would only become more difficult for him. He might be annihilated at any time. It was not impossible for the entire sect to be annihilated. Xian Qingming's eyes were cold. The Profound Feng sect could be considered as one of the top sects in the entire Linha boundary. His strength had already reached the peak Divine King realm. Such strength could be said to be unrivaled in the entire Linha boundary. However, even the reverends of the 9 boundaries did not care about him. Xian Qingming sighed in his heart. Perhaps even the reverends of the 9 boundaries were shocked by his strength. Brother Xian, you've been here for 3 days. I can see that you're deep in thought. I don't know when this crisis will be over. I don't know why the mysterious expert is so ruthless towards the Linha boundary. A deep voice sounded in Xian Qingming's ears. It was Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai's expression was solemn. He knew that the current situation was very difficult. The Profound Feng sect was in deep trouble. They did not know who would be the next one to suffer in the Linha boundary and what kind of tricks they would use. I don't know if our Profound Feng sect can survive this. Linha boundary is in danger. Xian Qingming sighed with a bitter smile. As the sect lord, the survival of Profound Feng sect was what he was most worried about. The heavens had given him a great responsibility. Xian Qingming's eyes were burning with passion. What's there to be afraid even if he's going to be cut into pieces? Now, we can only hope that this disaster will pass us. This mysterious expert's actions are very mysterious. However, not all the sects will be killed. Don't worry, Sect Lord Xian. The Profound Feng sect is my home now. I will protect it with my life. Our Profound Feng sect will not be bullied by anyone. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Zhenhai said with a laugh. Xian Qingming valued his righteousness. Just like his son, Jiang Chen. Both of them were calm people. They were not people who would curry favor with those in power. Jiang Zhenhai could still smile calmly even when facing such a difficult situation. It was really admirable. However, one should not think about politics when one is not in a position. If he was in his position, perhaps things would not be so simple. However, the current Jiang Zhenhai was much stronger than him. He had already reached the hierarch realm. Jiang Chen's heaven-seizing fortune pill was really powerful. This made Xian Qingming sigh. Having such a good son was really not enough. Currently, Jiang Zhenhai's strength was the strongest in the entire Profound Feng sect. He had already become a supreme elder. However, Jiang Zhenhai did not put on any airs. While he was traveling with his lover, he had already reached the hierarch realm. Xian Qingming knew that Jiang Zhenhai's strength was incomparable. Xian Qingming murmured in his heart. If Jiang Chen was here, the current situation wouldn't be as bad as it is right now. Everyone was in a state of panic, causing everyone to feel a sense of sorrow. Don't be afraid of being crushed into pieces. Leave your innocence in this world. Xian Qingming said in a serious tone. He would never lower his head. If this war really happened to the Profound Feng sect, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. Death could be as light as a goose feather, or as heavy as Mount Tai. He did not want to leave his name in history, but he wanted to have a clear conscience. A storm was brewing. The burden on Xian Qingming's shoulders was getting heavier. Reporting to Sect Lord, Senior Yang Jian has returned. One of Xian Qingming's personal disciples said with a smile. Let's go. We'll talk in the main hall. Xian Qingming was happy and slightly nodded. No need. Master, I'm here. A blue figure arrived as fast as lightning, turning into a beam of light as the wind howled. The blue-cloaked man's temperament was unparalleled. His eyes were shining with a domineering aura. The current Xianxia had already reached the half-step hierarch realm. He was not any weaker than Xianxia. Good disciple. Haha. Good disciple. Xianxia said happily. The current Xianxia had already surpassed him and was even stronger than him. This made Xianxia very happy. This was the best thing that could happen to the Profound Feng sect. It was worth celebrating for the whole sect. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Jiang Zhenhai nodded and said. His eyes became gentler when he saw Yang Jian. He even missed his son, Jiang Chen. He did not know where Jiang Chen was and whether Jiang Chen knew how to treat others. His heart was filled with longing. Jiang Zhenhai was both a father and a mother. Elder Jiang. Yang Jian slightly nodded and said with a bow. It's true that the younger generation surpasses the older one, each stronger than the previous one. Haha. I'm very happy. Very happy. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the sect was in danger, he was happy to have Yang Jian's disciple back. Yang Jian's strength had surpassed him. It was his pride and glory to be a disciple of Profound Feng sect. Master taught me well. Yang Jian will never forget it. I heard that the Linhe boundary is in danger and Profound Feng sect is in danger. Yang Jian did not dare to be negligent and traveled day and night to protect Profound Feng sect. Xianxia was even happier. Yang Jian was not afraid of death and came back with a strong aura, leading the sect to glory and even fighting against the enemies together. This made Xianxia even happier. Yang Jian's return would definitely cause the entire Profound Feng sect to cheer. Those low-ranked disciples would definitely be excited when they knew that senior brother Yang Jian had come back with a strong aura, leading a wave of disciples. Good boy, please get up. I'm very happy that you have this intention. Xianxia and Jiang Zhenhai looked at each other. Yang Jian's return as a half-step hierarch had greatly boosted the morale of the Profound Feng sect. Sect Lord, senior brother Man Shui has returned. Xianxing's disciple came to report. At this moment, not only Xianxia and Jiang Zhenhai, even Yang Jian's face was filled with joy. Even he's back? In a flash, a rough figure appeared in the sky. He was wearing a rough hemp robe. His eyes were sharp and he had a domineering aura. Ha ha ha, senior brother Yang Jian, I never thought that you're back. Man Shui said with a laugh. He landed on the ground and bowed towards Xianxia. His strength had reached the half-step hierarch realm, similar to Yang Jian. Sect Lord, Man Shui is late. Not late at all. The two of you can come back at this time, it really makes me feel good. The storm in the Linhe boundary is gathering and the two of you are able to come back at this time. I'm really touched. Profound Feng sect has produced two outstanding disciples after so many years. It's the glory of Profound Feng sect. It's my consolation. Xianxia wasn't good with words, but this time, the joy on his face was clearly expressed in his words. However, I heard that the Linhe boundary is in trouble this time. It's like a dark cloud looming over the city. Ever since I entered the Linhe boundary, I noticed that many people have a gloomy expression on their faces. They're afraid that the sect will be destroyed in the next moment. Sect Lord, do you know what kind of mysterious force has swept the entire Linhe boundary? Man Shui asked with a serious face. Xianxia shook his head. Not only me, but even the supremacies of the 9 realms might not know the reason behind this calamity. Xianxia was extremely serious. At this moment, he had nothing to hide. Everyone in the Linhe boundary was in danger, he was no exception. Yang Jian and Man Shui returned one after another. Xianxing's heart was filled with excitement and excitement. If there was a strong enemy, he would not be afraid at all. He would fight with his life on the line. It was not something the Profound Feng sect would do. Even if he had to die, he would die honorably. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. If only Jiang Chen was here. Man Shui said in a low voice and exchanged a glance with Yang Jian. Both of them nodded slightly. However, since Jiang Chen wasn't here, the two of them had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the sect. They wouldn't regret it even if they were to die. That bastard, little Chinzi. I wonder where he is now. The sect is in trouble, but he's nowhere to be found. Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but scold. However, everyone could see that he was worried about his son. Perhaps Jiang Chen was somewhere far away and had no time to care about the Linhe boundary. Compared to the Middle Region Divine Land, West Pole Divine Land and South Pole Divine Land, this place was too far away. Even without Jiang Chen, we will not slack off. Don't worry, Sect Lord, Elder Jiang. We will not let anyone step into the Profound Feng sect even if we die. Man Shui said domineeringly. Even if he died, he would still protect the sect. Jiang Zhenhai admired his heroic spirit. Young people have their own hot-bloodedness. As they were talking, a cold light descended from the sky. 1,000 li away from the Profound Feng sect, 9 black shadows broke through the sky and arrived at the place. An enormous pressure pressed down. All the beasts within 1,000 li knelt down in the forest, trembling and not daring to move. The entire Profound Feng sect was completely shrouded by the 9 figures. They turned into 9 dark clouds and filled the sky. 9 dark clouds covered the sky, covering the entire Profound Feng sect. It was so gloomy that one could not even see the sun. The dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Countless people were shrouded by a layer of haze. 9 layers of dark clouds covered the sky, completely dispersing the white clouds in the sky. The mountains and rivers of Profound Feng sect were covered in layers of haze. The beautiful land of Profound Feng sect was like hell, pitch black like ink, terrifying people. Such a powerful aura. Man Shui's expression changed. His expression became solemn as he squinted his eyes. Even he could not withstand the terrifying pressure from the 9 dark clouds, let alone the disciples. Their faces were pale. The 9 dark clouds did not even need to do anything to suppress them. Their bodies were about to explode and die. Yang Jian nodded his head silently. Looks like it's the right decision for them to come back. Otherwise, the Profound Feng sect would have been turned into ashes in an instant. Who is this mysterious man? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was guessing, but no one knew where he came from. Jiang Zhenhai was filled with battle intent. He was the most powerful person in the Profound Feng sect. He was responsible for this battle. Looks like they'll have to face a life and death crisis soon. Everyone in the Profound Feng sect woke up from their cultivation. This was a disaster like the end of the world. Nobody knew what would happen next. Perhaps the destruction of the sect would happen in the next moment. Xian Qingming heaved a long sigh. His face was pale. Profound Feng sect still couldn't escape from this calamity. Xian Qingming's eyes turned cold. However, the 9 dark clouds had already shrouded the entire Profound Feng sect. The oppressive aura of death had caused everyone in the Profound Feng sect to feel threatened the moment it started. Is our Profound Feng sect going to be swept away by this calamity? Are we going to die? It's like the end of the world. Even the sun is covered. As long as the sect lord is here, we'll never give in easily. Our Profound Feng sect is not like the other sections. I hope so. But some sects that are stronger than us have been wiped out. Can our Profound Feng sect really escape from this calamity? It's hard to say. So many sects were wiped out. Will our Profound Feng sect be the exception? 9 dark clouds filled the sky. Everyone's heart was shrouded by a layer of haze. Because they knew that the wind of disaster had blown to their Profound Feng sect. This time, they would not be able to escape from this calamity. Everyone was anxious. Profound Feng sect was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, even if Yang Jian and Man Shui returned to guard the sect, it would be like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Xian Qingming's eyes were burning. Profound Feng sect's thousands of years of foundation was going to be destroyed? How could Xian Qingming accept this? At this moment, he had thought about it countless times, he had looked forward to it countless times. But in the end, he was still blown away by the wind of disaster. The dark clouds were like huge rocks pressing down on one's chest, giving one a splitting headache. Sect Lord, what should we do? Man Shui looked at Xian Qingming and asked. At this moment, Profound Feng sect was in a very difficult situation. Their situation was also very dangerous. Are we really going to die here? I haven't gotten married yet. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Do you think I want to die? But now, the entire Linha boundary is in danger. When the nest is overturned, how can there be an unbroken egg? With Profound Feng Sect's current situation, where can we escape to? But, will Profound Feng Sect really fall like this? I'm not willing. I want to be like Senior Jiangchen, to soar above the 9 heavens. Senior Jiangchen, if he's still here, I wonder if he can withstand this terrifying pressure. Everyone was worried, but they had no other choice. No matter where they go, they might not be able to avoid death. Therefore, they could only stay in Profound Feng Sect. They wanted to find a way to survive, but Profound Feng Sect was at least more sheltered than the outside world. Xian Qingming squinted his eyes and took a deep breath. At this moment, as the leader of Profound Feng Sect, he could not afford to be negligent. Therefore, even if he knew that Profound Feng Sect was in danger, he still had to stand up and become the guardian of the sect. Because only he was the backbone of the sect. Activate the sect protecting formation. We pledge our lives to defend against the enemies. Xian Qingming shouted. The entire Profound Feng Sect became extremely solemn. This battle concerned the life and death of the Profound Feng Sect. Therefore, he must give it his all. The great sect guarding formation was rearranged by Jiang Chen before he left. It could resist late hierarch realm experts. Even the reverend lords of the 9 boundaries could not break it. At this moment, it was Profound Feng Sect's last hope. Brother Jiang, you'll be in charge of the formation. Yang Jian, Man Shui, and I will help you. You're the only one who has surpassed the hierarch realm. You're the strongest existence in our sect. Xian Qingming looked at Jiang Zhenhai and said with hope in his eyes. Only Jiang Zhenhai could take on this responsibility. Profound Feng Sect is my home in the divine world. How can I live if my home is destroyed? I am duty-bound for this battle. Jiang Zhenhai's face was solemn. It was the best way for him to control the sect-protecting grand formation as he could fully unleash the power of the sect-protecting grand formation. At the very least, it could withstand attacks from late hierarch realm experts. All right. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Xian Qingming looked at the 100,000 disciples and said, Profound Feng Sect is in danger. We will not compromise at this moment of life and death. We will not frown even if we have to die today. If I have to die, I will go to hell alone. Xian Qingming's determination made countless people move to tears. As the sect lord, Xian Qingming took the lead. As a member of Profound Feng Sect, their blood was boiling with excitement. Although he knew that they would lose this battle, he still insisted on it. As the sect lord of Profound Feng Sect, Xian Qingming had done his best. This was the only thing he could do. Master, Yang Jian's eyes flickered as he murmured and looked at Xian Qingming. We swear to follow the sect lord. We will live as Profound Feng Sect's men, and die as Profound Feng Sect's ghosts. Their voices were deafening and resounded in the void. At this moment, the 9 dark clouds slowly converged into a single dark cloud that covered the sky and the sun. It grew larger and larger, and the dark clouds loomed over the city. Danger lurked everywhere. Ha ha ha. A bunch of reckless fellas. After so much preparation, they're finally going to take action against Profound Feng Sect. Looks like Big Brother's decision is a bit unnecessary. It's not up to you to comment on this. Boss has his own reasons for his decision. If you attack the Profound Feng Sect directly, it will certainly raise suspicions. However, we can't find Jiang Chen and we can't even defeat him. That's why we have no choice but to use this method to take revenge on his sect. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Third brother is right. We just need to do it. Big Brother's idea is definitely not something we can imagine. As long as we eliminate Profound Feng Sect, we can retreat quietly. At that time, even if that Jiang Chen comes back, he won't know who killed him. That's right. That's where you're wrong. Big Brother wants Jiang Chen to come back, because if he does, we'll be able to get our revenge. Among the clouds, 9 figures wearing black cloaks were talking to each other. Each of them was filled with disdain towards the Profound Feng Sect. It's just a Linha boundary. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I wouldn't have known about such a remote place. Now, it's time to take action. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, we can return to our sect. The 9 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned into 9 gales and flew towards the mountain gate of Profound Feng sect. 9 gales swept across the sky. The clouds dispersed. Suddenly, a dazzling light barrier appeared above Profound Feng sect, enveloping the entire sect. Hee. It's just a small sect guarding formation. How powerful can it be? Let me go and test it. A black-cloaked man stepped on the sky and struck with his palm. Thunderbolts were cast out and the mountains and rivers were shattered. The sect-protecting Grand Formation was instantly shaken by the wind and rain. The entire Profound Feng sect's disciples' faces turned pale as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Xian Qingming and the others' faces turned pale when they saw the 9 figures appearing in the sky. He almost broke the Profound Feng sect's sect-protecting Grand Formation alone. It was terrifying. This sect-guarding formation is interesting. To think it could withstand my attack. Then, take my punch. Puff Jiang Zhenhai spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he flew 300 li away. His blood almost spurted out from his body. Because he was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, Jiang Zhenhai's injuries were quite heavy. However, the 3 of them were slightly better off. Even though they were pushed back, they were not too heavily injured. However, Jiang Zhenhai was on the verge of collapsing, almost falling from the sky to the mortal world. The gigantic and indestructible Great Sect guarding formation, which was like a protective talisman in their eyes, was completely shattered at this moment. Spiritual qi shot out in all directions, causing the entire Profound Feng sect to be in a mess. Under the explosion of spiritual qi, the place buzzed unceasingly. It was a scene of devastation. Despair flickered in Xian Qingming's eyes. Even the Great Sect protecting formation was completely destroyed. They've lost their last piece of clothing. What else could they do to defend against these terrifying fellows? Xian Qingming did not know. His face was pale and bloodless. Although his injuries were not severe, his heart was under great pressure. Puff Xian Qingming was forced to spurt out a mouthful of blood under the pressure. Could it be that Profound Feng sect is going to be destroyed in my hands? Master, you must hold on. You're the sect lord of Profound Feng sect. You must not fall. Yang Jian helped Xian Qingming up and said. Yeah, sect lord. Let's fight to the death. There's still a chance of survival. Man Shui said. He was not afraid of death. His heart was filled with boundless heroism to die together with Profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming sighed and shook his head, saying difficult. 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 Profound Feng sect is in danger. Xian Qingming's heart was as calm as still water. Even though he knew that he would die, he still wanted to stand up and fight to the death with the enemy. The Great Sect protecting formation is broken. It's really broken? Not good. Profound Feng sect is going to fall. We can't escape from this. If they die, then so be it. Who can escape this calamity? Sigh, even sect master risked his life to fight, how can we be cowards who are afraid of death? Even though countless disciples started to panic, at this moment, Xian Qingming drove their willpower. They didn't know when this battle would end. Perhaps the moment it ends, it would be the day they die. Yang Jian, Man Shui, follow me to battle. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in the territory of Profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming stepped on the peak of the void and shouted at the 9 tornadoes, what kind of monster are you? Come out now. Who are you guys trying to cause trouble in my Profound Feng sect? Ha ha ha, a bunch of reckless fellows. Do you think you can escape this calamity by hiding in the Great Sect protecting formation? In my eyes, your so-called sect protecting formation is merely a layer of cloth. What else do you have to show me now? Just the 3 of you? You want to protect Profound Feng sect? What a fool's dream. Just a bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Alas, it seems that I alone am enough to annihilate all of you. The leading black-clothed youth sneered. What are you guys trying to do? How did our Profound Feng sect defend you guys? Xian Qingming could feel the extreme pressure from the youth. At this moment, the 3 of them could barely speak, their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. All of you deserve to die. You shouldn't be living in this world. Death is your only ending. As for who we are, you're not qualified to know. Remember, you're not qualified at all. The black-cloaked youth waved his hand and looked at Xianxia and the others calmly as if they were ants. Yang Jian and Man Shui were incomparably furious. This fellow was too much, treating them like ants. This was a blatant humiliation, completely disregarding them. Yang Jian and Man Shui were furious. Their strength had improved tremendously in these past few years, becoming a true dragon amongst men. But in front of this black-cloaked youth, could it be that they really did not have any strength to fight back? No matter how strong he was, they could not just sit and wait for death. Master, let's go all out against him in this battle. Yang Jian roared in rage and took the lead, charging towards the black-cloaked youth. Xianxia and Man Shui did not hold back either. A peak divine king and 2 half-step hierarch realm experts attacked at the same time. At this moment, the 3 of them attacked at the same time. However, in the eyes of the 3's crazy attacks, the black-cloaked young man could not help but sneer. With a casual slap of his palm, the 3 of them were sent flying back. With a casual wave of his hand, the 3 of them were seriously injured and sent flying back. They no longer had the strength to fight. At this moment, Xianxia, Man Shui and Man Shui's faces were filled with fear and despair. It turned out that they were wrong. These fellas' strength had reached a level where they could not be put in their eyes at all. The feeling of having the power of life and death in their hands had caused them to be at a loss of what to do. They had completely lost hope in this battle. The enemy was so powerful that it made their hair stand on end. Profound Feng sect is finished. Finished. Xianxing's face was pale. His heart was completely dead. Jiang Zhenhai looked at the void with disappointment in his eyes. Profound Feng sect, is it really finished? Little Chenzi, where are you? If you're still here, Profound Feng sect won't be destroyed so easily, right? Jiang Zhenhai sighed in his heart. Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at each other, feeling extremely sad. If Jiang Chen is here, it'll be great. Unfortunately, there's no if. Man Shui shook his head. He knew that he was going to die, but he was a disciple of Profound Feng sect. He could not avoid this battle. He knew that he was no match for them, but he still wanted to protect his sect. This was the same belief that he and Yang Jian had. All of you must die. Death is the true release for all of you. Profound Feng sect, I can destroy it with just one palm. Accept your death sentence, a bunch of ants. Ha ha ha. The black-cloaked youth waved his sleeves and a strong gale swept across the place, almost uprooting the entire Profound Feng sect. If you want to touch Profound Feng sect, you'll have to ask for my permission first. A deep roar resounded from the 9 heavens. The terrifying gale was blocked as a majestic figure stood with his arms crossed. His gaze was like a torch as he stood in front of Xianxia and the rest. Who are you? Trying to stop us? Looks like you're tired of living. The black-cloaked youth sneered. Reverend of the 9 boundaries, Ziqing Tian. The rise and fall of Linha sect is my responsibility. The Reverend of the 9 boundaries? He. I was wondering who it was. A mere Reverend of the 9 boundaries dares to show off in front of me. You're dreaming. You're not qualified to save them. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The black-cloaked young man stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest and said faintly. He looked at everyone coldly. Even Ziqing Tian was not in his eyes. It's Lord Z. It's really Lord Z. Are we saved? The Reverend of the 9 boundaries is here. Are we still far from being saved? Ha ha ha. The Reverend of the 9 boundaries is here. What else can those demons do? Looks like the heavens are protecting our Profound Feng sect. Countless disciples were filled with emotions. They thought that they were going to die, but they did not expect that their savior would come. The Reverend of the 9 boundaries was a noble expert. He was the Chilean boundaries lord, one of the top existences in the entire northern cold divine region. Xianxia and Jiang Zhenhai looked at each other as they saw a glimmer of hope. The Reverend of the 9 boundaries, Ziqing Tian, stood proudly and stared at the black-clothed young man coldly. We're saved. We're saved. Jiang Zhenhai nodded and said with a smile. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were able to obtain the protection of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries in this desperate situation. The calamity of the Linhe boundary might come to an end now. Xian Qingming couldn't help but feel excited. His eyes flickered with a strange brilliance. His heart that had lost all hope was gradually rekindled. Their resistance was not wrong. Finally, when they were on the brink of despair, the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries had come to their rescue. This was the true flame of hope. "Thank you, Reverend," Xian Qingming said solemnly. He was full of respect for Ziqing Tian. At this moment, Ziqing Tian was their last hope. Ziqing Tian looked straight ahead and exchanged glances with the black-clothed young man. His eyes were filled with battle intent. "You're just a Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. I don't put you in my eyes. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The young man in black coldly snorted. He extended his hand and the Lingyun spear shot out. The spear radiance was peerless and unparalleled. Waves of spear shadows tore through the void, causing the heavens to tremble. The divine spear swept across and headed straight for Ziqing Tian. Ziqing Tian squinted his eyes. He did not dare to underestimate Ziqing Tian. He formed a seal with his hands and threw it out forcefully. His palm was extremely huge and it directly suppressed the black-clothed young man's spear shadows. The black-clothed young man's expression turned serious and he became even more ferocious. He directly turned all the spear shadows into raindrops and shot down violently. Ziqing Tian was calm and collected. The battle between him and the black-clothed young man was shocking. Even Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai were shocked when they saw it. For Yang Jian and Man Shui, this battle was very beneficial. The battle between the hierarch experts was like heaven itself. The battle between the two was getting more and more intense. However, Ziqing Tian's aura was obviously stronger. Even though the black-clothed young man was at the late hierarch realm, he could not do anything under the suppression of Ziqing Tian, who was at the peak of mid-hierarch realm. After all, Ziqing Tian was the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. His strength was undeniable. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold the position of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. Ziqing Tian looked arrogantly at the peak of the firmament. His palm wind changed again and struck down continuously, causing the black-clothed young man's expression to become more and more unpleasant. "Come, seventh brother can't hold on any longer. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, Ziqing Tian, is quite capable." He. "Yeah, seventh brother's strength is not stable enough. It's going to be difficult to kill Ziqing Tian. We should take action now. Otherwise, this fellow will definitely curse us later." Ha ha ha. In the dark clouds, the eight of them looked at each other and smiled. There was a hint of ridicule at the corner of their mouths. Ziqing Tian took advantage of the situation and struck out a punch. The black-clothed young man could not withstand it at all and was forced to retreat again and again. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries is indeed powerful. Powerful. Truly powerful. Man Shui's eyes were shining. He would definitely reach the same level as Ziqing Tian one day. However, they still had a long way to go. The power of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries had given them a great shock. Profound Feng Sect's crisis was finally going to be solved. They were extremely excited. The mighty figure of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries had caused them to be overflowing with excitement. They were cheering for him as the black-clothed young man was forced to retreat. That peerless technique had shocked the world. However, just when everyone thought that the crisis of the Profound Feng sect was going to be solved, 8 powerful figures appeared in the void once again. This time, Ziqing Tian's expression became extremely unpleasant. The 8 of them were not weaker than the black-clothed young man that he had just defeated. 9 of them were at the late hierarch realm. Ziqing Tian's expression became extremely gloomy. Even Xian Qingming and the others' expression became gloomy. It seemed like their previous joy was going to be ruined. There were 8 such powerful experts behind the black-clothed young man. Even Ziqing Tian was having trouble dealing with them. "You guys, who are you?" Ziqing Tian asked in a deep voice. He knew that he was not a match for the 9 of them. This might be the most difficult battle that he had ever fought. "You are not qualified to know who we are. You will die if you know. What's the point of knowing? Your appearance is a mistake." You know that you are not a match for us, yet you still want to stand out. If this is not seeking death, then what is? You should have already investigated before. You know that there is a tiger in the mountain, but you still chose to hide it. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? The leading young man shook his head and smiled as he looked at Xianxia indifferently. Xianxia's expression was complicated. He had no way to retreat from this battle. Once he retreated, he would have to suffer even more in the future. He might not be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. It's useless to say more. Let's fight. If you want to destroy the Profound Feng sect, you will have to step over my body. Xianxia did not plan to leave at all. Even though he knew that he might die in this battle, he still chose to face it head-on. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Looks like you don't need to live anymore. The young man shouted coldly as he squinted his eyes. He waved his hand and the 9 of them rushed forward at the same time. They turned into 9 black clouds and crushed the void. Xianxia's face turned pale as his aura was being suppressed. Go and die. You can't save the Profound Feng sect. The 9 black clouds completely trapped Xianxia, causing him to be in extreme pain. His face turned pale as the 9 cold lights pierced through his body. Xianxia's figure was sent flying away. Under the suppression of the 9 people, he was severely injured and fell to the top of the void. At this moment, not only Xianxia, Xian Qingming, Jiang Zhenhai, Yang Jian, Man Shui, and everyone from the Profound Feng sect fell into despair. Xianxia fell from the altar. The prestige of the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries was gone. He stood up from the mountain peak in a miserable manner. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. His injuries were severe and he was on the verge of death. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen. I've tried my best. Xianxia murmured. There was a bitter expression on his face. For Profound Feng sect, Xianxia might even sacrifice his life for this battle. However, he still decided to come to Profound Feng sect. It was a pity that he was not as skillful as Xianxia. In the end, he could not turn the tide of the battle and save the Profound Feng sect from its collapse. Despair, hope, there was one time where they encountered despair. Everyone in the Profound Feng sect was in a state of panic. Their spirit had collapsed a few times because they had been through so many changes. Everyone's heart had been tortured beyond recognition. They had been in a life and death situation for so many times. In the end, they fell into despair again and again. They could no longer endure such torture. In the end, they still couldn't escape death. Whose heart could endure such ups and downs? Xian Qingming looked at the 9 dark clouds in the sky. He no longer had any hope. Life and death were determined by the heavens. Perhaps the heavens wanted Profound Feng sect to die in this battle. Nobody could save them. Even the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries had almost died on the spot. Even if he was still alive, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight and could not do anything. Heaven's will. This is heaven's will. Xian Qingming heaved a long sigh. He was filled with despair. Profound Feng sect was destroyed in his own hands. He felt ashamed to face his ancestors and countless disciples. Little Chen, you bastard. I'm afraid that you're going to collect my corpse. He. I hope that you have the strength to avenge Profound Feng sect. Let us, the 100,000 innocent souls, the 1 million people at the riverside not die in vain. Jiang Zhenhai murmured. In his heart, he hoped that Jiang Chen could come back at this moment. However, it seemed like it was just his guess. Jiang Chen would not come back. Yang Jian and Man Shui's death was worth it. Their purpose of coming back was to protect the Profound Feng sect, to live and die together with the Profound Feng sect. A bunch of ants. Killing you is no different from killing snakes, insects, rats, and ants. The leader of the group took a step forward. The giant palm in his hand crossed the void and covered the sky. It directly pressed down on the Profound Feng sect. His goal was to destroy the 1,000-foot mountain and the sect that was 10,000 miles away. Everyone silently closed their eyes. Death was slowly approaching in their hearts. The scythe of the death god would definitely reap all of them like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Who gave you the guts to touch my Profound Feng sect? A loud roar reverberated in the void like a bolt of lightning. A sword came from the east. The shadow of the sword was like a mountain as it heavily smashed down, directly destroying the young man's giant palm. A white-cloaked figure stepped on the sword and soared into the void. His long hair fluttered in the wind, causing the mountains and rivers to bow, and the myriad of worlds to bow. The young man was smashed by the giant sword's shadow and was sent flying 1,000 miles away. Blood gushed out from his wound. Just one sword shadow had almost taken his life. Everyone's expression became solemn. They raised their eyes and looked at the void. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. "I'm sorry, father. I'm late." Xianxia's eyes were like torches. He saw his loved one who was filled with despair in one glance. Xianxia's heart was filled with tenderness. "You're not late, my good son." Ha ha ha. Xianxian was very excited. At this moment, everyone looked at Xianxian silently. The fire of hope in their hearts was reignited. "You're finally back." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief after surviving the heavenly tribulation. His expression became more relaxed. His decision at this moment was not in vain. He had bought enough time for Xianxian to return to this familiar land. The moment he returned, Xianxia knew that Profound Feng sect was in danger. As long as he was here, everything would be fine. Xian Qingming was extremely excited. "Xianxian, he's finally back. Profound Feng sect was saved. The lineage of the sect could be continued." He was not afraid of death. However, his heart was filled with bitterness and uneasiness to let his disciples become the sinners of Profound Feng sect with him. "Haha. Xianxian, I knew it. You won't die so easily. If you didn't come back when Profound Feng sect was in danger, I'll never forget you even if I die," Man Shui said with a smile. Now that he's back, everything seemed to have calmed down. A sword came from the east, he stepped on the sword and returned. The shadow of the sword swept through the 9 regions and the 4 seas. The mightiness of a single sword looked down upon the heavens. Only Xianxian could do that. Yang Jian and Xianxian looked at each other and smiled. Xianxian knew that he would regret it for the rest of his life if he was late. "Thank you." Xianxian looked at Xianxia and nodded slightly. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. If he didn't come back, perhaps he would be the one that Xianxian wanted to kill. This was not an exaggeration. Xianxia knew that Xianxian had asked him to take care of Profound Feng sect again and again. If he pretended to be deaf and mute now, Profound Feng sect would be destroyed. Xianxian would definitely not let it go. "Senior Xianxian is back. We're saved this time." Ha ha ha. That's right. Senior brother Xianxian has saved us more than once. Profound Feng sect only has what it has today because of senior brother Xianxian. This time, senior brother Xianxian will not disappoint me. With senior Xianxian here, everything will not be a problem. The entire Profound Feng sect was cheering for Xianxian's return. Their last hope was on senior Xianxian. Senior Xianxian was an invincible expert in their hearts. He was like a god. No one knew how strong Xianxian was, but the moment he returned, he was like a god of war, standing in the void and becoming an insurmountable mountain that people could only look up to and find hard to cross. Xianxian's appearance was like a priest who had come to save the masses, filling everyone's hearts with confidence in him. He was the faith of Profound Feng sect. He was the god of Profound Feng sect. His existence and his appearance affected the entire Profound Feng sect. Profound Feng sect was facing a disaster. Xianxian came back on his sword. He was destined to become the most powerful genius disciple in the history of Profound Feng sect. The hearts of the people were united and the benevolent were invincible, fighting for his father, fighting for the 100,000 disciples of Profound Feng sect. Xianxian stood proudly and stepped on the giant sword. "You're Xianxian?" The 9 of them appeared and faced Xianxian with murderous intent in their eyes. "So what if I am? You guys should be here for me, but you've killed everyone in Linhe boundary. You've committed a grave sin," Xianxian said coldly as he looked at the 9 of them. The 9 of them were nothing to him. Xianxian did not even bother to fight against 9 late hierarch realm fellas. "Looks like you're really strong, but you might not be a match for the 9 of us," a black-cloaked young man said coldly, completely ignoring Xianxian. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, those words are nothing more than a joke." Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at each other and the latter said, "With Jiang Chen's current strength, he managed to force one of them back with just one sword. That's terrifying. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to fight against the 9 of them, right? I think his current strength should be at the late hierarch realm. It's hard to say. He might even be at the peak hierarch realm. Otherwise, why would he be so confident when facing so many people? Jiang Chen must have something up his sleeves." Yang Jian nodded silently as he was full of hope for Jiang Chen. This battle might be a little difficult, but they believed that Jiang Chen would be the final winner. "Reverend Lord, do you think Jiang Chen can win against the 9 of them?" Xian Qingming was also worried. The 9 of them were too strong after all. Even if Jiang Chen came back with great strength, it would be impossible for him to fight against the 9 of them alone. It's hard to say. I hope Jiang Chen can win. I can't see through his true strength, but judging from his previous strength, this battle might not be a piece of cake for him, but he still has the confidence to win. That's right. Ziqing Tian said quietly. As they were talking, the 9 of them had already started their attack on Jiang Chen. 9 figures rushed towards him like a storm. "Ants, I'm talking about you." Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He waved his sword and fell from the sky. The 8 figures were instantly torn into pieces and died without a complete corpse. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and took out the great Yu soul-forming light. Only one person was left. He was crawling under Jiang Chen's feet. His face was pale and he didn't even have the heart to resist. Everyone took a deep breath. Jiang Chen had killed 8 people with just one strike. He probably left one alive just to ask about his background. It was terrifying. Ziqing Tian squinted his eyes and felt extremely cold. That strike was too overbearing. He could not believe it. Could it be that he has already reached the legendary realm? A divine emperor expert? Ziqing Tian couldn't believe it. However, the sword strike just now was too overbearing. He couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had become so powerful in just a few years. It didn't make sense at all. As for Yang Jian, Man Shui and even Xian Qingming, they were completely dumbfounded. How powerful was this guy? They were once the genius disciples of Profound Feng sect. However, Jiang Chen had already surpassed them in just a few years. "Tell me, who sent you here? If you tell me, I can send you to reincarnation. If you don't, you'll end up like them. You'll be roasted in my great Yu soul-forming light for thousands of years. This is your chance. You must grasp it." Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the black-clothed young man who was kneeling on the ground. Just when he was hesitating, a cold light fell from the sky and killed him. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that there was someone stronger behind them. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. When he raised his head, a yellow-robed figure appeared in the void and stared at Jiang Chen. "You killed your own people. Looks like you're crazy." Jiang Chen smiled and said. "Trash. So what if you're dead? There's nothing to feel pity about. You're still so confident after seeing me. Looks like I really admire you. You're a dragon among men to be able to kill 3 hierarch realm prodigies of my Zhongxing sect." The yellow-robed man said faintly. His expression was cold as if he did not care about Jiang Chen. Zhongxing sect. I think I've heard of it somewhere. Ziqing Tian frowned slightly. His pupils contracted and his expression changed drastically. He finally remembered that when he was cultivating in Tongxian Mansion, he had read about it in an ancient book. As one of the great sects of the Central Region Divine Land, there were Divine Emperor realm experts in it. The person in front of him was much stronger than the 9 late hierarch realm experts. He must be a Divine Emperor realm expert, Ziqing Tian was worried. Jiang Chen was a devil incarnate. How did he offend the experts of the Zhongxing sect? Zhongxing sect was one of the great sects in the Central Region Divine Land. Jiang Chen. Looks like you've made a big mess this time. Ziqing Tian finally understood that the crisis in Linhe boundary was caused by the Zhongxing sect. Originally, I just wanted to lure you out to take revenge. I did not expect these 9 fellows to be so useless. You have indeed surprised me. Now that your strength has broken through to this level, it will not be easy for my resurgence sect to capture you. However, don't even think about escaping from me, Huang Qi. Huang Qi said confidently and calmly. As the most talented disciple of the Zhongxing sect in the past hundreds of thousands of years, he had the strength to be on the dragon ranking of the Central Region Divine Land. Wasn't it a piece of cake for him to kill a kid from a small place? I see. Looks like you're not very smart. You know that the people of the Zhongxing sect have died in my hands, yet you still came to die. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you and the Zhongxing sect? Massacring my Linhe boundary, if I don't kill your resurgence sect, how can I, Jiang Chen, stand tall in the Linhe boundary? I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. Zhongxing sect, Zhongxing sect. I, Jiang Chen, will definitely make you pay with your blood. Jiang Chen said proudly and laughed crazily. The killing intent in his eyes intertwined with Huang Qi's. Huang Qi shook his head and sighed. You might not have the chance. Because you'll be killed here. I won't give you the chance to step into the Zhongxing sect. Isn't it a shame to let a trash like you step into my Zhongxing sect? You'll definitely die today. Jiang Chen, accept your fate. Blame yourself for being the enemy of the Zhongxing sect. It's only a matter of time before I kill you. Huang Qi stared at Jiang Chen with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, he did not plan to leave any room for Jiang Chen. Killing Jiang Chen and exterminating Profound Feng sect. Linhe boundary was just a small matter to Resurgence sect. It seems like you don't know how difficult your situation is. Let's talk with your strength. Huang Qi moved his hand and a blood-weeping divine spear appeared in his hand. The spear light was pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword and stood there proudly without moving an inch. Give me your life. Huang Qi shouted in anger. The spear shadows filled the void. That kind of divine mightiness that could destroy heaven and earth was matchless. All the people of Profound Feng sect had a gloomy expression on their faces. It seems like Senior Jiang Chen will lose more than he wins this time. Isn't this guy too terrifying? How did Senior Jiang Chen offend this guy? Isn't this too terrifying? It's hard to say. I believe that even if Senior Jiang Chen is defeated, it won't be too bad. Please, can't you give Senior Brother Jiang Chen some confidence? Everyone was looking forward to it, hoping that Jiang Chen would become stronger and protect the Profound Feng sect, becoming the one and only guardian in their hearts. Merciless spear shadows danced in the sky. Huang Qi was like a peerless god of war, standing above the void and blocking Jiang Chen's escape route. Jiang Chen had nowhere to hide now. It was as if he had given up facing the 100,000 spear shadows, as if he was facing death. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. The sword in his hand finally moved. The terrifying sword passed by, creating a deafening sound like a mountain being torn apart. Huang Qi was directly pushed back by the sword. The endless spear shadows turned into mist and completely dissipated in the void. That scene made everyone fall silent. Their breathing was incomparably heavy. Jiang Chen's sword was really too stunning, so much so that no one could see his figure. Under the spear shadows that filled the sky, Jiang Chen turned into a flowing sword shadow that cut through the thistles and thorns, destroying all the illusions. As the spear shadows disappeared, the sword shadow replaced them. Jiang Chen's sword had already crossed the peak of the firmament and slashed down. That sword strike had changed the color of heaven and earth. That sword strike's aura had changed the weather. Before the spear in Huang Qi's hand could land, it had already been sent flying by Jiang Chen. Huang Qi's face was extremely pale, and he was extremely shocked. As he lowered his head, the divine spear in his hand had already left his hand, and Jiang Chen's sword shadow had already landed on his chest. Although many people had overestimated Jiang Chen's strength, they still did not expect that Jiang Chen's sword strike could be so powerful. A single sword strike had defeated a divine emperor. Huang Qi felt a little suffocated, a little painful, and a little complicated. Even his facial expression changed in a way that even he himself could not understand. Was he defeated just like that? He was a peerless genius of the Resurgence sect that only appeared once in 100,000 years. After 10,000 years of closed-door training, he broke through to the Divine Emperor realm and became the most respected genius disciple in the Central Region Divine Land. He was the precious disciple of the sect's elders and sect masters. How could he be defeated? How could he be defeated? All these were constantly changing in Huang Qin's mind. He once went to the ghost domain alone and was invincible. If not me, who else could defeat him? He used to look down upon all the geniuses in the world, and he was the only one among the monstrous geniuses. But today, he was defeated by Jiang Chen, who came from a small corner of the world, a trash that was supposed to be stepped on by him. All of this seemed so unreal, so suffocating. Xianxia sect, I will step into it. But it's meaningless to kill you. I want you to witness the Xianxia sect being destroyed by me, Jiang Chen. At that time, it will be the day of your death. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. But to Huang Qi, it was a great humiliation. It was even more painful than killing him. That was a naked humiliation. He was invincible in the Divine Land, but he was defeated by Yi Futian in just one move. He could not understand the power of a single sword. How could this guy be so strong? Now, Jiang Chen did not kill him, and wanted him to return to the Xianxia sect. Yi Futian was going to take revenge on the Xianxia sect, to take revenge for those ants in the Linhe boundary? To Huang Qi, this was simply a pipe dream. But Yi Futian's coldness had deeply hurt Huang Qi's nerves. No matter what, he was already defeated by Jiang Chen. Huang Qi clenched his fists tightly. This was even more painful than killing him. Veins popped up on Huang Qi's face. Today, he was destined to leave the Linhe boundary in defeat. I, Huang Qi, will remember today's humiliation in my heart. Huang Qi turned around and turned into a ray of light. Because he did not have the face to continue staying here. If he continued to stay, more people would laugh at him, a Divine Emperor realm trash. Jiang Chen's sword had almost destroyed all of Huang Qi's confidence. The pride that he had built up for so many years had also been shattered. It could be said that Jiang Chen had used the most vicious method to knock Huang Qi down from his high pedestal. He did not need to use any tricks to make this arrogant peerless genius suffer countless blows. He won? Senior Jiang Chen won. Ha 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 ha, our Profound Feng sect is saved. No one knew who shouted it, but the entire Profound Feng sect was moved to tears. Countless of them looked at their senior brother Jiang Chen and couldn't help but worship him. That kind of arrogant and domineering aura was something that they would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. Senior brother Jiang Chen, Profound Feng sect was saved. Jiang Chen became the only hope of Profound Feng sect. He chased everyone away and killed those merciless executioners. Profound Feng sect did not suffer any casualties. At this moment, it was everyone's pride. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Xian Qingming said happily. His heart was in turmoil. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the Profound Feng sect would have been razed to the ground. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the sect would have been wiped out. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't be able to chat here. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Yang Jian and Man Shui heaved a sigh. They were happy that Profound Feng sect was saved. At the same time, they sighed because Jiang Chen's figure was something that they would never be able to catch up to. It was like that in the past, and it was like that now. When will we be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Chen? Yang Jian smiled bitterly. There will be a day like that. I believe it. Man Shui's eyes were burning. He had already set Jiang Chen as his goal to strive for. I don't believe it. Ha ha ha. Yang Jian laughed presumptuously. Man Shui's expression turned ugly as he stared at Yang Jian. No one knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Just like how no one knew when Jiang Chen would return. Everyone was confident when he returned to Profound Feng sect. Little Chenzi, you did not disappoint me after all. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhenhai laughed and said. His voice shook the sky. This shout was to let everyone know that this was Jiang Zhenhai's son. Jiang Zhenhai was even happier and more gratified than him flying in the 9 heavens. Ziqing Tian was overjoyed. Fortunately, he came. If the Linhe boundary was destroyed, he would not be able to stay here alive. He had a new understanding of Jiang Chen's strength. This fellow was a super monster. He was so strong that no one could feel how terrifying he was. Xianxia landed in the sky with a smile on his face. He kneeled down on one knee in front of his father, Xianxia. No matter how strong he was, in his father's eyes, he was just a child who longed for love and warmth. "Father, I'm late. Sorry for scaring you." Xianxia hurriedly helped his son up. His eyes were filled with love, and he was trying his best not to cry. Although he had enjoyed being the center of attention countless times, his son had always brought him a different kind of surprise and shock each time. At this moment, he had really grown up. He was strong enough to change his fate. "Profound Feng sect is safe now that you're back," Xian Qingming said with a heavy heart. He felt gratified, not any less than Jiang Zhenhai. In his heart, Jiang Chen was his junior. In the past, Xian Qingming gave everything he had to Jiang Chen, hoping that Jiang Chen could become stronger. At this moment, his hard work and expectation did not go to waste. Even Yang Jian and Man Shui did not disappoint him and became stronger than him. Jiang Chen nodded his head and smiled. He was still a high-spirited young man. He was still a part of Profound Feng sect. Yang Jian and Man Shui also gave Jiang Chen a big hug. There was no need for words between brothers. Jiang Chen had helped them a lot in the past. Although they treated Jiang Chen as their opponent, he had become so powerful that they could only look up to him. It was hard to predict the changes of the world. "Jiang Chen, are you really going to step into Zhongxing sect?" Ziqing Tian looked at Jiang Chen in doubt. Although Jiang Chen was strong, Zhongxing sect was a famous sect in the central region Divine Land. How could Jiang Chen fight against the entire Zhongxing sect alone? Jiang Chen nodded and said faintly, "He has killed countless people of my Linhe boundary. I will definitely make him pay for it. Otherwise, how can I, Jiang Chen, gain a foothold in the central region Divine Land?" Jiang Chen's domineering aura made Ziqing Tian feel inferior. Ziqing Tian could no longer treat Jiang Chen as the same as him. Jiang Chen had already become a pillar of the heavens. Even Ziqing Tian had to bow down to him. "Father, look who I have brought to you." Jiang Chen smiled. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu walked out from the Zulong Tower. They instantly attracted the attention of the entire Profound Feng sect. The two peerless beauties had shocked everyone. Even Ziqing Tian heaved a sigh. The strength of these two people was on par with Huang Qi, whom Jiang Chen did not even bother to kill. It seemed like he had underestimated Jiang Chen. "Father," Wu Ningzhu's call made Jiang Zhenhai burst into tears. He held Jiang Chen's and Wu Ningzhu's hands. Yan Qingqing was no exception. Her father held their hands together and she felt very happy. "Good. Good boy. It's time for you to give me a surprise." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Zhenhai said meaningfully and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing's face blushed. In other words, Jiang Zhenhai wanted to hold his grandson. Xian Qingming and Ziqing Tian could not help but laugh. Within 7 days, countless sects had gathered outside the Profound Feng sect. The news had spread across the entire northern cold divine region. The Zhongxing sect of the central region divine region had attacked but was annihilated by Jiang Chen. Even the peerless prodigy of the Zhongxing sect was defeated by Jiang Chen. In an instant, Jiang Chen's fame had spread across the entire northern cold divine region. Report. "The people from the Tongxian mansion are here," a disciple reported from outside the Profound Feng sect. Ziqing Tian's expression changed drastically. He looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. "Brother Jiang, the mansion lord of the Tongxian mansion is not an ordinary person. You've caused havoc in the Tongxian mansion. The people from the Tongxian mansion must have some ulterior motives." It was reasonable for Ziqing Tian to address Jiang Chen as Brother Jiang. "So what?" Jiang Chen said in disdain. "Yeah. Jiang Chen, Tongxian mansion is very powerful. Are you sure that you can defeat them?" Xian Qingming was anxious. He was afraid that the same thing would happen again. Although Jiang Chen was here, he still could not help but worry. "The second mansion lord of the Tongxian mansion, Lin Yukong, has arrived." Ziqing Tian stood up immediately. Although Lin Yukong's strength might not be stronger than Jiang Chen, he was still the mainstay of the Profound Connection Divine Palace. He must be a weasel paying a visit to a chicken with no good intentions. "Master Lin," Xianxia's face turned solemn when he saw Lin Yukong coming with 10 Middle Hierarch realm elders behind him. Their formation was not any weaker than the 9 Zhongxing sex elders from before. The 10 Middle Hierarch realm experts were already standing in front of them, causing them to hold their breaths. Greetings, Mansion Lord. Lin Yukong bowed to Jiangchen. The 10 Middle Hierarch realm elders did not dare to be negligent and bowed to Jiangchen. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiangchen became the Mansion Lord of the Tongxian Mansion? How is this possible? Xianxia could not help but feel dizzy. Isn't this too terrifying? You're quite ill-informed. Mansion Lord Jiang has already become the Mansion Lord of the Tongxian Mansion. The previous 3 Mansion Lords were cruel and ruthless. They were all killed by Mansion Lord Jiang. From now on, there is only one Mansion Lord Jiang in the Tongxian Mansion. Lin Yukong said faintly. Xianxia immediately lost his temper. He did not dare to act rashly in front of Lin Yukong, let alone Jiangchen. Calling him Brother Jiang seemed to be a little too arrogant. Xianxia smiled bitterly. In front of Jiangchen, he was really a frog at the bottom of a well. The current him was already the best in the Northern Liang Empire. As for Xian Qingming, Yang Jian, and the others, they were also amazed. They couldn't believe Jiangchen's identity at all. However, it was real. Connecting to the profound God Palace had become his possession. No one dared to look at him directly now. Jiangchen's current strength was beyond their imagination. Jiangchen was indeed a hidden person. Unknowingly, he had become the Mansion Lord of the Tongxian Mansion. He had become one of the top experts in the Northern Liang Divine region. At that moment, a voice was heard from outside the hall again. The Lord of Northern Liang? What kind of existence is that? Is he the strongest expert in the Northern Liang? I don't know. I've only heard of the Lord of Northern Liang once. Who is he and where is he? No one has ever seen him before. Looks like the Lord of Northern Liang has alarmed the Lord of Northern Liang. It's hard to say. But we don't know who the Lord of Northern Liang is. Many of them were surprised and confused. Almost no one knew who the Lord of the Northern Liang was and what kind of existence he was. Even the elders of the Profound Connection Divine Palace were confused as they had no idea who the Lord of the Northern Liang was. What's going on? Lin Yukong, do you know who the Lord of Northern Liang is? Jiangchen said faintly as he squinted his eyes. The Lord of Northern Liang came uninvited. Could he be a hidden expert? I wonder if the Lord of Northern Liang is a self-proclaimed person or does he really exist? I don't know who the Lord of Northern Liang is either. However, I've heard of the Lord of Northern Liang hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Lord of Northern Liang does exist and his strength is terrifying. However, no one knows who he is or where he is. Lin Yukong shook his head. He only knew one thing but not the other. He is an existence that none of you have come in contact with. Only a few people in the Northern Liang Divine region are able to come in contact with him. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Reverend Lord, does this mean that you know about him? Xian Qingming looked at Xianxia in surprise. Jiangchen also looked at Xianxia. It's a long story. Many years ago, when I was chosen to become the supremacy of the 9 realms, a divine emissary of the Northern Liang Divine Realm appeared. His appearance seemed to have declared his position as the supremacy of the Northern Liang Divine Realm. But I only know that he was only an emissary of the Northern Liang Master. Xianxia looked at Jiangchen seriously. At this moment, Jiangchen nodded his head slightly. It seemed like the so-called Lord of Northern Liang was a supreme expert who didn't show himself. It was not a joke to be able to be appointed as the supremacy of the 9 boundaries by the divine envoy of Northern Liang. The Northern Liang divine envoy has arrived. A loud shout came from outside the door, and a middle-aged man in white slowly walked in. He was calm and composed, and there was a hint of arrogance between his brows. His expression was calm, and there was a faint smile on his lips. Chief Jiang, congratulations. I'm here to congratulate you on behalf of the Northern Liang Emperor. You don't even put the resurgence sect in your eyes. Chief Jiang is truly heroic. The middle-aged man said calmly. Greetings, Lord of Northern Liang. Jiangchen nodded and said in a low voice. Lord Oracle. Xianxia exclaimed. He bowed to the middle-aged man in white with respect. Not bad, the supremacy of the 9 boundaries is quite responsible. Choosing you to enter the Chilean boundary was the right thing to do. You're able to get rid of your worries and ascend to the position of the supremacy. You didn't lose your desolate demeanor. The middle-aged man nodded. Xianxia seemed to be flattered and bowed silently. From Xianxia's attitude, Jiangchen could tell how powerful this so-called divine envoy of Northern Liang was. May I ask, divine envoy, where is the Lord of Northern Liang, and where is he? Jiangchen smiled faintly. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, I'm a rank 1 divine envoy of Northern Liang, how can I ask the Lord of Northern Liang? There are dozens of divine envoys under the Lord, and I'm only a rank 1 voice transmitter. However, the Lord admires Lord Jiang, and he's a dragon among the lords of Northern Liang, a genius of the Northern Liang. Therefore, the Lord specially asked me to pass the message to him. Speak your mind, Jiangchen said. In his heart, he was extremely shocked. The strength of this divine envoy of the Northern Liang was actually stronger than Huang Qi. Although he didn't know how strong he was, he knew that he wasn't an ordinary person. In the hands of the Northern Liang Lord, there were more than a dozen divine envoys. It was truly amazing. If the Lord of Northern Liang has nowhere else to go, you can always return to the Northern Liang. The Northern Liang divine region will always be your shield. The middle-aged man in white was neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes shone with radiance as if he was envious of Jiangchen. Jiangchen was shocked as he recalled the black-cloaked man who saved him in the forbidden land of divine region. He couldn't help but frown. Could the Lord of Northern Liang be related to that black-cloaked man? That black-cloaked man shouldn't be the Lord of Northern Liang. If the divine envoy of Northern Liang was so powerful, then how terrifying would the Lord of Northern Liang be? It went without saying. Jiangchen was slightly shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. At least with his current strength, Jiangchen knew that the Lord of Northern Liang would never be able to shake him. The Lord of Northern Liang's words gave Jiangchen a reassurance. This was a great favor. The Northern Liang would be your most solid shield. Who else but the Lord of Northern Liang would say such words? Jiangchen didn't know who the Lord of Northern Liang was and what kind of existence he was. However, it seemed that the Lord of Northern Liang was an enemy and not a friend. Help me thank the Lord of Northern Liang. Tell him that I, Jiangchen, appreciate it and I will definitely pay a visit in the future, Jiangchen said with a smile. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sudden appearance of an extremely powerful big brother. He had caused quite a lot of trouble in the central region divine land. This time, it seemed that he had to re-examine himself. Since there was a master of the Northern Liang divine land, then there must be a master of the Western Pole divine land, the Southern Pole divine land, the Eastern Victory divine land, and the Central Region divine land. The Lord said that he is waiting for that day to come. The white-clothed middle-aged man nodded with a smile. I wonder when it will be, Jiangchen murmured. Emperor Realm. After the white-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, almost everyone present took a deep breath and held their breath in concentration. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone felt an incomparable pressure. How could the Emperor Realm be ordinary? They didn't even dare to think about it in their entire lives. The Emperor Realm was the pinnacle of the heavens, the focus of time, and the end of Tao. However, only Jiangchen understood that the Emperor Realm was just another beginning. It wasn't something that he could achieve in a short time if he wanted to become an Emperor Realm expert. Jiangchen's pupils shrunk as he looked at the void. An incomparable pressure seemed to be shrouding his heart. Emperor Realm. Does it mean that I'm qualified to meet the Lord of Northern Liang after reaching the Emperor Realm? Although Jiangchen was just guessing, the strength of the Lord of Northern Liang should be much more terrifying than he had imagined. May I know the name of the Lord of Northern Liang? Jiangchen said. Emperor Ji. Take care, Lord Jiang. I shall take my leave. The Lord of Northern Liang. Brother Jiang, it seems like you're very concerned about the Lord of Northern Liang. Xianxia couldn't help but say. Huang Ji did not even look at him, but he treated Jiangchen very seriously. Even though he did not have a noble look, Xianxia could see that Huang Ji had high hopes for Jiangchen. Huang Ji's hope naturally came from the Lord of Northern Liang. The two words Emperor Realm might seem ordinary, but in the entire divine world, how many people could reach the Emperor Realm? Even in the central region Divine Land, no one had been able to reach the martial Emperor Realm for many years. However, the Lord of Northern Liang said that Jiang Chen could only meet him when he reached the Emperor Realm. This meant that the Lord of Northern Liang's position and strength were unimaginable to ordinary people. Emperor Realm. Emperor Realm, Jiang Chen murmured. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, he even felt a little hesitant. The arrival of Huang Ji had made Jiang Chen's heart fluctuate. He was shocked, surprised, and disappointed. In the eyes of a true expert, his strength was far from enough. Huang Ji's appearance meant that the Lord of Northern Liang was paying attention to him. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he looked afar. Even though he did not know if the Lord of Northern Liang was a friend or foe, he did not dare to trust him completely. However, his roots were in the Northern Liang divine region. He could not let Profound Feng sect in Linhe boundary become a hindrance to his cultivation. Jiang Chen returned to Profound Feng sect this time to set up an inescapable formation. Even those Emperor Realm experts might not be able to break through the sect's defense. His father was here, his brothers were here. Profound Feng sect was the first place he came to after he entered the divine world. It was also where his foundation was. Jiang Chen could not trust the Lord of Northern Liang completely. It was better to trust oneself than anyone else. Jiang Chen understood one thing from the moment he came to the Saint Origin world. Fate was not in the hands of the heavens but in one's own hands. If one was manipulated by others, one would only become a puppet. One could only trust oneself if one wanted to control one's own fate. Huang Ji's departure had brought Jiang Chen a lot of information, and it had made him feel even more serious. There was a saying that people were born in sorrow, but they died in peace and happiness. Jiang Chen couldn't continue staying silent at this moment, because he knew he had to become stronger in order to better protect his family and friends. He still had no idea where Xiaoyu was, and as long as he couldn't find her, there would always be a knot in Jiang Chen's heart. Lin Yukong brought a middle hierarch realm expert with him. Jiang Chen left all of them here to teach the disciples of Profound Feng sect in order to protect Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen also set up an extremely powerful formation. Currently, Jiang Chen had already comprehended more than half of the No Beginning formation. At this moment, Jiang Chen was incomparably confident about the sect-protecting grand formation that he had set up. Even a late Divine Emperor expert might not be able to break through the sect-protecting grand formation. In this way, Jiang Chen was confident that he could leave this vast land and lead Profound Feng sect to search for a bigger sky. Because the sky was no longer enough for a peerless eagle like him to soar. His father was here, his foundation was here. If the northern cold divine region did not fall, then at least the Profound Feng sect would not be destroyed. Although the legendary lord of the northern cold divine region was extremely terrifying, Jiang Chen knew what the lord was thinking. Undoubtedly, the lord of the northern cold divine region was trying to win a bargaining chip for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength could shock the lord of the northern cold divine region. This meant that the lord of the northern cold divine region really cared about him. No matter good or bad, as long as Jiang Chen did not offend the lord of the northern cold divine region, the lord of the northern cold divine region would be under his protection. 10 days later, when Jiang Chen finished setting up the inescapable trap and the sect-protecting formation, not to mention Xian Qingming, Yang Jian, Man Shui and the others, even Lin Yukong, Zi Qingtian and the elders from Tongxian Mansion were amazed. Although they could not break through the sect-protecting formation, the strength of the formation was not something that anyone could withstand. Once we part ways, who knows when we'll be able to meet again. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh in his heart because he left with the confidence to find Yan Xinyu. Now that Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu had returned and stood beside Jiang Chen, although Yan Qingqing had not fully recovered, at least she had set her mind on Wu Ningzhu. As long as Wu Ningzhu did not leave Jiang Chen, she would not leave either. Father, sect lord, please go back. I will definitely come back after I find Xiaoyu and let our family reunite. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His father's eyes were filled with tears, but he was trying his best to hold it back. He maintained a solemn expression and his face was full of smiles. Don't worry and go. A good man's ambition is to travel far and wide. Find Xiaoyu and bring her back for me to see. The person I am most worried about is this girl. She is delicate and doesn't like to fight with others. If she doesn't have your protection, she will definitely suffer. Jiang Zhenhai's words made Jiang Chen sigh in his heart. He had never told his father how worried he was about Yan Qinyu. His only wish was for their family to reunite. Qingqing, Ningzhu, the two of you must take good care of little Chen. Take good care of him. I am a little tired, I will go back first. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He turned around and left. The moment he turned around, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with sadness. However, his mission was far from being completed. Xiaoyu's whereabouts were still unknown. How could he enjoy his family in peace? His father's family was ruthlessly taken away by him. Everyone could see how reluctant Jiang Zhenhai was. However, he did not say a word. No matter how big the matter was, he would keep it in his heart. He did not want Jiang Chen to worry about him. Lin Yukong, after I leave, Tongshan Mansion will be under your control. If Profound Feng sect faces any difficulties, you must help us. This place is my home. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Yukong. Lin Yukong nodded his head silently. He did not dare to neglect Jiang Chen's words. The Jiang family lord's words carried enormous weight. Lin Yukong did not dare to be negligent. Brother, see you again in the martial world. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grasped Wu Ningzhu tightly. Meanwhile, Yan Qingqing held Wu Ningzhu's hand on the other side. Let's go. Just when Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu were about to leave, Lin Yukong's body trembled. He transmitted his voice, someone from Tongshan Mansion sent a message. He said, Helian is in trouble. Jiang Chen's body trembled. His complexion became somewhat gloomy. Helian. It must be you. Dongxing Divine Region, Divine Wind Valley, Mountain of Will, continuous green mountains, towering waterfalls, ancient trees, and the cries of birds, beasts, and apes filled the valley. Countless red-crowned cranes danced under the waterfalls and in the clear spring. The water was like a tide, and the birds were singing in harmony. There were many dense forests in the mountain. Layers of bamboo shadows could be seen. The mountains and fields were covered with flowers and grass. The bright moon shone through the pine trees. The clear spring flowed above the rocks. The moonlight was like a golden dipper, and the light and shadow were like red lotus. Between the mountain and the clear spring, a beautiful figure was dancing alone in the valley. She was graceful under the moonlight, giving off a feeling of self-pity. The sword in her hand was as cold as frost. Her complexion was like jade. The young lady and the figure moved together, jumping continuously under the moonlight. They were like the spirits of the mountain, lively and quick-witted. The huge mountain of will, 3,000 miles of rivers, 3,000 miles of pines, 3,000 miles of bamboo, 3,000 miles of lonely clouds, still couldn't hide the petite and quick-witted figure. She was at the same level as the mountain and shone with the bright moon. The young lady's sword intent was ice-cold. Her aura was steady. She gave off a feeling that a woman was not inferior to a man. That kind of unbridled grace was like the flow of water. She advanced and retreated gracefully, like a gentle breeze, without any ripples. Gradually, the sword in the girl's hand became sharper and sharper. The unparalleled sword intent seemed to drive the determination and stubbornness in her heart, causing her to become more and more disordered. She felt more and more flustered and impatient, as if she wanted to break through the cage of the world. On the bank of the flower embankment, two young men in white robes stood with their hands clasped behind their back. They looked at the young lady performing her sword dance and sighed in their hearts. One of them had a hook-like figure while the other had a picturesque figure. However, it was undeniable that these two young men in white robes were extremely powerful. Their appearances were extremely good as well. They were filled with a sense of suaveness and elegance. As long as a woman took a look at them, she would never be willing to forget them. Zhang Yang, what do you think she will choose? One of the white-clothed young men said in a low voice. There was a complicated look in his eyes, but he did not know how to persuade the girl in the river, who was intertwined with the shadow of the moon and the clear spring. His mind raced, but he became more and more hesitant, not knowing what to do. Who knows? We're not her. We can't choose for her, and we can't change anything for her. All of this is fate, the will of the heavens. No matter what, she can't change it. This is the will of the heavens. Even if it's the patriarch, I'm afraid he can't do anything about it, right? The young man called Xianxia shook his head and sighed. When he looked at the young lady again, he shrugged his shoulders helplessly, as if he was completely unable to change her mind. The only thing he could do at this moment was to silently look at the stubborn figure in the river. However, he was powerless and couldn't change anything. That's true. I was a little too arrogant. Even she doesn't have a choice. What can we do? Feng Chao shook his head and sighed. He seemed to have become silent. They couldn't change anything in front of them. They could only choose to follow the will of the heavens. No one would change for the sake of that young lady. Just like the heavens, day after day, year after year, it would never change for a single person. She would rather die 9 times without regrets than to bow her head to fate. This isn't like the people of our Hellion clan. Hellion Zhongyang smiled. However, he also felt some sympathy for the young lady in the clear spring. But what could he do? He could only silently stand behind her. It was easy to like someone, but it wasn't so easy to change the world for her. Hellion Feng Chao also nodded. He knew that the two of them couldn't do anything. Even the clan head couldn't change the decision of the ancestors. Moreover, the clan had always followed the ancient teachings. Who could change their original intentions? All they could do was to silently be bystanders. There were many things that they didn't even dare to think about. They couldn't change anything. They could only accept fate. Although they didn't believe in it, they had to follow fate at all times. This was the fate of the Hellion clan. Right now, the clan head and the 5 great elders are probably unable to restrain their anger. It's just that I don't know how long she can persist. No matter what, she is a member of the Hellion clan. She has to be prepared to sacrifice herself for the Hellion clan. Moreover, it's not like she's going to die. Hellion Zhongyang was also extremely curious about that young lady. What was it that she couldn't bear to part with? It was something that she couldn't forget. She even disregarded the ancient teachings of the clan. However, her strength was still there. If she wanted to defy the fate of the clan, she was destined to die. There are some people and some things that can't be missed once they are missed. I think she should also be unable to forget her past. Once we enter the profound gate, we can do a lot of things. However, we can't do anything. Looking at the current situation, I reckon that the 5 great elders are already furious. Hellion Feng Chao smiled. Aren't you worried about her? Hellion Zhongyang asked. Aren't you the same? As the 2 peerless geniuses of the Hellion clan, we can't do anything. Who do you think can change everything? What's the use of worrying? The outcome is still something we can't change. Being born in the Hellion clan is a kind of fortune. However, it's also a kind of sorrow. Hellion Feng Chao sighed. His eyes were solemn. He stared at the young lady in the clear spring for a full minute before leaving. This pair of peerless geniuses of the Hellion clan were like fire and water. It was the first time that they were so harmonious. Because the person they were facing was Hellion Yuer, whom they deeply loved. However, at this moment, they were all powerless. They could only watch Hellion Yuer follow the decision of fate. It was destined that she would not be able to let go of it. That was why she was so resistant. No one knew when the clan would be completely enraged. At that moment, the outcome that no one could change would become a reality. Yuer, I hope you can let go of it. Otherwise, those guys will definitely not let you go. In the Wind God Valley, the sound of the wind was like a curtain. It was beautiful. As the headquarters of the Hellion clan, it had an extremely strong influence in the Dongxing Divine region. Its position was not any weaker than the sword-drawing sect in the Central Region Divine Land. Moreover, as one of the top 10 sects in the Dongxing Divine region, the Hellion clan had been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. It could be said to be one of the most ancient clans, the living fossil of the Dongxing Divine region. It stood in the Dongxing Divine region, towering and unreachable. In the Wind God Valley, hundreds of birds paid homage to the phoenix. The main hall was located above the Wind God Valley. Pillars that supported the sky surrounded the main hall, standing in the middle of the mountain. Hidden in the clouds, there were layers of cloud ladders that led to the Hellion clan's heavenly prayer palace, The Heavenly Prayer Palace was the highest standard palace in the Hellion clan. Those below the hierarch realm were not allowed to step into the Heavenly Prayer Palace. They were not even qualified to step into the clouds of the Wind God Valley. In the Hellion clan, the hierarchy was very strict. The disciples of the clan were not any weaker than the sections. Moreover, this ancient clan that had been passed down since ancient times attached great importance to the ancient teachings. Since then, it had its own principles and meaning. Countless sects gradually declined when they passed down their inheritance. The Hellion clan was able to be a super sect in the divine world since ancient times. Just based on this point alone, many ancient sects and clans could not catch up to them. Even the ancient sects like the Eastern Emperor sect had gradually declined. From this, it could be seen that the Hellion clan's strength was extraordinary. In the main hall, 5 elders with strong auras were discussing. Their faces were extremely solemn as they argued endlessly. These 5 people had not gathered for 100 or even 1,000 years. However, as soon as they met, they quarreled non-stop, expressing their own opinions in the Heavenly Prayer Palace. I think this girl will not shed a tear until she sees the coffin. As a member of the Hellion clan, she should always have the awareness of sacrificing her life for the Hellion clan. However, she is so stubborn. Isn't she clearly going against our Hellion clan? What's the use of keeping such disciples and disciples? An old man with a long beard harumphed in a domineering manner. You can't say it like that. Third brother, our Hellion clan hasn't had a disciple as talented as Yuera for a very long time. Even Zhang Yang and Feng Chao were barely able to fight against Yuera. If we do it like that, wouldn't we have to break one of our arms? Although Yuera's heart is filled with unwillingness right now, we can slowly teach her, slowly educate her. He was even more powerful than the long-bearded old man. He was the Hellion clan's second elder, Hellion Zhangyu. Second brother, your words don't conform to the rules of our Hellion family. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. How did our Hellion family stand on the peak of the divine world for billions of years? Didn't they rely on the ancient teachings of being impartial and impartial? Our Hellion family needs to be meticulous. We can't tolerate even the slightest grain of sand in our eyes. However, you said that we've been indulging that little girl. Do you want to abolish the ancient teachings that have been passed down for billions of years? If we want to uphold the ancient teachings, we must punish her severely. She can do whatever she wants. Does she think that we, the ancestors, don't exist? Humph, the fourth brother, Hellion Xianxia, sneered with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He didn't dare to agree with Hellion Zhangyu's words at all. The moment those words were spoken, the black-robed elder, Hellion Zhangyu, and Hellion Xianxia stared at each other with sharp gazes. The two of them seemed to have completely forgotten their identities. Harmony breeds wealth, harmony breeds wealth. Ha ha ha, the reason why our Hellion family can maintain its prosperity is because we are united. Moreover, there are no parasites in the family. Everyone is wholeheartedly devoted to the family. If we want our Hellion family to rise to the next level, we must unite as one and face the outside world. Yuer's situation is very suitable. We must not act rashly. Everything needs to be planned in the long run. Everyone wants to solve the problem perfectly. However, my 2 brothers, please calm down first. Unusual matters must be treated with extraordinary measures. Whether it's severe punishment or leniency, everything must be done with the sect's benefits as the priority. We've lived for so many years. Are we going to fight because of a child? The 5th elder, Hellion Chongqing, smiled indifferently. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. He was calm and composed. Although he was the youngest among the 5th elder, his strength was enough to compete with the great elder. The 5th elder is right. This matter needs to be planned in the long run. This concerns whether our Hellion family can become the #1 super family in the Dongxing divine region. It's not impossible for us to stabilize the central region divine land. We must not take this lightly. Yuer may be a little willful, but she's still a member of our Hellion family. We can't give up so easily. The great elder, Hellion Changtian, said in a deep voice. Although it wasn't the final word, it at least made everyone quiet down. At this moment, the patriarch is in the critical period of breaking through. Therefore, we must not disturb him. He loves you the most. Let's wait until he comes out of seclusion. As soon as the great elder finished his words, the third elder said in a deep voice, Big brother, this damned girl is stubborn. She used the patriarch's love to run amok. Now that she's trapped in the mountain of will, it's also a kind of fortune for her to wake up. But now that the gate of heaven's will has opened, I'm afraid we can't wait for the patriarch to come out. If we miss the gate of heaven's will, we don't know when it will open again. The great elder also sighed. The gate of heaven's will was in the Hellion family's ancestral land. It was a bronze gate that had been sealed for countless years. Since ancient times, as long as the gate of heaven's will opened, the members of the Hellion family would be able to enter it. Only those who had entered the gate of heaven's will could truly understand the profoundness of the profound heavenly divine mystery, which was also the profoundness of the great divination art. The last descendant of the Hellion family comprehended the profoundness was something that happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Therefore, the opening of the gate of heaven's will was a major event for the entire Hellion family. However, it just so happened that the patriarch of the Hellion family was in seclusion. This time, the patriarch wanted to break through in one go, and it was of utmost importance. Therefore, no one dared to disturb him. Therefore, Yuer's situation was in danger at this moment. 3 months. If the patriarch still doesn't come out of seclusion, then we'll carry out the ancient teachings. The first elder also sighed. On one hand, he was helpless. On the other hand, it was for the sake of the entire Hellion clan's prosperity and glory. As the first elder, he was duty-bound. On the continent of the river, a graceful lady is a gentleman's match. The current Yuer was even more captivating than Ling Yun in the past. Although Yuer was still not Ling Yun's match, that kind of peerless beauty was incomparably moving. Any man who saw her in this world would not be able to sleep soundly at night. She was truly a peerless beauty, a true phoenix among men. Above the clear spring, between the boulders, the young lady sat on the ground. Her legs were like jade, her hair was like pearls, like a fairy in the mountains. Big brother, where are you? Did you see the message that you were sent to you? You are now an expert of a region. I wonder if you still remember that insignificant little girl who followed behind you. Yuer murmured. Her expression was gloomy, a young lady's melancholy rose in her heart. When Xianxia received the news from Tongxian Mansion, he immediately rushed towards the Dongxing divine region. Even though he was already a divine emperor expert, it was still impossible for him to rush to the Dongxing divine region. He would need some time to reach the Dongxing divine region from the northern cold divine region. Xianxia did not stop to rest. The three of them traveled in the day and cultivated at night. Even though they were divine emperors, they still needed to rest when they were flying at full speed. Xianxia could last for more than a month without sleep and rest, but he might need more time to cultivate after this. The three of them took more than a month to leave the northern cold divine region. However, the shortest way to reach the Dongxing divine region was through the Great Earth divine region. Although the Great Earth divine region was not as big as the northern cold divine region and the Dongxing divine region, it was still a vast divine region. That Yuer, who is she? Yan Qingqing looked at Jiangchen Lunglung and asked. A friend of mine. Jiangchen said. A friend? What friend? Is she just an ordinary friend or one with a special relationship? Yan Qingqing sneered. This fella's womanizing skills were not ordinary. To her, Jiangchen was not a good person, yet this fella still showed mercy. Jiangchen smiled bitterly. He did not know how to answer Yan Qingqing. However, she was a little jealous, which made Jiangchen very happy. Forget it, Qingqing, don't make things difficult for little Qinzi. He must have his reasons. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. Although she didn't say anything, Wu Ningzhu still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, they didn't know who Yuer was at all. Moreover, they still had to rush to the Dongxing divine continent at this time. They had to cross provinces to save a person who had nothing to do with them. Moreover, it was a woman. Moreover, both of them were Jiangchen's legitimate wives. I'm sorry, Sister Ning, Qingqing. I really can't explain too much to you. She's just an inexperienced little girl. Don't overthink it. When I first entered the divine world, if it wasn't for Yuer and her grandfather, I might have already been eaten by wolves and leopards. Now that Yuer is in trouble, how can I not go and help her? Xianxia smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He could not go back on his words at this moment. Moreover, he really liked Yuer. That sensible and lovable little girl was someone that Jiang Chen and Ling Yun cared for a lot. I didn't overthink it. Let's hurry up, Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Yan Qingqing was not going to let it go. I hope you're right. That inexperienced little girl, I want to see if she's a vixen. Yan Qingqing's unruly behavior made Jiang Chen speechless. The current her was completely different from the Yan Qingqing who was obedient to him in the past. However, the relationship between the two of them could not be erased. Jiang Chen was willing to wait for the day she changed her mind. The moment Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the Great Earth Divine Region, they were stopped by someone. The Great Earth Divine Region was a 300,000 miles wide blockade. It was actually sealed by a formation. Even Jiang Chen would need at least 10 days to half a month to break out of it. Such a long formation that spanned across the mountains and rivers of the Great Earth was truly unbelievable. What a terrifying formation. This formation that stretches for 300,000 miles is set up by a top-notch formation. What kind of sect is this? What kind of person is this? How could they set up such a huge formation? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was afraid that he would need at least a year to set up this formation, and if he wanted to break through it, he would need at least 10 days to half a month. Jiang Chen didn't have the mood to break the formation now. There's such a change in the Great Earth Divine Region. Looks like we need to find someone to ask. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu entered a city rapidly. They couldn't fly in the sky. It was unknown how long it would take for them to cross the 100,000 miles. Jiang Chen found the guard and gave him 10 mid-grade divine origin stones. Instantly, the guard was extremely excited. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was the god of fortune. Although Jiang Chen was a divine emperor expert now, he did not like to oppress others with his strength. These divine origin stones were meaningless to him. Moreover, the guards would tell him everything they knew. So why not? Jiang Chen didn't mind it at all. Sir, please instruct me. I will definitely tell you everything I know. The city guard bowed and chuckled. Whoever had the money was the boss. As a city guard, he only earned 3 mid-grade divine origin stones a year. That was almost 3 years of his salary. Let me ask you. There's a formation protecting this 100,000 miles. It's impossible to fly in the sky. What's going on in the Great Earth Divine Region? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. Lord, this is Fuyu City, the territory under the 9th Wangya's jurisdiction. In order to prevent the Long family from invading, he set up an inescapable net here. No expert can pass through the Great Hovering Array. Countless experts have tried to forcefully break through the array, but in the end, they were all annihilated by the array. Although the offensive power of the array isn't too great, its defensive power is extremely terrifying. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The Great Hovering Array was set up to prevent the Long family from advancing. As for how to break through the formation, I guess you'll have to find the Jiao Wangya. The guard said in a low voice. He looked around with shifty eyes, as if he didn't dare to speak loudly. Jiao Wangya, the hovering grand formation. Interesting. Looks like we really have to find the Jiao Wangya. Jiang Chen said. The Jiao Wangya is in the Yulan city within 100,000 miles. We'll only need 7 or 8 months to reach there. The guard said with a smile. It seemed like the best solution now was to break the formation. Otherwise, he would have to take a longer detour to reach the Dongxing Divine Region. The loss would outweigh the gain. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen had no choice but to break the formation forcefully. 10 days. I'll try my best to break this formation within 10 days. Otherwise, it's impossible to take a detour. Jiang Chen sighed. This hovering grand formation wasn't too difficult for him. At least at this moment, this was his only option. No matter who it was, Jiang Chen had no choice but to break the formation first. I hope this won't attract more trouble, Yan Qingqing said faintly. Jiang Chen couldn't care less anymore. Breaking the formation as soon as possible was the most important thing. Jiang Chen stepped on the 9 heavens. The source of the formation was struck 3 times. Even a divine emperor expert like him was pushed back by the tremendous force. Xianxia's heart became even more solemn. He activated the no beginning formation and evolved the reincarnation cycle of the formation. Xianxia was extremely cautious and solemn. He started to change the formation rapidly and evolved the no beginning formation. Breaking the formation wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Even though Xianxia was extremely anxious, he still had to take it one step at a time. 7 days had passed. Xianxia was getting more and more excited. His formation had been broken by 70 to 80%. At most 2 days, this formation would be completely broken by him. It won't be long before this hovering grand formation is going to be broken. Xianxia smiled faintly. The current him was already a formidable formation master, and he was not afraid of any formation. It was just a matter of time. However, the person who set up this formation might not be any weaker than him. This person must be an extremely powerful formation genius. Xianxia smiled faintly. Xianxia smiled. However, Xianxia didn't care who it was. In order to cross this void, he had to break the formation first. Time passed by. The powerful hovering grand formation was completely broken by Xianxia. Above the void, a purple ripple spread out. The entire sky seemed to have become clear at this moment. Xianxia's lips curled into a bright smile. They could finally hurry on with their journey. At this moment, in the 9th Wanya's mansion in Yulan City, a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a wild dragon on his back suddenly stood up. He stared in the northeast direction and narrowed his eyes. His expression was extremely ugly as he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Who dares to break my formation? Today, I will fight to the death with you." A furious voice went straight to the sky. The middle-aged man's expression changed completely. Once the hovering grand formation was broken, the Long family would inevitably attack with irresistible force. At that time, he would be in even more danger. His family's ancestral land would inevitably be devoured bit by bit. His daughter would not be able to escape misfortune and would definitely become a sacrifice for the marriage alliance. It must be an array grandmaster invited by the Long family. Otherwise, who would have the ability to break his formation? At least there was no such person in the Long family. Even in the Divine Land, it was absolutely impossible. Could it be an expert from the Central Region Divine Land? The middle-aged man's expression became gloomier. He murmured, could it be that the heavens want to forget about the Wu family? At the same time, in the north of Fuyu City, between the mountains, a group of people riding on flying beasts flew past the sky dragon of Fuyu City and began to quickly head in the direction of Yulan City. What's going on? Could it be that Lord Wu's formation has been broken? After all, the Long family still invited an expert to break our sorcerer clan's formation? Yes, could it be that our sorcerer clan is really finished? It's hard to say. All these years, the Long family has been eyeing us covetously. Although our sorcerer clan's strength is far from what it used to be, it is still not a problem to resist a mere Long family. A mere Long family? Haha, you underestimate the Long family. If it wasn't to protect the sorcerer clan and resist the Long family, Lord Wu would not have spent 10 years to set up this hovering grand formation. Now that the formation has been broken, the Long family can't wait any longer. Countless people of Fuyu City and even the sorcerer clan were shocked and extremely pained. The sorcerer clan had always been another name for the Wu family. It had not been easy for them to pass down their lineage to this day. However, the Long family had been eyeing them covetously and had long wanted to occupy the sorcerer clan's territory and destroy the clan. The experts of the Long family filled the air above the void and formed a black mass, causing the people of the sorcerer clan to feel extremely depressed. To the people of the sorcerer clan, Lord Wu was their backbone. The hovering grand formation that Lord Wu had put in all his effort to set up was actually broken. For many years, it was because of the existence of the hovering grand formation that the Long family could not invade the sorcerer clan on a large scale. That was why their enemies did not dare to covet the existence of the sorcerer clan at all. Now, a large number of experts of the Long family had crossed Fuyu City and thousands of miles and started to advance towards the sorcerer clan. They were heading towards Yulan City. Xianxia did not have time to look back. Along the way, 3 auras of Divine Emperor Realm experts were discovered by Wu Chongjiu instantly, and he came face to face with Jiang Chen and the others. Wu Chongjiu was the legendary 9th Xianxia, the master of the Sorcerer clan and the ruler of Yulan City. Who are you? Jiang Chen frowned because at that moment, Wu Chongjiu had already blocked their way, causing the 3 of them to lose their way. Who am I? Ha ha ha, how dare you ask me who I am? Could it be that you broke my array formation just to laugh at me? How many benefits did Long Fei Wu give you? Wu Chongjiu shouted coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile and he did not take it seriously. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't know Long Fei Wu either. I just want to pass through here. It's a pity that you set up a formation in this area, so I can only break it. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed tightly. It looked like this fellow was undoubtedly the 9th Xianxia that the city guard had mentioned. Humph, don't try to quibble. If that bastard Long Fei Wu did not instruct you to break my formation, why would you become an enemy of the Sorcerer clan? I have no enmity with you, but you want to put the Sorcerer clan in danger. I hate you. You bastard, I will not rest until you are dead. Wu Chongjiu's angry roars shocked the world. Countless citizens of the Sorcerer clan looked at Jiang Chen and Wu Chongjiu in the void at that moment. Their hearts were filled with fear. Is this guy really sent by the Long family? It seems that the crisis of the Sorcerer clan has finally arrived. It's hard to say. However, even the 9th Xianxia has appeared. This time, it seems that things will not be so simple. Sigh, is the peace that has lasted for so many years finally going to be broken? The Sorcerer clan has always been peaceful and does not like war. But in the end, we still can't escape this misfortune. Countless people were filled with sorrow and disappointment. Once the Long family and the Sorcerer God clan went to war, the ones who would suffer in the war that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles would be the common people, as well as the weak sects and cultivators. Who would care about their suffering? All these years of peace had allowed them to live and work in peace. They had been working hard on their cultivation. But now that the grand hovering formation had been destroyed, the peace that they had longed for was destined to vanish into thin air. I don't want to fight with you. I broke the formation just to leave this place. Jiang Chen did not want to waste any more time with this fella. He turned around and left. However, Wu Zhongjiu did not intend to let Jiang Chen leave just like that. No matter who he was, he must be related to the Long family since he broke the formation. It would be strange if he was not sent by the Long family. At this moment, Jiang Chen wanted to leave. However, powerful auras rushed up to the void above the 9 heavens. There were 11 Divine Emperor experts. Although they were all initial Divine Emperor experts or lesser Heavenly Connecting Realm experts, they had the advantage in numbers. There were more than 100 Hierarch experts. At this moment, Jiang Chen, Yan Qingqing, and Wu Ningzhu were trapped inside. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. He did not expect that he would cause so much trouble after breaking the formation. This should be all the experts of the Sorcerer God clan gathered here. I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you will definitely die a graveless death. Wu Zhongjiu held his spear and pointed it at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt helpless in his heart. He wasn't afraid of these people, but they were all innocent. He couldn't just kill them right now, could he? Although this battle might be a little tricky for him, he wasn't afraid. Firstly, he didn't want to waste too much time. Secondly, it was meaningless to kill them. Jiang Chen didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. I've said it before. I really don't know what's going on with the Long family. I broke the formation because I want to go to the Dongxing Divine region. Hence, this is the closest way. Your hovering grand formation is blocking my way. Hence, I could only do this. Jiang Chen said. Ha ha ha. What a good excuse. However, do you really think that I'm a fool? You should be stalling for time in order to wait for the Long family to arrive. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I will never let you leave safely. Otherwise, how can I face my people? How can I face those innocent people who will die tragically? I, Wu Zhongjiu, have a clear conscience. I have worked diligently all my life in order to ensure the safety of the people. But your Long family still wants to force me, to be so overbearing. Just how long must I retreat before you are willing to give up? Today, I, Wu Zhongjiao, swear to the heavens that I will not let any of the tyrannical members of the Long family off. Wu Zhongjiao said coldly. He was not afraid of death. He was determined to kill Jiang Chen and the others. Ninth Lord, why are you still wasting your breath on him? Since things have come to this, let's kill them first. When the Long family comes later, we will also kill them. That's right, Lord Jiao. I can't wait to deal with this kind of trash. I must kill him as soon as possible. The remaining members of the Long family have no reason to spare his life. The few Divine Emperor realm experts beside Wu Zhongjiao were already eager to fight. Jiang Chen was also helpless. Are these people brainless? However, Jiang Chen thought about it and felt that it was indeed so. He sighed in his heart. He had broken their protective formation. At this time, he had broken their balance. It seemed reasonable for them to treat him as an enemy. Aren't we fine now? What else do you want? Isn't it just a formation? Do you want us to die as an apology before you are happy? We are definitely not the remaining members of the Long family or your accomplices. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. If you really want to fight, you may not be a match for us. Wu Ningzhu said coldly. In an instant, everyone's emotions were on tenterhooks. These guys are so arrogant. It's obvious that they're the ones who broke my formation. Now, they're trying to make a false accusation. This is intolerable. There's no point in talking. Let's attack. We must kill this bastard and then deal with the Long family. Wu Zhongjiao waved his hand. His face was gloomy. More than 10 Divine Emperor realm experts rushed out. As the mainstay of the Sorcerer God clan, it was time for them to repay the clan. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head silently. At this moment, they were forced to attack. Don't kill them. After all, we are in the wrong. I, Jiang Chen, will never kill the innocent. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The strength of an early Divine Emperor was nothing in the eyes of these people. They could not play a decisive role at all. As for Wu Zhongjiao, who was a mid-Divine Emperor, he did not even bother to take action. He only needed to watch this battle coldly. The real highlight was definitely at the end. After these three people, the Long family would definitely send out all of their forces. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. These fellas are seeking their own deaths. Yet, you still let them live. You're just pretending to be merciful. Humph. Yan Qingqing sneered. However, she still listened to Jiang Chen and did not kill these fellas. More than 10 Divine Emperor realm experts rushed towards them. At this moment, Jiang Chen fought against 6 of them alone. Fighting 1 against 6, even Wu Zhongjiao was completely shocked. This fellow, was he really that strong? An early Divine Emperor realm fella fighting against 6 early Divine Emperor realm experts. He could not believe it. This fella is indeed quite capable. No wonder he could break through my formation. Wu Zhongjiao murmured. His lips curled into a cold smile and his face darkened. However, it would not be easy to escape from his hands. The Sorcerer God tribe was not a tribe that would be bullied by anyone. Brat, give me your life. The experts of the Sorcerer God clan shouted. Jiang Chen was calm and at ease. With his bare fists, he forced the 6 of them to retreat. His imposing manner was so imposing that no one dared to fight against him. Jiang Chen's attacks were like thunder, but he did not go overboard. His fists landed on their flesh but did not harm their lives. Within 10 moves, all of them were forced to retreat. Their faces were pale as they suffered a palm strike from Jiang Chen. Their injuries were severe and their battle strength was greatly reduced. Jiang Chen had already shown mercy to them. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have already killed them. On the other side, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were also at ease. When Wu Ningzhu was in the profound Feng sect, she had already broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Although her strength might not be comparable to Yan Qingqing's, she was not a pushover. She was able to fight against 2 opponents with ease. At this moment, Wu Zhongjiao was the one who was shocked. Because the 11 of them were not a match for 3 early Divine Emperor realm experts. It was shameful to hear about this. Wu Zhongjiu's eyes were sharp as he stared at Jiang Chen. In this battle, if he did not bring Jiang Chen to justice, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The entire sorcerer god tribe would lose confidence in them. Therefore, Wu Zhongjiu had to show his true strength and kill the person who destroyed his formation. Only then would he be able to inspire his followers and the people of the sorcerer god tribe. Although the sorcerer god tribe was in a difficult situation, as the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Wu Zhongjiu was very clear that the Long family understood this very well. It was impossible for them to take down the sorcerer god tribe in one fell swoop. Even if the Long family wanted to destroy the sorcerer god tribe and occupy more of the divine Great Earthland's territory, it was destined to be a long battle. The sorcerer god tribe was in a precarious situation. Wu Zhongjiu had to stand up for his people. Jiu Wangya, kill him and take revenge for us. Our city's defensive barrier was destroyed by him. These people must be the Long family's minions. Teach him a lesson. The Long family has ulterior motives. We must not let them succeed. Jiu Wangya's prestige is unparalleled. Our sorcerer god tribe has been passed down for thousands of years. The Long family can't touch us. The entire sorcerer god tribe's front line stretched across the sky. Countless people of the sorcerer god tribe had already rushed up to the peak of the sky. More and more experts were rushing up to the sky to strengthen the sorcerer god tribe. Facing thousands of experts, Heavenly God Realm, Divine King Realm, and Hierarch Realm, there were tens of thousands of them. They were the people of the sorcerer god tribe in the divine Great Earth. Although the sorcerer god tribe was not the ruler of the divine Great Earth, the sorcerer god tribe was one of the four great powers in the divine Great Earth. It had an absolute geographical advantage and was rich in natural resources. There were hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains, demonic beasts, and spiritual herbs everywhere. Therefore, the Long family had been eyeing it covetously. Wu Zhongjiu's gaze was ice cold as he looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. His hand punched out heavily. As he punched out, the wind howled and roars filled the air. Space itself started to distort as fist shadows filled the skies. Jiang Chen immediately held his blade horizontally and punched out with a flip of his hand. The two of them collided in an instant. Even though they were separated by several hundred meters, the terrifying shockwaves swept across the skies. Countless people in the surroundings stopped in their tracks and were forced back, their faces pale. Jiang Chen was calm and composed, not showing any signs of weakness. Both of their fists weaved together, but there was no pressure at all. Jiang Chen was alone, facing the ninth Wangya of the sorcerer god tribe, Wu Zhongjiu. The might of that one punch shocked everyone. How could this guy be so strong? The ninth Wangya was the top expert of the entire sorcerer god tribe. If the person invited by the Long family could compete with the ninth Wangya, then it would be hard to tell who would win this battle. If Wu Zhongjiu lost, the sorcerer god tribe would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Even Wu Zhongjiu did not expect Jiang Chen's strength to reach such a terrifying level. It was no wonder that Jiang Chen could break his floating array. However, as the number one expert of the sorcerer god tribe, Wu Zhongjiu was full of confidence. He could only win this battle and not lose. He did not represent himself, but the countless people of the sorcerer god tribe. You are very strong, but I still want to kill you. As the vanguard of the Long family, your strength is impressive. Why do you want to risk your life for the Long family? Wu Zhongjiu clenched his fists tightly and his gaze was extremely cold. Jiang Chen sighed, a myriad of emotions welling up in his heart. I have already said that I am not on the same side as the Long family. What do I have to do to make you believe me? I am just a passerby. What does the grudge between the sorcerer god tribe and the Long family have to do with me? It is my fault for breaking the array. I do not want to kill innocent people. Otherwise, do you think that I could not kill those divine emperor realm experts? You are still so arrogant even when you are about to die. Ninth Wangya, this guy must be killed. Most of the people in the Long family are cunning. This guy is not a good person. Humph. A divine emperor expert harumphed coldly and said. Jiang Chen's arrogance and conceit made him furious. There is no point in talking anymore. The array has been broken. What else do you have to say? The Long family wants to annihilate the sorcerer god tribe. I, Wu Zhongjiu, will accompany them to the end even if I have to die. Wu Chongjiu roared and clashed with Jiang Chen. Their figures were like rainbows, intertwining chaotically. Jiang Chen's aura was vigorous and he dared not be negligent. Wu Chongjiu's strength was definitely not weak. He was at the great perfection middle divine emperor realm. It would be difficult for Jiang Chen to defeat him. Moreover, Jiang Chen did not have any killing intent. At this moment, he could only sigh silently. Jiang Chen's battle strength was on par with Wu Chongjiu's and he was not in danger. However, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were being pushed back. This made Jiang Chen's face gradually turn gloomy. However, everyone has a temper. Jiang Chen had endured again and again. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing's situation was not very optimistic. The two of them were fighting against 5 divine emperors at the same time and they were already in a difficult situation. I originally wanted to keep the peace, but you guys are so aggressive. Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you guys will really think that I, Jiang Chen, am a sick cat. Jiang Chen sneered and the corner of his mouth became gloomier. He could suffer, but he would never let Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu be wronged. Jiang Chen forced Wu Chongjiu to retreat with a single strike. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand shone brightly and charged towards the 11 divine emperor realm experts. How dare you touch my woman? Get lost. Jiang Chen killed in all directions. His swordsmanship was amazing. The 11 divine emperor realm experts could not even withstand one strike from Jiang Chen. With the heavenly dragon sword, no one could withstand its sharpness. In just a moment, the 4 of them were severely injured by Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword tasted blood and splattered across the sky. Wu Chongjiu's face became gloomier. How dare you? Don't you dare to hurt my clansmen. Wu Chongjiu held the long spear in his hand and the spear's shadow soared to the sky. Lightning radiated in all directions. Jiang Chen was shouted at by Wu Chongjiu. Their swords collided with each other. Jiang Chen was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Those who dared to touch his woman were destined to have a bad ending. Jiang Chen had already shown mercy by not killing all 4 of them with his 4 strikes. Stubborn fella, the sorcerer god clan will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. You guys forced me to do this. Get lost. Jiang Chen was like a god descending to the mortal world. The heavenly dragon sword roared and swept across the 9 heavens. He stepped on the clouds and the 18th sword technique stole the sky and changed the sun. The rain of swords was terrifying. Wu Chongjiu held the long spear in his hand. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. Absolute shadow snake spear formation. Wu Chongjiu was not in a hurry. The spear shadows instantly formed a formation and trapped Jiang Chen within. The 36 spear shadows formed a formation that shocked Jiang Chen. He squinted his eyes and thought that Wu Zhongjiu's strength was definitely not weaker than his. He was definitely no match for Wu Zhongjiu's spear shadows. Wu Zhongjiu's understanding of formations was probably higher than his. Great! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The 18th sword's momentum collided with the countless spear shadows. A tearing sound resounded through the sky and a series of sparks burst out. It was like a sea of fire raging in the void. The sea of fire spread across the sky and the impact was suffocating. Several divine emperor experts were forced to retreat. Numerous hierarch and divine king experts were shocked and quickly retreated in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen's skills were exceptional. The 18th sword pierced through the absolute shadow snake spear formation with great power. In the end, the sword shadows and spear shadows collided with each other. The 2 of them were evenly matched and no one gained the upper hand. Whether it was the sharpness of the 18th sword or the sealing of the absolute shadow snake spear formation, they were all completely blocked. In an instant, the entire void was filled with turbulent winds and clouds. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think that if it was him, he wouldn't have been able to form a formation so quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a hurry to leave, Jiang Chen might have really wanted to have a good fight with Wu Zhongjiu. This battle had benefited him a lot. However, to Wu Zhongjiu, he had already lost. The Long family would definitely be eyeing them covetously and they must be on their way. The Sorcerer Divine tribe's situation was getting more and more difficult. Look, there are so many people and demonic beasts. Yeah, it's so dark that the sky is almost covered. This can't be someone from the Long family, right? It's hard to say. These guys took advantage of the floating hunter formation of our sorcerer divine tribe to attack Yulan City. Their target is Yulan City. More and more people began to see groups of people heading towards Orchid Spirit City. Wu Zhongjiu was unwilling to give up. He wanted to continue attacking Jiangchen, but in front of him was a dense mass of experts that seemed to cover the entire sky. His heart finally sank. This was definitely the Long family. If the Long family did not make a move at this time, even he would feel that something was amiss. It's here, it's finally here, Wu Chongjiu's heart skipped a beat. As the leader of the Sorcerer God tribe, he was duty-bound. This battle would be the most terrifying battle in the tens of millions of years that he had been in charge of the Sorcerer God tribe. This concerned the life and death of the entire Sorcerer God tribe, as well as the inheritance of the Sorcerer God tribe. Even if he had to risk his life, Wu Chongjiu would never lower his head. In the sky, the clouds fell. On the back of countless demonic beasts, experts stood one after another. 17 Divine Emperor Realm experts stood in the clouds, their hands clasped behind their backs. They seemed to be crushing everything in their way. The Long family was a family that had a supreme legend. Compared to the Sorcerer God tribe, they were not to be outdone. Wu Chongjiu's mind raced and his face was solemn. If the Sorcerer God tribe really fell in his hands, he would definitely become a sinner. Jiangchen's face was cold as he looked at the 17 Divine Emperor Realm experts. He sighed in his heart. These superforces were indeed extraordinary. Even the foundation of the sword-drawing sect could not be compared to them. Although the Central Region Divine Land was the largest place in the entire divine world, there were many sects that were entrenched in a small area. They were not weak at all. After tens of thousands of years of inheritance, it was destined that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Their foundations were not to be underestimated, especially those that had been passed down since the ancient times. Any one of them was destined to be worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Not even time could corrode them. They were the true heroes in this chaotic world. The Long family is here. What should we do? Jiao, these guys seem to have come out in full force. 17 Divine Emperor Realm experts. We can't fight against this force. Yes, Jiao, what should we do? It's all because of this bastard that we are in such a passive position. We are not afraid of death. Whoever wants to trample on our homeland will have to step over our bodies first. One by one, the experts behind Wu Chongjiu were riled up as they roared in anger. They did not retreat, but this battle was destined to be a battle where they would lose more than they would win. Everyone from the Long family has crossed more than 30,000 miles from the Sorcerer God tribe. What do you want? Wu Chongjiu said faintly. Haha, Jiao is right. We are just bored and wanted to come to the Sorcerer God tribe for a walk. We have no other intentions. Haha, we and the Sorcerer God tribe have been one family since ancient times. Surely Jiao doesn't want to interfere in such a small matter. A Divine Emperor Realm expert said with a smile. You're just a young man. How dare you challenge me? You're really thick-skinned. Do you really think I don't know why you're here? A group of people with ulterior motives. Thousands of experts have come out in full force. Are you here to tour the Sorcerer God tribe? Humph. Could it be that the Long family only sent people like you who are so weak? Wu Chongjiu said Leng. Some people from the Long family were already angry and their faces were extremely gloomy. Haha, you're indeed the Jiao. You're brave and insightful. My juniors are a little unfamiliar with you. Hurry up and apologize to the Jiao. A middle-aged man in a black and white long robe walked out slowly and said with a faint smile, pretending to be angry. Forgive me, Jiao. I was the one who offended you. The arrogant Divine Emperor Realm expert said with a faint smile. There was no trace of apology on his face. Wu Chongjiu could not be bothered to argue with that guy. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He was the Long family patriarch, Long Inue. The two of them had known each other for tens of millions of years. Long Inue had been waiting for this moment for far too long. You don't come without a reason. Tell me, what do you think the Long family patriarch wants? I'd like to see what's the Long family patriarch's intention of bringing 3,000 troops into the sorcerer god tribe? Wu Chongjiu said. How could Wu Chongjiu not know about Long Yinyue's wishful thinking? Both of them were well aware of it. However, Long Yinyue was a person who cared about his face. Moreover, both of them were patriarchs of big families. How could they let others see them as a joke? Therefore, even if Long Yinyue came to fight, he would definitely have a good reason. Haha, nothing can escape the Jiu Wanya's eyes. I'm afraid you've already guessed what I'm thinking, right? I just want to find a wife for my unfilial son. I've heard that the Jiu Wanya's daughter is virtuous. Therefore, I want to form a marriage alliance with the Jiu Wanya. If we join hands, who in the divine great land would dare to go against us? Don't you think so? Half a master looks like I can't reject your motive. Is it really that simple? Wu Zhongjiu laughed coldly. Of course, I would like you to give me a small dowry. I wonder what you think about the 800,000-mile territory of the sorcerer god tribe. If our two families are on good terms, isn't it the same as sending it from the left hand to the right hand? Don't you think so? In my opinion, this is a joyous occasion for everyone. Long Yu's words almost made Wu Zhongjiu spit out a mouthful of blood. This fellow was simply shameless. Did he really think he was a fool? The 800,000-mile territory was 2/3 of the sorcerer god tribe's territory. This fellow actually wanted him to be a dowry and give it to the Long family? Wasn't this the ravings of an idiot? Ha ha ha, Long Yu, you old man, you're really shameless. Why don't you just declare war on me? You want to snatch the territory of the sorcerer god tribe? You really kill without spilling blood. Wu Zhongjiu snorted coldly and said disdainfully. You're wrong, Ninth Wanya. What I mean is for the good of our two families, for the good of our children, and more importantly, for the good of the divine great land. Ninth Wanya, please don't be suspicious and don't be suspicious. Ha ha ha. Long Yu's smile also narrowed, angering Wu Zhongjiu so much that his face turned green. I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. There's no point in saying anything more. You brought so many experts here. Isn't it to fight against the sorcerer god tribe? Long Yu, isn't this exactly what you want? Wu Zhongjiu pointed his spear at Long Yu and shouted in a low voice. Sigh, I never thought that my good intentions would be looked down upon by you, Ninth Wanya. It really hurts my heart. My heart is towards the moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. Ninth Wanya, won't you reconsider? The 800,000-mile territory is just a drop in the ocean for the sorcerer god tribe. Ha ha ha. Long Yu continued to speak shamelessly. Wu Zhongjiu completely ignored him. This guy was just doing this for a good reason. All these years, you are still so long-winded. You really disappoint me. Hypocrite, the Long family has been eyeing you for a long time. I'm afraid that you have been looking forward to today's battle for a long time, right? For the sake of the territory of my sorcerer god tribe, you really put in a lot of effort. Wu Zhongjiu said. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He was not a savior, he was just a passerby. Regardless of whether the sorcerer god tribe or the Long family won or lost, it had nothing to do with him. He was just an outsider in this battle. He only had one goal, which was to leave this place as soon as possible and head to the Dongxing Divine Continent. Since Ninth Wanya doesn't give me any face, I have nothing else to say. Ninth Wanya, my Long family has always treated you with respect. Since you don't give me any face, I can only test Ninth Wanya's skills. My face is worthless, but the juniors behind me are all hot-blooded people. It's hard to guarantee that they won't do anything to make Ninth Wanya unhappy. I can give up my face, but Ninth Wanya should give them an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame my Long family for being impolite, Long Yu said lightly. Long Yinyue indifferently said. At this moment, he had finally revealed his fox tail. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. The person you sent earlier broke my spell formation, and now he's putting on an act. Long Yinyue, our battle is inevitable. Make your move, and don't let me underestimate you. Wu Zhongjiu said with a big laugh. He was full of fighting spirit and arrogance. Ha ha ha, good, good. As expected of the descendant of King Baan. In today's battle, ninth Xianxia, I won't let you down. Long Yu's loud voice resounded through the 9 heavens. At this time, Jiang Chen, who was already far away, heard Long Yu's words and couldn't help but tremble. Although he was already 100 miles away, Long Yu's voice was too loud. It was deafening and resounded for 1,000 miles. King Ban? Jiang Chen's body trembled and his face was incomparably gloomy. Wu Zhongjiu is the descendant of King Ban? King Ban, King Ban. Ninth Xianxia, why didn't I think of that? No, let's go back first. Why? Aren't you anxious to save Yu heir? Yan Qingqing frowned and asked in a low voice. Although I haven't seen King Ban, my formation inheritance is all from him. Now that the descendant of King Ban is in trouble, I definitely can't just stand by and watch. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh and looked towards the east. I'm sorry, Yu heir. I might have to save you later. King Ban is as important as a mountain to me. Now that his descendant is in trouble, I can't just sit by and watch. Jiang Chen turned around and went straight to the battlefield of the sorcerer god tribe. At this moment, Wu Zhongjiu and Long Yu were already at each other's throats. The people of the Long family and the sorcerer god tribe were also holding their breath. This battle was imminent. This battle started because of me, so I should be the one to end it. Jiang Chen's sudden return made Wu Zhongjiu's face as gloomy as water. This guy had always been around, and the battle between him and the Long family had become more and more difficult. Brother, may I know where you came from? Long Yu smiled faintly. This floating path grand array was broken by me. Jiang Chen sighed. Long Yu's eyes brightened as he looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude and admiration. This brother is truly a genius of the heavens and earth. Ha ha ha, my Long family has been helpless for so many years. Who would have thought that it would actually be this brother who solved it? I, Long Yu, am truly grateful. Long Yu clasped his hands together and said. Wu Zhongjiu's face became increasingly ugly. I had no choice but to break the array. In this battle, I am a member of the sorcerer god tribe. Whoever dares to take a step forward, I, Jiang Chen, will fight to the death. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked at Long Yu with disdain. At that moment, Long Yu and Wu Zhongjiu were both stunned. Even the people behind them were extremely shocked. What was going on? Jiang Chen broke the array, and now he was standing on the side of the sorcerer god tribe. Wu Zhongjiu even thought that he had heard wrongly. This guy wanted to help him fight against the Long family? Brother, you broke the array first, and my Long family owes you a debt of gratitude. But you are standing on the side of the sorcerer god tribe. This is really confusing. Long Yingyue furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected the current situation to become so chaotic. Who was this guy who appeared out of nowhere? What did he want? Did he break the floating path grand array of the sorcerer god tribe just out of curiosity? Wu Zhongjiu was completely dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Jiang Chen. Who are you? Jiang Chen's words caused Wu Zhongjiu's expression to change. His body trembled and he stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You mean? King Ban is your master? You can say that. Master's kindness is like a mountain. It was all thanks to Senior 8 Nunnery 1 that I was able to break your floating traversing formation. If it wasn't for Senior 8 Nunnery 1, my attainments in formation would have been terrible. Jiang Chen smiled apologetically. How can you prove that you are my father's disciple? Wu Zhongjiu's eyes were burning. I didn't see the no beginning array vanish. My achievements today are all due to the no beginning array in the hands of Senior Ban Wang. Jiang Chen's face was solemn and respectful. Wu Zhongjiu nodded his head silently. His heart was filled with emotions. It was really a hilarious scene. His own father's disciple had destroyed the formation that he had personally set up, causing the sorcerer god tribe to fall into dire straits. Is this person really the disciple of King Ban? What a failure. He actually broke the floating teleportation formation. Isn't he breaking his own limbs? Sigh, isn't that right? If he wasn't the disciple of King Ban, who else could break our King Jiu's floating teleportation formation? However, the current situation is really disadvantageous to the sorcerer god tribe. The disciple of King Ban is at least half a member of the sorcerer god tribe. It's a pity that this guy helped an outsider. Now, with his strength alone, can he change the situation? It's hard to say. Now, the sorcerer god tribe is surrounded by enemies. The Long family has ulterior motives. This battle is going to be very difficult. More and more people gathered. After all, this was the territory of the sorcerer god tribe. However, everyone was sighing. Even Wu Zhongzhou's face was solemn and he did not dare to let his guard down. I am the son of King Baan. You can also call me King Zhouan, Wu Zhongzhou. Wu Chongzhou took a deep breath and said. He did not expect his own father to have a disciple outside. Even he did not know about it. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had used his supreme formation skills to break the floating barrier formation that he had spent more than 10 years to set up. It could be said that the flood had rushed into the temple of the Dragon King, and they did not know each other. I had no choice but to break the grand abstinence floating traversing array. Brother Wu, please forgive me. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He had used the skill that his father had taught him to break his son's formation and put the entire Witch God tribe in danger. It was inevitable that he felt a little apologetic. Wu Zhongzhou sighed and shook his head helplessly. It was too late to say anything now because Long Yingyue was already eyeing them. Hee, this is really interesting. The disciple of King Baan? No wonder you could break the Zhou Wangye's formation. It's really unbelievable. What a dramatic scene. It's a pity that it's too late to say anything now. The Witch God tribe is destined to become cannon fodder. Long Yingyue said with a smile. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. He was just an early divine emperor, and his formation skills were quite admirable. Now that the floating barrier formation had been broken, what was the use of him? This guy's appearance was already meaningless. Just kill him. I will naturally settle the trouble that I have caused. Whoever dares to step into the Witch God tribe today will be my, Jiang Chen's, mortal enemy. Brother Wu, I can only fight with you today to atone for my crime of breaking the formation. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Wu Zhongzhou waved his hand and said, the Witch God tribe will not be able to escape from this disaster. Even if it's not you, there will be a second person. This is the will of the heavens. However, with Brother Jiang here, I am not worried. If my father is watching from the heavens, he will definitely be happy. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, Senior King Baan, father has already disappeared from this world. Wu Zhongzhou said sadly. Today, I will live and die with Brother Wu. Jiang Chen made up his mind. All of this happened because of him. Therefore, Jiang Chen must complete his redemption and block this life or death battle for the Witch God tribe. Kid, so what if you're the disciple of King Baanan? An early divine emperor wants to control the battle? Your existence is not even worth mentioning to me. Long Yingyue said confidently. Although he did not expect this scene, he could not help but laugh at Jiang Chen's arrogance. Does this guy really think that he is a peerless god of war and can change the fate of the world? These 17 early divine emperor experts and hundreds and thousands of hierarch experts, are they all useless? Jiang Chen smiled calmly and confidently. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as taking water from my pocket. The Long clan is not worthy of my attention. Jiang Chen's arrogance made Long Yingyue very angry. He squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. This fella is too arrogant. His Long clan is one of the 4 major forces in the divine land. Even the Witch God tribe that had existed for countless years could only defend passively. They did not dare to fight, even shrinking the battlefield and using the floating grand formation as a defense. However, Jiang Chen was so arrogant, wanting to fight against the Long clan by himself. Wasn't this a fantasy? Good. Now it seems that I should teach you a lesson. It's good that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, but arrogance and conceit are destined to be punished. My Long clan has dominated the divine land for countless years, but I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. The Witch God tribe will be destroyed in your hands. Ha ha ha. Long Yingyue pointed at Jiang Chen, the coldness in his smile was frightening. Brother Jiang, don't underestimate your enemy. The Long clan is strong, and Long Yingyue is not to be trifled with. Wu Zhongzhou said in a low voice. The Long clan's morale was high. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent, ready to make a move. I know what I'm doing. Xianxia nodded and glanced at Wu Zhongjiu. At this time, he was ready to fight. Moreover, Jiangchen would definitely not let the witch god tribe fall into danger. Otherwise, wouldn't he be cursed for eternity? Once the Long clan defeated the witch god tribe, blood would flow like a river and the world would be turned upside down. At that time, it would be an unpredictable tragedy. Moreover, Wu Zhongjiu was the descendant of King Baan. Therefore, Jiangchen could not let them come to any harm. Whether it was to repay a debt of gratitude or to make up for his mistake, Jiangchen was duty-bound. Ha ha ha, very well, I will fulfill your wish. I will let you die together with the witch god tribe. We will advance and retreat together, live and die together, as you wish. Long Inoue roared. His sword was unsheathed. Long Inoue held the dragon-shaped broadsword in his hand and pointed it at Jiangchen. Come, let me see how strong you really are. Good sword, it's really a good sword. Long Inoue's eyes narrowed as he looked at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiangchen's hand. He was pleasantly surprised because he lacked a suitable divine weapon. The heavenly dragon sword was just what he needed. Patriarch, we can't wait any longer. Let me teach this reckless guy a lesson. Haha. Yeah, does this little bastard really think he's invincible? He's just breaking a formation and he's so arrogant. Serves him right to be annihilated like the sorcerer divine clan. Patriarch, these idiots should become ghosts under the iron hooves of our Long family. Their deaths are not to be regretted. The Long family members held on to their weapons and spears. They were eager to fight. Long Inoue wanted to have a good reason to fight. At this moment, they did not need to hesitate anymore. Kill. Long Inoue sneered and waved the dragon-shaped saber in his hand. In an instant, the sea of people started fighting fiercely. In this battle, let me see if your so-called Long family can trample the Sorcerer God clan. Jiangchen was the first to face them. The 17 early Divine Emperor experts of the Long family went up to Jiangchen without hesitation. Because in their eyes, this Jiangchen was too annoying. Did he want to fight against the Long family alone? It was simply an idiot's ravings. Now they had to teach this guy a lesson. The 17 Divine Emperor experts swarmed forward. Jiangchen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He looked calm and fearless. Brother Jiangchen, be careful. Wu Zhongjiu exclaimed. No matter how strong Jiangchen was, he could not do anything when 17 Divine Emperor experts attacked him at the same time. Wu Zhongjiu's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and the experts of the Sorcerer Divine clan behind him also rushed forward. Even an outsider could fight to the death for the Sorcerer Divine clan, let alone a patriarch like him. Your opponent is me. Long Inoue blocked Wu Zhongjiu's path with a slight smile. His broadsword was more than 5 feet long, and it was domineering and godly. The two of them were already fighting at close quarters. As the sword and saber moved, their auras were in chaos. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged, wreaking havoc on the common people. It was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. I'm sure Patriarch Long has been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Wu Zhongjiu sneered. Just as Lord Jiu said, the Witch God clan should have taken the surname Long a long time ago. Haha. Long Inoue attacked fiercely. His broadsword soared into the sky and clashed with Wu Zhongjiu at the peak of the 9th Divine Emperor realm. Their figures were incomparable as they crossed each other. Wu Zhongjiu understood that this battle concerned the survival of the Witch God clan. He must not show the slightest bit of cowardice. He must fight to the death and settle the common people. On the other side, the most eye-catching one was Jiangchen. Jiangchen's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, when he fought with Wu Zhongjiu, they were evenly matched. This had already attracted the attention of countless people. But now, he was fighting against 17 Divine Emperor experts alone. 17 Divine Emperor experts could not gain the upper hand against Jiangchen. Jiangchen wielded his broadsword and leaped into the battle. No one could withstand his sharpness. Jiangchen had completely blocked the Long clan's most terrifying attack by himself. At this moment, the Divine Emperor experts of the Witch God clan were confused. Jiangchen was fighting against 17 Divine Emperor experts alone. What should they do? Let's go and beat up those Hierarch realm experts first. You should have said so earlier. The eyes of the elder of the Sorcerer Divine clan lit up. Seeing that Xianxia had stabilized the situation, more than 10 of them looked at the Hierarch Realm experts. The Hierarch Realm Long family members were like stray dogs facing the Divine Emperor Realm experts of the Sorcerer Divine clan. They ran away in all directions without any resistance. Even a Divine Emperor Realm expert was not inferior to hundreds or thousands of Hierarch Realm experts. The strength of a Divine Emperor Realm expert was far beyond that of a Hierarch Realm expert. Many people could not even catch up to them. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Xinyu did not want to be outdone. Jiang was extremely powerful. As Jiang women, the two of them led more than 10 Divine Emperor experts and killed their way into the Hierarch Realm experts of the Long family. It was as if there was no one who could stop them. In an instant, deafening screams and shouts filled the air. The entire Long clan was quite depressed. They did not expect that they would end up in such a difficult situation after going all out. The strength of the Long clan was not weak. They were even more powerful than the people of the Witch God clan. However, it was not a battle of strength but an unequal battle. It was just like Tianji's horse race, a superior horse against a mediocre horse against an inferior horse. In an instant, the Long clan was in an extremely passive position and their morale was low. At this moment, the battle between Jiang and the 17 early Divine Emperor experts, as well as the battle between Wu Chongjiu and Long Yu. The leaders of the two great forces had already fought mercilessly. It was enough to show Long Yu's determination to invade the Witch God clan. However, Jiang strength had become the focus of everyone's attention at this moment. Who would have thought that an early Divine Emperor expert could be so relaxed when facing 17 experts of the same level? At this moment, although Jiang was not at ease, he was completely at ease. Shadows of dragons and tigers pierced through the sky. Jiang raised his sword and wreaked havoc in the sky. The limitless sword was at the peak of the firmament, and the 17 Divine Emperor experts were nothing to him. Jiang sword was unconventional. He retreated in order to advance. These 17 people had become the dojo for Jiang to practice his swordsmanship. As soon as the sword was drawn, it cut through the firmament. The 16th sword sealed the sky, the 17th sword raged, and the 18th sword gave everyone a feeling of desperation. Jiang finally broke out at this moment. A bunch of reckless fools. Just the Long family. I, Jiang will send you all to the next world today. Jiang sneered. Under the dragon transformation, his strength was even stronger than before. He had almost reached the great perfection of the early Divine Emperor realm. These experts of the Long family were completely shocked by Jiang aura. The dragon's might was unparalleled, and together with the heavenly dragon sword Qi, it swept across the sky. The 17 early Divine Emperor experts were all shocked. This sword was like a pillar that could support the sky and destroy the mountains. The 17 early Divine Emperor experts were all shocked. This sword was like a pillar that could support the sky and destroy the mountains. The 17 experts all retreated, but they still could not stop this sword. F***CK. Is he still human? Impossible, this is impossible. The people of the Long clan were shocked and trembled. Divine Emperor Realm experts could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang. Only the remaining Divine Emperor Realm experts truly understood how terrifying that strike was. If they did not risk their lives to resist it, they would have been crushed to death by the power of that strike. At this moment, Long Yinue had already forced Wu Zhongjiu to retreat and his aura was at its peak. However, in an instant, his side had lost 3 Divine Emperor experts, and the remaining people were also in an incomparably tragic state. This guy seemed to be a little too overbearing. How did he do it? Long Yinue frowned, completely unwilling to believe it. However, the truth was that he could not change the outcome. Bastard! Long Yinue gritted his teeth and said. His heart was in turmoil because Jiang attack had completely disrupted his plan to attack the Sorcerer Divine clan. At this moment, the Long clan was actually in a passive position. Not only were 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts killed, but the death rate of Hierarch Realm experts had risen to more than 10 people. This made Long Yinue completely collapse. It was impossible for the Sorcerer Divine clan to be so powerful. Could a mere early divine emperor realm expert really turn the situation around? Long Inui did not believe it. He must give Xianxia a heavy blow. Get out of my way. Long Inui's attack had forced Wu Zhongjiu to retreat. Wu Zhongjiu's strength was indeed a level higher than his. At this moment, more than 10 divine emperor realm experts began to attack Wu Zhongjiu, while Long Inui faced Xianxia directly. If this guy was not eliminated, then the Long clan's attack would be stopped here and it would be difficult for them to advance. I have really underestimated you. Xianxia, right? I, Long Inui, would like to meet you in today's battle. Long Inui's broadsword and Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword were shining brightly. Sure, but you must be prepared to die at any time. Xianxia said faintly. In this battle, he wanted to boost the morale of the sorcerer god tribe. Now that the hovering demon array had been destroyed, he had to change his position. Only then would he be able to strike fear into the hearts of the dragon race. Ha ha ha, I'll wait and see. Long Inui grasped his broadsword and slashed through the air, stepping on clouds and thunder. He and Xianxia clashed again and again with aurora bolts, reversing the firmament. Long Inui's strength was a notch higher than Wu Zhongjiu's, and Xianxia did not dare to be careless. Under the dragon transformation, he clashed with Long Inui's every move. The two clashed again, and it was quite ferocious. Their swords screeched as they fought in the air. Sword intent of solitude. Dragon chant, frenzied saber chaos. The sky was filled with feathers, and light and shadow filled the air. 3,000 miles of the sky was filled with splendor, rushing to the heavens and the earth. The convergence of sword and broadsword, the tearing of light and shadow, and the drastic change that shook the heavens and earth, made everyone gasp in amazement. Even Wu Zhongjiu felt ashamed of his inferiority. He could not help but murmur, this Xianxia is really terrifying. If not for Xianxia, I'm afraid that the sorcerer god tribe would sooner or later be in the hands of the dragon race. Only now did Wu Zhongjiu realize that he had completely underestimated Xianxia, and even Long Inui. He was no match for either of them. Even if he used all his skills, he would still lose. At that moment, the sky and earth were spinning, but the battle between Xianxia and Long Inui had attracted everyone's attention. Long Inui's face was also extremely ugly. It was not that he was no match for Xianxia, but the Long family behind him was already struggling. Whether it was Wu Zhongjiu facing a dozen divine emperor experts or the hundreds and thousands of hierarch experts, they were all pale. Moreover, the battlefield was shrinking step by step. Their situation was worrisome, and if they continued to fight, they would only suffer heavy losses. This was the only outcome, and also an irreversible outcome. Only the battle between Long Inui and Xianxia could be considered as an equal. The others were struggling and in danger. Damned fella. Long Inui snorted and his face was gloomy. He had no choice but to retreat and pull away from Xianxia. The current him had no other choice, and the only way was to retreat quickly. He was indeed a little reckless in this battle. He did not expect that Xianxia would be able to turn the situation around. Although he had painstakingly prepared for this battle all these years, it was still disrupted by the unknown factor, Xianxia, and even caused his people to be seriously injured. From the initial confidence to the current situation, Long Inui had completely lost the will to continue fighting. That was because the Long family's losses would only increase if they continued to fight. Xianxia had single-handedly turned the situation around, and his hopes of winning were gradually extinguished. Now, it was difficult for him to move an inch, and it was impossible for him to take down the sorcerer god clan in one fell swoop. After thinking about it, Long Inui knew that there was no meaning in continuing to fight. The Long family had suffered heavy losses, and the outcome would be even more miserable. At that time, the other two major forces would be eyeing them covetously, and the Long family was not without enemies. With internal and external troubles, it would be very difficult for him to maintain his position as the patriarch. Today's battle had pained Long Yu to the core, but that bastard Xianxia was simply too disappointing. He'd had everything planned out, but the final outcome hadn't gone as he'd hoped. Moreover, he no longer had the confidence to win. If they continued to fight without success, they would be the ones to suffer the most. Today's battle has really broadened my horizons. What a good Xianxia, what a good sorcerer god clan. Ha ha ha, ninth Xianxia, today will end here. I will take my leave. However, the mountains will not change, and the rivers will continue to flow. I will return. Long Inua snorted coldly and looked at Xianxia with a serious expression. Then, he waved his hand and slowly retreated. At this moment, Xianxia and Wu Zhongjiu looked at each other. They had no intention of continuing to chase. This battle was a great loss for both the Long family and the Sorcerer God clan. Although it was not a great loss, the battle that the Long family had schemed for so long had ended in failure. Furthermore, they had left in such a sorry state. Even if the Long family wanted to make things difficult for the Sorcerer God clan, they would have to consider the existence of Xianxia and be extremely cautious. After all, the Sorcerer God clan was a great ancient clan, one of the 4 great powers of the Divine Great Land. Although the Great Hovering Array was the mainstay of the Sorcerer God clan, without the Great Hovering Array, the Sorcerer God clan would not be easily bullied. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the Long family defeated the Sorcerer God clan in the end, they would still suffer a great loss. Therefore, this battle was only a probing attack for the Dragon clan. If they could really take down the Sorcerer God clan, they would naturally not be so persistent. After Long Inua left, the entire Sorcerer God clan cheered loudly. Xianxia and Wu Zhongjiu looked at each other and smiled knowingly. End of chapter 34-33. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.